Pain. Her internal organs felt as if thousands of venomous insects were gnawing at them. Su Hongchu's brows were tightly furrowed, her forehead covered in sweat. She suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for air, and stared at the large red bed canopy above her. Su Hongchu's eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on? This looks like a bridal chamber. Wasn't I just failing to assassinate a high-ranking official of country, or being fed poison and tortured for information? How am I in a bridal chamber bed? Could it be that the organization rescued me? Suddenly a piercing pain shot through her mind. At the same time, a flood of memories not her own surged in. After a moment, Su Hongchu finally understood the situation. She had been tortured to death and then transmigrated into the body of another woman also named Su Hongchu, the eldest daughter of the general's mansion, who had just married Junmoy, the heir of the Qin prince's mansion, as his wife yesterday. On her wedding night, she did not wait for her husband, but instead received a visit from her husband's cousin Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu provocatively said that the original owner was not worthy of Junmoy, and that the Qin princess was already preparing to let Junmoy marry her as a secondary wife. The original owner was furious and argued with her. In the scuffle, the original owner's head was pushed and hit the table, causing her to remain unconscious, which is how she came to be here. Su Hongchu briefly organized the information in her mind, rubbed her temples, and slowly sat up. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. Take one step at a time. Then she sensed her own space and found that her portable space was still there along with the good things she had stored inside, which made her sigh with relief. Even if her mother-in-law and husband were unkind in the future, she could always divorce and leave, relying on her previous stockpile to live a stable and wealthy life. At that moment, a maidservant rushed in. "Miss, something terrible has happened. Someone from the palace has come to read an imperial edict saying that the Qin prince has colluded with the enemy and committed treason, and the entire household is to be confiscated and exiled." This was the original owner's maidservant Pinger. Su Hongchu was stunned for a moment. "No way. I just got here, and now I'm about to be confiscated and exiled." Other people who transmigrate either become empresses or wealthy young ladies enjoying life. Why is it that she gets demoted to a commoner and even exiled? "Pinger, are you sure about the confiscation and exile?" Pinger replied anxiously, "My lady, even if I had 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare joke about this. I heard the edict with my own ears. The front hall is in chaos. Should we quietly return to the general's mansion?" Su Hongchu stood up and said, "Given the relationship between the Su family and the Qin prince's mansion, if the Qin prince's mansion is confiscated and exiled, the Su family probably can't escape either. Find a way to hide some silver on yourself. I'll go out and take a look." After giving instructions, Su Hongchu quickly walked out of the room. Confiscation and exile. She had to find a way to take away her dowry, or it would be a great loss. Maids, servants, and matrons were in a panic with crying everywhere. No one paid attention to Su Hongchu. Following her memory, she arrived at the storehouse of her own courtyard where the original owner's dowry was stored. Opening the door, she saw countless boxes tied with red silk. Su Hongchu casually opened a few boxes. She saw 2 boxes filled with gold that in modern times ordinary people could not afford to buy, gleaming brightly. Another 2 boxes were full of various jewelry. There were also open trays displaying precious items that she could only see in museums in her previous life. There were gilt basket-painted floral censers, imperial-green jade ruyi screens embroidered with gold thread, white jade octagonal incense boxes, white jade guanine statues, countless fine silks and satins, even over a dozen dowry quilts, and spare basins, cabinets, and chests, all made of precious golden thread enamel wood. There were also many antique calligraphy and paintings. Su Hongchu simply waved her hand, and with a thought, everything was collected into her space, not even a single box left behind. She then realized that all the hard work and missions in her previous life had earned her less than half of what was here. Indeed, as the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion, her dowry was extremely generous. According to the original owner's memory, it was a full 128 loads of dowry. Thinking that she had become a little rich woman as soon as she arrived, Su Hongchu's mood immediately improved, a hint of a smile on her lips. Suddenly, the crying and noise outside brought her back to reality. If the dowry of the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion was this much wealth, what must the Qin prince's mansion's treasury be like? A thought crossed her mind: better to let her own space benefit from the confiscated goods than to let the official confiscators take them. After all, she had married into the family, so she should have a share of the Qin prince's mansion's wealth. Su Honshu hurried to the Qin prince's mansion's treasury. Fortunately, in her previous life, she had run missions in castles and courtyards, so finding the treasury was not too difficult for her. When she arrived at the treasury, she saw 2 soldiers guarding it. Indeed, such an important place would naturally have guards. However, the expressions of the 2 soldiers were not good. Indeed, the news of the imperial edict ordering the confiscation and exile of the Qin prince's household must have already spread. Su Honshu had no time to waste. She decisively stepped forward and swiftly knocked both of them unconscious. She kicked one aside, and with a thought, her commonly used steel wire appeared in her hand. Su Honshu concentrated on picking the lock, and soon the door to the treasury was opened. Opening the door, Su Honshu felt her eyes were about to be blinded. Rows of gold bars, countless gold and silver ingots, and various jewelry and accessories were everywhere. The various silks and satins were almost blinding. Heavens, you really do have eyes. If she weren't sure this was the Qin prince's mansion, Su Honshu would have thought she had entered some national treasury. Su Honshu walked forward, and wherever her hand touched, all the gold and silver treasures entered her space. She smiled so wide that her mouth nearly reached her ears. I'm rich. With this collection, I will definitely be the richest woman in the future. She spared nothing that was valuable. After emptying the Qin prince's mansion's treasury, Su Honshu continued to search for the warehouse. Although gold and silver treasures were good on the road to exile, food, drink, and daily necessities were more important. Because of the confiscation, many servants were gathering things and preparing to flee. Su Honshu made her way to the warehouse. The Qin prince's mansion was indeed second only to the crown prince's residence. With so many servants, the food storage was also abundant. There were hundreds of bags of millet, over a dozen bags of flour, dozens of bags of soybeans, and also sweet potatoes, noodles, peanuts, and so on. Nearby, there were several large baskets containing eggplants, garlic, ginger, dried chili pepper, salt, and other easy-to-store items. There was also a jar of pickled cucumbers and pickled cabbage. Su Honshu quickly passed by every edible item and collected them all into her space. With so much food, surviving the exile should not be a problem. Looking at the empty warehouse, she thought, no, it's too empty. It will arouse suspicion. Su Honshu took a barrel of gasoline from her spatial storage, poured it on the ground, struck a match from a box, and cast it onto the fuel, all in one fluid motion, before turning and swiftly closing the door behind her. Su Honshu hurried into the kitchen and gathered all the steamed buns, pastries, dishes, 2 roasted chickens, and 3 pork elbows she had prepared, storing them all within her spatial dimension. After all, cooking required proper utensils. With a mere thought, Su Honshu swept the stewing pots on the stove, the woks for stir-frying, and every ladle and bowl into her spatial storage as well. Gazing upon the bare, emptied kitchen she had just plundered, Su Honshu rushed toward the bridal chamber. By then, the fire in the warehouse had already taken hold. New sounds echoed throughout the Qin royal mansion. Disaster. Fire. The mansion is on fire. Ignoring the commotion, Su Honshu suddenly remembered something crucial. She could not forget the most important item. Inside her dowry chest, tucked away in her room, were the concealed banknotes meant for emergencies. Upon returning to the room, she found Pinger already packing a bundle layered with multiple garments beneath her outer clothes, a single silver hairpin holding her hair in place, yet jewels seemingly concealed beneath her bosom. Ah, this girl proved to be clever indeed. Pinger, go check what's happening outside first. I'll gather a few things. Upon hearing this, Pinger hastily slipped out. Su Honshu immediately stored the bed quilts into her spatial dimension, then opened the wardrobe and swept every garment inside, keeping only a cloak for herself to wrap around. After a moment's thought, she reserved a complete set of clothes and a cloak for Junmoy as well. Then she collected her dowry chest and emptied the remaining jewelry from the dressing table drawers into her spatial storage. No sooner had she finished than she grabbed the now cold tea on the desk and drank 2 cups before Pinger burst in breathlessly. Miss, the officials seizing the household have arrived. The Prince of Qin and the heir were carried back. They appear to have been beaten with wooden boards. Indeed, barely had Pinger's words fallen when shouts of the palace guards rang out from outside. Move faster. None of you are to carry away any valuables. All report to the front courtyard immediately. Violators will receive 20 lashes. Su Honshu glanced at Pinger, picked up Jun Moi's clothing and cloak, and together the mistress and maid made their way outward. They saw numerous officers searching every corner, while soldiers began fetching water in buckets to combat the flames. How could the Qin royal mansion catch fire all of a sudden? Quick! Extinguish the flames. Otherwise everything will be consumed. Concealed within her cloak, Su Honshu pressed her right hand against the bracelet on her left wrist, activating it, until the ornament vanished. Her gaze swept briefly over the fire behind her before dropping demurely. Arriving at the outer courtyard, they found the Queen Dowager of Qin wrapped in heavy clothing, tears streaming down her face as she crouched beside the Prince of Qin, crying out frantically, my lord, how are you? What has happened?" On another stretcher nearby, Jun Moi lay sprawled atop it. "Mother, stop crying. Father has fainted from the pain. He received 80 strokes, and combined with his recent exhaustion at court, he collapsed immediately after the punishment was administered." Jun Moi spoke from beside the stretcher. Tears fell even more freely as the Queen Dowager gazed upon her son, lying upon the stretcher. "Moi, and what of you? Are you all right?" Jun Moi shook his head and offered a comforting smile. "Mother, do not worry. I received 30 strokes. I shall recover in due time." Meanwhile, Qin Siyu, who had remained at the Qin mansion under the pretext of accompanying her aunt, now crouched beside Jun Moi, with an expression of anguish, tears glistening in her eyes as she spoke with concern. "Cousin, how do you feel? Does it hurt? Siyu has been so worried. Cousin, you'll be fine, won't you?" Jun Moi glanced at her. "I am fine. Cease your weeping." The family exchanged tender words while she stood feeling rather superfluous. Just as Su Honshu hesitated over whether to say something, the officers impatiently demanded haste. "Hurry along. Stop dawdling. Do you still believe yourselves to be nobles of the Qin mansion? You are now commoners awaiting exile." Drawing upon the original host's memories, Su Honshu recognized this man as Zhao Kuo, Vice Minister of the Court of Judicature and Revision, a man affiliated with the Crown Princess's natal family and thus loyal to the Crown Prince. The estate manager, Master Lu, stepped forward. "My lord, might we be permitted to apply medicine to the prince's wounds? The journey to the northwest is long and arduous." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuo showed no mercy whatsoever. "Oh, Manager Lu, you've grown bold, haven't you? Still calling him prince. You are now commoners. The emperor's forbearance in sparing your heads is itself an act of grace. What do you refuse to accept your new station?" It seems this entire Qin mansion harbors considerable resentment toward the imperial decree. Manager Lu quickly clasped his hands in apology. "Forgive me, my lord. It was mere habit of my tongue. I beg you to show leniency." Zhao Kuo sneered coldly. "I possess neither the courage nor the authority to aid traitors to the state. You would best depart with your escorts at once." At that moment, the officers who had entered to search emerged in a hurried stride. "My lord, the blaze grows ever more intense. We found only a modest amount of jewelry and a few banknotes before the storehouse caught fire ourselves. Our men are currently fighting the flames." Upon hearing this report, Zhao Kuo's face darkened with fury, and he pointed his sword at Jun Moi on the ground. "Jun Moi, explain yourself. Did your Qin mansion transfer the wealth elsewhere?" Jun Moi regarded Zhao Kuo coldly. "Do not spread baseless accusations. Both my father and I were delivered by your own men. Where would we have found the time to relocate anything?" Zhao Kuo refused to believe him. "Then tell me, where did everything go? Such a grand mansion as the Qin residence cannot possibly be devoid of assets." Witnessing this, Su Honshu stepped forward and declared calmly, "My lord, while the Qin mansion is indeed spacious, this residence was granted by the emperor himself. As for wealth, Jun Moi was but a hereditary heir without official rank or salary. The entire household relied solely on my father's stipend, and merely sustaining daily life was no small feat, let alone accumulating excess riches." Zhao Kuo roared, "Absurd. You must have transferred your assets beforehand." Su Honshu responded with composed certainty. "The confiscation edict arrived only moments ago, and your men followed immediately thereafter. Even if we had harbored such intentions, we lacked the means to execute them. The facts prove that the Qin mansion possessed no hidden wealth. Whatever provisions remained, grain utensils, have likely already been reduced to ashes." Gazing upon the nearly engulfed rear courtyard, Zhao studied their faces with ill will. A fine story about the Qin mansion, but pray do you expect me to believe it? Su Hongqiu cast a glance at the flames. Excellent. The warehouse stood mere steps from the storeroom, and now all was well consumed. My lord His Majesty merely stripped the Qin mansion's household of their titles, reducing them to commoners. He did not sentence us to death. If you delay further, we may all perish within these burning walls, and you will find yourself ill-equipped to render an account. Zhao Kuo watched the spreading fire. Although the many soldiers he had brought began fighting the flames, they could not extinguish it entirely in a short time. He could only cast a fierce glance at the few people present before heading to the palace to report to the emperor. The escort head glared fiercely and barked, "Move along now." Manager Liu and his son Liu Shan lifted the unconscious Prince of Qin and followed the escorts onward. Junmoi struggled to rise and walk. Given the blood covering his body, it would be miraculous if he could move at all. Yet since he was her nominal husband, Su Hongqiu stepped forward and draped her cloak over him. "Don't move. Even if you crawl out now, you won't be able to walk." She then turned to Manager Liu's wife Mother Cui and his daughter Lu Ling. "Mother Cui and you Lu Ling, come here. Join Pinger and me in carrying Junmoi." Upon hearing this, Mother Cui and Lu Ling quickly understood and hurried forward to lift Junmoi together. Junmoi observed Su Hongqiu handling the situation with calm composure and couldn't help but feel surprised. She was truly remarkably composed. Chen Siyu supported Chun Wenxiao, the Princess of Qin, as they walked. The two wept throughout the journey, and Chun Wenxiao's personal maid Heir stayed close at her side. Behind them, the Prince of Qin's two concubines wept silently alongside their children. When a family was confiscated and exiled, the personal attendants and important servants accompanied them, while those deemed inconsequential were sold off. A crowd of commoners had already gathered outside the Prince of Qin's mansion. Whether it was news of the household's confiscation and exile, or the spreading fire, either event was enough to draw public attention. The escorts cleared the path ahead. Yet the commoners began muttering curses under their breath. "I never expected the Prince of Qin to be such a man, colluding with the enemy and betraying the nation. He is a traitor to Tianyuan. How could we have ever held him in such high regard? The entire Prince of Qin household is unworthy of our respect." Exactly. As a prince, he already held such power and prestige, yet he still committed such acts of disloyalty and treachery. Exile is punishment too light for his crimes. Precisely. Someone like him deserves nothing less than death. Traitor to the country, he should die without pity. No one knew who threw the first clod of earth, but it landed squarely on Junmoi's body. Then rotten vegetables, dirt, and eggs began flying toward them. Su Hongqiu wanted to dodge, but couldn't while bearing the litter. Chen Wenxiao and Chen Siyu fared no better, their clothes stained and marked. Chen Siyu cried out in indignation, "You insolent peasants!" But when a clod of earth struck her own forehead, Su Hongqiu's patience finally snapped. She cast a glance at Heir. "Heir, come take over carrying Junmoi." Heir looked at Chun Wenxiao for permission, and upon receiving a nod, she stepped forward to relieve Su Hongqiu of her burden. Chen Siyu sneered at the sight. "Su Hongqiu, are you trying to abandon your cousin and flee? I always knew you were ruthless. Only interested in climbing into the Prince of Qin's household for comfort, never able to share in hardship." Su Hongqiu picked up the clods of earth and rotten vegetables thrown by the crowd, narrowing her eyes as she spotted two men in coarse cloth among the crowd who had been inciting the mob. As a trained assassin, she immediately recognized they were no ordinary folk. She hurled the debris at the two men. "You people have no idea what is actually happening here. You let yourselves be stirred up by a few words and start beating others without thinking for yourselves. Do you have no brains, eh? Let me tell you, the Prince of Qin's case will be judged and punished by the emperor himself. His household has already been confiscated and he has been exiled. Anyone who dares lay hands on them again will answer to me. I'm already a convicted exile with nothing left to lose. What do I have to fear from those with shoes on their feet? I don't even know how long I'll survive on this journey. If I can take two of you down with me before I die, that's a fair trade." Several children from the Prince of Qin's household, stung by the projectiles, began learning from Su Hongqiu and gathering debris to throw back. Seeing Su Hongqiu and the others relentlessly flinging debris back, the escort drew his blade. "No troublemaking. This sword has no mercy. The mob witnessing this fell silent and muttered to themselves before stopping. After all, the escort's drawn blade was a credible threat. Su Honshu noticed that the two men who had initially instigated the trouble had quietly slipped away. It seemed this journey would not be peaceful. Certain people would not let the Prince of Qin's household go unpunished. Junmoi never expected Su Honshu to stand beside him and confront the commoners. Indeed, a general's daughter carried herself differently from those refined young ladies of noble houses. Su Honshu regarded Chen Siyu with a gaze tinged with coldness. Chen Siyu, this journey stretches long ahead. Best you keep yourself in check and save your strength for the road. I'll overlook this once for my mother's sake, but speak words I dislike again, and I won't be so lenient. Chen Siyu retorted defiantly upon hearing this. What right do you have to shout at me? Let me tell you, my aunt has already arranged for my cousin to marry me as his principal wife, a status higher than yours. As his secondary wife, you should be the one submitting to me and serving at my feet. Su Honshu replied with biting sarcasm. Oh, is this the upbringing a daughter of the Chun family receives? An unmarried lady learning the tricks of courtesans, throwing herself at men and daring to provoke the principal wife. Is there no one in the Chun family willing to marry such a girl? Or was she born depraved, drawn to stealing other men's wives? Chen Siyu hadn't anticipated Su Honshu would speak so cruelly before such a crowd, and tears of humiliation sprang to her eyes. Auntie, look at her. She's gone too far. Chen Wenxiao felt a flicker of displeasure hearing Su Honshu repeatedly criticize the Qin family. Honshu Siyu is young and merely spoke thoughtlessly. Must you be so harsh? As expected, the relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was always strained. Su Honshu regarded Chen Wenxiao steadily. Mother, you are Junmoi's mother, and I respect you for that. I call you mother. If you wish to keep your niece close to serve you, that is between you and the Qin family. As your daughter-in-law, I will not interfere. But I ask that you control Chen Siyu's words and actions. I, Su Honshu, come from a military family and was raised with love by my parents. I cannot tolerate even the slightest grievance from others. If you are dissatisfied with me as your daughter-in-law, simply have Junmoi write a letter of divorce. From then on we shall part ways. No ties remaining between us. Chen Wenxiao was taken aback by Su Honshu's audacity. What kind of breeding does the Su family have? A mother-in-law can't even speak a word. Junmoi, seeing the quarrel escalate to threats of divorce, intervened in time. Enough. Say less and save your energy for the journey. Mother Siyu's words were indeed inappropriate. Honshu is my wife. Siyu should address her as elder cousin-in-law. He reached out and gently tugged at Su Honshu's sleeve. Do not hold a grudge against Siyu. If you truly dislike her, simply pretend she does not exist henceforth. We were betrothed by imperial decree. Pray refrain from mentioning divorce again. Upon hearing this, Su Honshu fell silent, and the journey continued. Aside from a few ill-intentioned glances occasionally cast their way through the crowd, they encountered no further trouble. After trekking for 3 hours, they finally left the imperial capital and arrived at Farewell Pavilion 10 miles away, where banished family members could come to see them off with silver and provisions. The escorts turned a blind eye to such exchanges, for most of the silver bestowed along the route would inevitably find its way into their own pockets. Rest here for half an hour, then we resume our journey. Su Honshu spotted her parents beneath a distant tree, accompanied by relatives from the second and third branches of the Su family. Having inhabited the original owner's body, she felt it her duty to honor them properly, hoping to cultivate a better relationship with her adoptive parents. Junmoi, I shall visit my parents. Without waiting for his response, she hurried toward the Su family. The Su family was embroiled in a heated quarrel. Madame Su Yang of the second branch railed with visible fury. Who knows what sin I committed in a past life to marry into your Su family? Not only did I never enjoy prosperity, but I am now dragged into exile alongside you. Why must we suffer for my elder brother's mistakes? Su Lichuan's face darkened, but he chose not to argue with a woman. Having been beaten and treated with medicinal herbs, he leaned against a tree exhausted. It was Su Honshu's mother Wei Furong who spoke coldly. Second sister-in-law, we are family and should share honor and disgrace together. Such words cut deep. Hearing this, Madame Su Yang sneered, her face stripped of any lingering respect for the eldest madam. Oh dear elder sister-in-law, I cannot accept such words. What do you mean by sharing honor and disgrace? When the Su family prospered, all glory belonged to my eldest brother-in-law. What did our second branch ever receive? We tasted no blessing, only suffering. Su Honshu's heart grew cold upon hearing this. According to the original owner's memories, the second madam had frequently taken things from her mother and always addressed her with utmost respect. Yet the moment the Su family faced adversity, she was already losing her composure. Second, and are you not afraid of injuring your tongue with such lies? Look honestly at your conscience. Have you truly received no benefit? Consider the fine fabrics upon your body, surely gifted from mother. And the clothing for Su Qianrong and Su Yuanfu, was that not arranged by mother as well? Second uncle's former official position was secured through father's influence, was it not? Now that trouble has struck, you wish to deny all ties. To speak so shamelessly with such entitlement, second aunt, your face must be as thick as the imperial walls. Madame Su Yang had not expected Su Honshu to be so razor-sharp upon arrival, and she was momentarily stunned before fury overtook her. How dare a child interrupt when elders are speaking? No surprise. You've spent too long in the borderlands, truly uncouth. Before she could continue, Su Honshu chuckled lightly. Heh. So second aunt looks down upon those who guard the frontier. Without those stationed at the border, where would you have enjoyed your luxury in the capital all these years, eh? Madame Su Yang opened her mouth to retort again, but third Madame Su Yanshi of the third branch pulled her arm. Enough, second sister-in-law. We must rest now and continue journeying shortly. Wei Furong stepped forward and took Su Honshu's hand. My dear mother is so glad to see you. Are you unharmed, child? Su Honshu felt a warmth bloom in her chest at her mother's concern. Mother, I am fine. Do not worry. How are father's second brother, the younger ones, and grandmother? Wei Furong guided her slightly aside. We are all well. Your father was beaten, but his constitution is strong. I gathered some anti-inflammatory herbs along the way and crushed them for him. He should recover soon. Su Honshu felt somewhat reassured. Both her parents had served on the battlefield and knew how to treat wounds. That is good. She then retrieved a vial of golden wound medicine and pressed it into Wei Furong's hands. Mother, this is golden wound salve. Take it. I may not be able to care for you for some time, so please take good care of yourselves. Wei Furong took 2 banknotes and several pieces of broken silver, slipping them into Su Honshu's sleeve, and spoke softly. Honshu, this is from your uncle. Take it. Now that you are married, you must walk alongside the Jun family. You must care for your husband well. He is injured, so show him extra tenderness. Attend to your parents-in-law with filial piety. Do not worry about us here. We who face the horrors of war need not fear exile. Su Honshu quickly retrieved several banknotes and 2 silver ingots from her spatial storage and slipped them into Wei Furong's sleeve along with 2 steamed buns. She did not dare add more. Mother, I have ample silver myself. Keep this. Time is short. I must go now. I shall find you again when we rest tonight. Rising quickly, she hurried away. Wei Furong reached out, but only brushed her sleeve, so she tucked the provisions away, determined to find a way to pass them to her daughter later. Su Honshu glanced toward Jun Moi, who was standing with the Chen family. She was reluctant to approach, yet felt it improper not to, so she reluctantly made her way over. No sooner had she arrived than she heard Chun Siyu's mocking voice. Oh, Miss Su, did you go to feast alone at the Su residence? Abandoning your husband, father-in-law, and mother-in-law. I wonder how you dare. Su Honshu noticed Chun Siyu's smug expression. Beside her stood a young woman of similar stature, Chun Sit, whose cold gaze swept over them both. Where did this stray dog come from, snapping at everyone it sees? Chun Siyu lunged forward, raising her hand to strike. You little whore, how dare you insult me? Su Honshu seized her wrist and flung her aside with force. Chun Siyu, I have warned you before, do not provoke me. Otherwise I shall not be so kind. Chun Siyu collapsed onto the ground, her hand grazed and bleeding. Chun Sit hurried to help her up. Elder sister, are you all right? She then turned to Su Honshu. Miss Su, this was merely a petty squabble between women. To strike with such viciousness, surely you have gone too far. Su Honshu produced a handkerchief and wiped her hand, her expression one of distaste. By nature I am kind, but for those who throw themselves at my wrath, I prefer to fulfill their wishes. Therefore I implore the 2 Miss Chens to keep their distance, lest you be harmed further and soil my hands. Watching her wipe her hand, both Chen's sisters turned purple with rage, their eyes flashing with fury. Su Honshu, you vile. Su Honshu stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Chun Siyu's face. Dare to curse again, and I won't hesitate to give you another. The commotion was so great that the elders of the Chun family naturally took notice. Never in her life had anyone dared to strike Chun Siyu. Clutching her face, she let out a sharp, furious scream. Su Honshu, I'll fight you to the death. She charged straight at Su Honshu. Su Honshu regarded her charge as nothing to fear. She shifted her right foot to the side, turned her body, easily evaded Chun Siyu's rush, and then kicked her squarely. Chun Siyu tumbled 2 paces away, landing face first in the dirt in a clumsy, undignified heap. Both her face and her clothes were smeared with soil. Aya! Su Honshu, you vile wretch. I'll kill you. Chun Siding was about to act when Su Honshu shot her a piercing glare. Would second Miss Chun like to try? Chun Siding could only go over and help Chun Siyu up. Elder sister, are you all right? Are you all right? Let's go ask grandmother to demand justice for us. Chun Siyu's mother Chun Fongshi was the first to rush over and shield her daughter. Su Honshu, you have some nerve. How dare you strike my daughter? With those words, she raised her hand to slap Su Honshu. Su Honshu reached out, seized her hand, and said, your own daughter has no shame. She keeps throwing herself in front of me for a beating. Can you really blame me? The old Madam Chun hobbled over, leaning on her cane, accompanied by the other 2 daughters-in-law of the Chin family and Junmoi's mother. This is rebellion, utter rebellion. She dares to raise a hand against her own elders. Wenxiao, aren't you going to control this arrogant daughter-in-law of yours? Seeing Su Honshu so defiant, Chun Wenxiao hastily rebuked. Su Honshu apologized to Siyu at once. Su Honshu glanced at her mother-in-law. Clearly the woman could not tell right from wrong and was ready to side with her own kin over reason. Mother, this daughter-in-law has done nothing wrong, so I will not apologize. Chun Wenxiao had not expected her words to carry any weight at all. Combined with her fall from the lofty position of princess consort of Prince Qin to an exiled commoner, she felt stifled with resentment. You claim to come from a great family. You have no manners or breeding whatsoever. Today this mother-in-law will properly discipline you. She stepped forward and raised her hand to strike. Su Honshu could not help frowning. This was Junmoi's mother, her true mother-in-law. She could hardly fight back, but neither was she willing to let the woman strike her. Suddenly a voice called out, Mother! Junmoi came over with some difficulty, supported by Lu Shan. Seeing her son, Chun Wenxiao hurried over to assist him. Year, why aren't you resting properly? Junmoi glanced at Su Honshu before speaking to his mother. Mother, I saw the entire affair. Siyu provoked her first. Honshu did nothing wrong. At these words, Chun Wenxiao's face flushed red. Child, Siyu is your cousin. Why are you taking an outsider's side? Junmoi took 2 more steps and stood beside Su Honshu. Mother, Honshu is my wife, not an outsider. Hearing his protective words, Su Honshu looked up at him. It seemed this man could see things clearly after all. Seeing that her daughter would not receive justice, Chin Fongshi began to raise a clamor. Then Junmoi, are you saying that my Siyu is an outsider? Haven't you any idea how the Chun family has treated you all these years? After so many years of support, has the Chun family become strangers now? The old Madam Chen's face also turned extremely unsightly. Junmoi knitted his brows, a trace of difficulty crossing his face. Grandmother, eldest aunt, I have not denied the Chen family, and I have kept in mind the family's support over the years. But Honshu is my lawfully wedded wife. Siyu has come looking for trouble time after time. That is simply unreasonable. Seeing Junmoi defend Su Honshu, Chin Siyu's tears fell immediately. She gazed at him with an air of delicate, pitiful grievance. Cousin, how can you speak of me that way? At that, Junmoi turned to Chin Siyu. Siyu, this is Exile, not the imperial capital. Behave yourself and save your strength for the road. Then he looked toward the old Madam Chun and cupped his hands in a respectful salute. Grandmother, if Honshu has done anything to displease you, this grandson will apologize on her behalf. But my back has taken the lashes and I can hardly stand any longer. I'll take Honshu aside to rest first. Only then did he look at Su Honshu. Why are you standing there in a daze? Help me over to the shade of that tree to rest. Flustered, Su Honshu reached out to support him. Oh, all right. Seeing this, the old Madam Chun could say nothing more and could only glare at Chun Wenxiao. You can't even manage your own daughter-in-law. Shen Wenxiao hastily supported the old lady. Mother, please don't be angry. I will find an opportunity to discipline her properly. Come to think of it, this was the second time Junmoy had helped her. Well, since he had helped her, she might as well help him in turn. With that thought, Su Honshu supported him and walked toward the distant woods. Junmoy, I need to relieve myself. Would you walk over there with me? Junmoy replied softly, let's go. The couple headed toward the small grove. Junmoy cast a glance at Su Honshu. Her face was only the size of a palm, still bearing a hint of youthful innocence, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. He remembered that trouble had erupted right after they had bowed at the wedding. His father had been summoned to the palace, and he had followed along without even lifting her red bridal veil. A wave of guilt rose in his heart. From now on, no matter what the Chen family says, pay them no heed. Just stay by my side. Su Honshu supported him as they walked slowly. I have never wanted to cause trouble, but I am not afraid of it either. If someone is determined to make trouble, there is nothing I can do about it. As long as you don't side with them, they are merely jumping clowns. I won't even deign to take them seriously. When they reached a place where the grass grew tall and thick, Su Honshu saw that no one else was around. She helped Junmoy to a tree. Wait for me a moment. Then she walked a little farther away. After taking care of her own needs, she took out a small bundle. She also brought out one of Junmoy's long robes and wrapped the medicine loose silver and gauze together in the bundle. Then she hid it inside her cloak. This body of hers was only 15 years old and slender. With winter approaching, the cloak was thick and voluminous, so hiding an inconspicuous bundle was entirely reasonable. After Junmoy had taken care of his own business, he waited for quite a while before Su Honshu finally came back. Let's hurry back. We can buy things here. I still have a jade pendant on me. Take it to exchange for silver later and buy whatever you need. Hearing this, Su Honshu reached out to undo his belt. Not so fast. Take off your clothes and let me apply the medicine. Just now I went to Mother, and she gave me a bottle of golden wound ointment. Seeing that she was undoing his clothes, Junmoy's face reddened at once. He reached out to stop her hand. No need. Just give me the medicine. I'll apply it myself. Su Honshu pried his hand away and continued undoing his clothes. Hurry up, there is no time. We still have a long way to go. Besides, I am a woman, and I do not mind, so why should you? Junmoy had no choice but to turn his face aside, bending slightly and pursing his lips without a word. Su Honshu slipped off his outer robe and lifted his undergarment, revealing a large swath of bruising over his buttocks. In the worst places, the broken skin was bleeding and had stained both clothes and trousers crimson. Luckily, he had been lying on his stomach the whole way. Otherwise, the damaged flesh might have stuck to the fabric. Bear with me. Let me rinse it with water first before applying the medicine. With that, Su Honshu used the cloak as cover, took out a bottle of spirit spring water from her space, poured it over Junmoy's wound, cleansed it thoroughly, sprinkled wound medicine over it, and bandaged it with gauze. I will wrap it for you. You cannot lie on your stomach the entire journey. The gauze will make things a little better. When we left, I grabbed a spare set of clothes and hid them under my cloak. Change into those later, and with the cloak already laid over you, you should not be too cold on the road. Junmoy's face flushed scarlet. She was his wife, true, but the two of them had not even shared the bridal chamber, nor had they come to know each other properly. And now she had seen him in such a state with nothing left to the imagination. Su Honshu helped him change into the clean clothes, then bundled up the soiled garments to wash when a chance arose. She pressed the wound medicine into his hand. When we get back, you and Mother should find a way to apply medicine to Father. I am going out to buy some things. Then she supported him and headed back. Junmoy felt as though the jade bottle in his palm still carried the warmth of her hand. Watching her help him along with careful attention, he spoke slowly. You fetched clothes for me, but did you not take any for yourself? I was not the one beaten with the rod, and I put on an extra layer of clothing. I am not cold, Su Honshu answered as she continued supporting him on the way back. After helping Junmoy back to a seat, Su Honshu drank a few mouthfuls of spirit spring water from her space, then hurried toward the place where supplies were sold. Her own space contained all sorts of things, but she needed a reason to take them out. Su Honshu swept her gaze over the stalls. She first bought a carrying basket, what people today would call a back basket, then bought more than a dozen steamed buns and flatbreads, wrapped them up, and set them aside. She also bought a dozen or so potatoes and sweet potatoes so that later she would have a plausible excuse whenever she took such things out. With the bundle set on top to cover the goods, she carried the basket on her back and returned. When she got back, she saw the Chen family all eating, while Chen Xiu and her sister looked at Su Hanchu with smug expressions. Su Hanchu gave the two of them a faint glance, then turned her gaze toward Jun Moi. Seeing steward Lu Shan Huier and Jun Moi all sitting in front of Prince Qin's stretcher, she realized they were applying medicine to Prince Qin. She could not help but turn around and look in the direction of the Su family. Only after Jun Moi saw his mother finish applying the medicine to his father did he call out to Su Hanchu. "Hanchu, come over." Su Hanchu then walked over, sat down beside Jun Moi, took out a steamed bun from the basket and handed it to him. Then she went to Chen Wenxiao and offered a steamed bun. "Mother." Chen Wenxiao gave her a cold look and spoke with some displeasure. "I cannot afford that, mother, from you. If she did not want it, so be it." Su Hanchu simply handed the bun to Ping. Then she gave one to each person, and steward Lu's family sat down beside Jun Moi and began eating her own bun. Jun Moi took a parcel wrapped in oil paper from inside his robe and handed it to her. "Have this instead." Su Hanchu took it and opened it. Inside was a meat pie that was still warm. It must have come from the Chun family's share. He had not eaten his own portion and had saved it all along. Seeing him eating the steamed bun she had given him, Su Hanchu broke the meat pie in two and handed him one half. "One for each of us." Jun Moi could only reach out and accept the half. Su Hanchu brought the meat pie to her mouth. She had only taken a few bites when a hostile voice came over. "How shameless! You bully our Qin family, and still help yourself to our food." Sure enough, when she looked up, she saw Chen Xiu approaching her with a mocking smile. Su Hanchu took another bite of the meat pie, and under Chen Xiu's loathsome gaze said, "I cannot help it. I have a husband who dotes on me, and he is willing to keep delicacies for me. Are you envious, Miss Chun? Envy is useless, for he is already my husband." As she spoke, she smugly popped the last piece of meat pie into her mouth. The meat pie specially saved by my husband really is delicious." Hearing her say "my husband" again and again, Jun Moi felt an indefinable sensation rise in his heart. Seeing Su Hanchu's smug look, Chen Xiu stamped her foot. "Cousin grandmother gave that to you because you were wounded. How could you give it to her?" Jun Moi was about to speak. But then the head guard's voice came. "Get ready to move out. It is time." Su Hanchu rose hastily. Jun Moi, lie on the stretcher quickly. "We are leaving." Jun Moi hesitated slightly. Having his wife carry him on the stretcher was truly embarrassing. "Why not let me walk on my own?" Su Hanchu pushed him as she spoke. "Hurry. Wait until your wound is a little better. If we lag behind, we will be beaten." Jun Moi had no choice but to lie down on the stretcher. Su Hanchu hoisted her back basket up, and together with Pinger and the others lifted Jun Moi and hurried ahead. Many people in the crowd were weeping, with suppressed sobs and whimpers hanging in the air. At the farewell pavilion, this send-off meant leaving their homes forever. They might never see their families again, and even returning one's bones to the homeland after death would become an unattainable wish. The constable swung the whip in his hand. "Walk faster. Anyone who delays the journey will taste the lash." Su Hanchu quickened her steps again. Whenever Jun Moi raised his eyes, he saw her hands gripping the stretcher. They were slender, fair hands that had never known rough labor, yet they had carried him for such a long way. The winter sun set early. Fortunately, they found a ruined temple in time to rest. Then came the head guard's words, "Everyone stop. We will rest here tonight." Su Hanchu quickened her pace as she spoke. "Quick, rush in and grab a spot." Pinger and Granny Chui and her daughter followed suit and quickened their steps. Because Su Hanchu had been walking at the front all along, she naturally secured a corner in the ruined temple. After setting Jun Moi down, she sat on the ground, a little out of breath, drank a few mouthfuls of spirit spring water, and handed the water pouch to Jun Moi. "Drink some if you do not mind that I have drunk from it." Jun Moi had his own water pouch. Lu Shan had bought it on his orders earlier. But seeing the water pouch she offered, he propped himself half upright, leaned against the wall, took it, and drank 2 mouthfuls. He found, however, that the water was extraordinarily clear and sweet, even more delicious than sugar water. Chen Wenxiao, who had been walking with the Qin family, arrived one step too late and saw that there were no good spots left in the temple. She then had Steward Lu and his son carry Prince Qin over to this side. Jun Moi hastily shifted aside to make room for Prince Qin. Su Honshu rose and bent over the luggage basket to retrieve something, her voluminous cloak shrouding both her and the basket from view. Taking advantage of the cover, she wrapped some white sugar in a handkerchief from her storage space, spoils ransacked from the prince's mansion warehouse. She then took out a bowl she had bought during the day and handed both to Junmoy. Junmoy, I bought this during the day. Mix it with water for you and father to drink. Junmoy took it, saw that it was white sugar, and hastily tucked it away. Su Honshu also took out the steamed buns from earlier and handed him two. I'll take Pinger and the others out to see if we can find something to eat. She then distributed one bun to Pinger and the others. Pinger, we're going out to find food and gather dry firewood. Winter is setting in, and without a fire we won't survive the night. Shui Mama and the others rose holding their buns and followed Su Honshu. Young Madam will come too. Steward Liu also stood up and said to Chen Wenxiao, Madam Ashan and I will see if we can find some game. The group agreed to meet at the temple gate, then scattered in different directions. When foraging for food, they naturally couldn't stay together. If they all stuck together, how would they find anything to eat? Su Honshu munched on a chicken leg as she walked, savoring the secret convenience of her storage space. The meat was still warm. After finishing it, she drank some water and continued on for quite a distance. Suddenly, her foot trod on something hard. She bent down to pick it up. In the fading light, it looked like a wild chestnut. Beside it lay a spiky husk, confirming it. She quickly wiped it on her clothes and bit one open. Good, still fresh and edible. She crouched down and hurriedly gathered the chestnuts one by one. Once roasted, they would surely smell wonderful. If she found enough, she could cook them and save some for the road tomorrow. She also stored a portion in her space. Su Honshu was absorbed in gathering when several people suddenly approached. She assumed they were also foraging and paid them no mind. After all, anyone could pick wild goods from the mountain. But the men drew closer and closer, surrounding her in a tightening circle. Su Honshu stuffed chestnuts into her sleeve, really into her storage space. May I ask what you gentlemen want? The men slowly closed in. One of them spoke. Miss Su, I heard that you and the young prince were exiled before you even had your wedding night. Why don't we help you become a proper woman? With that, he reached out to grab Su Honshu. A sharp, ruthless glint flashed through her eyes. These fools really wouldn't let her have a moment's peace. She seized the wandering hand by the wrist and twisted hard, simultaneously kicking out. A crisp crack sounded, bone popping from its joint, and the first man to approach was sent flying. The others exchanged glances. Let's take her together. Today we'll get a taste of Miss Su. Who knows how many days she'll even survive this exile. Su Honshu's face turned icy, murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Unfortunately, she couldn't kill them now. People could pass by at any moment, and if she attracted the escorts, she'd be in trouble. Above all, she couldn't bring disaster upon her family. Facing the converging attackers, Su Honshu unleashed a graceful double kick that sent two men flying, then ducked under a grasping hand and drove her foot into another man's groin. A pig-like squeal echoed through the woods. Su Honshu targeted the vulnerable spots of the human body, and soon the men were all sprawled on the ground. She walked over to one of them. A dagger appeared in her hand, and she slapped its flat side against a man's face. Talk. Who sent you? The man hadn't expected Su Honshu to defeat so many, yet he still dared not reveal his backer easily. Mercy, Miss Su. We just had a momentary lapse of judgment. We never meant to offend you. One man quietly scrambled to his feet and tried to flee. In a flash, Su Honshu hurled the dagger. It whizzed past the man's ear and embedded itself in a tree ahead, drawing blood from his earlobe. Did I say you could leave? Seeing this, the others dropped to their knees, trembling. Mercy, Miss Su. Mercy. Two throwing darts reappeared in Su Honshu's hand. Tell me who sent you. I'll warn you kindly. Don't try to deceive me. My darts can take your lives in an instant. One man stammered. Why you wouldn't dare kill us? The escort captain won't let you get away with it. Su Honshu let out a dismissive sneer, idly toying with the darts. Which do you think reaches your escort captain first, his knowledge or my darts? Seeing them fall silent, Su Honshu continued. You can stay silent, and I can spare your lives. But I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. As she spoke, she stomped her foot into the chest of a man at her side. Blood trickled from the man's lips as he collapsed in agony. Su Honshu went on. My patience is limited. On this exile road, even the healthy are fortunate to reach the destination. If you're badly wounded, you won't last a few days before dying in these wild hills. At last one man gave in to fear, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Mercy, Miss Sue. We'll talk. It was Miss Chun who sent us. She said that if we ruined your chastity, the Chun family would protect us along the way and give us buns to eat. Su Hanchu's pupils contracted slightly. Chun see you as I suspected. The men continued kowtowing. Please spare us, Miss Sue. We truly didn't mean it. Su Hanchu regarded them coldly. Remember this from now on, don't linger in my sight. Wherever I am, stay 10 paces away. Otherwise, I promise the next darts will land squarely in your throats. She walked to the tree, retrieved the dagger she had thrown, and started back. She no longer felt like foraging. She could always fill her stomach since there were still plenty of flatbreads in her luggage basket. As soon as she entered the ruined temple, she saw Chen Siyu whispering something beside Jun Moi. She certainly knew how to seize an opening, and she had no shame. She never came near when the stretcher had to be carried, but now at rest, she rushed over to cling to a man. Radiating cold fury, Su Hanchu advanced step by step toward Chen Siyu. A sudden, inexplicable fear seized Chen Siyu as she saw Su Hanchu looking at her, as if she were already dead. She scrambled to her feet. Su Hanchu, what do you think you're doing? Su Hanchu seized her hair. Smack, smack. Several resounding slaps landed across her face. What am I doing? I should be the one asking you that. Chen Siyu, I told you not to provoke me. Don't you understand human speech? Or are you not human? She raised her knee and drove it hard into Chen Siyu's chest. Chen Siyu felt as though all her organs were in pain. Aunt, save me. Chen Wenxiao was initially stunned, but then snapped out of it and reached for Su Hanchu. Su Hanchu, have you lost your mind? What possessed you to strike Siyu for no reason? Jealousy is no excuse for such behavior. As she spoke, she pinched Su Hanchu's arm with considerable force. Jun Moi struggled to rise, reaching out to grasp Su Hanchu's sleeve. Hanchu, what has happened? Su Hanchu abruptly pushed Chen Wenxiao away. She then seized Chen Siyu by the hair and hurled her body against the wall. Chen Wenxiao nearly toppled over, but Jun Moi's quick reflexes caught her in time. Mother! Chen Wenxiao felt as though she were about to go mad with fury at Su Hanchu. Su Hanchu, you actually struck your own mother-in-law. Su Hanchu's earlier beating of Chen Siyu had already drawn considerable attention from onlookers. With Chen Wenxiao's accusation, the murmurs among the crowd only intensified. Jun Moi hastily spoke up. Mother, do not speak nonsense. Hanchu did not lay a hand on you. He then turned his gaze towards Su Hanchu. Hanchu, what happened? You would not strike someone without reason, would you? Su Hanchu bit her lower lip, feeling a sting behind her eyes. She had been far too restrained these past days. With reddened eyes, she looked at Jun Moi, wanting to speak, yet finding no words to offer. Members of the Chen family came forward to help Chen Siyu to her feet. Seeing her swollen face and the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Lady Chen flew into a rage. Su Hanchu, I will overlook your usual bullying of my daughter, but now you have nearly beaten her to death. If you do not provide an explanation today, the Chen family will never let this go. Just then Wei Furong entered carrying a bundle of firewood. Witnessing Su Hanchu being bullied, she dropped her burden and hurried forward. Do you truly believe Wei Furong is dead? Bullying my daughter under the cover of numbers. My daughter is well raised and virtuous. She would never strike someone without cause. Before you come to blame her, perhaps you should first question what your own daughter has done. Su Hanchu, who had been suppressing her grievances, saw her mother arrive, and all her pent-up sorrow surged forth. Her nose tingled, and her voice came with a shaky lilt. Mother! Wei Furong stepped forward and half-embraced her. Fear not. Tell mother what wrong has been done. You are not a child who seeks trouble, nor do you need to fear it. Mother is still here. In her previous life, she had been nothing but an orphan, never having experienced such warmth. Su Hanchu suddenly threw herself into Wei Furong's embrace and began to weep. Woo-woo, Mother Chen Siyu actually hired someone to kill me. I nearly lost my life and would never have seen Mother again. Upon hearing this, Wei Furong's expression turned icy cold. While patting Su Hanchu's back to soothe her, her gaze pierced sharply toward Chen Siyu. I never thought the Chen family would wield absolute power even on the road of exile, assassinating whom they pleased at will. I wonder how the magistrate would punish such murderous deeds. Hearing this, Chen Siyu immediately denied it. Who said I hired someone to kill her? I only meant to ruin her reputation. Oh. Before she could finish, Lady Chun clamped a hand over her mouth. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined her daughter would be so foolish as to reveal everything under a mere provocation. Madam Su, on what grounds should your daughter's words be taken as truth? Junmoy had naturally overheard the half-spoken words, and his expression darkened instantly, his eyes taking on a chilling coldness. He had previously thought Shen Siyu merely spoiled and hot-tempered, but now he saw a young woman with truly venomous intent. Dragging his injured body, he advanced step by step toward Shen Siyu. Shen Siyu, what exactly did you just say? Shen Siyu finally realized she had spoken out of turn. No, I didn't mean anything. I only said I didn't hire someone to kill her. She is the one lying. Cousin, you must believe me. I truly did not. Under Junmoy's freezing gaze, Shen Siyu's confidence crumbled completely, and she kept retreating toward her mother's embrace. Seeing her daughter frightened, Lady Chun hastily spoke up. Yea, child, your heart holds only Su Han Chu, does it not? Should her every word be accepted as gospel? She has beaten Siyu to this state, yet instead of holding her accountable, you come to blame Siyu. Junmoy observed Lady Chin's refusal to acknowledge any wrongdoing on Shun Siyu's part, and his disappointment deepened. What had the Chin family become? And I have ears. Surely you know what your own daughter said. He then cast a cold, unforgiving stare at Shin Siyu. From now on, do not appear before us again. A woman of such viper-like nature frightens me. Since the Chun family cannot accept my wife, henceforth the two families shall walk separate paths. There is no need for us to journey together. Elder Madam Chun, supported by others, and having stood for some time, gave Shin Siyu a withering glance before speaking. Yea, this is but a childish spat over jealousy. Is it truly necessary to sever ties with the Chun family over this? Grandmother has cherished you for so many years. Can you simply abandon her? Shen Wenxiao also snapped out of her daze and spoke. Yea, do not speak recklessly. We naturally belong with the Chin family. Is this not all because Su Han Shu acted without sense, provoking so much trouble? Wei Furong could bear no more of this. Lady Jun, speak plainly. How is it that Han Chu lacked wisdom? What transgression did she commit? Should a Chun daughter still unmarried hire someone to strike at her? Shen Wenxiao could find no answer as to where Su Han Chu had erred. She merely looked toward Junmoy. Yea, mother acts only for your benefit. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall require your grandmother's assistance in the future. The Chins and we share blood ties. We must remain united as one family. Junmoy gazed at his mother, disappointment stirring within his heart. Mother, then you may depart with the Chin family. I, along with all members of the Jun household, shall go my own way. Shen Wenxiao's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What have you said? You would abandon your own mother. For the sake of a mere woman, you reject your mother. Junmoy could not help but feel a throbbing headache. Mother Su Han Chu is my wife. Naturally, we must remain together. How can we possibly travel as a single unit when matters have reached this point? Shen Wenxiao, disregarding all else, cried out. Junmoy, I bore and raised you, and yet I am worth less than a newlywed bride. Let me tell you, Su Han Chu may go where she pleases, but you are my son. Wherever I go, you must follow. Otherwise, I shall dash my head against the ground and die here this very day. Su Han Chu, who had been weeping in Wei Furong's arms, froze entirely at this sight. Her tears ceased mid-flow. Holy shit, I know this plot. This is that classic mother or wife dilemma. And here I am living it out. Yet since ancient times, a mother has never been an option to choose between. She is the non-negotiable requirement. Junmoy had never anticipated his mother would utter such final, irreparable words. Mother, your son has not abandoned you. Whether you want to travel with grandmother's family or with us is entirely your choice. No matter what you decide, you are still my mother. Shen Wenxiao, refusing to let the matter go, rebuked him angrily. You have been blinded by a seductive vixen. Now you won't listen to your mother at all, and would even disown your own kin. This is unfilial. Su Hanchu truly felt she could no longer listen. How could Junmoy have a mother like that? All right, Lady Jun. Junmoy is after all your son. There is no need to pin the label of unfiliality on him. Since you can't stand me, I'll go with the Su family from now on. I know you have taken a liking to Chin Siyu as a daughter-in-law. If you truly can't accept me, it's also fine to have Junmoy write a letter of divorce. Hearing this, Junmoy frowned and looked at Su Hanchu with a somewhat stern expression. Su Honshu. Yet in the end he could not say anything. She had done nothing wrong in this matter, but this was her second time mentioning divorce. Indeed, the Jun family was no longer the Prince Chin's mansion. Even though he had always taken her side, she must have wanted to leave as well. Jun Moi's face turned cold enough to be intimidating. Seeing the disappointment and chill in his eyes, Su Honshu lowered her gaze and said nothing. She was not a person of this place and could not treat her husband as heaven or follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Facing discord with her in-laws, she naturally chose to cut her losses in time. Suddenly a deep and resonant voice rang out. "Chu girl, your temper is exactly like your father's when he was young." It turned out that Prince Qin Jun Linfeng had awakened. Supported by his 2 concubines, he was walking this way with difficult steps. A glimmer of light rose in Jun Moi's eyes, and he quickly cupped his hands in greeting. "Father, you're finally awake." Jun Linfeng raised a hand and waved it slightly, then turned his gaze to Chen Wenxiao. "Wenxiao, back then when my mother repeatedly used expanding the royal family as an excuse to make me take concubines, I held my ground and waited until you gave birth to Year, and your position as principal wife was secure before allowing mother to arrange for concubines to enter the household. How can you make things difficult for your own child now?" There was not the slightest rebuke. Jun Linfeng's voice was even gentle. But Chen Wenxiao could feel his disappointment in her. "Linfeng, I was just thinking that by staying together with the Chun family we could look after one another." Jun Linfeng did not take up her words. Instead, he raised his hands in a bow to old Madam Chun. "Mother-in-law, I thank the Chun family for looking after the Jun family while I was unconscious. But the Jun family has quite a few members, and this route is after all one of exile. If the 2 families travel together, conflicts between the younger generation will be unavoidable. On my side, there are still 2 concubines and several children. We had better each manage our own. Once we reach the northwest, we can make new plans." Old Madam Chen knew her son-in-law's temperament. He appeared gentle, yet he was the most decisive in action. Now that he had awakened, Chen Wenxiao could no longer have the final say in the Jun family. "Linfeng, a son-in-law, is half a son. You know in your heart how I have treated you. This matter is only a conflict between 2 children. A few words of scolding on each side will be enough. There is no need to push our 2 families to this point. But what you said makes sense too. How about this? Our 2 families will still travel together, but we will each handle our own meals and rest. As for that girl Siyu, I'll scold her when I return. After all, you and Year both have injuries. If anything happens on the road, we can also look out for each other." The 2 families had been entangled in friendship for many years, so they naturally could not break off over such a small matter. Hearing this, Jun Linfeng conceded. "Then I'll follow mother-in-law's advice." Old Madam Chen glanced at Chen Siyu and her mother. "You worthless girl, why aren't you coming back with me?" Old Madam Chun had spoken, so the Chun family members followed and left together. Only then did Jun Linfeng turn to Wei Furong and Su Lichuan, who had somehow appeared behind Wei Furong, and speak apologetically. "Brother Su, Madam Su, I'm sorry. I've made Chu girl suffer injustice. It was I who implicated the Su family in the first place, and now." Su Lichuan immediately spoke up at this. "Brother Jun, what nonsense are you saying? Between us, why talk about implicating or not? In your heyday, didn't the Su family also bask in the reflected glory?" Jun Linfeng's concubine lady Li said, Master Su, Madam Su, why don't we go over there and sit down to talk? You and the young master shouldn't stand for too long." Seeing the beads of sweat on Jun Linfeng's forehead, Su Lichuan also said quickly, "Come, let's go sit over there and talk. I always told you to practice martial arts more, but you wouldn't listen. Now do you see? Look at me, I can already walk on my own." Wei Furong nudged Su Honshu, signaling her to go support Jun Moi. Seeing her mother's look, Su Honshu could only purse her lips, walk over, and reach out to help Jun Moi. Jun Moi, however, avoided her hand and walked back with a strange posture. What is wrong with this man now? Su Honshu was full of confusion. Wei Furong came over, took Su Honshu's arm, and said in a low voice, Since your own husband is willing to shield you, why did you mention a divorce? I'm afraid Jun Moi is angry now. Find a chance later to coax him well." Su Honshu pursed her lips and said softly, "But his mother really doesn't like me. Mother, a hard life is not a problem, but I don't want to live by watching other people's faces. And his mother has made up her mind to bring Chen Siyu into the family. Even if I have to grow old alone, I refuse to settle for a half-baked marriage. What's more, we are not in the imperial capital now. The days ahead will be tough. All I can think about is how we're going to get through them. I can't waste time every day fighting with Chinsiyu. The men of the Su family had no concubines, and Wei Furong rather agreed with her daughter's view. In the inner courtyard, when there are more women, there are more troubles. You are a girl with your own judgment. Whatever you do, your mother supports your choice. The Su family has never had concubines or anything like that. But you are living your life with Junmoy, not with his mother. Your father-in-law is also a reasonable man. Don't mention the word divorce again from now on. Junmoy is still wounded. When we reach the northwest, if their family really insists on taking Chinsiyu, and then you can say your piece. Anyway, your father and I still have strength. Even by farming, we can afford to support you. Junmoy leaned half against the wall, watching Su Honshu whispering with her mother, then lowered his eyes and stared at the ground. Jun Linfeng, meanwhile, was leaning against the wall, saying something to Su Lichuan. Meanwhile, Pinger and the others had returned carrying a good deal of firewood, and Nanny Chui was lighting a fire. Steward Lu and Lu Shan brought back a dressed wild pheasant. Su Lichuan also stood up and said, Brother Jun will head back to the Su family side first. There are old and young there who need to be managed. If anything happens, just let Chu Chu come back and tell us. This girl's temper is like mine. She is stubborn, so please be tolerant of her and your family. Wei Furong held Su Honshu's hand reluctantly. Talk things over with Junmoy properly. A couple should live in harmony. Mother will return first and visit you next time I'm at rest. After Su's parents departed, Su Honshu retrieved a stew pot from her belongings. Mother Chui, stew this pheasant. I have some chestnuts here as well. Peel them and add them to the pot. I also bought some sweet potatoes and potatoes today. I roast them in the fire so everyone can have something warm to eat. She placed the sweet potatoes, and chestnuts on the ground and happened to grab a few bowls as she went. Jun Linfeng beckoned to her. Child Chu, leave that to Mother Chui and Steward Lu. Come here. I need to speak with you briefly. Hearing this, Su Honshu handed everything in her hands to Mother Chui. She walked over and sat beside Jun Lisher. Father. Jun Linfeng looked at her and spoke. Child Chu, do you harbor resentment toward my actions just now? Su Honshu shook her head upon hearing this. No. The ties and friendships between the Chun family and the Jun family have spanned many years. They truly cannot be severed over a trivial dispute between me and Chinsiyu. Today I have caused father difficulty. Jun Linfeng nodded approvingly at her words. This girl had not been misjudged. She was sensible. As for that touch of fiery temperament, it was hardly a bad thing. It is good that you understand. I must also thank you for your medicine. Without it, I fear I may never have woken up. Take this pill bottle and apply it for a year as well. He received quite a beating too. He handed the medicine bottle to Su Honshu. Upon receiving it, she did not reach out to take it, but instead spoke. Father, you keep it. Mother quietly slipped another bottle into my hands just now. I will apply medicine for Junmoy later. Hearing this, Jun Linfeng put the bottle away. It might prove life-saving during the journey into exile. Very well. You may go. Su Honshu walked over and sat beside Junmoy. Junmoy, let us step outside. I will reapply medicine for you. Junmoy responded in a cold tone. Miss Su is already preparing for a divorce. Why do you still care whether I live or die? As expected, she had angered him over those words. Recalling what her mother had said, Su Honshu patiently explained. Those were careless words spoken in the heat of the moment. Why are you holding on to this grievance? Come, let me help you up. Junmoy gazed at the fire, saying nothing, his body remaining still. Su Honshu reached out to pull him. Even if you refuse medicine, must you ignore me? I need to step out for a moment. Junmoy glanced up at her, but ultimately rose and followed her outside. Su Honshu used spirit spring water to rinse his wounds once more. The damaged areas had already begun to scab over. Truly, spirit spring water was a remarkable remedy. After reapplying the medicine, she bandaged him up. The wound has begun to scab. It should heal soon. We will find an opportunity tomorrow morning to apply medicine again. Having experienced the medicine application earlier that day, Junmoy no longer felt the initial awkwardness. After finishing, the two washed their hands by the stream outside. Neither spoke. On her way back, Su Honshu casually picked some large clean leaves along the path. Upon returning, Su Honshu finally noticed that the ruined temple could not accommodate so many people. Many had to make do under the eaves and in corners. Every face bore the mark of exhaustion. Mothers huddled against the walls, tightly embracing their children. Some shielded their kids with their own bodies, feeding them the coarse buns distributed by the escorts. Occasionally, someone would sneak bites of the provisions purchased during the day. Those who had mantu and flatbreads were the ones whose families had sent silver. The ones without relatives or friends to send money could only survive on the official buns. Mother Chui and Steward Lu had already started stewing the pheasant. Su Hanchu naturally went over, squatted down, picked up some chestnuts, peeled them, and added them to the pot. She also placed a few near the fire to roast. She personally stirred things with a firewood stick. That day time had been tight, and she had not yet had the chance to familiarize herself with the people of the Prince Qin's mansion, nor had she anticipated this situation. Now that time allowed and Junmoi's father had regained consciousness and separated from the Qin family, it was only natural to take care of everyone from the Prince Qin's mansion. Once the chestnuts were roasted, Su Hanchu wrapped some in leaves and walked over to Jun Linfeng. Father, you just woke up and the younger brothers and sisters are still young. You must be starving. These chestnuts were gathered by me outside. Eat these first. In a while we should all be able to have half a bowl of chicken soup. Jun Linfeng reached out and accepted the wrapped chestnuts, his tone filled with concern. Did you save some for yourself? Su Hanchu smiled and replied, I gathered plenty. There are still some by the fire. Everyone will get some. She then returned to the fire, continuing to tend the chestnuts. Once roasted, she placed about 10 on a leaf. Su Hanchu took them over to Chun Wenxiao and handed her the chestnuts. After all family disputes aside, they could not remain at odds forever. Mother, have a few chestnuts first. Chun Wenxiao was surprised she would bring them to her, and feeling it was merely an act, she turned her face away. Hypocritical. Jun Linfeng gave her a cold look. Wenxiao, take it. From now on, do not make things difficult for others, nor for yourself. If you cannot bear staying with the Jun family, then go to the Qin family. Chun Wenxiao had no choice but to reluctantly accept them. Su Hanchu frowned slightly, then returned to the fire. She continued taking out chestnuts, placing some before Jun Moi, and dividing a few among Ping'er and the others. She also tended to the sweet potatoes and potatoes. Jun Moi watched her busying herself the entire time. After eating 2 chestnuts and seeing no sign that she would come over, he wrestled with his feelings before finally speaking. Su Hanchu, come here. Su Hanchu handed the fire stick to Ping'er, signaling her to keep an eye on the potatoes and sweet potatoes so they would not burn, then walked over to Jun Moi. What is it? Jun Moi tugged at her sleeve. Sit down. You have been working non-stop. Aren't you tired? Among all these people, are you the only one capable? Is that it? Noticing his awkward tone, Su Hanchu sat beside him, opened her waterskin, and took a few sips. Truthfully, Jun Moi was only 18. Early marriage was common in ancient times. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he still seemed like a child to her, and even his words of concern came out so awkwardly. Jun Moi placed 2 peeled chestnuts into her hand. Su Hanchu did not decline, and simply put them in her mouth. The savory aroma of chicken soup began to waft from the pot. Su Hanchu rose to stir it with a ladle, yet secretly used the convenience of her spatial ability to scatter in some salt and MSG. She dared not add too much. She would figure out how to obtain more when they reached the next supply station. Bowls and chopsticks were limited. 2 people shared 1 bowl. However, everyone managed half a bowl of chicken soup and 2 small pieces of chicken meat. As for Su's family, Su Hanchu was not the least worried. Her parents' elder brother and second uncle all knew martial arts. Even though her father was injured, the Su family could handle their provisions. The next day, Su Hanchu applied medicine to Jun Moi once again. His injuries had healed by more than half, and he insisted on walking on his own. Perhaps because the Prince of Qin had awakened and separated matters from the Qin family, the following days of travel passed without further incidents. The Prince of Qin's condition gradually improved. However, as time passed, more and more people grew hungry. The escorts distributed only 1 course bun and 1 manta per day. Without money to buy or find additional food, life became truly agonizing. Gradually, discordant voices emerged. Many began to blame the Prince Qin's mansion for bringing calamity upon their exile, launching various veiled criticisms against the Jun family. Even within the Qin family, murmurs of discontent arose in private. Murmurs of discontent spread through the exiled crowd. It's all the fault of the Qin mansion. They've dragged us into this exile. Yes, if not for the Qin mansion, we'd still be in the imperial capital living in luxury. We've never suffered like this before. It's all because the Qin mansion colluded with the enemy and committed treason that brought this upon us. Exactly. Everyone in the Qin mansion deserves to die. Junmoi listened to their grumblings, his expression darkening, yet he found himself unable to refute them, for their exile was indeed a consequence of the Qin mansion's downfall. Su Honshu's complexion was equally grim. When the Qin mansion held power, these very people had fawned over it. Now that they were exiled together, who among them hadn't profited under the Qin banner? Night had fallen, and there was no village in sight ahead, nor any in behind. The guard captain called for them to make camp on a flat stretch of ground. We'll spend the night here. Without shelter from the wind and rain, each of you gather firewood to keep warm. The main group came to a halt. Many collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, especially the elderly, the weak, and the sick who had never known such hardship. Some were already beginning to buckle under the strain. Su Honshu spotted a relatively level area where several trees grew close together. Junmoi, bring everyone here. He led the members of the Jun family over to join her. Su Honshu turned to Jun Linfeng and spoke. Father, rest here for a moment. I thought I heard the sound of running water. Let me go investigate. Junmoi set down his belongings. I'll accompany you. Together they followed the sound and soon found a river. An idea struck Su Honshu. Junmoi, go back and tell the guard captain about the river. Everyone's been walking all day and will need water. Let me check if there are fish here. Junmoi glanced at the river to gauge its depth before nodding. Be careful. I'll return shortly. Once he was out of sight, she retrieved a fish trap from her spatial storage, a tool she'd used extensively in her past life. Scanning the water, she confirmed there were indeed fish present. She chose a suitable spot, secured the trap with stones, placed shredded chicken inside as bait, and concealed it with aquatic vegetation along the bank. Her gaze drifted to a cluster of bamboo growing in the distance. She felt a bamboo stalk, cut it to size, and sat by the riverbank. Working methodically, she split one end into 4 slivers and sharpened each point. Junmoi returned and approached her. What are you making? She wrapped a cloth strip around the middle of the pole, wedged a smooth stone between the split sections to hold them apart, then secured everything tightly with the binding. A fish spear. I've seen plenty of fish in this river. We might have fish soup tonight. She tested the spear, satisfied it was ready. She slipped off her shoes, gathered her skirt, and waded into the water. Her gaze locked onto the fish. When one swam within range, she struck with practiced speed. Lifting the spear, she found a fish of about a pound impaled on the tip. We did it. We'll have fish soup tonight, she said, tossing the catch to him before scanning the water again. He watched her movements carefully, his expression growing complicated as he noticed her bare feet in the water. Others drawing water had begun to notice them as well. Junmoi removed his shoes, gathered his robes at his waist, and stepped into the water to take her hand, guiding her towards shore. Let me handle this. You put your shoes on first. She paused in surprise. Huh. He helped her sit down, then knelt to dry her feet with his robe. Su Honshu, you need to let me help with some things. My wounds have healed. I'm not as useless as you think. When he reached for her shoes, she quickly grabbed them. I'll do it myself. Go catch more fish. A faint blush spread across her face. No man had ever touched her feet before. Junmoi picked up the fish spear and waded into the river. Su Honshu slipped on her shoes and immediately began cleaning the catch with her dagger. Junmoi, proving himself worthy of his former status as heir to the Qin mansion, quickly caught another fish. Su Honshu, here. He offered her the fish. She smiled as she pulled it from the spear. You're quite skilled at this, Junmoi. A smile tugged at his lips. That's because you taught me well. She bit her lips, saying nothing, and returned to her task. Others drawing water nearby noticed their success. They ventured into the water, hoping to catch something as well. Master Fong, the second elder of the Fong family, approached and observed the 2 fish they'd already caught, his attention drawn to the fish spear in Junmoi's hand. Your Highness, Princess Consort, what is this fishing tool? Su Honshu looked up to see a kind-faced elderly man, pleasant enough since she hadn't heard him speak ill of the Qin mansion. Sir, the Qin mansion no longer exists. You may simply call me Miss Chu. Before she could finish, Junmoi caught another fish. He presented the fish to Su Honshu. Second elder Fong, heir apparent, is no longer fitting. You should address me as young master. And Miss Han should be referred to as young mistress of the Jun family. Su Honshu sensed his words were directed at her. While continuing to clean the fish, she replied, "So it is, second elder Fong. This implement is called a fish spear. I crafted it from bamboo just now. It's straightforward enough that if you'd like one, there's plenty of bamboo over there. I'll lend you my knife to cut a stalk, then teach you how to make it, though I can't guarantee success." The elderly man's face lit up with pleasure. With the same tool, failure would reflect only on my own skill. And how could I blame young mistress for that? He set off to cut bamboo. Jun Moi watched her briefly before returning to fishing, his thoughts unsettled by how differently she behaved compared to the noble ladies he'd known. Anyone else with such skill would certainly keep it secret. Elder Fong soon returned with his bamboo. Su Honshu guided him through crafting a similar fish spear. After thanking her with a smile, Elder Fong headed off to fish in the distance. Meanwhile, Jun Moi caught another substantial fish, 2 or 3 catties in weight. The fish seemed to sense the danger and had moved away from that area. Jun Moi waded ashore and retrieved his catch. That should be enough for tonight's meal. Su Honshu knew that managing to catch 4 fish was already a fine result. She walked a little farther upstream, parted the water weeds, and lifted out the fish basket. Sure enough, there were 2 fish inside, each weighing more than 2 jin. Today's catch was truly generous, and Su Honshu's face beamed with joy. Jun Moi had already put on his shoes and continued dressing the fish he had just caught. Seeing her carrying a strange bamboo basket and crouching beside him, drawing out a dagger to stab at the basket, he watched her with curiosity. Hearing the sound of something struggling inside, he was a little surprised. There are fish in this strange basket too. Su Honshu took out the fish she had stabbed to death, placed the basket into the river to let the current rinse it clean, and then loaded the dressed fish that had been lying on the grass into it. I found this basket by chance and decided to try whether it could catch fish. I didn't expect such luck. It actually caught 2 rather big fish. Jun Moi picked up the fish and cleaned it without being asked. Tonight's meal will be plentiful. After putting the fish in the basket, Su Honshu looked at Jun Moi with a hint of hesitation. "We won't be able to finish all this fish today. I want to send 2 over to my parents." On hearing this, Jun Moi nodded slightly. "I'll come with you in a little while. With my injuries these past 2 days, the entire household has depended on you for food and drink. I haven't even properly called on your parents. Since we have the chance today, we should go and see them." Su Honshu was rather surprised. "You agreed just like that?" Jun Moi took the fish-filled basket from her hands and reached out to hold her hand. "Why wouldn't I agree? Setting aside that these fish are more than we need, you were the one who found a way to catch them, so naturally you have the right to decide what to do with them." Because they had both been handling fish, their hands were icy cold. This was the first time Su Honshu had ever had her hand held by someone, and she felt a little uneasy. She tried to pull her hand free, but Jun Moi held it even tighter. At the same time, his voice sounded beside her ear. "Chu, we are husband and wife. I hope you can slowly get used to my presence. There will be many things and many difficulties along this journey, and I hope you can rely on me a little." Su Honshu said nothing, but she no longer struggled and let him hold her hand. When they reached the resting place, Pinger and the others had already gathered plenty of firewood, and Steward Liu and Lu Shan had found some wild vegetables. Jun Moi took out 4 fish and put them into a basin that had been bartered for when they passed through a small town the previous day. He arranged for Mother Chui to start a fire and boil water, saying they would cook the fish when they returned. Then, carrying the fish basket, he went to greet Jun Linfeng and Chen Wenxiao. "Father, Mother, we are going over to the Su family side for a while. Now that your son has recovered from his wounds, it is only right that I go and pay my respects to my in-laws." Chen Wenxiao looked at the fish basket in their hands and could guess at once that there were fish inside. After all, Jun Moi had just pulled several fish out of it. The road into exile is hard. If you have any food to spare, don't forget your grandmother and the others who doted on you as a child. Before Jun Moi could say anything, Jun Linfeng shot Chen Wenxiao a look and said to Jun Moi and Su Honshu, "You 2 go on ahead. Have a few words and come back. Chu girl has good cooking skills, so we will get everything ready and wait for you to come back to cook the fish." Jun Moi nodded slightly at that, took Su Honshu's hand, and headed toward the Su family camp. Jun Linfeng waited until they had gone some distance before turning to Chen Wenxiao. "Wenxiao, it is all well and good to honor and worry after the Chen family, but don't make things hard for the children. Do you really think Heir could have caught those fish? Those fish were clearly caught thanks to Chu Girl's wits. We are already benefiting by tagging along, so we should keep some measure of propriety in our hearts. Chun Wenxiao refused to accept this and retorted. Even if it really was her who caught the fish, so what? She has married into our Jun family, so anything she earns is naturally the Jun family's. Disappointment deepened in Jun Linfeng's eyes. Wenxiao, you said it yourself. Chu Girl married into the Jun family, not into your Chen family. With those words, he walked over to Steward Liu and learned to pick wild vegetables alongside him. The one who had once been the lofty prince of Qin, now reduced to a commoner overnight, had to learn to support himself. Chun Wenxiao reflected that Jun Linfeng had been cold and indifferent to her ever since he regained consciousness. Now that he had finally spoken a few words to her, they were only reproaches. The aggrievement in her heart was unbearable. She resented Su Hanchu all the more. It was all that damned girl's doing. She was a jinx. Soon after she married into the family, the house was raided and the property seized. She had stolen her son's heart and caused her husband to drift away from her as well. With reddened eyes, she walked toward the Chen family's side. At the Su family camp, Wei Furong was leading the two branches of the Su family to gather firewood and light a fire. She had also broken branches and propped them between two trees to shelter the children from the wind, letting them rest there. Wei Furong, occupied with starting the fire, spotted Su Hanchu and Jun Moi coming from a distance, and her face immediately brightened with a smile. On this frantic journey, everyone had been scrambling to look after their own. Besides seeing her daughter at the ruined temple 2 days ago, she had not seen her for 2 or 3 days. She hastily gestured for Su Yanshi to keep the fire burning while her eyes remained fixed on her daughter with anxious longing. Su Hanchu hurried over. "Mother." Wei Furong reached out and took Su Hanchu's hand. "Chu-chu, why have you and the young master come?" Jun Moi stepped forward to greet her. "Moi pays his respects to mother. From now on, please just call me Moi. Since you are Chu-chu's mother, addressing me as young master feels too distant." Wei Furong took Su Hanchu's hand and looked at Jun Moi. "All right then, I won't stand on ceremony. Why have you suddenly come over?" Jun Moi offered up the fish basket. "Mother, these are fish I caught together with Chu-chu. We brought 2 over for you. Just a small token of our regard. I hope you won't think little of it." Wei Furong took the basket and sure enough saw 2 good-sized fish inside. They would be enough for every single person in the Su family to have a bowl of steaming hot fish soup. But she could not bear to accept them because on this road finding even a little food was no easy matter. "You two are good children with filial hearts, but we can't accept these fish. Your father and the others have gone out to look for food, so the Su family will not go hungry." Su Yangshi, standing nearby, stared at the fish basket without blinking. "Su Yangshi, broken sister-in-law, that's easy for you to say. The children are all hungry and terribly thin. Father and mother are old. After this journey, they have long since been starving. When we finally get a little food, instead of saving it for the elders and children, sister-in-law pushes it away." Su Hanchu could not help knitting her brows. Her second aunt was speaking with less and less discretion, and Jun Moi was right there. Wei Furong shot Su Yangshi a cold glance. "If you're so capable, then go find your own food. What kind of behavior is it to covet something a child like Chu-chu found? Second sister-in-law, if you want to keep traveling with our family, then shut your mouth and behave yourself. Otherwise, your second branch can split off and fend for yourselves. There's no need to keep jumping out every so often and making snide remarks." Seeing herself bested by Wei Furong yet again, Su Yangshi went to the old Madame Su's side to support her. "Mother, look at sister-in-law. I was only thinking of the Su family with good intentions." The old matriarch of the Su family rose to her feet. "Eldest daughter-in-law, the second daughter-in-law may speak a little bluntly, but she is only concerned for the children. Why must you be so sharp-tongued?" Wei Furong could not bring herself to contradict her mother-in-law, so she changed the subject. "Father, mother, this is Jun Moi, Chu-chu's husband." The subtext was clear. The Jun family was right there. Was she not afraid of losing face? Jun Moi clasped his hands in greeting toward the old madam. Moi pays his respects to the old master and the old madam. Su Hanchu also smiled and greeted them. "Grandmother, when I was still living at my parents' home, mother often taught me that the Su family has owed so much to grandfather and grandmother's good sense over the years, which is why father has always been able to attend to matters outside without worry. And so all of us younger members of the Su family ought to honor grandfather and grandmother. On this road the food has not been very good. Today Choo Choo and Moi were fortunate enough to catch a few fish. Keeping mother's teaching in mind, I brought 2 over to let mother cook them for you to taste. Hearing this, old Master Su's face broke into a gratified smile. Your mother has always been a very fine mistress of the Su family, and she has raised you children very well. Su Honshu took out a packet of seasonings. Inside were salt, MSG, several dried chilies, black cardamom, ginger slices, and garlic cloves, and placed it in Wei Furong's hand. Mother, when the water boils, put this in first, then add the fish after it comes to a full boil. The fish will turn out fragrant this way. Don't refuse them. The Jun family has enough at their end. I know my limits, and besides, Jun Moi was the one who offered to send them over. Then she turned to old Master Su and the old madam. Grandfather, grandmother, I'll be heading back now. I'll come to see you another day. Please take care of yourselves on the road. Jun Moi also clasped his hands in greeting toward old Master Su and the old madam, then said to Wei Furong, mother, please rest assured. I will take good care of Honshu. Seeing that she could not refuse the fish, Wei Furong had no choice but to accept it. She quickly took the fish out and returned the creel to Su Honshu, thinking that the next time she had something to spare, she would send a portion over to the Jun family. Jun Moi took the fish creel and led Su Honshu back. When they reached the Jun family's resting place, Mama Chui had already sliced the fish and washed the wild vegetables, and the water in the pot was boiling. Jun Linfeng came over carrying a bundle of firewood. You're back. Su Honshu smiled and called him father, then took out a packet of seasonings from her satchel and tossed it into the pot. Jun Moi watched the way she produced the packet, and his expression shifted slightly. That satchel was not large. What exactly did she keep inside it? It felt as though she had everything in there. And when had she managed to stock up on so many seasoning packets? This was certainly not the first time she had taken something out of it. After letting the seasonings boil for a while, Su Honshu tasted the broth and felt it needed a bit more salt, so she added some. Alas, she truly wished she could take out a packet of hot pot base. If she added one of those, the flavor would be absolutely superb. Unfortunately, if she brought it out, she would not know how to explain it. Only after confirming the salt level was right did she put the fish into the pot. Soon the rich fragrance of cooked fish wafted through the air. When the fish was cooked, Su Honshu ladled out a large bowlful, placed the remaining fish into a basin, and then tipped the fish on the cutting board into the pot to cook. Although the fish were not very large, there were 4 of them, so they could not all be cooked at once. On the next supply run, she would have to find a chance to take out the big pot from her spatial storage. After motioning for Pinger to keep an eye on the pot, Su Honshu carried the bowl of fish and broth over to the head escort. The head escort assigned to the group that included the Jun and Chin families was head escort Yu along with 4 escort guards. Su Honshu beamed. Head escort Yu, we had good luck today and caught 2 fish. I've cooked them and brought a bowl for you all to sample. I hope you won't mind the small portion. Head escort Yu took a mouthful of wine to warm himself. Seeing the steaming fish with its appetizing fragrance, he felt his appetite stir. He gestured for one of the escort guards to bring a bowl. He took the bowl from Su Honshu's hands and turned the fish out into it. Young Madam Jun is indeed clever and kind-hearted. Why not just tell me what you need? Su Honshu took back the empty bowl and said with a smile, It's nothing much. The weather is cold, so this is just a little hot soup and a small token of appreciation. Next time you go out to buy supplies, head escort, could you do us another favor and let us purchase a few things? The weather is growing colder, and we need to buy some cloth to make clothes and such. Hearing this, head escort, said, which supply run have you ever missed? Fine, I'll allow 2 of you to go. Just don't cause any trouble. Su Honshu's expression brightened at the words. Yes, head escort, please rest assured. We absolutely will not cause any trouble. Then she turned and walked back. Su Honshu had just reached the Jun family's resting place when several women leading children whose faces looked unwell suddenly knelt down before her. Princess, I beg of you, take pity on the children and give us a little food. We mothers are useless. The children have been starving for 2 days. Startled by this display, Su Honshu wondered what was happening. Jun Moi walked to her side, took her hand, and looked at the kneeling crowd with a grim expression. Su Honshu composed herself, and when she spoke, her voice held a trace of coldness. What are you trying to do? One woman knocked her head hard against the ground before Su Honshu. Please, princess, show us some mercy. We have truly reached the end of our road. If this goes on, the children will starve to death. I beg you to take pity on these children. Su Honshu narrowed her eyes. The food may be poor on the exile road, but the escorts hand out steamed buns in the morning and cornmeal buns in the evening. What makes you say the children are starving? The woman went on tearfully. Princess, we truly have not eaten anything for 2 days. I beg you just give us a little. Su Honshu looked at the children whose faces were timid and frightened. They really had probably not eaten anything. Looking more carefully at the women, she saw despair on every face. Most likely their share of food had been snatched away by someone else. This is the exile road. We are all commoners now. If you want your children to survive, then, as mothers, you must stand up for yourselves. Don't let anyone take what is yours. Whoever grabbed your cornmeal buns, go and grab them back yourselves. I am not some saint, and weeping to me will not do you any good. 2 of the women holding their children with mournful expressions stepped back to one side. But one woman looked at Su Honshu with fury and spoke through tears. Princess, we have fallen into this state because we were dragged down by Prince Qin's household. Since you have the ability to find so much food, why can't you take pity on these children? Could it be that all you high and mighty people have black hearts? Su Honshu could not help frowning when she heard this. What kind of reasoning was that? Just because she could find food, she had to share it with others. Suddenly a voice came from nearby. Cousin-in-law, since you can find so much food every time, why not share some with these children? Look, they're so hungry they've lost all their spirit. You are a kind person, cousin-in-law, so surely you wouldn't just watch them starve to death, would you? They will be grateful to you later. Hearing the voice, Su Honshu looked over and saw Chen Siyu supporting Chun Wenxiao as she approached. Heh! For the past few days, everything had been peaceful. Why would someone suddenly come looking for trouble? Su Honshu's face showed a hint of sarcasm. Oh, Miss Chun has recovered from her injuries, I see. Truly, the journey of exile is full of entertainment. First there were the barking dogs, and now I can actually see a dog catching mice and meddling in matters that do not concern it. Hearing this, Chen Siyu was filled with anger. You? She then swallowed her words, forcing herself to endure. Cousin, I am only offering this advice out of goodwill. As the heir's consort, you ought to consider your cousin's interests. The families exiled alongside us all supported the Prince of Qin's estate. Cousin, you cannot simply watch these supporters of the Qin royal manor starve without doing anything. Your cousin will need everyone's support going forward. Seeing Chen Siyu's words growing increasingly reckless and aware that if such remarks fell into the wrong ears, the consequences would be dire, Su Honshu shot her a sharp, piercing glance. Chen Siyu, what did I tell you? Didn't I warn you not to provoke me? Do you need another beating? Chen Siyu's face twisted with rage. Su Honshu, you are being completely unreasonable. Su Honshu looked at her with a cold smile. Chen Siyu, aren't Qin family daughters supposed to be ladies of refined breeding? Instead of spending your day on proper pursuits, you insist on practicing the sword. Yet you neglect the upper forms to practice vulgarity, repeatedly throwing yourself into situations where you deserve to be beaten. Chen Siyu trembled with rage, yet unable to match Su Honshu in combat. She could only exchange glances with others in the crowd. A woman glanced down at the child cradled in her arms before finally speaking. Our children are starving to death, all because of the Prince of Qin's estate. They must take responsibility. We trek endlessly each day while suffering hunger, yet the Qin estate feasts on meat and fish. Today you must divide the meat among us, or we will not leave. The other women stepped forward with their children. That's right, it's the Qin estate's fault. They must give us food today, or do not blame us. We are already doomed either way. Jun Moi observed their aggressive posture, and his expression darkened. You were indeed entangled by the Prince of Qin's estate, but you chose this willingly. In official circles, when families support one another, mutual burden becomes inevitable. It was your own decision. When the Qin estate held power and prosperity, you shared in its benefits. Now that it has fallen, you follow into exile. Is this not only natural? Leave now and seek your own clans. Do not come here seeking trouble. Chen Siyu stared at Jun Moi in disbelief. Cousin, how can you say such things? Look at how pitiful these children are. Chun Wenxiao stepped forward and whispered to Jun Moi. You perhaps give them some food and send Su Honshu to gather more. These children. Jun Moi glanced at his mother for the first time, his expression carrying anger. Mother, there are over 100 children on this journey. How do you expect me to manage them all? And does Chu Chu owe you anything? Why should she be the one finding food? I think your visit to the Chun family has left your judgment clouded. Chun Wenxiao had not expected her son to defend Su Hanchu once again. You never spoke to me this way before. How have you changed so much after marriage? Has Su Hanchu bewitched you? Hearing this, Junmoi frowned and prepared to respond. Su Hanchu watched as the crowd began to encircle the Jun household, their eyes fixed on the pot of fish within, her faces contorted with greed. These people were actually preparing to rob them. Su Hanchu quickly grabbed a wooden staff and positioned herself near the fire. Uncle Lu Shan, Mother Chui, everyone arm yourselves. Today, whoever dares approach our Jun family's belongings will be beaten. I want to see if anyone truly fears death. Ping Heir and the others seized convenient firewood sticks, their expressions watchful as they eyed the approaching crowd. Jun Lin Feng stood nearby, his expression troubled with a tinge of guilt. The women set down their children and charged toward the Jun residence. Sisters, fight for our children. Death is certain either way. We might as well secure food for them. Mentioning the children drove them to attack recklessly. Su Hanchu kicked one away and swung her wooden staff without mercy. However, fearing fatalities and the complications with the constables, she deliberately avoided striking their heads. Oh, it hurts so much. Help! The Prince of Qin's estate is killing people. The heir's consort is murdering us. Steward Liu and the others struggled to hold back the mob, but seeing Su Hanchu's fierce resolve, they stopped holding back and struck directly. Chaos reigned among the Jun household. Chen Siyu's face showed satisfaction. Once Su Hanchu caused a death, she would face the constable's whip. Oh dear cousin, how could you lay hands on people like this? They came begging out of desperation. You refused to show compassion and instead beat them. They are just pitiful mothers fighting for their children. Su Hanchu listened to Chen Siyu's malicious shouting. She kicked one person aside and made her way toward Chen Siyu. Jun Mo sure understood her intention and, despite never striking women, kicked someone aside to clear her path. Su Hanchu went straight for Chen Siyu and struck her with the staff. Chen Siyu, since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish today. Chen Siyu screamed in pain. Ah, help! Aunt, save me! She rushed toward Chun Wenxiao, who immediately shielded her. Su Hanchu, are you going to strike your own mother-in-law? Junmoi's expression turned cold. Seeing that Steward Liu and the others had the situation under control, he quickly moved forward and pulled Chun Wenxiao toward Jun Linfeng. Mother, go to father. Su Hanchu, understanding his intent, seized Chen Siyu's hair and threw her to the ground. Chen Siyu screamed as she fell. Before she could rise, Su Hanchu's wooden staff descended swiftly, blow after blow. Chen Siyu cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. Help! Save me! Su Hanchu's expression remained cold as she targeted non-lethal areas. Junmoi brought Chun Wenxiao to Jun Linfeng's side. Father, keep an eye on mother. Chun Wenxiao heard Chen Siyu's desperate cries, her face etched with worry. Siyu? Jun Linfeng gripped her wrist firmly. Wenxiao, do not cause trouble for the children, or you will no longer have a place in the Jun family. Almost immediately, members of the Chun family rushed forward with Chen Fong, sure wielding a wooden staff aimed at Su Hanchu. Su Hanchu, you dare strike my daughter again. I will fight you to the death. Su Hanchu raised her hand and swung her wooden staff, clashing against the one held by Chen Fong Shi. Jun Mo Yi simultaneously grabbed Chen Fong Shi's wrist. Aunt, you should keep better watch over Siyu and not let her constantly come here causing trouble. Chen Siyu seized the opportunity to quickly scramble away. Shrieks of pain echoed from all directions. The escort officer came rushing over with his whip, lashing out wildly. No causing disturbances. Jun Mo Yi pulled Su Hanchu aside to dodge. Chen Fong Shi, who had been too slow to retreat, took a full strike to the body and screamed in agony. Oh dear officer, I wasn't the one causing trouble. It was Su Hanchu and her people. Su Hanchu quickly spoke up. Officer, our Jun family has always kept to ourselves here. It was Chen Siyu who brought a whole group to rob us of our belongings. I implore you to investigate thoroughly. Yu Cha too approached with his whip to examine the scene. He saw the people of the Jun family clustered around the pot of fish, their wooden staffs still tightly gripped in their hands. Some of those who had come looking for trouble lay on the ground wailing in pain. A cold voice rang out. Which family do the ringleaders belong to? Take them all back to your families, or don't blame me for being merciless. Soon members from the other families arrived, glaring bitterly at their own people who had caused the disturbance. Don't just lie there. Unworthy trash, were you born hungry? Get moving. Don't drag the rest of us into this, or I'll flay your skin alive. Chen Siyu looked at Jun Moyi with eyes full of grievance. Cousin, can you be so cruel to me? After all I've done for you, after my unwavering devotion, you trample it all time and again, helping Su Honshu bully me. Jun Moyi drew Su Honshu's shoulder into his embrace. Chen Siyu, Honshu is my wife. As I've said many times before, our two families mind our own affairs. Stop coming here looking for trouble, or we shall all lose face. Chen Siyu opened her mouth as if to argue further, but Yu Cha Tu's commanding voice cut through the air. Have you not dispersed yet? Having no choice, Chen Siyu wept and left, supported by Chun Fong, sure, her eyes brimming with endless hatred. Once the crowd had scattered, Yu Cha Tu turned his gaze towards Su Honshu. Your Jun family would do well to keep a lower profile too. Then he turned and departed. Su Honshu inspected the food supplies. No significant loss, though Pinger and the others had sustained some injuries. Su Honshu took out a bottle of blood-activating and bruise-reducing medicine. Everyone has worked hard today. Thankfully, our losses are minor. But such incidents will occur many more times ahead. Remember, never show mercy to anyone who approaches our provisions. Be ruthless. Pinger, this is medicine for bruises and injuries. Have everyone apply it. I'll divide the fish meat. Those who've applied the medicine, come collect your portion. Pinger took the medicine bottle, dabbed some onto her hands, then passed it to Lu Ling, while turning her back against the tree to apply it herself. Su Honshu divided the fish soup among everyone, giving each person several pieces of fish meat along with some wild vegetables. Combined with the flatbreads distributed by the escorts, there was enough to fill their stomachs. After finishing their meal, Mother Chui was about to lead Lu Ling and Pinger to wash the dishes when two women approached, each carrying a child. Your Highness, might we borrow your pot to boil some hot water for our children to drink? We'll wash your dishes afterward in return. Don't worry, we'll be extremely careful and won't break anything. Su Honshu immediately recognized the two women as those who had retired to the perimeter after speaking earlier. Looking at the children in their arms, listless with chapped dry lips, Su Honshu felt a pang of compassion and nodded. The two women hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Su Honshu replied, no need for such formalities. Call me young mistress or Miss Chu. If you don't mind, you may add water to the pot and boil your flatbreads in it. The two women hurriedly thanked her again. She poured some water from a nearby bucket into the pot, adding reassurance. Young mistress will refill the water afterward. Su Honshu watched as the two women carefully retrieved half a flatbread from within their clothes, glancing toward the distance before dropping it into the pot. It seemed they had been badly oppressed by their family clans. She raised her hand and tossed her own portion of flatbread into the pot. Before the women could speak, Su Honshu cut them off. Don't say a word. Jun Moyi had given Su Honshu his flatbread portion earlier that day. Since there was fish to eat, none of the Jun family had touched theirs. Su Honshu glanced at him and saw him nod slightly. So she dropped his flatbread in as well. If you don't mind, use our bowls to eat. Afterward, wash them once and hand them to Mother Chui. Tears welling in their eyes, the two women knelt before Su Honshu in gratitude. She quickly stepped aside. Rise at once. Don't let others see this, or it will only bring unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, the two hurriedly got to their feet, wiping away tears. Thank you, young mistress. It was then that Su Honshu noticed their faces bore a striking resemblance to one another. Are you sisters? The two nodded. One of them spoke. I am from the Tao family called Chun Tao. My younger sister is Chiu Kuei, who married into the Feng family. But our status is lowly. We are but concubines. Along this journey, we have only suffered abuse. So the two of us stuck together for mutual protection, yet even that proved useless. We couldn't even guard our own food, and now the children suffer too. Su Honshu replied gently. A mother becomes strong for her children. From now on, if anyone tries to take what's yours, take it back. Even if it's only for your children, forget all those rigid hierarchies and etiquette rules that bind you. Otherwise, reaching the exile settlement with your children will be nearly impossible. Jun Moyi pulled Su Honshu toward one side. Everyone has their own fate. It depends on whether they can come to terms with it. You've been busy all along. Were you injured earlier? Her arm throbbed faintly. Su Honshu spoke softly. I believe I was struck on the arm. It doesn't hurt too badly. I should be fine after applying some medicine. Jun Mo stopped in his tracks and lifted her sleeve. Indeed, a dark bruise was forming. His expression darkened instantly. You call that nothing? He wrapped his arm around her waist and guided her behind a nearby tree, retrieving the medicine bottle. Bear with me for a moment. I'll apply the medicine and massage away the bruising, or it will swell up tomorrow. Over the next 2 days, if you need anything, call for me. Don't do any manual labor. As the ointment was applied, Su Honshu felt a cool sensation spread across her skin. When Jun Mo gently began massaging with the heel of his palm, she couldn't help but furrow her brows and grit her teeth against the sharp pain. Jun Mo rubbed carefully, his voice tinged with self-reproach. Endure it for now, or it will hurt worse tomorrow. I'm the one who brought this upon you. You shouldn't have to suffer like this. Su Honshu shook her head slightly. This isn't your fault. This is exile. Some hardships are unavoidable. Even without Chin-Siyu, other troubles would arise. There's no need for you to blame yourself. Suddenly, Su Honshu felt a warm flow welling below, and a dull ache began gripping her abdomen. Damn it. Could her menstrual cycle have started at such an inconvenient time? Junmoy, I need to go over there. Junmoy paused in what he was doing. Do you need to relieve yourself? I'll go with you. Su Honshu nodded with a faint blush. Once they had walked some distance away, she discovered that her period had indeed arrived. What rotten luck! Everything had to happen at once. She squatted down to take care of her bodily needs first, then took a sanitary pad out of her storage space and used it. After returning to the resting place, Su Honshu felt her stomach aching more and more. Damn it! Why did this body also suffer from menstrual cramps? This was exile, and in winter at that, the pain would be the death of her. Junmoy saw that she was frowning deeply. He asked with concern, What's the matter? Does your arm hurt? Su Honshu shook her head slightly. She stood up and unfolded the stretcher she had been carrying, propped it against the branches that served as a windbreak, and then sat down closer to the fire. The firewood was burning vigorously, so she was not cold for the moment. Jun Linfeng, meanwhile, had gone with Steward Lu and Lu Shan to gather firewood, intending to stockpile enough to keep the fire blazing through the night. The 2 secondary consorts sat to one side with their children warming themselves by the fire. Chun Wenxiao had probably gone to the Chun family's side again. Junmoy sat down beside. Su Honshu reached out to draw her close and said softly, Honshu, I've told you before, if you need to do something, call me. Don't always handle everything on your own. Su Honshu's body stiffened awkwardly. Junmoy, can I go stay with mother for a couple of days? Junmoy looked down at her. Why do you suddenly want to go to mother's side? Have you suffered some grievance I don't know about? Su Honshu spoke with difficulty. No. You have been by my side the whole time. You know everything that has happened. I'm just feeling a bit unwell and want to go to mother. Junmoy held her close. Does your arm hurt badly? Once we reach the town, let's have a doctor take a look, all right? Or do you not like me being this close to you? Su Honshu shook her head in embarrassment. No, it's not that. I just have a stomachache. Hearing this, Junmoy's expression became somewhat anxious. How could your stomach hurt? Did you catch a chill? Or eat something wrong? We ate the same things. Seeing that he was determined to get to the bottom of it, Su Honshu spoke with embarrassment. Don't worry, it's just that my period has come. Her voice grew softer and softer toward the end. Fortunately, everyone around was a woman or a child. Junmoy's face flushed slightly at this. Although he was newly married, he knew that women had periods and felt unwell. Then if your stomach hurts, what do you want to go to mother's for? Su Honshu did not answer. Seeing her silence, Junmoy pulled her closer. Speak. Su Honshu glanced at him, but still said nothing. Instead, concubine Li, who was nearby, leaned over and spoke. Young master, let me have a few words with the young madam. Just between us women. Hearing this, Junmoy glanced at Su Honshu, then released her and rose to leave. Concubine Li crouched beside Su Honshu. Young madam, do you not have a sanitary cloths? It seemed that Li had overheard their conversation, and Su Honshu was extremely embarrassed. No, I have some, Su Honshu said in a low voice. Young madam, you needn't be shy. I am a woman too. Just now I happened to overhear you saying your stomach hurt, so I guessed that you had started your period. Young madam, although you are capable, you are still young, and I was afraid you might not be prepared, so I took the liberty of asking. Su Honshu lowered her head and said, It's all right. Thank you for your concern, concubine Li. Just then concubine Li saw Nanny Chui and Lu Ling returning with the washed pots, bowls, and utensils. She took the things from Nanny Chui's hands and set them on the ground, then pulled Nanny Chui aside and whispered a few words. Nanny Chui nodded in response. Then she walked over to Jun Moi, who was in the distance. Su Honshu felt her stomach growing more painful. She took a painkiller and swallowed it. She did not want to become dependent on the medicine, but in this situation, she was afraid she couldn't endure without it. Jun Moi came back and sat down beside Su Honshu. He pulled his cloak tighter, wrapped her whole body in his arms, and beneath the cloak moved his hand toward her lower abdomen. Su Honshu's body went rigid. Although the two of them were married, they had been exiled immediately after the wedding. Along the whole journey, the most they had done was hold hands or put an arm around each other's shoulders. They had never been this intimate. What's more, everyone was resting out in the open. How awkward if someone saw them. Jun Moi, what are you doing? Jun Moi lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Nanny Chui said that if I rub your belly and keep you warm, you'll feel more comfortable. Su Honshu's face flushed red at once. No need, people will see. Jun Moi tightened his arms around her. Don't move. So what if they see? We are husband and wife. Oh, what's wrong with an embrace? Suddenly the voices of Steward Lu and Jun Linfeng came over. Su Honshu was terribly embarrassed. Let go of me quickly. Jun Moi shifted, leaned against a nearby tree, pulled Su Honshu into his arms, and wrapped her snugly in his cloak. Rest against me. Jun Linfeng did not see Su Honshu and had been about to ask, but concubine Li tugged at his sleeve. She gestured toward Jun Moi's arms. Jun Linfeng understood at once. The young couple had grown fonder of each other, which was something he was naturally happy to see. Concubine Li also chose a place beside them and moved part of the fire over there. Nanny Chui along with Lu Ling and Pinger fetched some branches and strung them between two trees. Thus they had another sheltered spot from the wind. They had gathered quite a lot of firewood today. On the Jun family side, apart from the two youngest children, everyone was able to work. As long as they were willing to lend a hand, they would never lack firewood. It was getting late, and many people had already gathered near the fires to rest. Chen Wenxiao finally returned at a slow pace, and concubine Li murmured a few words to Jun Linfeng. My lord, let's all rest over here. The young madam must have been exposed to a fair amount of wind today, and is feeling unwell. Let Pinger, Nanny Chui, and Lu Ling stay together with the young couple, so they can look after them. Jun Linfeng naturally understood what she meant. She was afraid that the young couple would feel constrained by the elders and children around. Nanny Chui and the others were, after all, servants and women. You have always been thoughtful. Concubine Li saw that Chen Wenxiao was already approaching, so she hurriedly said in a low voice, My lord asked the madam to join us. Jun Linfeng nodded slightly. He pulled Chen Wenxiao, who had been heading toward Jun Moi, over to his own side. A night passed. Because she was unwell, Su Honshu slept fitfully all night, waking from time to time until she saw the sky begin to brighten faintly. As soon as Su Honshu stirred, Jun Moi woke up. What's wrong? Does it hurt badly? Su Honshu shook her head slightly. Judging by the sky, it must be around the hour of the rabbit, roughly 5 to 7 in the morning. I'll have Nanny Chui cook some porridge. Once we eat, we'll have the strength to continue the journey. With that, she woke up Chui Mama and Pinger, instructing them to boil a pot of water for porridge. She then took out several sweet potatoes and asked Pinger and Lu Ling to wash them. She walked toward the distant woods again. Jun Moi, seeing this, naturally understood what she intended to do. He walked over and pulled her into his cloak. I'll accompany you. After changing, Su Honshu went to the riverbank to wash her hands. Returning, she took out a small bag of rice from her pouch and directed Jun Moi to pour it into the boiling water. Pinger returned with the washed sweet potatoes. Su Honshu instructed her to put them in the pot. Once boiled, she mashed them with a spoon. As dawn grew brighter, everyone was awakened by the fragrant sweet potato porridge. Su Honshu took out a large bowl and Jun Moi filled it. Together, they delivered it to Yicheu. Afterward, the escort officers of their group each received more than half a bowl of porridge. Then everyone from the Jun family also received over half a bowl of the sweet potato porridge. People in the distance watched the Jun family eating and couldn't help but drool, but could only watch with envy. Since the Juns always shared their food with him, and the guards in charge of their escort Yicheu became much more lenient toward them and waited for the Juns to finish packing before calling for departure. The Chun family noticed they had been delayed because of the Juns. While other groups had already departed, it was only the Jun and Chun families who remained at the end. Moreover, the Juns never shared anything with the Chins, which left the Chun family resentful. Jun Moi knew how precious that pouch was to Su Honshu, carrying it himself these past few days. But as they walked, noticing her pace, slowing and clearly lacking strength, he handed the pouch to Pinger. He warned Pinger not to let anyone touch it, then draped his cloak over Su Honshu and crouched in front of her. "Get on, I'll carry you on my back." She truly couldn't walk much further. Her body was still too weak, but she felt embarrassed to ask Jun Moi to carry her. "I can still walk." Jun Moi lifted her legs onto his back anyway. Su Honshu hastily wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning against his back shyly. "I'm afraid your back wound hasn't fully healed." He carried her step by step. "The scabs have all fallen off now, it'll be fine. Just lie still." Hearing this, Su Honshu pulled the cloak tighter around them both. Oh! Far away, Chin Siyu saw Jun Moi, actually carrying Su Honshu, grinding her teeth as she prepared to chase after them. But Chun Fengshi grabbed her hand. "Siyu, he has no feelings for you. Stop pursuing this and humiliate yourself." Chun Siyu felt a surge of resentment. Hearing this, her voice bitter as she spoke. Why? Why should my cousin treat me this way? We grew up together since childhood." Her eyes reddened and tears fell as she finished speaking. Seeing her daughter cry, Chun Fengshi's heart ached. She spoke softly. "If Jun Moi doesn't appreciate you, so be it. Don't grieve. We Chin family is already considering other options. Perhaps it's better you didn't marry him after all." Chun Siyu quickly turned to her mother. "Mother, what do you mean?" But Chun Fengshi kept her cryptic. "You'll understand later. For now, don't provoke them these next few days. Look at all your injuries. Let's endure temporarily." Chun Siding supported Chun Siyu as they walked. "Sister, the mountain remains green, so there's always firewood to burn. For now, don't clash with Su Honshu. I guarantee there will come a day when she's the one crying." With both cloaks covering her and her belly pressed against Jun Moi's warm back, Su Honshu felt thoroughly warmed and much more comfortable. She even drifted off to sleep on his back. Hearing her steady breathing, a smile crossed Jun Moi's face. Fortunately, he'd trained in martial arts since childhood, so carrying her all day wouldn't be an issue. At noon, the escort head found level ground for everyone to rest. "Line up to receive buns." Everyone hurried to form a queue. The guards distributed a bun to each person. With such short rest time and no opportunity to start a fire for food, everyone sat on the ground eating buns and drinking cold water. Suddenly, commotion erupted in the distance. "These buns were given to us by the escort officer. Why are you trying to steal them? What makes the mistress special? Everyone's a commoner now. You have no right to bully others." Su Honshu looked over and saw Chun Tao and Xiao Kuei standing protectively behind their children, each brandishing a wooden staff as if ready to fight to the death, while the kids chewed on buns behind them. Opposite them were members of the Tao and Fong families, their faces twisted with hostility. "Chun Tao, be sensible. Hand over the buns, or you and your child will never know peace." As they spoke, several people lunged at the sisters. They swung their staffs desperately to defend themselves, driven only by the desire to let their children have another bite of bun. Su Honshu watched with furrowed brows. Don't the guards intervene in situations like this? Jun Moi handed her a water flask. "This is the hot water Chui Mama prepared this morning. I kept it close to my body, so it's still warm. Drink this and don't have anything cold right now." Su Honshu was surprised by such thoughtfulness. Did men this kind exist, even in ancient times? She reached out, took it, and drank. Jun Moi gazed into the distance and spoke slowly. "On the journey of exile, fighting over shelter, food, even clothing. This is all normal. As long as no one dies, the guards won't interfere with these conflicts. There are too many exiled people to keep track of." By then, the children of both Chun Tao and Xiao Kuei had finished their buns. Though the two women had sustained injuries, seeing their children fed made them feel the wounds were worth it. The young mistress was right. All mothers must stand firm to protect their children. What use are distinctions of rank and propriety when survival is at stake? When the Tao and Fong families saw the buns were gone and feared the guards might intervene if they continued, they cursed and departed. "Hi, you little bitch, just wait. I'll make you regret everything you've done." After embracing their children and giving them water, Chun Tao and Xiao Kuei noticed no one was watching and made their way limping towards Su Honshu. "Young mistress, thank you for waking us up yesterday. Seeing the bruises on their hands and faces, Su Honshu offered a reminder. It was merely words spoken in passing, and you were the ones who chose to listen. This journey is still long. You must protect not only your children, but yourselves as well, for a child needs a living mother to survive. Both nodded eagerly. Yes, we thank you for the reminder, young mistress. Then they glanced at Su Honshu once more. Young mistress, might we stay near the Jun family? We'll keep our distance and won't cause you any trouble. Su Honshu cast a questioning glance at Junmoy. Junmoy gently brushed his fingers through her hair and spoke. I will follow your lead. Rest assured with me here, if anyone dares to cause trouble, you need not fear. Su Honshu nodded to Chun Tao and Xiaokuei. The two thanked her with deep gratitude. Fearful of troubling her, they moved to a place farther from the Jun residence to rest. Su Honshu witnessed this scene unfold. After they sat down, the two children pulled something from their embrace and pressed it into their mother's hands. Chun Tao and Xiaokuei raised their hands to wipe away their tears. Su Honshu immediately guessed those were the steamed buns the children had secretly hidden, and a wave of emotion stirred within her. Indeed, the bond between mother and child is the most moving force in the world. Her hand slipped beneath her cloak as she retrieved oil paper from her spatial storage, portioned out some medicinal ointment for bruises, wrapped it carefully, and sent Pinger to deliver it to them. An hour later, they resumed their journey. Su Honshu took another painkiller and continued onward. Junmoy had offered to carry her, but she insisted on walking. Seeing her insistence, Junmoy held her hand tightly and walked alongside her, watching her condition closely. Fortunately, their luck held. As dusk settled, they arrived at a small town. Constable, you selected an inn for them to rest. Su Honshu handed over silver and requested 2 adjoining large rooms from the innkeeper, ordering food to be delivered upstairs. The innkeeper, aware they were exiles, charged premium prices. Yet Su Honshu possessed ample gold and silver within her spatial storage. Such expenses mattered little to her. After settling their belongings, Su Honshu sought out Constable Yu. Constable Yu, we would like to trade for some necessities. Would that be permissible? Constable Yu glanced at the two of them. Only 2 may go. If you flee, none from the Jun or Su families will be spared. Su Honshu stepped forward and pressed 2 taels of silver into Constable Yu's hand. Constable Yu, I wish to purchase an additional pot, so we can prepare hot soup along the way and keep everyone warm. Would you do us a favor and allow 1 more person to accompany us? Constable Yu recalled how she always brought him a portion of her cooking and acknowledged that their current pot was indeed too small. He tucked the silver into his robes. Return early. We will be doing head counts tonight. Su Honshu replied with a bright smile. Understood. Thank you, Constable Yu. She then accompanied Junmoy and Lu Shan to the streets to make purchases. Junmoy pressed a jade pendant into her palm. Honshu, take this. You can exchange it for money. In matters of managing our affairs here, I am no match for your prudence. Su Honshu returned the jade pendant to his hand. Did I not tell you last time? I still have silver. This is a dragon pendant. It must hold great significance for you. Keep it yourself. Junmoy pressed the jade pendant firmly back into her palm. It truly does. This was crafted by the Imperial Household Department for every Imperial grandson at birth. My grandfather commissioned it. I have worn it close to my body all along. If you will not use it to exchange for silver, then keep it safe. I have nothing else of value to give you. This felt uncomfortably like he was offering her a token of affection. But seeing his persistence, Su Honshu accepted it. Such back and forth between them would accomplish nothing. Still, one could not accept a gift without offering something in return. She retrieved a sharp dagger from her spatial storage, one she had accidentally obtained in her previous life. This is for your protection. Junmoy examined the dagger with a smile, then drew Su Honshu close, wrapping an arm around her waist as he leaned in. Thank you for the gift, my lady. I like it very much. His warm breath against her ear made her cheeks flush. Junmoy watched her blush, his smile widening. His wife was endearing and remarkably capable. They traveled to the blacksmith district, purchasing a large iron cauldron and a bow and arrow set for hunting along the road. They also bought a spacious bamboo basket for Lu Shan to carry the cooking utensils. Fearing they would miss the roll call, Su Honshu sent Lu Shan back to the inn first. She and Junmoy went to the textile shop, purchasing medium-quality fabrics, 2 quilts, several loose-fitting gowns, and women's dresses. The shop's inventory was nearly cleared out. The shopkeeper's face split into a wide grin at their generous purchases. Sir and madam, with so many goods, would you need delivery service? Su Hongchu smiled eagerly. Yes, indeed. We could not possibly carry all of this ourselves. Would you arrange delivery to Yuan? The shopkeeper quickly summoned a cart. Su Hongchu paid promptly, then her gaze drifted to a pile of fabric scraps nearby. Shopkeeper, could I have some of these fabric scraps? The shopkeeper generously offered them freely. Take as much as you wish. They serve little purpose to me. Su Hongchu gathered a bundle and set it aside with the purchased goods. Then I thank you, shopkeeper. The two rode back on the textile shop's cart. Along the way, they bought additional steamed buns, white and brown sugar, medicinal herbs for colds and fevers, and some strong liquor. All of these existed within her spatial storage, but she wished to acquire some openly first. Otherwise, there would be no pretext for drawing items from within. Upon returning to the inn, Su Hongchu spotted Constable Yu waiting on the corridor. It was only natural. If a prisoner died, the matter was minor, but if one went missing, he would face severe punishment. Su Hongchu approached with a smile and presented a wine flask. The wine inside had long since been swapped for fine liquor from her spatial storage. Constable Yu, sorry to keep you waiting. I smelled this wine along the way and found it quite fine, so I acquired a flask for you. The weather grows colder. This will help keep you warm. Constable Yu's stern expression softened at her thoughtfulness. Do not be late next time. Meanwhile, Junmoy had already called upon Lu Shan and Pinger to unload the quilts and fabrics from the cart into their rooms. The other exiles, unable to afford rooms, watched from the corridor as the Jun family brought in so many provisions, and envy surged once more. Su Hongchu distributed clothing to everyone, then set aside 2 bolts of cloth and 2 outfits for her mother at the Su residence, along with some fabric strips for them to use as needed. But no matter how carefully she arranged things, it only fueled resentment among the others. As soon as she returned to the Jun family's rooms, Chun Wenxiao's sour voice rang out. The madam of the Su family certainly knows how to raise her daughters, thinking only of her natal family with whatever good things come her way. Su Hongxin frowned involuntarily. She had bought one for Chun Wenxiao too, so why was the woman still picking a quarrel? Junmoy clasped her hand, his fingertip tracing light circles on her palm. He then looked toward Chun Wenxiao. Mother Hongxin bought one for you as well. Did you not receive it earlier? I recall handing it to you personally. Chun Wenxiao's expression stiffened at these words. Am I not even allowed a single word of rebuke as her mother-in-law? Junmoy spoke up in response. Mother, it is proper for elders to instruct the younger generation, but there must be reason. Hongxin bought clothes for her parents, for you and father, and even for every member of the Jun family. What more could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Chun Wenxiao's face grew even uglier. You all went out shopping and even honored the Su family. Why did you not buy anything for your grandmother's household? Your grandmother has always treated you so well. Junmoy's expression darkened at these words. Mother, the money spent these days is all from Hongxin's dowry, given to her by Lady Su when she married. She has been supporting the entire Jun family with her dowry. Must she also look after the Chen family? Grandmother was kind to me, and that is a debt I owe her. What does it have to do with Hongxin? If you must blame someone, blame me for being incompetent. Su Hongxin felt a warmth in her heart at these words. This man was refreshingly clear-headed, defending her time and again. She was not made of stone. Perhaps once they reached the place of exile, she could make a proper life with him. Jun Lifeng stepped forward and spoke. Enough, Wenxiao. The children have gone to great lengths to provide food and clothing for the entire household, sparing us the hardship. That is a blessing. You should learn to be content. Thereupon he handed his jade pendant, a hairpin, and a thumb ring to Junmoy. I know the 6 noble arts, but I know nothing of daily necessities. On this journey, we must rely on the 2 of you to feed this whole family. Chu girl is knowledgeable and kind-hearted, and she can protect the Jun family from outsiders. Take these trifles, you and your wife. Exchange them for money to buy food. Seeing this, Chun Wenxiao hastily interjected. Husband, how can you? Jun Linfeng placed the items into Junmoy's hands. He cut her off. That's enough, Wenxiao. We have been husband and wife for many years, and I do not wish to say harsh words to you. Won't you show some sense of propriety yourself? Su Hongxin had not expected Jun Linfeng to hand over the decision-making power to her and Junmoy. After all, those possessions were the last remnants of his identity as the Prince of Qin. From the side, June Li, one of the concubines, also stepped forward. Young madam, I too have something to give you. Since you and the young master are managing our food and clothing, please take the silver my family sent me. It is not much, as my family is of modest standing. With that, she handed several banknotes to Su Hanshin. Su Hanshin was not one to refuse silver, especially since she was indeed managing the family's meals. She took the notes and saw several of 10 taels and one of 100 taels. This concubine Li was quite wealthy. No wonder she and her children had lived comfortably even before they joined the household. Jun Linfeng's other concubine, Jun Qian, also offered 2 banknotes. Young madam, no one from my family came to see me off. This is what I saved up over time and secretly brought along that day. Please take it. Su Hanshin took them and saw one note of 100 taels and one of 10 taels. She took out the 100-tael note, withdrew one of the 100-tael notes from what concubine Li had offered, and returned the rest to the 2 women respectively. Concubine Li, concubine Qian, the journey ahead will indeed require spending on food, drink, and favors. Let me take a portion and you each keep the rest. If any remains when we reach our place of exile, I will return it to you. If it falls short, I will ask you for more. The 2 women took back their banknotes. Su Hanshin then took out 2 bolts of gray coarse cloth and 2 bolts of medium quality cloth along with needles and thread and gave them to the 2 concubines. I only managed to buy clothes for the adults. You'll need to make the children's clothes yourselves. Use the coarse cloth to make shoes for yourselves and the children. This road will wear out many pairs. The 2 quickly accepted the items. Thank you, young madam. Jun Linfeng spoke up. All right, let us all go to the next room and let the young couple have something to eat. Soon the inn-server brought 2 servings of rice, a simple stir-fry dish, and a bowl of soup. It was likely prepared by Jun Linfeng or concubine Li. Jun Moi took her hand and led her to sit. Hanshin, sit down quickly. Drink some soup while it's hot and warm yourself up. Meanwhile, in the Chun family's room, 2 tables were laden with all manner of delicacies, chicken, duck, fish, and meat. The Chun family gazed with moved expressions at Chun Wenlan, who had married into the Prince Duan's household as a secondary consort, now seated at the head of the table. Mother, 2 elder brothers, 2 sisters-in-law, and the children, please eat well. This journey has been hard on you. The Chun family members immediately dug into the bounty on the table. Old Madam Chun wept. Wenlan, you are a good one, not like your elder sister. She cannot even keep her own daughter-in-law under control. Chun Siyu also hastily complained to her aunt. Second aunt, you finally come. Su Hanshin has been bullying me to death. Chun Wenlan patted her hand in reassurance upon hearing this. Second aunt knows. Your aunt is also at fault. She never knew how to protect you. In the past, she always said she would have you as her daughter-in-law. With such a weak temperament, how would the Chun family dare to send their daughters to her household? Chun Fengshe wiped her tears with a handkerchief. That's why I say you, Wenlan, are the truly good one. Only you still care about the Chun family, and remember your nephews and nieces. Wenlan, your sister-in-law, dares not hope for much. Siyu and Siding are delicate girls. How could they endure the hardships of the road into exile? Think of some way to take these 2 children with you. Their future will be entirely in your hands, their second aunt. Chun Wenlan's face showed some difficulty as she spoke. Sister-in-law, it is not that there is no way, but I fear you might not be willing. Our Chun family is no longer what it once was. Siyu and Siding have beauty and talent, but without family backing and with the stigma of exile, common families would not dare to marry them. They might be taken in by the imperial household, but even then only as concubines. Chun Fengshe's expression soured at these words. But is it not enough that they have you as their aunt? Chun Wenlan sneered inwardly. Her sister-in-law still looked down upon concubines as always. Recalling the mission the Prince of Duan had given her, she patiently continued. Sister-in-law, our Siyu and Siding are both beautiful and accomplished in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As long as they escape this road of exile, what worry is there for their futures? Old Madam Chun, having managed the Chun family for many years, could tell that matters were not so simple. Wenlan, everyone in this room is of your own blood. Speak frankly. Which prince's household can you place Siyu and Siding in, and what must the Chun family pay in return? Chun Wenlan knew that nothing could be concealed from her mother, so she spoke plainly. Mother Si Ting is about the same age as the crown prince's heir apparent, and Siyu's age is comparable to the heir of the Prince of Duan's mansion. The next city we pass through lies within the crown princess's family's territories. The Prince of Qin has been a prince for many years. As long as he draws breath, the crown prince will never feel secure. It all comes down to how the Chun family chooses to play their hand this time. Upon hearing this, Lady Chun hastily interjected. What is there to deliberate? We will of course follow your counsel. After all, you are Cu and Si Ting's own aunt, and you would never harm them. Rest assured, whatever tasks you require of us, we shall carry them out without fail. Elder Madam Chun pondered for a moment before speaking. We understand. Tell the person behind you that the Chun family will give this serious consideration. Upon hearing this, Chun Wenlan's face lit up with delight. Very well, mother. Rest assured your daughter will find a way to bring the Chun family back. As she spoke, she picked up some dishes and served them to Elder Madam Chun. Come, mother, please eat first. Tomorrow I will arrange for the escorts so that you will suffer less hardship along the journey. One night passed. Early the next morning, Su Honshu awoke in Jun Moi's arms. This was the first time the two had shared a bed and slept embraced. Pinger and Madame Chui had spread bedding on the floor. Jun Moi sensed that she had awakened and opened his eyes. You're awake. Su Honshu nodded. Yes. We acquired far too many provisions yesterday, so we need to prepare in advance. The others on the floor also woke up. Su Honshu sat up and looked at them. I'll go buy some food. You tidying up, tie the cloths and quilts we brought back yesterday into bundles and carry one each. That way everyone will bear a lighter load. Jun Moi also went out to find the innkeeper and arranged for hot water to be stored in water skins. Soon Jun Linfeng and the others from next door also awakened. After eating 2 meat buns, they heard the sound of the constable's voice outside. Everyone out. Prepare to set off. Lu Shan shouldered the basket containing pots, bowls, and utensils. Madame Chui, Lu Ling, and Swayer each carried a quilt on their backs. Pinger still bore Su Honshu's luggage on her back. Jun Moi held Su Honshu's hand. Through these days together, the distance between the two had drawn closer, and they appeared ever more intimate. Perhaps because they had made provisions at the previous town, incidents of fighting over food became far fewer on the road ahead. Nevertheless, whenever they stopped to rest, Chun Tao and Shou Kuei would keep the children nearby. Su Honshu's belly still ached faintly at times, but with Jun Moi thoughtfully carrying her on his back whenever possible, she managed tolerably well. Winter weather was often overcast, and Su Honshu worried about rain, especially since the Jun family was still carrying quilts. On this day, when the group camped again, Su Honshu spotted several wild palm trees and decisively chose their resting place nearby. Consort Li and Consort Qian took the children to gather firewood and guard their belongings, while Su Honshu and Jun Moi set out together with bows and arrows in search of food. Jun Linfeng and Steward Lu set off with buckets to find water. Upon entering the forest, Su Honshu and Jun Moi agreed on a meeting place and then split up to search for food separately. Although Jun Moi objected to separating, Su Honshu insisted. How could she retrieve items from her spatial pouch if they stayed together? After walking for quite some time and ensuring no one was nearby, Su Honshu opened the cloth bag she had asked Aunt Li to make for her. She crouched down within the tall grass. She took out some mushrooms from her space, followed by some yams and chestnuts. Thinking for a moment, she also withdrew a few eggs. She would simply claim they were wild eggs later if questioned. To avoid suspicion, she even smeared soil onto the yams. Then she made her way slowly toward the agreed gathering point. However, she suddenly noticed something dark and clustered growing upon a dead tree. The light was dim, but Su Honshu stepped forward, plucked one, and confirmed. It was wood ear mushroom. Overjoyed, she hurriedly gathered as many as she could carry. Her cloth bag was already quite full, and after stuffing in several large clusters, there was no room left. She decisively deposited the remainder into her spatial pouch. Upon reaching the meeting place, she sat down and waited. Soon Jun Moi arrived carrying a wild chicken. Jun Moi, you shot a wild chicken. Truly impressive. I happen to have gathered some mushrooms and dug up yams. We can cook them together tonight for a proper meal. Jun Moi smiled and took the cloth bag from her. Give it to me. This is quite heavy. From now on we should walk together. I will carry all the heavy items. Hearing this, Su Honshu replied with a smile, we are out foraging for food. If we walk together, we can only find one portion. But if we separate, we can find 2. When the two returned, the fire was already lit and the buckets and basins were filled with water. Su Hanshu began assigning tasks. Junmoy, take the wild chicken to steward Lu for preparation. Then come back and help me cut these palm fronds. Junmoy handed the wild chicken to steward Lu, then walked over to Su Hanshu's side. Su Hanshu took out her dagger, demonstrating how to cut a complete strip of palm frond, and explained as she worked. Like this, slice it off in one whole piece. I will teach Pinger and the others how to make rain-cap cloaks later. This weather feels like rain is coming, and snow is not out of the question either. Though Junmoy did not understand what a rain-cap cloak was, he followed her instructions and began cutting. Su Hanshu glanced toward the two sisters Chun Tao and Xiao Kuei resting beneath a distant tree. She picked up a piece of wood ear and handed it to Ping. Go tell them this is edible. It grows on dead trees. Ask them to see if they can find some. Pinger took the wood ear, nodded, and walked over toward Chun Tao. When Steward Lu returned with the cleaned wild chicken, Madame Chui also came back, having washed the yams, mushrooms, and wood ear. Su Hanshu waited for Steward Lu to cut the chicken into pieces and blanch them before proceeding. She had Madame Chui boil more water, then added the mushrooms and seasoning. Once the mushroom broth released its fragrance, she added the chicken pieces. The wild chicken weighed only slightly over a jin and yielded little meat, but combined with the various vegetables, it filled an entire pot. As usual, Su Hanshu carried a large bowl of soup over to Constable Yu. Constable Yu, today we only found some wild mushrooms and yams and other greens. Please give them a taste. Constable Yu gestured for an escort to take a small basin and pour out the vegetables. He returned the soup bowl to Su Hanshu, then offered a word of reminder. Miss Su, though you are a woman, you handle matters with considerable tact and possess abilities others lack. Yet in certain matters your approach is overly resolute. This road is long, Miss Su. When your leverage is insufficient, it would be wise to restrain your sharp edges. Su Hanshu immediately sensed that these words held profound implications. What stood out was that Constable Yu had addressed her as Miss Su. After all, she had already married into the Jun family, and throughout the journey Junmoy had, whether intentionally or not, emphasized that she was the young madam. So everyone else had been calling her young madam. Thank you for the warning, Constable Yu. Hanshu will remember it. After walking only 2 steps, Su Hanshu turned back again. Constable Yu, may I ask which city we will pass through next? Constable Yu took a drink of wine and glanced at her. Fengchen. Su Hanshu smiled and thanked him. Thank you for telling me, Constable Yu. As she turned away, Su Hanshu's expression grew somewhat solemn. Could something be waiting for the Jun family in Fengchen? When she reached the Jun family's resting place, she saw her father deep in conversation with Jun Linfeng. Her second brother was talking with Junmoy as well. Overjoyed, Su Hanshu hurried over. Father, second brother, what brings you here? Su Lichuan smiled at the sight of his daughter. Chuchu, you're here. We had good luck today. We caught a wild boar and brought you some. Only then did Su Hanshu notice a huge leg of pork on the ground, cut off together with the pig's backbone. This was hardly some meat. It was nearly a quarter of the whole pig sent over. Father, this is too much. Su Yuinja walked over and said with a smile. Sister, it's not too much. The weather is cold now, so the meat can be kept for a couple more days. Take it with you on the road, and you'll still have meat to eat. Su Hanshu looked at her second brother, moved. Second brother. Su Yuinja reached out just as he had done when they were little and brushed the ends of her hair. In the past, whenever you came over to the Su family, father and I had gone out looking for food, so we never saw you. Our 2 families traveled separately, but today I've finally seen you. Take care of yourself on the journey, and if you ever feel wrong, come to your second brother. I will always protect you. Su Hanshu's eyes nearly brimmed with tears. It was truly wonderful to have family worrying about her. She hurried to her luggage and took out 2 packs of salt and several packets of seasonings she had prepared herself. Then she took out a piece of cloth. Second brother, this cloth is for second sister-in-law, so she can make clothes or shoes. Here is some salt. If you cannot finish the wild boar meat, you can salt it and make it last longer. This is the seasoning packet, mother knows what it is. As she spoke, she pressed the things one by one into Su Yuinja's hands. Su Yuinja hastily tried to refuse. I can't take this, sister. Keep it for your own clothes. Su Hanshu pressed his hand. Second brother, this is for my sister-in-law. Su Lichuan, as a father, saw through his daughter's intentions at once. She was afraid that bringing so much meat might cause her second sister-in-law to take offense. Yuinja, take it. Since she was little, Chu has never been skilled with a needle and thread. Have your wife make 2 sets of underclothes, one for her and one for Chu-Chu. Hearing this, Su Yuanjia could only stop refusing. Then the two took their leave of the Jun family and returned to the Su family. Su Hanchu asked Nanny Cui to slice some meat and boil it in a pot. There were more than enough dishes that day, no need to divide them. The whole family took up cornmeal buns, drank hot soup, and ate the fragrant dishes. After the Jun family finished eating, sure enough, Chuntao and Xiaokui came over with their children, one carrying a bundle of firewood, and the two children holding many wood ear mushrooms and large leaves. Chuntao stepped forward with a smile. "Young madam, we found some of that wild vegetable you mentioned. Would you mind lending us your pot to cook it?" There was still a little soup left in the pot, so Su Hanchu nodded slightly. Nanny Cui saw that Chuntao and Xiaokui knew how to handle themselves. They had even brought their own firewood. She added some water to the pot, told them to put the washed wood ear mushrooms in, and let them cook for a while to eat with their cornmeal buns. The two women proved to be honest and practical. After eating, they scrubbed the pot and bowls clean, and the remaining bundle of firewood they had brought was left for the Jun family. Su Hanchu sat on the ground, and together with Pinger and the other maids sorted out the straw for weaving before showing them how to make rain capes. Concubine Li and concubine Qian also came over to learn. Su Hanchu demonstrated while she spoke. "Take this strand, pass it through this way, then back over here, fastening the straw together. Once it reaches the knees, we add another layer of dry grass." Jun Moi watched her teaching earnestly, then led Lu Shan away to continue gathering the straw and dry grass she wanted. Jun Linfeng meanwhile went with steward Lu to gather more firewood. That night, because of weaving rain capes, the Jun family went to bed rather late. Fortunately, they managed to weave 6 rain capes, so if it rained, the quilts could be protected first. Now that the Jun family had quilts, they split into 2 groups. They spread dry grass around a tree, leaned against it to rest, and wrapped the quilts around themselves. With the fire kept burning, the Jun family all managed to get a good night's sleep. Su Hanchu and Jun Moi did not squeeze into the quilt gathering. Instead, they joined their cloaks together, and Jun Moi held Su Hanchu in his arms, resting against each other. Su Hanchu poked her head out from the cloak. "Jun Moi, are you asleep?" Jun Moi opened his eyes and leaned his head down beside hers. "Not yet. Why is your stomach still hurting?" Su Hanchu shook her head slightly and told him what constable you had said that day. Jun Moi fell into deep thought. "The one who mainly has a grudge against you is the Qin family. At the last town, the Qins bought a great many things, and these past 2 days the escort officers have been quite courteous to the Qin family as well. It seems someone significant may have come to them." Su Hanchu asked. "I consulted Constable Yu. The next city is Fengsheng. Do you know anything about Fengsheng?" Jun Moi drew the cloaks tighter around them. "Fengsheng should be under the Crown Prince's household. If I remember correctly, the Crown Princess's natal family has property there. It is called Fengsheng because all kinds of industry prosper there. The Hua family, the Crown Princess's maternal kin, dominates half of Fengsheng." Su Hanchu frowned. "By all rights, the Qin family should be the Hua family's sworn enemy. Since the next city is Fengsheng, why would Constable Yu warn me to keep a low profile? Could the Qin family have aligned themselves with the Hua family?" Then she remembered that the Chun family was Jun Moi's own maternal grandparents' family, and her future mother-in-law was often at the Qin family's side. "Well, maybe I'm overthinking it." Jun Moi grew pensive at those words, but seeing that the night was already deep, he soothed Su Hanchu. "We'll take it one step at a time. Sleep now, it's late. I'm here with you." Hearing this, Su Hanchu curled back into the cloak and rested. Yet Jun Moi's gaze stayed fixed on the pitch-black distance, carrying a barely perceptible chill. Fengsheng. Perhaps they would encounter someone there whom they should never have met. After several more days of travel, the Chun family compound had been unusually quiet these past 2 days. Perhaps because deep winter had arrived, the sky had begun to drizzle persistently. Though it was merely a light mist, it was enough to make the journey a torment for those on the road. Those who had not had time to bring clothes, or whose relatives and friends had not sent silver, were all damp to the skin, their shoes long since soaked through. Indeed, many began to suffer from coughing, dizziness, and fever. Fortunately, in the Jun household, Su Hanchu and Pinger and several others had been weaving straw rain capes daily. Now each person had 1 cape and a bamboo hat, so their clothes remained dry. To be prepared for any eventuality, Su Hanchu had picked every perilla she spotted by the roadside. That day they took shelter in a dilapidated temple. Su Hanchu had led the Jun family to secure a spot near a window. She opened the window to air the place out. Coughing echoes drifted from all directions. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. It seemed as though they might cough up their very organs. The Jun family members left Aunt Li and Aunt Qian with the children to watch the luggage. The rest scattered to find food or gather firewood. Su Hanchu stepped out of the ruined temple and saw many people having failed to secure a spot sitting dejectedly outside. Their faces bore a flush looking utterly devoid of vitality. Some mothers held their sickly children weeping silently. The children too ill would cough up tears while sobbing quietly in their mother's arms. Mother, it hurts so much, I feel so awful. The sisters Chuntao and Chokue were not faring well either. Likely the children were ill and the two sisters held them faces etched with worry. When Su Hanchu's gaze fell upon them, Chuntao placed her child into Chokue's arms and hurried over to Su Hanchu's side. She whispered her plea. Young madam, our children have both caught the cold wind. I know you cannot save everyone among so many, but I beg you please tell me what I can do now. Su Hanchu looked at the two children in the distance, her impression of them still quite favorable, for they had known to save their food for their mother. Su Hanchu pulled a sprig of perilla from the ground and handed it to Chuntao. Find some of this and bring it to me later. Chuntao quickly accepted it, nodding eagerly. She went to confide in Chokue, and then they began searching everywhere. Su Hanchu found an isolated spot, retrieved some wild mushrooms, and would ear from her spatial pouch, placed them in a cloth bag, and then set out to search for perilla, not missing a single plant. When she returned, Chuntao immediately spotted her and rushed over with a small bundle of perilla. Young madam, is this enough? Su Hanchu took the perilla upon hearing this. It is enough. Once it is cooked, I will have Pinger bring it to you. Returning to the Jun family's resting corner, Mother Chui had already started a fire and boiled water. Su Hanchu took out a large piece of ginger, sliced it, and put it in the pot to simmer. She also added a few chili peppers and instructed Pinger and Lu Ling to wash the perilla wood, ear, and mushrooms. After they returned from washing, Su Hanchu boiled the perilla in a pot, and naturally, she secretly added some buplurum granules stored in her spatial pouch. Jun Moi entered carrying a bundle of firewood. Hanchu, the weather is cold. After searching for a long time, I could not catch any game. I will bring this firewood back first, and then I will go out again. Su Hanchu called out to him. Do not go. The weather is too cold. Sit by the fire and warm yourself. I just found some wild vegetables. Last time father sent over some wild boar meat, and there are still some preserved. Later we will boil a pot of meat soup. We will have enough to eat. Jun Moi sat beside her at her words, stretching his hands toward the fire for warmth. What are you cooking? It looks rather dark. Su Hanchu stirred the pot with a spoon, ensuring the buplurum dissolved as quickly as possible. This is perilla. It can treat the common cold. Over the past 2 days, more and more people have been catching colds. Although none in our family are infected, yet we must take preventive measures. After determining it was sufficiently boiled, Su Hanchu served 2 bowls. Pinger, you and Lu Ling deliver this to sisters Chuntao and Chokue. Tell them that each of them and their child shall drink half a bowl as payment for their gathering of perilla. Jun Moi looked at the vegetable basin nearby, which still contained quite a lot of perilla. Why don't we send some to father-in-law's side? I saw them in a corner by the wall outside. Hearing this, a faint smile graced Su Hanchu's face. Good, he still thinks of his own parents. Not bad. Then why haven't you fetched the soup bowl yet? Jun Moi brought the soup basin the Jun family usually used for vegetables. Su Hanchu ladled most of the herbal soup from the pot into the basin, and Jun Moi carried it toward the Su family's direction. She also asked Heir to bring soup bowls, filled one with soup, and planned to deliver it to Officer Yu and the others later. Then she added water to the pot and began brewing a second batch of herbal soup. When Jun Moi returned with the empty vegetable basin, Su Hanchu handed him the spoon to stir, while she herself carried the large bowl of herbal soup to Officer Yu's side. Officer Yu, the weather grows colder each day, and many have contracted the cold. I found some herbs to treat colds on the road today, and brewed a pot of soup. This should allow each of you to share nearly half a bowl. Early prevention is advisable. Officer Yu accepted the soup bowl and had the herbal soup distributed. Young madam knows quite a bit. It is indeed a blessing that the young master of the Jun family could marry you at this critical juncture. Su Hanshu took the bowl back from Officer Yu. Once the match is ordained, one should remain devoted. What talk of blessings or misfortunes? When Jun Linfeng and the others returned, Su Hanshu had already ladled the herbal soup into the soup basin and was cooking food in the pot. Father, the soup basin contains medicine for cold prevention. Everyone should drink a bowl to ward off the cold. Aunt Li stepped forward and served a bowl for Jun Linfeng. She also handed one to the returning Chun Wenxiao. Madam, please drink a bowl. Then she served bowls for Manager Lu and Lu Shan as well. Jun Linfeng took the herbal soup and drained it in one gulp. Child Chu, how is it that you know everything? Su Hanshu smiled and replied, Father flatters me. How could I know everything? These are merely common herbs. Previously, when accompanying my parents at the border, I naturally learned of some herbs beneficial to the body. I happened to see them on the road and picked some. Chun Wenxiao drank half of her herbal soup. She then walked over to Jun Moi's side. Your maternal grandmother is advanced in age and has also caught the cold. I just returned from there, and your grandmother is coughing quite severely. Could you send a bowl of this medicine to your grandmother? There is still quite a lot in this basin. Hearing this, Jun Moi spoke up. Mother, this medicine was gathered and brewed by Hanshu herself. You should ask her. Chen Wenxiao's expression darkened upon hearing this. However, thinking of her elderly mother who had been coughing relentlessly, she approached Su Hanshu, pressed her lips together, and fell silent for a moment, as if wrestling with her decision, before finally speaking. Su Hanshu, she is after all your maternal grandmother, and quite old. Could you spare a bowl of this medicine for her? Su Hanshu had been listening all along to the conversation between mother and son, fully aware that Jun Moi was trying to ease the tension between himself and his mother. After all, whatever one might say, old Madame Chun was indeed Jun Moi's maternal grandmother. Mother, this is nothing more than herbal medicine. I had the Jun family drink it to guard against wind cold. I can hardly guarantee that anyone who has already caught wind cold will surely recover from drinking it. Besides, so many people have drunk this medicine. The Jun family, the Su family, and even head guard you, and none of us had the slightest problem. I hope that when others drink it, nothing will go wrong for them either. Chun Wenxiao naturally read the implication beneath her words. I understand. I'll deliver it over first. Then she took a soup bowl and poured away all the remaining medicinal broth. Since every member of the Jun family had already drunk their share, Su Hanshu said nothing and simply added wood ear mushrooms to the pot. It was Jun Moi who walked over and took her hand. Hanshu, thank you. Realizing that everyone was present because the meal was about to be served, Su Hanshu flushed and spoke with some embarrassment. Why do you thank me? She is your mother after all. As long as she does not deliberately make things difficult for me, I will not hold the past against her. Jun Moi saw her blush. He rubbed the pad of his thumb across her palm, then smiled, and reached for the bowls, helping her portion out the food from the pot. That night was not quiet as nights before had been. Instead, one unceasing fit of coughing came hard on the heels of another. Early the next morning, Su Hanshu did not have breakfast cooked. Instead, she hurriedly brewed 2 pots of medicinal broth. Fortunately, she had not used up all her perilla the day before. Hearing the unbroken coughing, she added a little more bupleurum. As usual, she sent a basin over to the Su family and 1 portion to head guard Yu's side, and of course, she also had Pinger deliver 2 bowls to Chuantao's side. Chun Wenxiao carried a bowl over to the Chen family, and Su Hanshu simply pretended not to see it. Chuantao and her sister had never expected that the 2 handfuls of nameless grass they had brought yesterday could actually be exchanged for several bowls of medicine. After giving the medicine to their children, they waited until everyone was busy packing up their belongings, then led the children before Su Hanshu. The children hastily kowtowed once. Without saying a word, the 2 women hurried away again. They did so out of fear that attracting attention would bring trouble to Su Hanshu. With people falling ill, the exile's procession slowed down noticeably. Coughing and heavy sighs filled the road, punctuated by low weeping, and the atmosphere grew ever heavier. Then, without warning, an old man collapsed and lay motionless. A guard went up and barked at him. Get up, stop playing dead, and move on. When the old man still did not stir, the guard swung his whip. Still playing dead? Do you want more of the lash? 2 strokes of the whip landed, but the old man on the ground did not move so much as a finger. The guard turned him over and felt for breath. Head guard you, this man is dead. From afar, Su Hanshu looked at the scrawny old man in his thin clothes. Clearly hunger had long since overwhelmed him, and the wind-cold infection had hastened his end. Junmoi reached out and covered her eyes. "Don't look." Head guard Yu gave the body a single glance. One cornmeal bun. Two men hauled the corpse to the woods. Soon people stepped out from the exiled crowd, stripped the clothes from the old man's body, and carried the corpse away. Head guard Yu surveyed the crowd from his horse. "Hurry along, all of you. At the next town you can buy medicine for wind cold. But anyone who cannot hold out will die, and the body will be left in the wild mountains." One man's death did not bring the procession to a halt, yet the oppression in the air deepened. All along the road, Su Hanshu kept watch for remedies for wind cold, perilla cassia twig beggar ticks, and the like. She thought that if she could find a large quantity of the herbs, she would inform head guard Yu. But where would such luck come from? After searching the entire road, she had found only a single bundle of beggar ticks. She gave Ping-er and the others careful instructions, showing them the samples so that when they settled down at night and gathered firewood, they could also look for perilla and beggar ticks. In the afternoon, another person died in another family. As usual, the body was thrown into the woods, stripped to nothing but its under drawers. Two people had already perished from wind cold, and each day onward grew colder and harder. When they spotted a very large cave, several head guards held a brief discussion. They made camp inside the cave. Though it was 2 hours ahead of the usual resting time, pressing on would likely have meant sleeping out in the open again. In the cave at least there was a shelter from wind and rain. Su Hanshu had Ping-er show the beggar ticks to Chuntao and her sister, as well, telling them they could gather it too and trade it for a bowl of medicine. Thanks to the medicine Su Hanshu had given them, the two women's children had improved greatly by that day and were even gathering firewood alongside their mothers. Just as Su Hanshu prepared to brew the herbs, a group of Chun family members advanced with menace. "Su Hanshu, you viper-hearted wretch. You actually poisoned our Chun family. Ever since drinking your medicine, the sickness in our house has only grown worse. Come out and give us an explanation, or I swear we will never let this end." The one leading them was unquestionably Chen Fengshi. Su Hanshu could not help frowning. Concubine Li pushed her child toward concubine Qian's side, said a word to her, and then took her stand beside Su Hanshu. "Madam Chen, everyone in our Jun family has drunk the medicine that the young madam brewed. None of us suffered the slightest harm. On the contrary, it kept wind cold away. You cannot slander the young madam with baseless accusations." Chen Fengshi had finally found an excuse to make trouble for Su Hanshu. How could she possibly let her off? Remembering how miserably her own daughter had been beaten before, hatred pervaded her face. "See Su Hanshu. Beat her soundly. Avenge the old madam." Concubine Li's eyes brimmed with worry. In recent days, Su Hanshu had become the pillar of the Jun family. What was to be done if she were hurt? Yet everyone from the Jun family had gone off to forage for food or gather firewood. She flung herself in front of Su Hanshu. "Madam Chun." Su Hanshu pulled her aside. "Concubine Li, watch over our belongings. Don't worry about me." With that, she seized a wooden staff and dashed over to block the Chin family. After all, once a fight broke out, if those pots and pans were damaged, the loss would be far too great. "Madam Chun, whether the medicinal broth I brewed has a problem is something both of us know clearly. What is more, it was not I who delivered that broth to your Chin family. Since your family insists on making trouble over this, do not blame me for being impolite." Chin Siyu was the first to rush forward. This time she had brought so many helpers, and with her male cousins and the others all away, she was determined to beat Su Hanshu to death. Su Hanshu's eyes went cold. Not being allowed to kill was such a nuisance. She sidestepped Chin Siyu's wooden staff, kicked Chin Siyu squarely in the chin, and swung her own staff at Chen Fengshi's waist in the same instant. A martial artist taking on a pack of ordinary folk was almost too easy. The cave echoed with wails. All of you fight. Are you all a bunch of good-for-nothings?" Su Hanshu grabbed the wooden staff held by a Chun family member and pulled, causing the man to topple forward with inertia. Su Hanshu sneered. "A bunch of farcical clowns." Then she leaped into the air, and wherever her feet touched, members of the Chun family fell to the ground. The Chun family was strewn about in a heap. Madam Chun propped herself up, half reclining, and pointed at her. "Su Hanshu, how dare you assault an elder? You uncultured shrew." Chin Siyu opened her mouth to curse Su Hanshu, but found her jaw locked fast, unable to close. Su Han Chu watched them mockingly, her face cold, her eyes as if forged from ice, dragging the wooden staff toward Madame Chen step by step. The staff scraped against the ground. Tap, tap, tap. Each strike resonated like a blow to one's heartstrings. Madame Chen's face revealed visible panic. Su Han Chu, what do you intend to do? I am Jun Mo's legitimate aunt. Assaulting an elder constitutes defiance and ingratitude. Su Han Chu slowly squatted before her. Madame Chen, I am surnamed Su. Having entered the Jun household, my elders are within the Su or Jun family. What are you to presume yourself an elder before me? Do examine yourself. Do you bear any semblance of an elder's demeanor? Madame Chen gazed into Su Han Chu's eyes, brimming with coldness, and her heart trembled involuntarily. You defy elders. This will invite karmic retribution. Su Han Chu sneered, rose, and with a swift kick, drove her foot into Madame Chen's chest. She then slowly approached Chen Siyu. Trembling with fear, Chen Siyu shrank backward incrementally. Ah! Su Han Chu crouched down, a dagger sliding from her sleeve. She used the dagger's tip to lift Chen Siyu's chin. Chen Siyu, why do you consistently display not a shred of humanity? Each time you fail to comprehend human language, why I have told you countless times, cease hovering in my sight. Do you truly believe I possess such patience? Seeing the gleaming dagger in Su Han Chu's hand, Madame Chen erupted into wails of terror. Help! Help! Su Han Chu is committing murder. Constable, come quickly. Su Han Chu is killing with a knife. Ah! Su Han Chu observed a puddle beneath Chen Siyu, accompanied by an unpleasant odor, and covered her nose with her free hand. So you lost control of yourself? Chen Siyu, with such negligible courage, how dare you repeatedly trouble me? Tears of frustration streamed down Chen Siyu's face, and suddenly she discovered her jaw could move again. Su Han Chu, I want you dead. Su Han Chu moved her hand slightly forward, the dagger tip pressing against Chen Siyu's fair neck, simultaneously breaking the skin. Chen Siyu, my apologies. My hand trembled. It appears to have drawn blood. Jun Mo, returning with a wild rabbit, heard Madame Chen's cries and immediately employed lightness skill to soar toward the cave entrance. Then he hastened toward the Jun family's resting place. Han Chu. Chen Siyu wept in terror. Su Han Chu, I was wrong, please spare me. She then looked to Jun Mo for help. Cousin, save me, save me. Seeing Su Han Chu unharmed, Jun Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Siyu, why do you always stir up trouble? Upon spotting Jun Mo, Madame Chen hastily wailed. Quickly restrain this venomous woman. She intends to murder Siyu. Jun Mo only then noticed that the Chun family members were seated on the ground, some struggling to rise. Had she single-handedly subdued so many? Constable Yu approached at that moment. What is all this commotion? Su Han Chu understood that constables might overlook mere squabbles, but when lives were at stake, the situation would become unmanageable. With a flick of her wrist, the dagger vanished. She rose and faced Constable Yu, a smile gracing her lips. Forgive the disturbance, Constable Yu. I merely dealt with a few stray dogs. It was unavoidable. Upon arriving here, I began preparing herbal soup, even considering sharing a portion with you later. However, these Chun family dogs attacked prematurely, delaying my soup preparation. Madame Chen, seeing the constable arrive, hastily scrambled to her feet. Constable Yu, Su Han Chu has poisoned the herbal soup. Our Chen family members grew worse after consuming it. Our matriarch cannot even rise from bed. Constable Yu, you must uphold justice for us. Su Han Chu is openly attempting murder. In the distance, other clans whispered and watched the spectacle. Another constable approached. Constable Yu, how dare someone in your unit dare to poison and murder? That's bold indeed. Constable Yu glanced at the newcomer. Constable Feng, this is internal to my unit. Constable Feng, wielding a broadsword, examined Jun Mo and Su Han Chu. Indeed, it pertains to your unit, but we are all constables. Matters must be discussed collaboratively. With a poisoning incident now occurring, I too may inquire. After all, each additional apprehended felon yields extra bounty. Su Han Chu stepped forward and bent slightly to speak. Constable Feng, this is merely a misunderstanding. It is but a simple herbal decoction for preventing wind cold. Constable Yu and I have both consumed it. If it were poisoned, how could we, Constable Yu and several escorts, still stand here unharmed? Constable Feng, however, regarded Su Han Chu with a dark expression. If you did not administer poison, why does the Chun family clamor so loudly to demand justice? Had this Constable Feng had already been bought. Since someone deliberately sought to smear her reputation, pleading reason would be futile. Not a trace of fear lingered in Su Honshu's eyes. Constable Feng, although I am but a commoner, I have never offended you. On what grounds do you accuse me of poisoning? To convict without thorough investigation is hardly just. Constable Feng, enraged that someone dared speak thus to him, whirled his whip towards Su Honshu's face with a loud crack. Jun Mo Yi pulled Su Honshu backward, evading the strike. He had pieced together roughly the sequence of events. Constable Feng, Constable Yu, this is indeed a misunderstanding. The herbal soup sent to the Chun family was prepared by my mother. Moreover, all the soup was cooked in the same pot, and those of us who drank it felt it beneficial to our health. The Chun family is clearly seeking trouble. I implore you, esteemed officials, to discern the truth. Madam Chun hastily interjected. Constable Feng, Constable Yu, our matriarch, after drinking Su Honshu's medicine, is now critically ill, nearing death. Furthermore, other Chun family members who consumed it have also worsened. It must be that she added poisonous substances to the medicine intended for the Chun family. Constable Yu's expression darkened upon hearing this. Indeed, he and the constables in his unit had each consumed a bowl of yesterday's herbal soup without any adverse effects. Chun family, we have all tasted yesterday's herbal soup. There is no issue. Cease this disturbance. Madam Chun had not anticipated that Su Honshu would offer herbal soup to the constables. Nevertheless, unwilling to concede, she let the matter drop. Constable Yu, Su Honshu is no physician. How could she possibly understand medicine? It is quite possible that her concoction may do no harm to the healthy, but would instead worsen the condition of those already ill. Our elder madam truly cannot rise from her bed. The two constables may go and verify this yourselves. Constable Feng heard these words and glanced toward Constable Yu. Constable Yu, such a scenario is certainly plausible. After all, only the Chun family members who drank the medicine yesterday were ill, while those from the Jun household were perfectly healthy. Poisoning another's life warrants severe punishment. Constable Yu was about to speak further, but Constable Feng leaned close and issued a warning. Brother, there are some we cannot afford to offend. Do not drag us all down. Constable Yu fell silent upon hearing this. Constable Feng then raised his voice. Guards, Su Honshu has poisoned others and taken lives. Beat her 30 strokes as a warning to all. With 30 lashes no woman could possibly survive. Jun Moi cast a piercing gaze at Constable Feng. Constable Feng, is this truly how you conduct your duties? Blind to right and wrong. Su Honshu gripped his hand, realizing that the Chun family had colluded with the constables to fabricate charges against her. Constable Feng, if I can prove that those who contracted the wind cold also drank yesterday's broth, not only suffering no harm, but actually recovering significantly, will this matter be settled? Constable Feng replied, you cannot possibly claim that someone from the Jun household or the escort party fell ill. At that moment, Ping Er arrived with the sisters Spring Peach and Autumn Onion, each carrying a child. They nodded towards Su Honshu. Su Honshu turned to Constable Feng. Constable Feng, 2 sick children from your unit, the Fong and Tao families, did indeed drink the medicine yesterday. The herbs were even gathered with their help. Spring Peach glanced anxiously at Su Honshu before gathering her courage to step forward and speak. Constable, both my sister and I contracted wind cold. We went to the Fong and Tao family heads for help, but they told us there was no place to buy medicine in these remote mountains and forests. It was the young mistress who showed such compassion. She had me gather medicinal herbs and help prepare them for our children to drink. Their fevers have greatly improved. Before anyone noticed, Elder Fong II arrived and spoke up. Constable Feng, Constable Yu, Spring Peach's child truly did contract the wind cold. She came begging our master just 2 days ago. Unfortunately, in such conditions, even the Fong family could not obtain medicine. It was the young mistress who saved that child's life. At this moment, Jun Linfeng dragged Chun Wenxiao forward and gave her a push. Under his icy glare, Chun Wenxiao stepped ahead and spoke softly. Both constables, the broth given to the Chun family yesterday was personally carried by me. I drank a bowl first and found it warming, so I took it to my mother. During this entire process, Su Honshu never approached the broth. Moreover, everyone in the Jun household ate from the same pot, so Su Chu could hardly have poisoned it. My mother merely fell asleep just now and has since awakened. Constable Feng's face turned ashen upon hearing this. The Chun family had asked him to assist, yet internally they could not even agree on a consistent story. He shot Chun Wenxiao a cold glance. Your Chun family truly knows how to cause trouble. Since you are not under my command, I am done with this matter. He then turned and left. Constable Yu called out after him. Everyone disperse. This will not be tolerated again. Chun Fengshe regarded Chun Wenxiao with frustration and disappointment. Wenxiao, why are you turning against your own family? Jun Linfeng fixed his gaze on Chun Fengshe. Sister-in-law, we all understand what truly happened. If you truly cannot bear to see your Chun daughter remain in our Jun family, then take her back. I can write a divorce letter. Chun Wenxiao's face paled with panic upon hearing this. Husband, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. Jun Linfeng pushed Chun Wenxiao's hand away. Chun Wenxiao, this is the last time. Seeing this, Chun Fengshe reluctantly led the Chun family members away. Passing by Chiu Kuei, she shot her an angry glare. Ingrate. Chiu Kuei tightened her grip on the child, her face filled with fear. Spring Peach whispered words of comfort to her. Do not be afraid. If the Feng family does not care about your child's welfare, why should you fear a married daughter from them? Jun Moi gazed at his mother, his eyes heavy with disappointment. Mother, when you took the medicine, Han Chu made herself very clear. How could you allow Aunt to do such a thing? Are you truly my mother? Seeing both her husband and son blame her, Chun Wenxiao felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Jun Moi completely ignored her and instead led Su Chu aside, tenderly inspecting her for injuries. How are you? Were you hurt? Su Chu shook her head. I was prepared and was not actually struck. The Chun family scheme is rather crude. Securing a conviction was never their initial goal. They simply wanted an excuse to beat me. They likely did not expect to face such opposition, which is why they hastily decided to frame me. Jun Moi pulled her into his embrace. Han Chu, I am sorry for the hardship you have endured. Su Chu smiled and replied, why so nervous? It is not as though you are the one being targeted. Let me distribute the broth. But Jun Moi took her hand and walked alongside her. I will deliver the portion for Constable Yu. Su Chu nodded slightly. She first filled a large bowl of broth for him, then produced a flask of fine wine to accompany it. Then she ladled another basin of broth for the Su family side. She handed 2 bowls to Ping Er. Have the Spring Peach sisters come and drink this, and tell them they may stay closer to the Jun household. She instructed Mother Chui to boil another pot for the second batch of medicine, then took the broth to her parents. Jun Moi carried the broth to Constable Yu. Constable Yu, this is the broth my wife prepared. Please accept it if you will. Constable Yu accepted without hesitation, signaling his men to receive the broth. I never expected a nobleman would personally deliver medicine to commoners. Jun Moi remained silent for a moment before responding calmly. There is no Prince of Qin here, only a commoner named Jun Moi. He handed the wine flask from his waist to Constable Yu. This is fine wine my wife purchased for Constable Yu to warm himself with. Constable Yu took the flask and poured its contents into the gourd at his waist. You certainly know how to accept things calmly. Jun Moi smiled as he took back the empty flask. That is only natural. Though I am now a commoner, my imperial grandfather taught me that life's hardships are meant to be traversed. Once past, the willows dark and flowers bright await. Throughout this journey, I owe much to Constable Yu's care. Should the chance arise again, I will prepare the finest wine and dishes to share a hearty drink with you. Constable Yu watched Jun Moi's departing figure, wondering if this was an implicit reminder that despite his demotion to commoner status, he remained the emperor's grandson, a connection that still held weight so long as he did not oppose him. Su Chu deliberately cooked an extra portion of food that day, keeping the 2 sisters, Chuntao and Chiu Kuei, for a meal as a token of gratitude for testifying on her behalf. The 2 sisters first fed their children before they themselves began to eat. After finishing, they hurriedly washed the dishes for the Jun family. Su Chu watched them and spoke. Leave the pots and dishes for Mother Chui to wash. There's no need to be so tense. Today you helped me, so consider this meal a thank you gift. Chiu Kuei, you are a concubine of the Feng family, aren't you? I'm afraid Madame Feng will hold a grudge against you now. From now on, stay close to us. and try to go everywhere together with your sister so you won't be ambushed by anyone. Chokoe's eyes glistened with tears upon hearing this. Thank you, young madam. I understand. The Fong family has already abandoned us, mother and child. Meanwhile, at the Chen family's side, Madame Fong and Chun Siu, both covered in injuries, were tearfully lodging their complaints before the elderly Madame Chun. Mother, after I saw you drink that medicine Su Hanshu gave you, your condition only worsened, leaving you groggy and drowsy, and my heart ached with worry. So I thought I'd go ask her what medicine she used. Could she have mixed up the wrong herbs? I only asked a simple question, yet without distinguishing right from wrong she beat Siu and me into this state. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves. Mother, look. My body is covered in bruises too. Chun Siu also wept. Grandmother, look at my face. Su Hanshu clearly holds the Chen family in utter contempt. Chun Wenlin, the eldest son of the main branch of the Chen family, also spoke up. Mother, this Su Hanshu is far too arrogant. Wen Xiao holds no position at all in the Jun family now, and yet Su Hanshu, as a daughter-in-law, repeatedly gives Wen Xiao a frosty reception. Now she's even laid hands on her elders. The elderly Madame Chen's face darkened. And where is Year? Doesn't he care? He and Siu grew up together as childhood sweethearts. How can he simply watch Su Hanshu bully Siu like this? Madame Fong shed tears as she replied, Mother, Year has already been bewitched by Su Hanshu. In his eyes, where is there still any room for Siu or for the Chen family? Su Hanshu's blade was already pressed against Siu's throat, and Year didn't utter a single word to stop her. If the escort captain hadn't arrived in time, Siu would have died at Su Hanshu's hands. Seeing her grandmother turn her gaze toward her Chun, Siu quickly stepped forward and lifted her head. Grandmother, look, it really drew blood. Cousin simply stood there letting Su Hanshu try to kill me. There is not an ounce of me in his heart. The elderly Madame Chun looked at the wound on Chun Siu's neck and the trail of blood seeping out her face, trembling with fury. Fine. Very well. An ungrateful wolf indeed. All these years of the Chun family's devotion have been wasted. Seeing this, a gleam of satisfaction flashed through Madame Fong's eyes. They were nearing Fengqing, and she had to make the old matriarch reach a firm decision before then. She had only these two daughters. She absolutely could not let them be exiled to that bitter, freezing land of the Northwest. As long as her daughters secured a foothold in the imperial capital, returning to the capital herself would only be a matter of time. She stepped forward, supporting the old matriarch's arm, and leaned in close to whisper. Mother, Year's heart now belongs only to Su Hanshu. Even if he succeeds in the future, I'm afraid he still won't marry our Siu. The Chen family would only be pouring its efforts into a bottomless pit. Have you not seriously considered what Wenlan said, Mother? Seeing a slight weakening in the old Madame Chen's expression, Madame Fong pressed on. Mother, the Prince Qin's manor no longer exists. Even if you dote on your younger sister Wen Xiao, and on Year, you are still the pillar of the Chen family. You must think of the 100-odd lives of our entire clan. Moreover, Jun Linfeng has already become estranged from the Chen family, and Year no longer remembers our kindness. Mother, why must the Chen family go pressing our warm face against their cold backsides? The old Madame Chun fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. She then turned her gaze to Chen Wenlin. Wenlin, do you think so too? Chen Wenlin replied, Mother, I have discussed the matter with your second and third sons, as well as with the households of second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle. The Jun family no longer holds the Chen family in any regard. All our years of sacrifice have been a joke. None of us wish to keep supporting the Jun family any longer. Besides, Mother, as a husband and a father, I cannot keep watching my wife and daughters be beaten again and again, only to turn the other cheek and offer up my own dignity to be trampled on. His tone grew grave. Mother, the Chen family is at the end of its rope. The Jun family has no place for us. If we do not seek another way out, I fear every one of us will die on this road of exile. The old Madame Chun thought of the days when the Chun family had been glorious and prosperous in the imperial capital, and she seemed to have aged several more years. Enough. I am old. From now on, the Chen family will be under your charge. I will no longer meddle. Chen Wenlin heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. For all these years the family had been ruled by his mother. At last the reins of power had come into his own hands. Yes, thank you, Mother. Rest assured, Wen Xiao will always be a daughter of the Chen family and my sister. If the Chun family ever regains its fortunes, we shall never abandon her. The old Madam Chun nodded, then went to sit to one side. After such a long stretch of relentless travel, her body could barely hold on any longer. A night passed. The next day, everyone pressed on with their journey. The weather, however, grew increasingly grim. A fine drizzle fell continuously beneath a gloomy sky, and the bitter winter winds stung their faces with biting pain. After another 2 days of travel, more and more people collapsed from severe colds, and once they fell, they could never rise again. 3 more corpses were discarded, their clothes stripped clean as usual. At noon that day, during a rest break, a heart-wrenching wail suddenly pierced through the air. "Waner, my Waner, don't scare Mother Waner." A woman was seen holding a child in her arms, sobbing so hard that her face was streaked with tears. "Save my Waner, please someone save my Waner. She's burning with fever and has passed out." As she spoke, she dropped to her knees before the crowd, clutching the child and bowing frantically. She kowtowed again and again while holding the child. "I beg you all, please save my child. I'll do anything. Please save my child." Su Hanchu's usually impassive face showed a flicker of emotion, and her elegant brows knitted in spite of herself. She rose and took a step forward, only to have Junmoy grasp her hand and pull her back. "Hanchu, the sick make up the greater half of this convoy. We may save one, but we cannot save them all." Su Hanchu halted. He was right. She could prepare a dose of medicine for one child, but what about the others? One wrong move would only invite more trouble. Junmoy helped her sit down, his hand tightly gripping hers. Beside the Jun family, Chuntao and Shokue held their own children close, feeling profoundly grateful that when they had been lured into coming to pick a quarrel with the Jun family, they had chosen to back out midway. Otherwise, their current fate would likely have been little better than that wailing concubine of the Fong family. Thanks to the medicine Su Hanchu had given them over the past 2 days, both children had recovered from their colds. They now walked on their own for the most part, only asking their mothers to carry them when they could walk no further. The lady's anguished cries stirred a deep resonance among the crowd, and many began to weep along with her. The escort captain Feng, irritated by the gloomy atmosphere, barked angrily. "Everyone shut up. Keep making noise and this whip of mine will taste blood." He then ordered one of the other escorts, "Go take a look. If she's not dead, keep moving. If she's dead, throw her into the woods." An escort stepped forward. The woman clutched her child desperately. "No, my Waner is still alive, still alive. You can't throw her away." She was pulled back by 2 escorts while another reached out to feel the child's neck. "Captain, there's still a faint breath, but there's little hope." The woman suddenly broke free from the escorts and hugged her child tightly. "Let go of me, my Waner is still alive, still alive." Su Hanyu watched with an aching heart, yet she could not rashly offer help. Using her bundle as cover, she retrieved a flask of wine from her space. She walked toward Officer Yu. "Officer Yu, I still have a fine flask of wine here. These past 2 days have been bitterly cold. Please take it to warm yourself." Officer Yu did not stand on ceremony. He accepted the flask and poured the wine into his own gourd. The wine Su Hanyu had given him was far better than anything he had bought before. "What does the young madam wish to say?" Su Hanyu glanced at the exiled crowd. "Officer Yu, please discuss with the other officers. When we reach Feng City, let everyone buy some medicine, or this journey will truly be unbearable." Officer Yu looked at her upon hearing this. "Miss Su had better mind her own affairs. Think carefully again about what I told you last time." With a bellow from the officer, "Everyone up, move out now." The people resting on the ground dragged their weary bodies and began trudging forward in a daze. Su Hanyu walked ahead, hand in hand with Jun Moy, leading the Su family. She could not understand why Officer Yu sometimes called her young madam and other times Miss Su. Unable to figure it out, she simply stopped thinking about it and began again to take note of medicinal herbs. She could not protect others, but she was determined to protect the Jun and Su families. As darkness fell, they finally entered Feng City. A middle-aged man came walking toward them and cupped his hands toward the leading officer. "Sir, I am an attendant of the imperial grandson. His Highness is out traveling and heard that the Prince Qin's family would pass through here. He wishes to meet his younger cousin. Since it is already late, why not all of you stay tonight at the Hua family's manor, so you may have a place to rest?" A place to stay was naturally more than welcome, and the officers exchanged glances before agreeing. And so all the exiles were brought to the Hua family's manor. The Jun family managed to secure a room. Su Hanyu knew something was bound to happen tonight, yet she calmly told Pinger and the others to lay out the bedding. That night, they made do with cornmeal buns and some steamed buns saved from before. In the middle of the night, the door was suddenly thrown open. Junmoy Su Hanyu, His Highness, the imperial grandson, commands your presence. Junmoy and Su Hanyu opened their eyes at the same time. The attendant beside the imperial grandson Jun Moxu urged them impatiently. Hurry up. His Highness is waiting. What airs is a commoner still putting on? Jun Linfeng and the others also woke, their faces full of worry. Your father will go with you. Junmoy shook his head. Father, do not worry. Rest here. Hanyu and I will go and return shortly. The two followed the attendant away. Su Hanyu then caught sight of Chun siding hurriedly, making her way back toward the resting area, seemingly coming from the manor's main courtyard. What had Chun siding been doing in the middle of the night? Chun siding had not expected to run straight into Su Hanyu. She bit her lip and quickened her pace. Su Hanyu, however, noticed that her way of walking was very strange and took a second look. The attendant urged them on. Walk faster. Do not keep His Highness waiting. They followed the attendant all the way to the main courtyard. A young man of around 20 dressed in brocade robes and a jade crown sat in the seat of honor. His manner was extremely arrogant, and one button on his robe was even left undone. Do these commoners not know to bow before royalty? Two hidden guards emerged from the shadows and struck at the backs of Su Hanyu's and Jun Moy's knees. Kneel. Neither of them moved. Jun Moxu spoke with a sinister smile. Commoners must kneel before royalty, let alone the likes of you. The Jun and Su families have dozens of members. Do you truly dare to bring disaster upon your clans? Su Hanyu and Jun Moy tightened their grip on each other's hands and finally knelt slowly. Su Hanyu gritted her teeth, her tongue tracing the tips of her teeth. Very well. No one had ever dared to humiliate her like this before. Jun Moxu rose slowly and looked down at the two from above. Long time no see, Jun Moy and my young sister-in-law. Jun Moy looked up at Jun Moxu. Though kneeling, his back was straight and utterly devoid of servility. Your Highness, the imperial grandson went out of his way to see such insignificant commoners. Surely it was not merely to make us bow, eh? Jun Moxu tapped Jun Moy's face with his folding fan. Of course not. Why would I care to see commoners? Naturally, I wish to see what has become of the once arrogant heir of Prince Qin's mansion. As he spoke, he circled around the two. Tisk tisk tsk. Having weathered the journey, it seems I catch a peculiar odor. How long has it been since you bathed? I wonder whether the heir of Prince Qin's wounds have healed. Jun Moy's expression did not waver in the slightest. The moment Jun Moxu had demanded to see him, he had steeled himself for this. How could Jun Moxu ever pass up a chance to humiliate him? Seeing that Jun Moy remained silent, Jun Moxu found the scene rather dull. Suddenly, he used his folding fan to lift Su Hanyu's chin. Jun Moy, this consort of yours is rather lovely. A flicker of panic crossed Jun Moy's face. He moved to shield Su Hanyu. The imperial grandson has studied propriety and honor for years, yet he speaks so frivolously to his own younger sister-in-law. If grandfather heard of this, he would surely be disappointed. Jun Moxu watched his tense manner and burst into laughter. So even you, Jun Moy, no fear. Don't try to use grandfather to intimidate me. It is true grandfather intends to keep you alive, but you see, sometimes living is far worse than dying. He then gave the order. Men, Jun Moy has shown disrespect to the imperial house. 30 strokes of the rod as punishment. Jun Moy clenched his fists, enduring silently. The imperial grandson is abusing his power for personal vengeance. Jun Moxu walked back to the chair and sat down. You are commoners who failed to kneel before the imperial grandson and openly defied the majesty of the royal house. Should you not be punished? Soon men came in carrying rods. Perhaps fearing Jun Moy would resist, over a dozen hidden guards with steady restrained auras appeared at the same time. This was clearly premeditated, and right now she and Jun Moy were like fish on the chopping block, especially with the Jun and Su families behind them. Su Hanyu spoke with worry. Jun Moy. He squeezed her hand. It's fine. I was beaten before and healed quickly. Go wait for me over there. Don't watch. Su Hanyu gritted her teeth and pressed close to him. We'll face it together. Jun Moxu, who had been leaning back in his chair watching the two, found their interplay increasingly entertaining. Ha, putting on a show of deep conjugal love. This is only the beginning. Beat. As Jun Moxu gave the order, the rod came down, and Jun Moi twisted his body to shield Su Hanchu firmly in his arms. Crack. Crack. The rod fell with boundless force, lashing savagely across Jun Moi's body. Jun Moi sucked in a sharp breath of pain, still holding Su Hanchu tightly. His lips twitched as he silently vowed that one day he would repay today's humiliation tenfold, 100-fold. Su Hanchu's heart ached at the sound of his muffled groans. Jun Moi, let me go. Jun Moi's arms only tightened around her. Don't move. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. The sound of the rod falling echoed in her ears again and again. When Su Hanchu lowered her head, she saw the veins bulging on Jun Moi's tightly clenched fists and heard the muffled grunts he released with every blow. For the first time, Su Hanchu felt her heart truly ache. Tears welled up, traitorously spilling down to wet the back of Jun Moi's hand. Jun Moi, let me go. As the beauty wept, an unreadable emotion flickered in Jun Moxu's eyes. He stepped forward half-crouched and reached out to grip Su Hanchu's chin. Does my sister-in-law's heart ache? Jun Moi's eyes turned bloodshot. He threw a punch at Jun Moxu. How dare you touch her? Jun Moxu abruptly seized Su Hanchu's arm and kicked Jun Moi square in the chest. The shadow guard seized Jun Moi in time and forced him back to his knees. Jun Moxu kept a grip on Su Hanchu's arm and stared at Jun Moi with contempt. Keep beating. The rod began to fall again. With his arms pinned down, Jun Moi watched Jun Moxu hold Su Hanchu's hand, and for the first time in his life hated himself for being so useless. Jun Moxu, you are shameless. She is your brother's wife. A dangerous glint flickered in Su Hanchu's eyes. What exactly does the imperial grandson intend to do? Jun Moxu looked at her lustfully. What do I intend to do? When Miss Su is so beautiful, what do you think I intend to do? Jun Moi was beaten until he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jun Moxu, you beast. Let her go. If you have the guts, kill me. Seeing Jun Moi spit blood, Su Hanchu suddenly felt as though a giant rock had been pressed onto her chest, and the pain was unbearable. Her eyes were piercing as she stared at Jun Moxu. Imperial grandson, this is the Hua family's territory. If Jun Moi dies here, have you considered how you will answer to your imperial grandfather? No one can stop you from flaunting your power and watching the show. But if he dies, are you certain your imperial grandfather will not turn his wrath upon the crown prince's household? The victor becomes king and the vanquished a rebel. Prince Qin's mansion has lost. Yet surely the imperial grandfather does not wish his sons and grandsons to stain their hands with their brother's blood. At these words, Jun Moxu laughed and raised a hand to signal the men with the rods to stop. Miss Su certainly has a sharp tongue. I'm starting to like you. I never planned to raise my hand against a woman, but since Miss Su cares so much for Jun Moi, why not spend one night with me? If you do, I'll spare him. How about it? Su Hanchu was so furious, she burst into a cold laugh. Did a man like this deserve to be the imperial grandson? I never imagined His Highness the imperial grandson had such a taste. Jun Moxu's gaze wandered over Su Hanchu as he gave his order. Bind Jun Moi up. I want him to watch carefully while I take care of his wife in his place. Jun Moi's eyes burned with murderous intent and hatred. Jun Moxu, you wouldn't dare? If you dare touch her, I will tear you limb from limb. But no matter how fiercely he struggled and raged, he was quickly bound. Su Hanchu suddenly smiled at Jun Moxu like a blooming flower. She raised her hand to rest on his lapel, her voice carrying a light laugh. Your Highness the imperial grandson, will you keep your word? Jun Moi's blood boiled through his veins. Su Hanchu, don't agree to him. Jun Moxu reached out and took Su Hanchu's hand. Gag him. Don't spoil the pleasure between me and Miss Su. A cloth was forced into Jun Moi's mouth at once, leaving him no choice but to glare at Jun Moxu with burning hatred. Jun Moxu looked at Su Hanchu, unable to suppress the excitement inside him. This was Jun Moi's wife after all. I never thought Miss Su would be so sensible. Su Hanchu withdrew her hand. Your Highness, don't be so impatient. Let me tell you a secret. On the night I married Jun Moi, an accident meant we didn't even have time to drink the nuptial wine. Since your Highness intends to enter the bridal chamber in his place, why not drink the nuptial wine as well? That will make this a proper night of husband and wife. Jun Moxu's heart leapt with delight at this. He hadn't expected that the two had never consummated their union. Well, of course, on the day Jun Moi married, his own father, the crown prince, had already brought down Prince Qin's mansion. How could they have had time for the bridal chamber? Excellent, excellent. I shall certainly grant Miss Sue's wish, no Honshu's wish. Then he proclaimed in a ringing voice, someone bring wine. Junmoy made a muffled whimpering sound and shook his head desperately. His eyes reddened and tears rolled down from the corners. Yet he was tied so tightly he could not move and his back had already been beaten bloody, a truly miserable sight. Soon a servant brought the wine. Junmoxu personally poured 2 cups looking every bit as if he were performing the nuptial rite. Madam, time to drink the nuptial wine. Su Honshu took the cup. Smiling, she crossed arms with Junmoxu as in the nuptial toast while at the same time shielding her cup with her left hand and taking only a small sip. Junmoxu watched her drink, then slid his gaze toward Junmoy. Seeing the pain and desperation on Junmoy's face, he wore a look of smug satisfaction. Slowly he brought his cup to his lips and drank. Junmoy, I've drunk your nuptial wine for you. A powerful surge of blood filled Junmoy's mouth, and a fresh trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his lips. Su Honshu still held most of the wine in her hand. Instead of withdrawing it, she raised it to Junmoxu's lips and spoke with a hint of coy coaxing. Your Highness, the wine is too strong. I cannot finish it. But when I left home to marry, my mother said that the nuptial wine must be finished entirely for good fortune. Why not drink the rest for Honshu? Hearing this, Junmoxu glanced at Junmoy. Then let Madam feed it to me. Su Honshu smiled and brought the cup closer to his lips. Gladly. Out of the corner of his eye, Junmoxu watched Junmoy's expression as he smiled and let Su Honshu pour the wine into his mouth. Seeing that he had finished every drop, the smile at the corners of Su Honshu's lips grew even deeper. Imperial grandson, are you still going to let your men watch what comes next? Hearing this, Junmoxu reached out and took Su Honshu's hand. Is Madam feeling shy? Su Honshu spoke coquettishly. After all, this is my first night. Please, your Highness, be gentle with me. Have them stand farther away. I'm afraid they might hear us. Junmoy watched the two with his own eyes, his face twisted savagely, tremendous grief threatening to swallow him whole. Although Junmoxu wanted to humiliate Junmoy, he had no desire to let so many subordinates watch his erotic spectacle. All of you leave. Lock the door and wait in the outer courtyard. No one is to enter without my orders. The people in the room slipped out with smirks, and the door was closed. Seeing this, Junmoxu put his arm around Su Honshu's shoulder, ready to carry her to the bed in the inner room. Madam, let's go to the bed. Su Honshu sidestepped his attempt to embrace her. One corner of her lips curled up, and the edges of her eyes held a trace of alluring charm. Your Highness, the imperial grandson, have you ever heard a saying? Junmoxu felt as though she had completely stolen his soul. Madam, a moment in the spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. If you have something to say it quickly. Su Honshu evaded him once more, her face full of cunning charm. Your Highness, the blade of tenderness. Each stroke takes a man's life. Junmoxu's expression darkened. What do you mean? Su Honshu pursed her lips. 3, 2, 1. The moment the word left her mouth, Junmoxu collapsed onto the ground. Bound Junmoy wore a look of shock, which quickly turned into wild delight. He had known she would not yield so easily. Su Honshu walked over, crouched down, and pulled the cloth from his mouth. Then she took out a dagger and cut the ropes binding his body. The moment Junmoy regained his freedom, he pulled her tightly into his embrace. Honshu, Su Honshu. Hearing his trembling voice, Su Honshu knew he was truly frightened, so she reached out and embraced him in return. You should have learned something about me by now. I am never one to submit meekly. Do not worry anymore. Junmoy buried his head against Su Honshu's neck, breathing in her scent deeply. Su Honshu patted his back. Let me go first. There are still some things to attend to. Upon hearing this, Junmoy gently released her. Su Honshu rose and walked over to Junmoxu. She took out a pill and fed it to him, then produced a silver needle from nowhere and inserted it several times into his lower abdomen. In her past life, she had been an assassin with little expertise in medicine. However, a close friend specialized in medical arts, and Su Honshu had picked up some basic knowledge from her. She had specifically studied such techniques for dismantling scum like him. Watching her actions, Junmoy could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness. His wife was indeed no pushover. Yet he saw Su Honshu helping Junmoxu to his feet. What are you doing? Junmoy hurriedly whispered. Su Honshu supported the man and led him toward the inner chamber. Help me carry him to the bed, or we won't be able to leave tomorrow. Enduring the pain on his body, Yi went over and pulled Junmaksu closer. Let me handle this. He then dragged Junmaksu onto the bed in the inner chamber. Is there anything else needed? Suhanshu asked. Strip his clothes. I gave him a hallucinogenic drug. When he wakes tomorrow, he will only believe his plan succeeded. Yi hesitated, then reached out to begin stripping Junmaksu's clothes. If he were to say anything about this in the future, your reputation would likely be ruined. Suhanshu responded casually. Ruined, so what? The priority now is survival. Besides, the capital is far from here. Even if someone speaks ill of me, I will never hear it. She then stepped forward, drawing her dagger to slash at her own hand. Yi reacted swiftly, seizing her wrist. What are you doing? Suhanshu glanced at the insensible Junmaksu. Bleeding. Yi took the dagger from her hand, sliced his own finger, and smeared the blood onto the bedsheet. Suhanshu retrieved a bandage from her spatial storage and wrapped his finger. She helped him toward the outer room, carefully opened the window, and confirmed no one was outside. I will go out and scout first. Wait for me to come back for you. She whispered softly, then climbed out the window. Yi followed, gripping her hand as they made their way in a certain direction. Suhanshu glanced at him and followed his pace. Yi was thoroughly familiar with the layout of such estates, and soon led Suhanshu over the back wall into the outer courtyard. Noticing his heavier breathing, Suhanshu looked at him with concern. Yi grasped her hand and shook his head slightly, signaling that he was fine. The two of them used the dim light from lanterns throughout the estate to avoid detection. When they spotted the courtyard designated for exiled convicts, Suhanshu pulled Yi to a stop. We cannot return yet. We need to stall some time, or being seen might make Junmaksu suspicious tomorrow. She then fed him an anti-inflammatory pill and a painkiller. Take the medicine. Yi did not ask further and swallowed the pills. Suhanshu stepped closer. Yi, can you trust me? Can you accompany me in doing something without asking why? Yi leaned close to her ear and replied, yes. Tell me what I need to do. Suhanshu tilted her head and whispered by his ear. You seem very familiar with the layout of this estate. Can you find a warehouse? Yi surveyed the surroundings, then led her along the wall in a certain direction. After roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn down, the two carefully located the warehouse. Perhaps because the estate was staffed entirely by their own people, only one person was guarding the warehouse. Suhanshu flashed forward and struck the drowsy guard, knocking him unconscious with a single palm strike. Wait outside. I will search inside for any medicinal herbs or useful items. She then slipped inside and closed the door behind her. Her eyes fell upon stacks of grain: wheat, soybeans, coarse rice, and millet. The warehouse was enormous, likely holding around 1,000 dan in total. Without hesitation, Suhanshu stored all the grain in her spatial storage and poured a bucket of gasoline over the loading tools. She then pulled Yi inside. Let me treat your wounds first. She took out a flashlight and set it to its lowest brightness. Yi regarded the strange glowing device with curiosity, but remembering her earlier words, said nothing. Suhanshu removed his clothes, revealing extensive bruising across his back with some areas showing muscle damage and bloody marks. She used spiritual spring water to clean the wounds and applied the finest medicinal ointment. Though injured, the damage was not severe enough to require bandaging. She handed him the spiritual water. Drink some. Then she took out 2 eggs and some beef jerky. They ate slowly. Seeing the sky beginning to pale with dawn, Suhanshu spoke. This warehouse will catch fire shortly. We need to return to Junmaksu's room. Can you still manage? Yi, whose back wound no longer felt particularly painful, replied calmly, yes. Suhanshu struck a match and tossed it into the gasoline. She pulled Yi and headed outward. He wrapped his arm around her waist, and with a few swift leaps they returned to Junmaksu's courtyard, climbing back through the window. Suhanshu loosened her hair and walked toward the inner chamber, deliberately disheveling her clothes as well. At that moment, shouts echoed from outside. Fire! The estate is on fire. Fire! Suhanshu rolled onto the bed, took out a sachet, and held it under Junmaksu's nose. Seeing that he was about to wake, she hastily closed her eyes and leaned against his arm. Junmaksu was roused by the shouting. The moment he opened his eyes, he frowned and raised a hand only to hear a coquettish cry of pain. It hurts. Seeing Su Honshu with disheveled hair and rumpled clothes, the wildness of the previous night flooded back into Jun Moxu's mind. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He had actually slept with Jun Moi's wife. As the shouts outside grew louder, "Fire! Put out the fire!" Jun Moxu reached for his clothes. Su Honshu also opened her eyes. The moment she did, her eyes reddened and tears streamed down her face. Struggling to rise, she turned over and climbed off the bed with an expression of utter humiliation. "Your Highness the Grand Imperial Grandson, you had better remember what you promised me. Since my chastity is already gone, remember, even a cornered rabbit will bite." Jun Moxu was about to speak when Su Honshu, who had put on her shoes and risen, let out a pained cry. She braced herself against the edge of the bed. She steadied herself with difficulty. Only then did Jun Moxu notice the red plum blossom stains on the bedsheet. He abruptly grabbed Su Honshu's hand. "Su Honshu, why not return to the imperial capital with me? I can guarantee you a life of comfort and security." Su Honshu shook off his hand. "Grand Imperial Grandson, you have already obtained what you desired. If you insist on driving a person to desperation, I would not mind a fight to the bitter end. Of course, I have nothing left to lose now. Whether the fish dies, I do not know, but the net will certainly be torn." Suddenly, Jun Moi burst in and landed a punch on Jun Moxu's face. "You beast!" Jun Moxu, having taken the blow, immediately fought back. Su Honshu cried out in concern, "Stop fighting. Jun Moi, be careful." Suddenly, someone rushed in. "Grand Imperial Grandson, the manor's granary is on fire. It is spreading rapidly." Jun Moxu dodged one of Jun Moi's punches and roared, "Then have people put it out. What use is telling me?" Su Honshu hurried over and embraced Jun Moi. "Jun Moi, stop fighting, let us leave." Jun Moxu watched the frenzied Jun Moi and wiped the corner of his mouth. "Jun Moi, so you managed to free yourself from the ropes. Unfortunately, it is too late. Your wife's charms were truly exquisite. I have tasted them for you." Hearing this, Jun Moi's eyes blazed with fury as if about to erupt. He struggled to lunge forward and strike him. "You beast!" Su Honshu, her face streaked with tears, spoke with a sobbing voice. "Jun Moi, do you want me to dash my head against the wall right here?" At these words, Jun Moi instantly deflated. Seeing Su Honshu's tearful face, he frantically reached out to wipe her tears. He then picked up the cloak she had thrown on the ground, draped it over her shoulders, and put his arm around her, leading her away. Jun Moxu watched them leave and spoke with smug satisfaction. "Jun Moi, she is already my woman. Do you still want her?" Jun Moi halted at these words, then turned to look at him. "Jun Moxu, this is a grudge between the Prince of the Eastern Palace's household and the Prince of Qin's household. It is also a struggle between you and me. As a member of the imperial clan, you should not have bullied a weak woman so cruelly. I, Jun Moi, may have been outmatched, but to humiliate a woman and the daughter of a meritorious family in such a manner, I despise you." As for Su Honshu, he turned to look at her with a gentle gaze. "In this lifetime, she will be my only wife. Nothing in this world, nothing at all, is worth even a fraction of her." Then he embraced Su Honshu and left. Jun Moxu stared at the red stain on the bedsheet, and for some inexplicable reason, he folded the sheet and took it away. When Jun Moi led Su Honshu out of the courtyard, they saw Constable Yu Jun Linfeng, Su Lichuan, and Wei Furong all waiting outside. Su Honshu quickly wiped away her tears and walked toward her mother. "Mother!" Wei Furong pulled her into her arms. "Choo-choo, choo-choo, my choo-choo, are you all right, child?" Su Honshu shook her head. "I am fine. It is just that Jun Moi was beaten." Jun Moi looked at his father. "I have caused father concern." Jun Linfeng's expression darkened. "Can you still walk? Let me carry you on my back." Shen Wenxiao also looked at him anxiously. "Year, how do you feel?" Hearing this, Jun Moi quickly replied, "Father and mother need not worry. Your son is fine, just a few minor injuries. Let Honshu support me as I walk." Constable Yu glanced at the two of them, then looked toward the distant fire in the manor. "Let us go. We must hurry. So many people have been waiting for you too." Su Honshu stepped forward to support Jun Moi. As the group was filing out of the manor, a voice rang out from behind. "Stop. No one is allowed to leave." In an instant, the manor's men blocked their path. Constable Yu cupped his hands and said, "Steward Hua, what is the meaning of this?" Every exile must be stamped at each prefecture. If we delay the journey, His Majesty will hold us accountable. Steward Hua sneered contemptuously. Last night out of kindness we took you in. Yet the granary where we stored the grain has burned down for no reason. More than 8,000 dan of grain have been reduced to ashes. Whoever did this had better step forward, otherwise none of you are leaving. The entire exiled group began to murmur among themselves, each insisting that they had never left the courtyard all night. It was not me. Nor me. It could not have been me. I stayed in the corner all night, everyone knows that. Me too. There were people beside me the whole time. Constable, you cupped his hands. Steward Hua, we have just arrived, and indeed there are quite many of us. However, we had no idea where your granary was. Moreover, exiles are not allowed to wander about. Even we escorts were on duty in shifts to keep watch. Steward Hua remained unconvinced. Just because you say no one moved, does that mean no one moved, oi? Before you came, nothing ever happened in this manner. The moment you arrived, a fire broke out. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? At this, Constable, you continued, Steward Hua, we bear no grudge against your manor. Who would burn down your granary? Perhaps one of the manor's own caretakers accidentally set it on fire. Chen Siding stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Steward Hua, last night, I saw Su Hanshu leave our resting area in the middle of the night. Is it possible that Su Hanshu started the fire? Chen Siu also came forward and said, Steward Hua, it must have been Su Hanshu. She slipped away in the dead of night, and in the morning the whole party had to wait for her. It was only at dawn that the fire alarm was raised. Seeing this, most of the others also spoke up. It must be Su Hanshu. That woman is vicious and ruthless. She must have set the manor ablaze. Exactly. Steward Hua, Su Hanshu did it all. It had nothing to do with us. Steward Hua, the arsonist has already been found. Please let us go first. Among them, the Chun and Fong families accused Su Hanshu most fiercely. Su Hanshu quietly observed the way the two Chen sisters walked. Just as she suspected, they had become women last night. Chen Siding, you said you saw me in the middle of the night. But you were not asleep at that hour. What exactly were you doing? How could you have seen me in the dead of night? Chen Siding clenched her teeth in embarrassment upon hearing this. How could she possibly admit that she climbed into the crown prince's bed under the cover of darkness? I saw her leaving in the middle of the night when I went out to relieve myself. Su Hanshu looked at her mockingly upon hearing this. Could I not have gone out to relieve myself? If you're going to talk like that, I could also say that your sneaky departure last night was definitely to set the fire. With a sudden announcement, the crown prince has arrived. Jun Mo Su walked forward with his attendants. Dressed in a bright yellow robe embroidered with pythons, he strode forward swiftly like the wind, wearing a golden crown, his eyes carrying a sharp edge, his bearing regal and majestic. Accompanying him was the heir apparent of the Duan prince, dressed in a pale blue robe, holding a folding fan. Manager Hua hurriedly bowed. We pay our respects to your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, and to the heir apparent of the Duan Prince. Your Imperial Highness, the fire has finally been extinguished, but all the grain has been burned to ashes. It must have been these people who did it. When this group arrived, our manor was perfectly fine. Jun Mo Su turned his piercing gaze toward the exiled crowd. Those who committed arson causing severe losses will be exiled 2,000 li. For more serious cases, hanging will be the punishment. Combined with your original crimes, your sentence would exceed exile to the northwest. Anyone who left last night, step forward immediately. Those who did not leave must also produce witnesses. Su Hanshu and Jun Mo Yi exchanged glances, then took 2 steps forward with their fingers interlaced. The Chen sisters also stepped out. A young lady from the Fong family came forward as well. There were also several others unfamiliar to Su Hanshu. Jun Mo Su slowly sat down in the chair brought for him, looking at those who had stepped forward. Tell me, what did you do last night? When did you return? Do you have witnesses? Our report to your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, this commoner only got up to relieve oneself last night, and it was but a moment's journey both ways. Tao Shi by my side can attest to this. Our report to your Imperial Highness, this commoner also went to relieve oneself. Fong Ming from the Fong family knows this. Those unfamiliar ones were mostly people who had only gotten up to relieve themselves. Only the few ladies along with Su Hanshu and Jun Mo Yi remained. The young lady from the Fong family's face turned bright red. Report to your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince last night. This commoner was with Magistrate Foam. Chun Siu clenched her teeth and shot a guilty glance at Jun Mo. Yi then looked at the heir apparent of the Duan Prince, hoping he would speak for her. The heir apparent of the Duan Prince did not fail her expectations. Your Imperial Highness, there is no need to question eldest Miss Chun. Upon hearing this, Chun Siu breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately spoke up. Your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, everyone went to different places and did different things, and all have witnesses. Only Su Han Shu has none. The fire must have been set by her. Jun Mo, Yi scolded sharply. Shut up. I was with Han Shu all night. Chun Siu, do not slander people. Chun Siu thought of how Jun Mo Yi had treated her with cold words again, and her heart had become completely disappointed in him. Either way, she now belonged to the heir apparent of the Duan Prince. What harm came from tearing off the mask? Perhaps the fire was set by you two together. You are husband and wife, of course you would give each other false testimony. If you have the ability, find other witnesses. Upon hearing this, Su Han Shu did not argue with her. Instead, she looked at Jun Mo Su with a half-smile. Your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, last night, everyone in the Jun family knew that your attendant came to say you wished to see our couple. We came to see you. Shall I continue? Jun Mo Su looked at the pair's fingers interlaced in full view of the crowd. His hand gripping the chair armrest tightened. Lord Jun and Miss Su truly share a deep love. But one wonders how deep that love can go. Is Miss Su not afraid it is not worth it? Upon hearing this, Su Han Shu spoke calmly. In this world, emotions are not about whether something is worth it or not. There is only willingness. He indeed could not let Su Han Shu continue speaking of last night. So many people were here. If Miss Su's reputation was ruined, so be it. But he was the crown prince with a bright future ahead. Jun Mo Su slowly rose from his seat. Enough. It is merely some grain. Let it burn. Officers, we will not delay your journey further. Upon hearing this, the officers hurriedly cupped their fists in salute. Yes. Thank you, Your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince. Manager Hua wanted to say something more, but did not. After all, the Crown Prince did not wish to investigate further, and he himself could not pursue it. The exiled caravan continued its journey. They arrived at a market town in Feng City. The officers, hearing constant coughing along the way, grew worried that more people would fall ill and die. At long last, everyone could purchase medicine for colds and fevers. This time, Su Han Shu asked Jun Mo Yi to stay and rest, while she herself carried a bag and went out with Ping Er to shop. After purchasing some daily necessities, Su Han Shu asked Ping Er to wait for her and walked into the medicine shop. She bought many herbs for treating colds and fevers. Using her cloak to block the view, she concealed most of them in her spatial storage, keeping some in the bag. Since she was only given 1 hour, and even that was stolen from lunch break, Su Han Shu finished purchasing and headed back with Ping Er. When they reached the gathering point, she hurriedly handed out meat buns to everyone, one each, and they ate while continuing their journey. Thanks to this medicine purchase, everyone was decocting herbs at night when they settled at the relay station. Su Han Shu was also cooking. She had bought some meat at noon. Jun Mo Yi currently had injuries and needed better nutrition to recover. But she saw the woman who had wept yesterday holding her child approaching and kneeling before Su Han Shu. Young madam, please. After you finish eating, could you lend me your pot to boil some medicine? I truly have no other way. Su Han Shu took out the small pot from before. I can lend it to you. But you know your child's condition well. Do not come back and throw blame on me. Upon hearing this, the woman hurriedly kowtowed. Thank you, young madam. Thank you, young madam. I would not repay kindness with betrayal. May I die an unfortunate death, if I do. Su Han Shu stepped aside to avoid her, then handed her several cloth straps. Perhaps you could use the straps to carry the child on your back. This would be more convenient. The woman hurriedly accepted them. Young madam, my name is Huan. If my Wanner recovers once we reach the place of exile, I Huan am willing to serve young madam as a cow or horse. Su Han Shu spoke. No need. Go gather firewood. Later you may come to the Jun residence to collect some kindling. Huan thanked her repeatedly. Perhaps because they were all mothers, or perhaps because they were all concubines abandoned by their families. Chun Tao and Shokue also shared their firewood to help Huan boil medicine. Su Han Shu did not pay much attention to this new little group. She simply instructed Ping Er to remember to retrieve the pot after they were done using it. After eating at the Jun residence, Su Honshu brewed a pot of ginger soup, as usual adding some cold-dispelling herbs so that everyone from both the Jun and Su families could drink it. Of course, Jun Mo took additional anti-inflammatory and painkiller tablets separately. After Su Honshu applied medicine to his wounds, the two lay on the blankets covered with cloaks to rest, for at this relay station each family was allocated one room. In another corner of the room, Chen Wenxiao leaned against Jun Linfeng and whispered softly, "Husband, are you still angry with me? You have been ignoring me lately." Jun Linfeng glanced at concubine Li, who had fallen asleep beside him holding a child. Then he turned sideways to face Chen Wenxiao. "Wenxiao, we have been husband and wife for many years. I can understand that you want to keep the Jun and Chen families on good terms, ideally, to strengthen the ties through marriage. I also know you have your heart set on Siyu as our daughter-in-law. But Wenxiao Yi has grown up and started his own family. You should let him make his own decisions when appropriate. You may not like his wife, but you cannot deliberately make things difficult for him again and again. Throughout this journey, letting these two children manage the household has allowed our Jun family to live better than other clans. You go to the Chen family every day, yet the two children have never said a word against you. They have never shortchanged you in food or supplies. You need to think clearly about which side is truly close to you." Chen Wenxiao lowered her eyes upon hearing this and said, "I won't speak ill of her anymore." Jun Linfeng reached out and took her hand. "When you gave birth to Yi, your health suffered. I know that seeing concubine Qian with a daughter makes you want one too. If you truly like Siyu, then treat her as your own daughter from now on and stop making things difficult for your own child." Chen Wenxiao's eyes instantly reddened when she saw him take the initiative to hold her hand. She recalled what her mother had said earlier that day. She could not stay at odds with Jun Linfeng forever. Recently, concubine Li had been by his side constantly, and if this continued, she truly would have no place in the Jun family. "I understand." She then took out an embroidered pouch from her bosom and fastened it onto Jun Linfeng's belt. "I made this pouch over the past few days. Let me put it on you. When it's time for the next procurement trip, I'll have Honshu buy me a bolt of cloth so I can make you some clothes." After all, they had been husband and wife for many years. Seeing her offering an olive branch, Jun Linfeng did not refuse and reached out to pull her into an embrace. "Don't bother making any for me. That girl Honshu probably isn't skilled at needlework. Make the two children a pair of shoes or some clothes instead. You are their mother, so pamper them a bit more." Chen Wenxiao naturally was unwilling to make clothes for Su Honshu, but her relationship with Jun Linfeng had just been patched up with difficulty. These days, the Jun family members had been acting as if she didn't exist, so she naturally could not contradict him at this moment. "All right, let her buy 2 extra bolts of cloth. I'll make clothes for all of you." The next day, Su Honshu felt that something between her father-in-law and mother-in-law had changed, but she didn't pay much attention to it. The two had been spouses for many years and had a grown son like Jun Moi, so it was impossible for them to remain cold toward each other forever. Coughing could still be heard along the road, but thanks to the medicine, no one on the journey died of illness any longer. Even Warner managed to hold on, though she was still drowsy and occasionally cried out for her mother. Just as the oppressive atmosphere among the group was gradually dissipating, the heavens refused to cooperate. It began to snow. As the blizzard grew fiercer, the biting wind swept huge snowflakes through the air, landing on people's shoulders and hair. Their hands and feet went numb from the cold. Every member of the Jun family had a straw rain cape, and Su Honshu had bought clothes for them all. On the Su side, Su Honshu had also taught them to weave rain capes from dry straw, so both families managed to scrape by. But the others fared far worse. People began freezing to death one after another, and the closer they got to the northwest, the colder the weather became. More and more people were left dead in the wilderness. That day they passed Tianshan Ridge. The procession slowed further, hindered by the heavy snow. The escort captain rode on horseback, cracking his whip in the air. "Move faster. We must get past Tianshan Ridge today, or we might as well stay here and wait to die." Jun Moi clutched Su Honshu's hand tightly and marched forward step by step. "Honshu, let me carry you on my back." Su Honshu wore the hood of her cloak over her head. She felt her ears getting frostbitten. She thought that when they rested, she would find a chance to apply some chilblain ointment and also take out a heat pack to stick onto herself. Otherwise, she would freeze to death. The moment she spoke, her teeth were chattering. "It's fine, I can still walk." Suddenly, a sound came, a woof. It was a wolf's howl. Su Honshu's heart jolted with alarm, fearing that the snow made hunting difficult, so fierce beasts such as tigers, wolves, jackals, and leopards had come out. The escort captain swung his whip and urged his team onward in a flurry. Hurry! Run for your lives! Get across Tianshan Ridge. Unfortunately, they were in the mountains, the beast's territory. Soon a massive pack of wolves appeared. A towering mighty wolf king with golden fur led the pack, charging down from the mountain. Each wolf bared its sharp fangs. The escorts drew their sabers and watched the wolf pack warily. The exiled crowd burst into wails. Those who ran fast charged ahead desperately, while those who were slower got trampled by the people behind. Jun Linfeng carried his youngest son Jun Moyan on his back and ran for his life. Jun Moy anxiously pulled Su Honshu forward as fast as he could. Su Honshu ran, while turning back to check on the Jun family members. Seeing concubine Qian about to lag behind, running panic-stricken, with Jun Mahua in her arms, she quickly spoke up. Jun Moy, slow down a bit, and take Mahua. Concubine Qian finally managed to catch up, and Jun Moy took the child and ran forward. Among those lagging behind, people were continually bitten by the wolves, and more cries of pain filled the air. Help! My child! Father, be careful! Sister! These panicked cries. Each one signified someone had been bitten. Facing such a huge pack, the escorts could no longer spare any thought for the exiled prisoners and began to protect themselves. Su Honshu thought that as long as the Jun family could run out of Tianshan Ridge, everything would be fine. Unexpectedly, the Wolf King charged at the Jun family's group from the side. Watch out! Several wolves followed close behind, making the scene extremely perilous. Su Honshu drew a sword from beneath her cloak and stabbed it at a lunging wolf. As warm coppery blood splattered across her face, the wolf collapsed to the ground. But the scent of blood only drove the pack into a greater frenzy. Jun Linfeng dodged about in panic, holding the child in his arms. Jun Moy set Jun Mahua down on the ground, then drew a dagger and rushed over. Concubine Qian picked up Mahua and kept running. Suddenly the Wolf King pounced on Jun Linfeng, knocking him to the ground. He shielded Jun Moyan firmly beneath his body. Concubine, scared out of her wits, rushed over in tears. My lord Yenner. Jun Moy hurriedly rushed over to save his father. Father! Su Honshu watched as wolves kept charging toward the Jun family. A panic she had never felt before filled her eyes. Damn it, why did the Wolf King choose to attack the Jun family? Jun Moy catch the sword. She tossed the sword to Jun Moy, then simultaneously leaped onto a tree and brought out her bow and arrows, not caring whether it would expose her spatial storage. She knocked an arrow, drew the bow to its full extent once she had aimed at the Wolf King, and with a swish an arrow shot toward the Wolf King like a white rainbow, piercing the sun, striking it right in the rump. Jun Moy struck the Wolf King with a simultaneous slash, then looked up to see Su Honshu knocking an arrow. He immediately swung his sword with powerful arcs, driving the wolf pack back. Madame Li watched blood continuously welling from multiple wounds on Jun Linfeng's body. His clothes were torn apart, and flesh had even been torn away by the wolves, leaving her sobbing uncontrollably. Master. Under her support, Jun Linfeng slowly released Jun Moyan. Take Yenner and go, don't worry about me. 7-year-old Jun Moyan gazed at his father covered in blood, crying out in despair. Father! Jun Linfeng wiped his tears. Go. Listen to your eldest brother from now on. Madame Li bit her lip, hoisted Jun Moyan onto her back, and ran. She knew that staying with the children would only become a burden to everyone. Shen Wenxiao also came, crying to support Jun Linfeng. Jun Linfeng, get up, we have to go. But Jun Linfeng could no longer stand. Wenxiao, go. Run now, Heir can't hold out much longer. Shen Wenxiao wept bitterly, shaking her head frantically, desperately, trying to help him rise. From atop the tree, Su Honshu continued to rain down arrows, but the Wolf King had already realized the threat and began dodging the lethal strikes. Meanwhile, several other wolves glared with bared teeth, waiting for any opening to pounce. Jun Moy gripped his sword tightly with both hands, his gaze alertly scanning the wolf pack. Seeing that the Wolf King could easily evade her arrows, Su Honshu shifted her aim toward the other wolves. Soon 2 wolves were wounded by her arrows. Suddenly the Wolf King let out a fierce howl. Awoo! It seemed to be issuing a command. Several wolves simultaneously lunged toward the area behind Jun Moy. Su Honshu bit her lip in panic and loosed 3 arrows in quick succession. Jun Moi also drove his sword cleanly into one of the beasts. Yet another wolf once more sank its fangs into Jun Linfeng. Father! A panicked Jun Moi spun around and slashed viciously at the beast attacking his father. Only then did he notice his father's garments were completely shredded with several chunks of flesh torn away. Blood continued to flow relentlessly. Jun Linfeng felt his strength fading fast. Heir, I entrust the Jun family to you. Go run now. Jun Moi's eyes were streaked with crimson. Jun Moi wielded his sword slaughtering wolves without hesitation. Su Honshu's hands had begun to tremble, after releasing so many arrows in succession the muscles in her arms were already strained and damaged. At that moment, only several members of the Jun family remained alive amidst the corpses scattered all around, both human and wolf. Suddenly 2 figures came sprinting toward them from a distance brandishing wooden staffs. Joining the fray were Su Lichuan and Su Yuanjia. They charged forward, striking the wolves with their staffs. Quickly the 2 men alongside Jun Moi formed a protective barrier around Jun Linfeng and Chen Wenxiao. Su Honshu's spatial pouch was empty of arrows. Gritting her teeth, she decided she could no longer afford caution. The thought of watching Jun Moi die was unbearable. She drew a pistol from her spatial storage and began firing at the wolves. Several beasts dropped dead. The Wolf King agilely dodged a bullet and launched itself toward the tree where Su Honshu stood. Su Honshu was about to aim the pistol at the Wolf King, but it was too late. The beast crashed forcefully against the tree, causing Su Honshu to tumble from its branches. Jun Moi leaped forward, grabbed her hand, and pulled her away from the wolf's maw before driving his sword into its belly. Su Honshu reacted swiftly, firing 2 shots from her pistol at the Wolf King. She went for a 3rd shot, but found the chamber empty. Damn it, in her past life, she should have saved at least 2 more firearms. She holstered the pistol back into her spatial storage, and a sword materialized in her hand. Only then did she realize the Wolf King was already dead. Su Honshu knelt on the ground, gasping for breath in ragged sobs. Jun Moi was no better, after such a prolonged battle, he was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, with the alpha fallen, the wolf pack began to scatter. Jun Moi hauled Su Honshu to her feet and hurried anxiously toward his father. Chen Wenxiao cradled Jun Linfeng in her arms, wailing loudly. Linfeng, don't die, don't leave me behind. Jun Moi's eyes reddened as well. The Su father and son breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that their Su Honshu was unharmed. However, their gazes quickly turned to Jun Linfeng, whose body had several gaping wounds where flesh was missing and blood flowed profusely. It was clear his chances of survival were slim. Jun Moi took out trauma medicine and continuously poured it onto his father's injuries, his voice trembling with fear and choked sobs. Father, you will be all right. You must hold on. Su Honshu no longer cared about propriety. She took out gauze and began applying medicine while bandaging Jun Linfeng's wounds, but the blood flowed too heavily, staining the gauze crimson within moments. Su Honshu produced acupuncture needles, her voice slightly quivering. Jun Moi, I have studied acupuncture to stop bleeding, but I can only attempt it. She then inserted a silver needle into the radial side of his forearm 5 cun above the wrist crease. Pulling up his pant leg, she placed another needle 3 cun below the Yinlinquan point on the inner side of his lower leg. The bleeding gradually slowed. Jun Moi finally managed to wrap Jun Linfeng's wounds with gauze. Su Honshu then produced a flask of spiritual spring water and handed it to him. Make him drink it quickly. Jun Moi did not question it, and forcefully administered several sips of the water to his father. Jun Linfeng's eyelids slowly fluttered open as though he already sensed his impending end. Heir, stop fussing. There are a few words I must impart to you. He then turned his gaze towards Su Lichuan. Brother Su, I never expected to see you again. Su Lichuan squatted closer, his eyes red with emotion after years of friendship with Jun Linfeng. Brother Jun, I should have noticed sooner that you had fallen behind. Jun Linfeng shook his head slightly. You shouldn't have come, but since you are here, I must ask one more favor of you. A tear slid down from the corner of Jun Moi's eye. Father, let us leave this place first. Jun Linfeng shook his head again. If I do not speak now, Father will lose his chance. He cast a pleading look towards Su Lichuan. Seeing this, Su Lichuan immediately replied, Brother Jun, speak. I will agree to anything you ask. Jun Linfeng turned his head slightly, to look at Jun Moi. Heir kneel. Upon hearing this, Jun Moi slowly lowered his knees. Su Lichuan hastily stepped back. Brother Jun, what are you? Jun Linfeng continued. A son-in-law is half a son. I entrust Heir to you from now on. Jun Moi felt his heart ache bitterly as he listened to his father's final words. Father. Jun Linfeng gazed at the son he had always been proud of, slowly extending his hand toward his face. But he saw his palm coated in his own blood. He let his hand fall back to his side. Jun Moi quickly caught it and pressed it against his own cheek. Father. Jun Linfeng could only feel his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Heir, remember from now on you must trust the Su family. Do not betray the Su family. And above all, do not fail Chiyu. Do not let your father pass away without peace. Jun Moi's tears fell scorching hot. All right, father, I remember. I remember. Su Honshu had never expected that Jun Linfeng's dying words would still concern her. As a father-in-law, Jun Linfeng had been most proper. He was always sensible and reasonable. Though he had once been the lofty prince of Qin, after his downfall, he could still gather firewood and do manual labor. She could not hold back her tears. Father. Jun Linfeng looked at Su Honshu, his voice growing weaker and weaker. Chu. My girl. Don't abandon. Heir. Su Honshu hastily replied, Don't worry, father. As long as he never betrays me in this life, I will never leave him. Only then did Jun Linfeng turn his head slightly, as if he wanted to look at Chen Wenxiao, who was holding him. Perhaps it was the tacit understanding between husband and wife. Chen Wenxiao hurriedly said, Linfeng, I am here, I am here. Jun Linfeng's voice was already very low. Chen Wenxiao leaned close to him. She heard him say in a very small voice from now on. Listen. To Heir. At last the breath Jun Linfeng had been holding slipped away. Chen Wenxiao broke down and wept. No, Linfeng, don't leave me. The clothes I was making for you are still unfinished, Linfeng. Jun Moi held his father's hand, his fingertips trembling, his eyes scarlet, as though stained with blood, his entire body radiating profound grief. Su Honshu looked at him with concern. Jun Moi. Suddenly, with her keen eyes, she noticed a chewed-up sachet beside Jun Linfeng. When had father ever carried a sachet? Curious, she reached out and picked up the sachet. Inside were some herbs. Recalling how the wolves had kept lunging at Jun Linfeng, a thought suddenly flashed through Su Honshu's mind. She took out the herbs and smelled them. It was actually dragon immortal herb. No wonder the wolf pack had targeted Jun Linfeng. Dragon immortal herb is a kind of herb that causes wild beasts to fight over it the moment it appears. It is of little use to humans, yet it holds an immense attraction for jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. Is this sachet father's? The grieving Jun Moi and the others all looked at the sachet in Su Honshu's hand. Chen Wenxiao's face was streaked with tears. Yes, it was something I gave Linfeng a couple of days ago. Su Honshu stared at Chen Wenxiao in disbelief, but with a flicker of hope in her eyes. Mother, are you sure this was the one you gave him? Did it not pass through anyone else's hands? Seeing the somewhat unnerving look in Su Honshu's eyes, Chen Wenxiao felt a sense of foreboding in her heart. I tied it on him myself. What is the matter? Jun Moi then turned his gaze to the sachet in Su Honshu's hand. Honshu, is there something wrong with this sachet? Su Honshu smelled the herbs again and fixed her eyes firmly on Chen Wenxiao. Mother, did you make this sachet yourself, or was it given to you by someone else? Chen Wenxiao felt even more flustered. Your father is already gone, so why are you investigating a sachet? Su Honshu clenched the sachet tightly and spoke through gritted teeth. I have been unable to understand why so many wolves attacked father. Jun Moi was shielding father at the front, and I was shooting arrows without stopping, yet the Wolf King went mad and savaged father. Mother, this sachet contains dragon immortal herb, a kind of herb that attracts wild beasts such as jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. Hearing this, Chen Wenxiao remembered that the sachet had been given to her by her own mother, and she shook her head frantically. Impossible. This is impossible. How could I harm my own husband? Jun Moi snatched the sachet, and seeing that there were still several pieces of herbs inside, glared at Chen Wenxiao in fury. Tell me, where did this come from? Chen Wenxiao's tears rolled down like beads slipping from a string. I don't know, there was any herb in it. I don't even recognize the herb Su Honshu mentioned. Su Honshu, are you deliberately saying this? Are you bearing a grudge against me because of how I treated you before? Hearing that, Su Honshu cut her off. I hold no grudge against you. This concerns father's death, so I would not speak recklessly. Let Junmoy take this herb, and find a physician of considerable skill. One look will tell whether it is dragon immortal herb. Hearing this, Chun Wenxiao embraced Jun Linfeng and wept bitterly. Su Honshu took out a handkerchief and handed it to Junmoy. Junmoy, I have only happened to see dragon immortal herb a few times, so perhaps it only looks similar. But those wolves began attacking the entire exile party, and only later kept biting father. This is indeed suspicious. You can keep the sachet and herbs, and have a physician verify them later. Junmoy wrapped the sachet together with the herbs, and tucked it close to his body. He reached out, and seized Chun Wenxiao's hand. I have never seen you do needlework. Tell me who gave you this sachet. Was it the Chun family? Tell me. Chun Wenxiao, seeing the piercing gaze her son turned on her, finally dared not hide it any longer, and cried out. It was your maternal grandmother who gave it to me, but your grandmother would never harm your father. It must be Su Honshu talking nonsense. It is because you all ignore me, all treat me as if I don't exist. Your grandmother told me to take the initiative to reconcile with your father. She said Siding had embroidered a sachet, and I could bring it to give to your father. Junmoy wished he could kill her. His own mother had actually caused his father's death. How absurd, how tragic. He shook off Chun Wenxiao's hand. How could I have a mother like you? You are not worthy to be father's wife. He pulled Jun Linfeng over and held him against his chest. Chun Wenxiao hastily reached out to pull Jun Linfeng. Junmoy pushed her hand away. You are not worthy to touch my father. What did my father ever do to wrong you that you would harm him like this? Tell me. Chun Wenxiao sobbed so violently that her whole body convulsed. Her cries mingled with pain and sorrow across the snowy wilderness. No. Mother, love me most. How could she harm me? It can't be. It seemed Chun Wenxiao had been deceived by the Qin family. It also seemed that Jun Moxu had appeared in Fengsheng not merely to humiliate the Jun family, but to take their lives, yet he did not dare to make a move himself for fear of arousing the emperor's suspicion. He had bribed the Qin family to use a single herb to lure the wolves into killing Jun Linfeng, making it look like an accident. Had she not happened to recognize dragon immortal herb, the matter would likely have been dismissed as an accident. While they were still immersed in grief, Officer Yu's voice came from afar. Jun family, Su family, time to move on. If we don't leave now, it will soon be dark, and I fear we will encounter even more wild beasts. Su Honshu reached out and gripped Junmoy's arm. Junmoy, we must keep moving first. Junmoy pulled his father onto his back. Su Lichuan and Su Yuanjia hurriedly helped support him. Chun Wenxiao followed, dazed and lost. Su Honshu suppressed her grief and spoke as she walked up to Officer Yu. Officer Yu, my father was injured and fainted. We will carry him on our backs as we travel, and we won't delay the journey. Officer Yu glanced at Jun Linfeng on Junmoy's back and said nothing. Walk faster. The party has drawn quite far ahead of us. We must catch up quickly. Junmoy carried his father on his back. As he lowered his head, tears fell. Gritting his teeth, he walked forward step by step. Su Lichuan and Su Yuanjia walked on either side, shielding her from the wind. By the time they caught up with the main group, they had already left Tianxiao Ridge and darkness had fully descended. The exiled group settled in an old abandoned farmstead. Though it was dilapidated, it at least provided some shelter from the wind and rain. Concubine Li and the others spotted Su Honshu and rushed over. Master. Young madam. Young master. Chun Wenxiao, dazed and disoriented, charged straight toward the Qin family. The old Madam Chun frowned at the sight of her daughter's disheveled appearance. Wenxiao, how did you end up in such a state? Chun Wenxiao stared at her mother. Mother, why were there medicinal herbs inside the pouch you gave me? Qin Fengshe came over to support her. Wenxiao, you must be exhausted from the journey. What herbs? It was just a simple pouch. Qin Wenxiao shook off Qin Fengshe's hand and fixed her eyes on the old Madam Chun. Mother, why? He was my husband. After all, Qin Wenxiao was her most beloved child, and the old Madam Chun could not bear to see her like this. Wenxiao, this was an accident. Sit down first. We've boiled some hot water, drink some. From now on you'll travel with the Qin family. But Chun Wenxiao insisted on an answer. Mother, tell me, did you put herbs in it? Did you? The old Madam Chun, provoked by her daughter's repeated accusations, also lost her temper. Does it really matter that much? Wenxiao, you are a daughter of the Qin family. You must put the family first. The Qins raised you, so you should consider what is best for the family. Qin Fangshi also spoke up. Wen Xiao, only if the Chun family prospers will you prosper. The Jun family has cast you aside, and no one there treats you with any respect. Only the Chun family is willing to give you a place to stay. Hearing this, how could Chun Wenxiao not understand? She had caused her own husband's death. How could she have been so foolish as to fall for her mother's scheme, believing her mother always had her best interests at heart? She looked at the old Madame Chun with utter despair. Mother, you truly are the pillar of the Chen family. For the sake of the family, you would do anything, even sacrifice your own daughter's happiness. Suddenly Chun Wenxiao knelt before the old Madame Chun and heavily kowtowed. Mother, from this day onward consider that you raised Wenxiao in vain. Then she rose and went to find Jun Moi and the others. Over by the Jun family, Jun Linfeng lay on a bolt of cloth with dry straw, and a straw rain caped beneath him. Concubine Li and concubine Qian knelt beside Jun Linfeng, weeping bitterly, for they had lost their pillar of support in the Jun family. Jun Moi knelt at Jun Linfeng's side, his face filled with grief. Su Lichuan and Su Yuanjia returned to the Su family's side. Su Hanshu took out sweet potatoes and millet from the cloth sack and had Nanny Chui cook porridge. Then, using the sack as cover, she took 2 bolts of cloth out of her spatial storage. Concubine Li, concubine Qian, now is not the time for tears. I have 2 bolts of cloth here. I originally planned to bring them back to the Su family, so my mother could make clothes for me and Jun Moi. Now give them to father. From now on you need not do anything else. Just make clothes for father. Make a full set of outer garments for him. The 2 women wiped their tears as they took the cloth from Su Hanshu's hands. Jun Mahua reached out and tugged at Su Hanshu's hand. Sister-in-law, do I not have a father anymore? Su Hanshu crouched down to look at her. Mahua, you still have a father. He has merely gone to a very, very far away place. From now on he will become a star in the sky, watching Mahua grow into a fine young lady. Jun Moi knelt beside Jun Moi, silently shedding tears. After Nanny Chui finished cooking the porridge, not a single member of the Jun family could bring themselves to eat. They were all weeping quietly. Pinger brought a bowl over to Su Hanshu. Su Hanshu carried the porridge to Jun Moi's side. Everyone go drink some porridge. I know you are all grieving, but even if you have no appetite, you must force yourselves to eat. We still have to travel tomorrow. Concubine Li and concubine Qian led the 2 children aside to drink porridge. Su Hanshu knelt down beside Jun Moi. Jun Moi, won't you drink a little porridge? Jun Moi remained kneeling motionless, his eyes void of any spirit. Su Hanshu reached out and held his hand. Jun Moi, unless you want your father to be abandoned in the woods like those who died of illness or were mauled to death, you will drink this porridge. Tomorrow you still have to carry father on your back. If you collapse from weakness and someone discovers that father has passed away, you know exactly what the consequences will be. Su Hanshu took a sip of the porridge and, feeling that it was no longer hot, brought it to Jun Moi's lips. Even if it's only so that you can carry father, you must drink this porridge. Only then did Jun Moi take the bowl and drink the porridge. Su Hanshu noticed that he did not even chew. He swallowed it as if it were water. Her heart ached for him, but she could not afford to drown in grief. She had to find a way to bury father properly. There was no way they could carry his body all the way to the northwest. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Choo-choo, mother has something to tell you. Su Hanshu rose, opened the door to let Wei Furong in, and then hastily closed the broken door. Mother, why have you come? Wei Furong took out a set of inner garments. Choo-choo, these are inner garments I made for your father. They were just finished and have never been worn. Use these for now. Your father and brother did not dare come over, afraid that others might notice something unusual. If there is anything the Su family can do, just say the word, and your father and brother will do it. Su Hanshu took the inner garments. Mother, on behalf of Jun Moi, I thank you. Then she walked over to the cloth sack and took out a machete. Mother, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Have father and second brother help me cut some wooden sticks about 2 meters tall each. Try not to let anyone become suspicious. There's no need to rush. Cut some tonight and some tomorrow night. We need around 30 in total. See if the Su family can help carry them. Wei Furong took the machete. All right, don't worry. I'll speak with your father. Choo-choo, ask Moi if he is willing to leave with the Su family. If he is willing, we'll go find the escort captain and try to switch groups. Su Hanshu nodded. I'll go talk to Captain Yu. It's just that on the Su family side. Wei Furong interrupted. Don't worry about that side. Your father and I can make the decision. If anyone refuses to accept it, then let them split from the family. Su Honshu fell into thought for a moment. All right. For now, we can't continue traveling with the Chen family. Mother, go back first. I'll go find Captain Yu. Wei Furong nodded and left. Su Honshu handed the set of inner garments to concubine Li for safekeeping. Then she took a flask of fine wine and went to find Captain Yu. After asking which room the escort captain was in, she walked to a slightly better preserved room and knocked on the door. Captain Yu, are you available? I have a fine flask of wine here and would like you to do me the honor of accepting it. Captain Yu opened the door. Young madam. Su Honshu walked inside and handed the wine to Captain Yu. Captain Yu accepted it. What does young madam wish to discuss? Su Honshu took out a gold bangle from her sleeve along with several hundred tael silver notes. Captain Yu, this is all we can gather for now. I would like to ask you to move the Su family into the same group as the Jun family. Head Constable Yu glanced at the banknotes and gold bangles in his hand. This was the wealthiest batch of exiled convicts he had ever escorted. The young madam is not simple. The Prince Chen's mansion has been confiscated, yet you still managed to produce so much silver and jewelry. Su Honshu smiled bitterly upon hearing this. These bangles were part of my dowry. When the incident occurred on our wedding night, I had no chance to take them off. Heaven pitied me, so I still have a little jewelry on me. The banknotes were sent by my mother's natal family, as she gave them to me just now. The Jun family now has the injured and the young, a bunch of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. I truly have no other choice but to beg Head Constable Yu to let us share a group with the Su family so we can look after one another. Head Constable Yu weighed the gold bangles in his hand. I'll keep the bangles. The banknotes I'll distribute among the other constables. I can't guarantee success. Su Honshu lowered her eyes slightly and added more bargaining chips. Head Constable Yu, throughout this journey, you have many times extended convenience to the Jun family. Your many kindnesses cannot be repaid with a mere bangle. I have a bosom friend bound to me in life and death. If he hears of my exile, he will certainly come to the northwest to visit me. Once we reach the northwest, I will surely repay Head Constable Yu generously. Head Constable Yu looked at her. The young Madam of Jun is not simple. A lady of the inner chambers actually has a bosom friend in life and death. Su Honshu's eyes flickered with emotion. Though Honshu is a lady of the inner chambers, I was born into a military family. I lived with my parents at the border for several years, so naturally I have some friends in the martial world. It is getting late. I will not disturb Head Constable Yu further. Leaving Head Constable Yu, Su Honshu did not return to the Jun family first, but went to the Chun family's room next door. She had to ensure that the regrouping tomorrow would succeed, otherwise traveling with the Chen family would surely expose her. At the very least, she had to wait until concubine Li finished making the clothes and find a way to make a simple coffin for Jun Linfeng. At this moment, the Chen family was full of festivity. Although they had lost a few people due to the wolf pack, the Chen family had always been large and influential. The loss of a few concubine sons or concubines was of no concern to anyone. Chen Sighting looked smug. Mother, sister, do you think Prince Chen can survive? With all that blood in this weather and no doctor to be found, he'll surely die in another couple of days. Chen Fengshe said with satisfaction. Surely he will. Sighting, you must not forget your mother in the future. After you are taken back, find a way to beg to have me brought back. I can't endure this kind of life a single day longer. Suddenly the door was pushed open. Su Honshu appeared and closed the door behind her. Chen Siyu glared at Su Honshu with hatred. Su Honshu, what business do you have in our Chen family? Su Honshu ignored her, instead casting an icy gaze at Chen Sighting, her eyes even colder than the winter night's frost outside. She walked step by step toward Chen Sighting. Chen Sighting retreated in fear. What do you want? Chen Fengshe hastily shielded her daughter. Su Honshu, don't act insane here. This is the Chun residence. Su Honshu suddenly raised her hand. The hairpin in her hand grazed past Chen Fengshe's neck, leaving a faint trace of blood. At the same time, it embedded into the wall, terrifying Chen Sighting. Chen Sighting, I underestimated you. You were even able to produce dragon immortal herb to lure wild beasts into attacking. But since ancient times, murder must be avenged. You'd better pray that my father survives this ordeal, otherwise the entire Chen family will be buried with him. Old Madame Chun rose, leaning on her cane. Su Hanshu, you've become utterly lawless, daring to threaten the Qin family. Su Hanshu turned, her eyes filled with endless chill as she looked at old Madame Chun. Old Madame Chun, my father was bitten by wolves. Jun Moi is tending to him and cannot come to see you. My husband and I are one body. Jun Moi has asked me to tell the Qin family a parasital feud is irreconcilable. If my father does not wake up, the Qin family need not go to the northwest. Old Madame Chen's face turned green with rage. You dare? This is an exile, and there are escort officers here. Su Hanshu interrupted her. So what? Jun Moi is after all the emperor's own grandson, a grandson who was made a hereditary prince at birth. No one would dare openly take his life. Old Madame Chun, you'd better find ways to get a doctor and procure the finest medicine. Otherwise, the day my father dies will be the day the Chun family is buried with him. Having said that, regardless of the Chun family's reaction, Su Hanshu cast one cold glance at them, opened the door, and left. Old Madame Chun trembled with rage. That little wretch. Chun Siding looked terrified. Mother cousin won't really kill us, will he? I am now the imperial grandson's woman. He wouldn't dare, would he? Qin Fengshe hastily comforted her. Don't be afraid. Rest assured, as long as your mother is here, nothing will happen to you. She then looked at old Madame Chun. Mother, we can no longer travel with the Jun family. Jun Moi has practiced martial arts since childhood, and he was able to save Jun Linfeng from the jaws of vicious wolves. This is absolutely no small feat. If he goes mad, the Qin family is bound to suffer. We have to find a way to change groups. Qin Wenlin also spoke up. Mother, I will go talk to Constable Feng. Let us switch to the Feng family's group so we can look after one another. There is no need to walk with the Jun family in constant fear. Once Jun Linfeng dies, we can find a chance to return to the imperial capital. Old Madame Chun reluctantly took out 2 banknotes. Take them. Under these circumstances, there is nothing else to be done. Su Hanshu returned to the Jun family's side. Concubine Li and concubine Xian were weeping while sewing clothes. Nanny Chui was also there helping. Steward Lu and the others had presumably gone to gather firewood. Jun Moi, together with his siblings Jun Moyan and Jun Mahua, still knelt motionless beside Jun Linfeng. Chen Wenxiao knelt in a corner looking dazed. Su Hanshu knelt beside Jun Moi. Jun Moi, I took the liberty of approaching Head Constable Yu and also visited the Qin family. If nothing unexpected happens, we will change groups tomorrow. My father and second brother will cover for you. I know you are grieving, but you must pull yourself together. If you don't want your father to have died in vain, then rouse yourself. When we one day return to the imperial capital, we shall drink the heart's blood of our enemies with our swords. Jun Moi's eyes flashed with a shadow of ferocity as he murmured, when we one day return to the imperial capital, let our swords drink the heart's blood of our enemies. Su Hanshu, can I do it? Su Hanshu gazed at the desolation, guilt, and grief etched in his eyes. Throughout the exile, despite the hardships, the beatings that left him unable to stand, and the humiliation inflicted by Jun Moxu, he had never appeared so defeated. She lifted her gaze, her expression resolute as she looked straight at him. You can do this. I'll stay by your side. Upon hearing her words, Jun Mai lowered his eyes and gazed at Jun Linfeng's lifeless body. A newfound determination flickered in his eyes. One day he would avenge the Prince of Qin's mansion and restore honor to his father. The Crown Prince's residence, the Duanwang mansion, the Qin family. None of them would escape his reckoning. Money truly could make the devil push the millstone. By the next day, the escort detachment had been swapped out. The Su family and the Jun family marched together. Jun Mai carried Jun Linfeng on his back, securing him with cloth straps to prevent him from falling. Su Hanshu walked at his side, while Su Lichuan followed behind with the rest of the Su clan trailing after them. Concubine Li and concubine Qian led the way with the children. Among the Su family members, every able-bodied adult carried a 6-foot wooden staff. During the midday rest, Jun Mai did not dare set Jun Linfeng down. Instead, he sat on the ground while still bearing him. Su Hanshu unwrapped a chocolate bar. Eat this. Jun Mai had grown accustomed to her producing strange items and asked no questions. He took it and placed it in his mouth. Concubine Li and concubine Qian hastily devoured their steamed buns and resumed stitching clothes. Once half an hour had passed, the caravan set off again. They had originally believed that separating from the Qin family would keep the news of Jun Linfeng's death hidden. However, trouble struck in the afternoon. Officer Feng rode his horse toward the Jun contingent. Junmai, set your father down. Su Hanshu stepped forward to intercept. Officer Feng's father is injured and unconscious. Why would we set him down? Officer Feng tightened his grip on the whip in his hand. Are you telling me you do not know whether he lies there wounded and comatose or dead? Even the most severely injured should have had some water by now. Yet he has been on your back since yesterday. This is an exile. With so many of us, you expect us to believe you would march with a corpse. The caravan was forced to halt. Su Lichuan and Su Yuanjia stepped in front of Junmai. Junmai stared at Officer Feng. Do not oppress us so relentlessly. How could my father, injured and comatose, drink or eat? Officer Feng sneered as he dismounted. Whether he lives or dies is irrelevant. Let me inspect him. According to regulations, the corpse of a deceased exile must be abandoned in the wilderness. I merely follow the rules. Su Hanshu stepped forward, blocking his path. Officer Feng, our detachment falls under Officer Yu's jurisdiction. Surely he is the one to make such decisions. Officer Yu had been casting sidelong glances at Jun Linfeng all along. No wonder the Jun family had requested a detachment change. Officer Feng, this concerns my detachment. Each should mind their own duties. Are you overstepping your authority? Officer Feng replied. I am not interfering with your detachment. However, traveling with a corpse brings misfortune. Officer Yu, you cannot possibly have accepted a bribe and asked all of us to endure marching beside a dead body. Junmai's eyes burned crimson. Silence. My father is not dead. I beg you to choose your words more carefully. Enraged, Officer Feng swung his whip. Since he is alive, let me inspect him before further delay. Su Hanshu raised her cloak and caught the whip mid-swing. Officer Feng, though we have been stripped of our titles, we commoners still have the right to survive. Is it fitting for you to humiliate us so brazenly? At that moment, shouts erupted from the Chun contingent. We will not travel alongside a corpse. If someone has died, they must be buried. If the Jun family insists he is alive, let the officers inspect him. Do not endanger the entire group. Soon the entire caravan erupted in murmurs. Exactly. What is the point of following a corpse all this way? Every time someone died, their body was simply discarded. Does the Jun family intend to carry it all the way to the northwest? Who knows? Perhaps they actually want to. That is out of the question. We have already suffered enough misfortune. Who would willingly march with a corpse? Seeing Su Hanshu block his whip, Officer Feng burned with fury and swung his weapon toward her face. Bold. You dare assault a government officer. Su Lichuan pulled Junmai backward. Su Hanshu ducked swiftly and evaded the strike. Officer Feng, have you been bribed? Do you intend to destroy the Jun family? If not, why does your detachment constantly target them? Officer Feng found her dodging repeatedly. Frustrated, he whipped furiously. Seize Su Hanshu. She has disrupted the caravan's progress. Administer the lash. As the officers closed in, Su Hanshu continued to evade while speaking. Officer Yu, is it truly your intention to let Officer Feng dictate our every move and flaunt his authority? Officer Yu fell silent for a moment before responding. Enough. Look at this chaos. Officers Feng and I are equals tasked with mutual oversight. Our duty is to ensure the journey proceeds without delay. Let us move on. Officer Feng sheathed his whip upon hearing this. Very well. I will not squabble with a woman. But their guilty refusal to allow inspection speaks volumes. Jun Linfeng is dead, and that corpse cannot accompany us forever. Voices of dissent echoed throughout the caravan. He is right. The corpse must be disposed of. Let the Jun family dump it. Dump the corpse. Dump the corpse. Dump the corpse. As the chanting grew louder, the Su and Jun families formed a protective ring around Junmai. Su Hanshu surveyed the crowd. Excluding the second branch of the Feng family, everyone was chanting for the corpse to be discarded. Seeing the intensity of the crowd's reaction, Officer Yu spoke. Young madam, if he is alive, allow us to inspect him. If he has passed, find a place to lay him to rest. The journey cannot be delayed. A flicker of anxiety crossed Su Hanshu's heart. Officer Yu. But Officer Feng cut her off. Young madam, if the journey is delayed, you alone cannot bear the responsibility. Let us inspect him. It will provide peace of mind for everyone. Junmai, shielded at the center, watched Su Hanshu standing resolutely at the forefront. His eyes stung with unshed tears. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Su Hanshu knew she could no longer conceal the truth. Both officers, might we delay the inspection until tonight when we make camp? For now, let us continue the journey. Officer Feng strode forward. It seems the man is indeed dead. Seize the corpse and discard it. Su Honshu suddenly drew a sword from beneath her cloak. Who dares to move against the Jun family? The other officers and escort guards gathered around. Officer Feng barked sternly. Su Honshu, do you actually dare to raise a blade against the escort guards? Su Honshu kept her sword in hand. I wouldn't dare. But if I'm pushed to the brink, I can't guarantee I won't go mad. Yesterday, we met a pack of wolves. Why did my Jun family have to suffer such a calamity? The wolves tore savagely at my father. Officer Feng, you and the Chen family should have some idea why. Yesterday, when Officer you came to hurry us along, you should have seen the wolves' corpses covering the ground. The Jun family is not a family that can simply be slaughtered at will. In this exile, the imperial grandfather sought no one's life. Officers, no matter how far my father has fallen, he is still the emperor's own son, carrying imperial blood. If you hound him until his body is thrown into the wilderness, when the imperial grandfather far away in the capital learns of this, are you truly not afraid that he will be enraged? The officers exchanged glances, seeming to communicate with their eyes. Another officer spoke up. So you're Su Honshu. You're deliberately making trouble. We officers act according to the rules. There is no reason to carry a corpse along the road. No matter how royal his blood, he is already a corpse. Su Honshu looked up at him. Then, officer, would you dare say that in front of my imperial grandfather? She took out the jade pendant Junmoy had given her. This is the dragon pendant given by the imperial grandfather himself to Junmoy. I'd like to see who dares to offend the Jun family. Seeing this, the officers did not press forward for a moment. Officer, you said in a low voice, young madam, you can't keep everyone at a standstill with just one jade pendant. If the time limit arrives, and we haven't reached the northwest, everyone will be punished. Complaints rose from the crowd. That's right, Su Honshu. The Jun family can't make all of us suffer punishment because of you. Hurry up and get moving. Su Honshu softened her tone. Officers, we also want to make haste and reach the northwest sooner. So please do us this kindness. Tonight we will take care of everything. For the emperor's sake, leave a little dignity to the emperor's son. Moreover, the Su family, who are in the same group as the Jun family, has no objection at all. Shouldn't there be some flexibility in such matters? Officer Feng said, looking entirely unmoved. Even if we officers turn a blind eye, with so many exiled families here, how do you plan to persuade everyone? Su Honshu looked around at the crowd and spoke in a loud voice. Everyone, it is freezing cold. Today, because of the Jun family, we delayed the journey a little. If everyone is willing to let this matter drop, we will continue on at once. I promise you within half a month, Su Honshu will see that everyone gets a meal of meat. The second master of the Feng family stepped forward. Young madam, you'd better keep your word. It's been a long time since we've had any meat. Su Honshu understood that the second master of the Feng family was speaking up to help her. That is certain. Although wind and snow fill the sky, there is always game in these mountains. Even if I can't find game when we reach a town, I will buy meat and treat everyone. With words having been said to such an extent, people gradually began to speak. Then hurry on. It isn't a big deal, and in any case, it was the Jun family's own matter. The Chun family members were unwilling to accept it, but seeing that everyone had agreed, they could only glare hatefully at Su Honshu. This little wench always managed to slip away. Officer, you glanced at the Jun family. Let's all move on. Officer Feng, each of us will be responsible for our own group. Officer Feng looked at Su Honshu with a cold sneer. Su Honshu, you had better do as you said. I'd like to see how you get everyone meat. The party continued on its way. Su Lichuan said, Moi, since everyone already knows, let me carry him. You've been carrying him all day. Jun Moi shook his head. Thank you, but I can manage. The snow went on falling heavier and heavier. Snow had already covered the road, and snow lay thick on the branches and the grass. Walking became increasingly difficult. Even the officers' horses slowed their pace. When they spotted a cave, several officers checked its size and found that the mountain had many caves, so they told the party to settle there. Each family could either choose a spot in the large communal cave or find a separate cave nearby on their own. Su Honshu chose two connected caves that were a little farther away and led the Su and Jun families inside to settle down. Su Lichuan and Su Yuanjia laid Jun Linfeng down. Su Honshu brought out millet mushrooms and cured meat from her pack, and gave them to Wei Furong. Mother, this is food. Please arrange to cook 2 pots of meat porridge, one for the Jun family and one for the Su family. The Su family can stay in the adjacent cave for now, since there are children. Wei Furong said hastily, we've still saved some food of our own. You should. Su Honshu pressed the things into her arms. Mother, I know what I'm doing. In a moment, I'll need father and second brother to help with something. Please take care of everyone's meal. Wei Furong accepted the things. Since the 2 families would be together on the road from now on, there was no need to draw a line between theirs and ours. Su Honshu walked to Jun Moi's side and said with deep sorrow, Jun Moi, you stay with your father. I'll go with my father Lu Shan and a few others to find some wood. We'll first make a simple coffin. If we set out again tomorrow, we'll bury your father early in the morning. Later, once we are settled, we'll come back to move his remains. Jun Moi rose to his feet. I'll go too. Su Honshu looked into his eyes. Stay with your father. I told you this because I want you to know that you are not alone. I am here, and the Su family is here too. Su Lichuan, Su Yuanjia, Steward Lu, and Lu Shan stood up and followed Su Honshu outside. By the faint light reflected off the snow, they chose suitable trees, shook the snow from the trunks, and began to chop them down. Because there was only one machete, one person chopped, while another shook off the snow, and once a tree was cut down, the others carried it back to the cave. They worked for a long while and chopped down about 30 logs, each 6 feet long. Added to what the Su family had already brought into the cave, they thought it was just about enough. Su Honshu and the others each dragged a log back to the cave. The Su family had already eaten the meat porridge. The elderly and children were resting in the cave. The other women had gone to gather firewood, and Wei Furong was helping with the sewing. When Wei Furong saw them return, she hurriedly ladled out porridge for them. Chew your back. Eat something first. There is hot water in the basin, so you can warm your hands. Su Honshu dipped her hands in the hot water and waited until they regained feeling before reaching out to take the porridge. Wei Furong said in a low voice, As for the Jun family, the 2 children have eaten. Moi keeps silent, and your mother-in-law refuses to eat. I urged her, but she only shook her head. Go and persuade her. Su Honshu carried the porridge to Jun Moi. Drink the porridge. But she saw how red his eyes were, tears shimmering in his gaze. She took his hand and placed the bowl into it. Drink it, Jun Moi. If your father saw you like this, he would be grieved. The Jun family still depends on you to carry it through. Jun Moi held the bowl, tears falling into it. His inner grief was like a violent storm, as if all hope and joy had been drained from him, with despair and helplessness seemingly filling his entire world. Su Honshu could not bear to watch, turning her body away. Taking the porridge brought by Wei Furong, she ate while shedding tears. When a loved one passes away, especially so tragically, who could remain without sorrow? After finishing a bowl of porridge, Su Honshu guided Jun Moi's hand to his lips. Eat, or what will become of the Jun family? What about me? If you don't eat, you'll have no strength to dig the grave for father tomorrow. Hearing this, Jun Moi finally complied and ate the porridge. Su Honshu then fed him some spiritual spring water. Lady Li spoke up at this moment. Young mistress, the clothes are ready. Is there anything else we can help with? Su Honshu took out 2 bolts of cloth from her bag again. Now cut these 2 bolts of cloth and sew the edges to make burial shrouds. Wei Furong and Yang Shuamei, wife of Su Yuanjia, also came to help. Su Honshu then instructed Steward Lu and Lu Shan to trim the logs they had brought back and produce some cloth strips. Father's second brother used these cloth strips to connect the wooden poles together, making them about 1 chi wide. She demonstrated as she spoke. By the time Su Lichuan and Su Yuanjia had bound 8 bamboo rafts, each 6 chi long and 1 chi wide, Su Honshu had also crafted 2 wooden covers, each 1 chi by 1 chi, to seal the ends of the coffin. She connected 3 rafts together, then layered 3 more on top of each section and secured them firmly with cloth strips. Finally, she fastened those 2 wooden boards, 1 chi in length and width, to both ends. They worked until midnight. Su Honshu had everyone drink the spiritual spring water, claiming she had added rock sugar to the water bags to restore their strength. Su Honshu laid the burial shroud inside the coffin. Mother Chui brought heated water. Su Honshu went to Jun Moi's side. Jun Moi clean and prepare father, then lay him to rest. Rigor mortis has already set in. If we wait any longer, his body will stiffen permanently. Lady Li brought over the hot water. Jun Moi picked up the handkerchief from the basin. I'll do it myself. Upon hearing this, Su Hanshu spoke up. All right, let's go next door to the Su residence. Call me once you've finished cleaning, father. Lady Li wept as she watched Jun Linfeng lying on the ground reluctant to leave. Su Hanshu reached out and pulled her. Let's go. Suddenly, the kneeling Jun Moyen spoke up. I'll stay with eldest brother. Seeing her son suddenly grow up, Lady Li went next door with Su Hanshu. Jun Moy picked up the handkerchief and carefully wiped the dirt from Jun Linfeng's face. He then unfastened his clothes and wiped his body. Memories flooded his mind. His father teaching him chess, horseback riding, and archery. Aside from martial arts, everything his father had patiently taught him. From now on, he would have no father. After cleaning him, Jun Moyen helped dress his father in the newly made clothes. Father, I will listen to eldest brother and sister-in-law from now on. Jun Moy, who was dressing Jun Linfeng, paused for a moment before continuing. Indeed, he still had so many members of the Jun family to care for. He could not collapse. From a distance, Su Lichuan saw that Jun Moy had finished preparing, so he came over to help place Jun Linfeng into the coffin. Then he went next door to inform the others in the Jun family. Chen Wenxiao watched from beginning to end as Jun Moy mournfully prepared for his father. She remained silent, gazing blankly, lost in thought, wondering if she regretted placing so much trust in the Chen family. When Su Hanshu came over, she handed Jun Moy a white jade hairpin. Use this to arrange father's hair. Jun Moy looked at the hairpin in his hand and wanted to ask something, but Su Hanshu had already spoken. It's new for father. Don't ask. Jun Moy took the hairpin. Su Lichuan helped support Jun Linfeng as Jun Moy awkwardly arranged his father's hair once more. That night, Jun Moy remained slumped against the edge of the crudely assembled wooden coffin, drifting between sleep and wakefulness as he kept vigil over his father. At first light, Su Hanshu led Su Lichuan and the others to a sunlit location where they began digging a grave pit using short swords, daggers, wooden tools, and machetes. To their surprise, Second Master Fong and Yu Chaitu had also arrived. Without a word, Yu Chaitu drew his dagger and joined in digging the grave. Second Master Fong assisted with moving the excavated soil. By dawn, the grave pit was finally complete. Su Hanshu removed her earrings and handed them to Yu Chaitu. Yu Chaitu, I entrust you with this. Please lead the others ahead. Once we've buried father, we'll catch up with the group. Rest assured, my mother and the Jun family children are all departing with the caravan. There's no way we'd run off. Yu Chaitu glanced at the earrings in her hand and took them. I'll leave a few people here to wait beside you. The rest should depart with the escort first. In the end, Su Lichuan, steward Lu Lushan, Chun Wenxiao, Jun Moy, and Su Hanshu stayed behind. Once the main group had departed, Su Lichuan and the others worked together to carry out the coffin and lower it into the grave. Following custom, they opened the coffin lid for one final glimpse of Jun Linfeng. At Su Lichuan's command, seal the coffin. Steward Lu and Lushan stepped forward to hold the lid as they prepared to close it. Jun Moy and Su Hanshu slowly knelt. Your son, daughter-in-law, bids you farewell, father. Chen Wenxiao, standing nearby, appeared to have drawn a blade without warning. She pressed it to her own throat and collapsed slowly into Jun Linfeng's coffin. Madam. Jun Moy's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted with panic, yet he couldn't bring himself to call out, Mother. Su Hanshu rushed forward, supporting Chen Wenxiao's body and pressing her hand against the wound on her neck. Blood spilled from Chen Wenxiao's lips as she gasped out, I'm sorry. Please, let me be buried beside him. With those final words, her eyes closed and her head lolling to the side. Tears burst forth from Jun Moy's eyes, his vision blurring with uncontrollable tremors. Ah, mother! He cried out in raw, broken sobs, large, scalding tears cascading down to strike the snow-covered ground. Su Hanshu watched his torment and couldn't hold back her own tears. How agony must he be enduring, witnessing both parental death and wifely sacrifice. After a long while, until Yu Chaitu reminded them, Young mistress, we've delayed too long. If we wait any longer, we'll miss the caravan. Su Hanshu looked at Jun Moy's condition and had no choice but to speak. Father Yu and Steward Lu moved Jun Moy's father's body a little. Su Lichuan, Steward Lu Shan, and the others hurriedly moved Jun Linfeng. Fortunately, the coffin had been prepared quite spaciously, barely enough to accommodate 2 people. Su Hanshu choked back tears as she spoke. Jun Moy, come here. Support your mother, Ka wash her face. Junmoy trembled as he stepped forward and rested Chun Wenxiao against his chest. Su Lichuan and the others walked over toward Constable Yu. Su Hanchu took a handkerchief, wet it with water from her water pouch, and gently wiped Chun Wenxiao's face. At last she took a set of clothes out from her cloak. Mother and second sister-in-law gave this to me before. Let's change mother into it first. Hearing this, Junmoy, tears streaming, helped dress his mother in the clothes. She also repinned mother's hair. Only then did they lay Chun Wenxiao into the coffin. The two closed the coffin, and Su Hanchu called out, "Steward Liu, you can come over now." Su Lichuan, Steward Liu, and the others came over, pulled the cloth strips tied along the coffin's edges, and secured the coffin lid. Then, using crude tools made of wooden poles, they scooped the earth from around the grave onto the coffin. Su Hanchu and Junmoy once again performed the kneeling bow of farewell. "Your son and daughter-in-law send father and mother off." The two kowtowed heavily against the ground, weeping sorrowfully. Then, still kneeling, they cupped earth in both hands and covered the grave. Constable Yu also came over to help. After the burial, both of their hands were scraped raw from scooping the earth. Junmoy cut his finger and wrote on a piece of wood, "Tomb of Junmoy's father Jun Linfeng, tomb of Junmoy's mother Chun Wenxiao." Su Hanchu took out her water pouch, poured some water, and simply cleaned up. Junmoy, however, knelt before the grave, unwilling to leave. Su Lichuan clasped his hands to Constable Yu. "Constable Yu, let Junmoy say his final farewell to his parents. We'll walk ahead a bit and wait for them. My daughter knows how to behave." Hearing this, Constable Yu turned and walked toward the main procession. "Young madam, I'll lend you the horse. Mind the time yourself." Hearing this, Su Hanchu called out loudly, "Thank you, Constable Yu." Seeing how agonized Junmoy looked, she knelt beside him and reached out to take his hand. "Junmoy, please accept my condolences." Junmoy's throat ached as though something were stuck in it, and desolation filled his eyes. "Su Hanchu, I no longer have a father." Su Hanchu reached out and embraced him. I know. Your father will watch over us from heaven." Junmoy clenched his fists tightly. "And I no longer have a mother either. I have no home." Su Hanchu's heart ached. She raised her hand and wiped his tears away with her fingertips. "Junmoy, we are husband and wife. You have me. From now on, I am your home." She knelt with Junmoy for a while longer. She knew that they had delayed for far too long. "Junmoy, it's time for us to go." Junmoy kowtowed heavily before the tombstone. "Father, mother, one day your son will vindicate Prince Qin's mansion and bring you home." Su Hanchu reached out and took his hand. The two walked some distance away, untied the horse's reins, and made their way slowly toward the main road. When they reached the roadside, Su Hanchu was about to mount the horse. Junmoy, however, mounted first. "Let me do it." Su Hanchu did not argue any further. After all, she was not skilled at riding. In the modern world, she had always been used to cars and bicycles. Junmoy reached down, pulled Su Hanchu up in front of him, then adjusted his cloak to wrap her securely in his embrace. He then pulled the reins. "Giddy up." The two began to chase after the group ahead. By the time they caught up with Constable Yu and the others, it was already noon. "Whoa!" Junmoy reined the horse to a stop. He dismounted, helped Su Hanchu down, then walked over to return the horse to Constable Yu. "Constable Yu, many thanks. I, Junmoy, will remember this favor in my heart." Constable Yu took the reins and mounted. "We have delayed too long today. We must speed up and skip the midday rest, or we won't catch up with the main group." Seeing this, Su Hanchu quickly spoke up. "Constable Yu, wait." Then she took a wrapped bundle of pastries from her bag, opened it, and offered it forward. "We really put you to trouble. These are some pastries I bought during the last supplies run. They were originally meant for the children, but when the Jun family suffered that misfortune, I kept them all along. Take a few pieces. It's already noon. Have something to tide you over. Once we catch up with the main group and settle down tonight, we'll find a way to make some food and send you a portion." Indeed, everyone was hungry, and none of them had expected Chun Wenxiao to take her own life. It had cost too much time, otherwise they should have caught up with the main group by now. Constable Yu reached out and took a few pieces. "Then let's eat as we walk. We can't waste any more time." Su Hanchu gave 3 pieces to each of Su Lichuan, and the others handed 2 to Junmoy and put 1 in her own mouth. Junmoy took the pastries, reached out, and pulled her along as they walked, but he did not eat. Instead, when he saw her finish her piece, he offered her his portion. "Hanchu, I'm not hungry. You eat it." Su Hanchu lowered her voice. "Eat it." Do you think I don't know whether you're hungry? Junmoy, I know you are grieving, but you have to eat even when grieving, or we won't make it through. Mo Yin and Mo Hua are still young, and we have to take care of them, so your father can rest easy. Junmoy brought a piece of pastry to her lips, and said softly, then you eat another. You only kept one for yourself. Did you think I didn't see? Su Honshu had no choice but to take the pastry and eat it. If worse came to worst, she could secretly take out some more food from her space later. Junmoy put his own pastry into his mouth, but a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Why did these pastries taste as though they had been made at Prince Chin's mansion? Remembering that this was not the first time Su Honshu had suddenly produced things, his expression turned slightly somber. Sure enough, Su Honshu soon slipped him several dark black lumps. They were like pastries, yet not quite. He heard her lower her voice. I happened to buy these by accident last time. Have a little. Then Su Honshu herself took a bite of the chocolate cookie in her hand. Junmoy put the food into his mouth and chewed slowly. It seemed he would have to find an opportunity to warn her. Acting like this would expose her secret. Many lives had already been lost on this exile route. If anyone noticed that she was different, they would try to steal her things or even hurt her. The sky gradually darkened. Today they were fortunate. The dancing snowflakes had stopped. Yet Su Honshu and the others still had not come up. Some malicious talk began to spread in the procession. That Su Honshu and Junmoy must have run off while they had the chance. Exactly. They said they were burying Jun Linfeng, but they were certainly playing pitiful to find a way to escape. Yes, they've run off, along with Su Lichuan, that former steward of the Jun family, and Lu Shan. For all we know, they might even have wounded Constable Yu before fleeing. And now they've dragged us all into trouble too. That's right. Both Su Honshu and Junmoy seem to know martial arts. Once they left the main group, wouldn't escaping be a simple matter for them? As the rumors grew more intense, even the constable's expressions began to sink. Could those two have truly run away? Chen Siyu hurried over to Constable Feng. Constable Feng, it's almost dark, and there is still no sign of Su Honshu and the others. That cold-blooded Su Honshu must have killed Constable Yu, and then fled with Junmoy and the rest. Constable Feng glanced ahead at the long line of people along with those from the Su and Jun families traveling together. Miss Chen, let us press on with our journey. We must reach the relay station tonight. Otherwise, with the thick snow covering the ground and no shelter in sight, many will likely freeze to death. As for Su Honshu and the others, I shall naturally discuss it with the other two constables. With that, he urged his horse forward toward the leading group. Gadap! By the time the sky had grown completely dark, the convoy, making use of the snowfield's reflection, finally arrived at the relay station. After the rooms were allocated, Chen Fengshe whispered something to Chen Siding, who then made her way to Constable Feng's quarters. At the doorway, she deliberately let her cloak slip open, revealing the jade pendant at her waist, and ran her fingers over it once. Upon entering, she bowed, deeply angling her arm, so that the jade pendant at her waist was fully exposed. Constable Feng, may I say a few words? Or perhaps I should not. Constable Feng glanced at the pendant at her waist, a jade token bearing the mark of the royal clan. What does second Miss Chen wish to say? Chen Siding sighed and spoke. Alas, Constable Feng, I merely worry for us all. The Su and Jun families, 6 people in total, have not yet appeared. The snow is so deep outside, and along the way we have endured hunger and hardship. I fear they may have truly fled. Under the Tianyuan legal code, if even one exile escaped, the escort officers would forfeit 3 months' salary and receive 30 lashes. Should 2 or 3 flee, the punishment doubled. With 5 people missing, imagine the penalties you would face. You constables have already labored greatly escorting us all the way to the northwest. If we exiles bring ruin upon you through our flight, the guilt would weigh too heavily upon our souls. Constable Feng was no scholar. He spoke plainly and bluntly. He glanced at the jade pendant at Chen Siding's waist. The Chen family indeed had their ways. Daring to display such a token so openly meant only one thing: they wished the world to know the Chen family had secured the patronage of another branch of the imperial clan. Second Miss Chen, earlier, I already conferred with the other 2 constables. We resolved to wait a while longer. That said, your words hold some merit. It is common knowledge that the Jun family wished to bury Jun Linfeng, and all 3 of us constables agreed. Now, aside from waiting for them to catch up and disciplining them accordingly, there is little else we can do. Perhaps second Miss Chun has some sound suggestion. Hearing this, a glint of satisfaction flickered in Chun's sighting eyes. Constable Feng Su Hanshu is the most cherished daughter of the Su family. Su Lichuan is its patriarch, and Jun Moi is likewise the current head of the Jun family. If these individuals intended to flee, they would surely have left word for someone in the Su or Jun clans. Why not subject the members of the Su and Jun families to severe interrogation? That way we will know whether Su Hanshu and the others have truly escaped. If they have, you constables can devise a plan sooner, otherwise everyone's progress may well be delayed. Constable Feng fell silent for a moment upon hearing her words. Second Miss Chun, this is hardly the first time I have done the Chun family a favor. For the sake of the side consort of Prince Duan, I have spoken on the Chun family's behalf even when they did not belong to my detail. Now that you are under my charge, I have already extended every courtesy. I am but a humble constable tasked with escorting exiles. I wish to avoid drawing unnecessary trouble upon myself. Chun Sighting smiled and replied, But your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince's heir once told me that among all the constables, he holds Constable Feng in highest regard. You are a man of discretion, knowing precisely what ought and ought not to be done. To remain but a lowly constable is truly a waste of your talents. Constable Feng's gaze shifted to Chun Sighting, tinged with suspicion. Second Miss Chun, you speak more eloquently than your elder sister. Chun Sighting continued to smile. Constable Feng, fine steeds are common, but true connoisseurs are rare. A person's future sometimes demands not merely opportunity, but the will to seize it. Whether this marks your final escort of exiles to the northwest depends entirely on whether you know how to read the times. Constable Feng suddenly laughed. Second Miss Chun speaks truth. Both the Jun and Su families must know whether Su Hanshu and the others have fled. I am grateful for your reminder. Only then did Chun Sighting speak with satisfaction. Then Sighting shall take her leave. When I have the honor of appearing before His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince's heir in the days to come, I shall recount Constable Feng's diligent and devoted service. Constable Feng watched Chun Sighting's departing figure lost in thought. He had escorted exiles to the northwest more than once before. The bitter cold of winter always left his hands and feet afflicted with frostbite. This work, however arduous, offered no prospect of advancement. Perhaps he should take this chance and gamble. It might even alter the fate of himself and his family. Meanwhile, at the Su family's quarters, Wei Furong was directing the Su family members in lighting the firewood they had gathered. The wood had been soaked by snow and frozen hard, making it difficult to kindle. Su Yangsher wore an unmistakably displeased expression. Sister-in-law, could elder brother have truly abandoned us and fled with the Jun family? Everyone has been talking about it today. If he has really run off, it will bring misfortune upon our entire family. Wei Furong cast a cold glance at Su Yangsher, set down the dry grass she had been using to start the fire, and walked over to her, her eyes sharp and piercing. Yang Rufong, I have borne your nonsense for far too long on this journey. Listen well. I forbid you from speaking such reckless words again, and I warn you against any further schemes. Should you cross me again, you will leave the Su family at once. Yang Rufong's eyes brimmed with defiance. Wei Furong, what do you have to be so fierce about? Do not let your position as elder sister-in-law make you so arrogant. Can you not see how much time we have already lost? Elder brother is nowhere to be seen, and may I not even ask a question? Wei Furong felt her temper rising, her fists clenched with barely restrained anger. Yang Rufong, after all these years, has elder brother ever acted against the interests of the Su family? Who are you to cast suspicion upon him? Go gather more firewood or find another way to light the flames. You simply have too much idle time on your hands. Yang Rufong, unwilling to yield, marched over to Granny Su. Mother, look at sister-in-law. I merely asked out of concern for the Su family. Granny Su pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders. Eldest daughter-in-law, did eldest son leave you any words last night? The hour grows quite late. Wei Furong composed herself upon hearing her mother-in-law's question. Wei Furong knitted her brows, and in the end, led the Su family members outside. There she saw that the Jun family had also been called out, and were shivering in the icy courtyard. Concubine Li and concubine Qian crouched down, hugging their children tightly in their arms. Nanny Chui and the others stood to one side. Officer Feng gripped a whip in his hand. Between the Su and Jun families, 6 people are missing. Tell me, where have all the people gone? Where are you planning to flee to? With a sharp crack, the whip lashed fiercely against the ground. Wei Furong quickly realized that someone must be looking for trouble. Fearing for her husband and daughter, she forced herself to calm down as quickly as possible. Officer Feng, who said that members of our two families have disappeared. It is simply that Master Jun passed away, and we were delayed a while to bury him. Officer Yu has been personally supervising us, and everyone knows about this. When the people in the other rooms heard the commotion, several members of the Fong family's eldest branch and the Chun family opened their doors to watch the show, while the Fong family's second branch and the Tao family stayed in their own rooms. The He family cracked open their door and quietly observed. Madame Chun Ne Fong spoke with a sneer. Oh, still claiming that Officer Yu was personally watching over them. Who doesn't know that Su Honshu and Jun Moi are both skilled in martial arts, and that Su Lichuan was once a general? I fear those people relied on their paltry martial arts skills to wound the escorts and escape. Then those in the Fong family who were close to Madame Chun Ne Fong also spoke up. Exactly. Su Honshu even said she would let us eat meat. That must have been a trick to use Master Jun Linfeng's burial as a pretext for escape. Chen Xiu also spoke up. Officer Feng's Su Honshu is sly and cunning. She must have escaped. You should interrogate the Su family properly. Once you find out, you can catch them and also spare the officers from punishment. Chen Siding did not speak, but she looked at Officer Feng and nodded slightly. A cruel glint appeared in Officer Feng's eyes. Beat them harshly. Beat them until the two families reveal where Su Honshu Jun Moi and the rest have gone. Concubine Qian shielded Jun Moyan with her body and pleaded. Officer Feng, our young master and young mistress, will definitely return. They cannot abandon us. Please do not beat us. They only took time to bury the old master. By now they should almost have caught up with us. Besides, Officer Yu is still there. Even if you do not believe our young master and young mistress Officer Feng, you should at least believe Officer Yu, your colleague. But the whips in the escort officer's hands had already come down. Wei Furong's first instinct was to pull her youngest son out of the way. Officer Feng, you are not in charge of our group. Isn't it improper to punish us like this? Why not wait until Officer Yu comes back before discussing this? Hearing this, Officer Feng swung the whip toward Wei Furong, his face dark and fierce. How dare you? You actually tried to dodge an officer's punishment. Today I'll see which is harder, Madame Su's bones or this officer's whip. Wei Furong failed to dodge in time and was struck with a lash. Su Yuanjia pushed his wife, Zhou Shuawei, behind him, then moved in front of Wei Furong to shield her. Officer Feng, even if exiles make mistakes, you may punish them. But that does not mean you can take lives at will. The weather is freezing and the children and elders have fallen ill many times. They have long since grown frail. Beating them so casually, are you not trying to kill them? A vicious expression flashed across Officer Feng's face. He swung the whip again and again across Su Yuanjia's body. Fine, very fine indeed. The Su family truly lives up to its military lineage. Every one of you has backbone. Today let this officer see exactly how hard the bones of you erstwhile noble-born offspring of a general's household really are. Soon cries of pain rang out in the courtyard. Ah, stop, stop. We have done nothing wrong. Ouch, ouch, my old bones are falling apart. Stop it, please stop. The Chun family watched with great satisfaction. The Chun family had been humiliated by Su Honshu several times, so it was only right that the turn had come for the Su and Jun families to be bullied. Chun Siu even muttered curses under her breath. Beat them to death. A pack of lowborn wretches deserve to die here in the freezing snow. Chen Siding stood beside her and said in a low voice, Sister, I told you before that I would make Su Honshu regret this. When she catches up and sees the miserable state of the Su and Jun families, she will definitely regret what she did to you and Mother that day. Chen Siu took Chen Siding's hand. You really do have your way, second sister. Even if Su Honshu catches up this time, she can only swallow her bitterness in silence. After all, this was punishment carried out by the escorts. No matter how extraordinary her abilities are, she cannot fight against the escort officers. Screams continued to ring out in the courtyard. Some people were already rolling on the ground in extreme pain. Ah, help! They'll beat us to death. Oh, mercy! Officer Feng, have mercy! Mercy, mercy! Su Yuanjia shielded Wei Furong, and Zhou Shuawei standing protectively in front of them, clenching his teeth tightly to keep from crying out. Blood already showed through his back. Wei Furong shoved her youngest son into Zhou Shuowei's arms, then pulled Su Yuanjia back and shielded him with her own body. Officer Feng, do you intend to take the lives of so many from the Jun and Su families today? Treating human lives like grass like this, are you not afraid of any consequence? Officer Ning and Officer Wan, who had been watching, saw that many people were lying on the ground moaning in pain, some already bleeding and some clutching their children in agony, so they spoke up to stop it. Officer Feng, you should stop before it goes too far. If people from both families all die and that many go missing, we will have trouble explaining ourselves when we reach the northwest. Officer Feng kept lashing his whip, his face savage. If the Su and Jun families know what's good for them, they will say where exactly Su Honshu, Jun Moi, and the others have gone. Otherwise, if you are beaten to death today, it will simply be your fate. The escort constables saw that he would not stop and continued their beating. Concubine Qian knelt on the ground, clutching Jun Mahua tightly. Huar, if I cannot hold on, go with concubine Li and wait for your elder brother and sister-in-law. They will not abandon you. Jun Mahua sobbed. Aunt. Su Honshu and the others, catching up and nearing the relay station, heard the agonized cries and felt a sense of dread. They hurried toward the source of the screams. Su Honshu saw members of the Su and Jun families lying on the ground after being beaten, while Su Yuanjia and Wei Furong shielded Zhou Shuowei and Su Yuanqing in their arms, their eyes filled with worry and fear. Mother! She rushed forward and seized the whip in Chief Feng's hand, tears glistening in her eyes, her face blazing with anger. Chief Feng, would have our family done? To make Chief Feng so intent on taking the lives of dozens of us, old and young? Jun Moi hurried to her side protectively. Chief Feng, though you are a head constable, you cannot arbitrarily slaughter innocent people. Chief Yu glanced at the miserable scene and quickly called out, everyone stop. Chief Feng had not expected to be caught red-handed, yet he still retorted with defiance. How dare you flee while under sentence of exile? You should have considered the situation of your families. Today is only a warning. Next time you will not be so lucky. Su Honshu supported Wei Furong and looked at the multiple bleeding wounds on her body, unable to hold back her tears. When did we ever flee? Is Chief Feng truly worried that we will escape, or has he been instigated by someone to deliberately take the lives of the Su and Jun families? Chief Feng's expression betrayed a flicker of panic at these words. Su Honshu, you certainly have a sharp tongue. You dare to slander us escort constables like this. The 6 of you disappeared for an entire day, and you still claim you were not fleeing. It seems today's lesson was too light. As he spoke, he swung the whip at Su Honshu. A dangerous, hateful glint flashed through Jun Moi's eyes. This Chief Feng had stirred up trouble again, and again he had most likely been bought off by the imperial grandson. Chief Feng, according to the laws of Tianyuan, an escort constable may punish criminals, but cannot kill them without cause. Since the emperor has sentenced us to exile, it means he does not intend to take our lives. By treating a mere feather as an arrow of command, are you questioning the imperial decree of banishment? Chief Yu had already swung down from his horse by now and came to Chief Feng's side. Chief Feng, each of us manages his own group. Su Honshu and the others are under my personal supervision. This is a matter within my unit, so there is no need for Chief Feng to trouble himself. Chief Feng looked at Chief Yu upon hearing this. I wasn't aware that Chief Yu had such a good relationship with this Su Honshu. This is not the first time Chief Yu has protected her. Just what benefits has Su Honshu given you? To make you shield her time after time. The implication in his tone was unmistakable, and Chun Siyu, standing nearby, chimed in with sarcasm. What benefits could she possibly offer? Provisions have been scarce along this journey. Besides her body, what else could Su Honshu possibly have? Suddenly a twig whizzed past Chun Siyu's cheek, drawing blood, at once followed by Jun Moi's ice-cold voice. My wife is not for anyone to slander with a filthy tongue. Chun Siyu, just because you are dirty yourself doesn't mean everyone else is dirty. Your Chen family knows exactly what you have done. I will remember every last debt one by one. But if I hear you say another word against Honshu, you will bear the consequences. Chun Siyu touched her face in terror, saw the blood on her hand, and shrieked. Jun Moi, you actually dared to ruin my face. Do you know how important my face is to me? Jun Moi sneered. It is indeed important. After all, without that face, how could you seduce someone into taking you as a filthy, lowly concubine? Hearing Jun Moi's voice as cold as thousand-year-old ice, and seeing the undisguised disgust in his eyes, Chen Siyu felt utterly wronged. Cousin, even if you cannot see my sincere feelings for you, we are cousins who grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Why must you humiliate me with such words? Jun Moi's expression darkened at this, and the chill in his eyes seemed about to spill out. Humiliate. Speaking with you is indeed a humiliation. Chen Siyu, your talk of childhood sweethearts is utterly revolting. At these words, Chen Siyu's tears fell even harder. Seeing this, Madame Chen Nei Fong immediately spoke up. Jun Moi, no matter what, Siyu is still your cousin. Our Chen family are your bloodkin. Yet time and again for Su Hanshu. At those words, bloodkin, Jun Moi's whole body surged with fury. Bloodkin, what a fine phrase, bloodkin. Madame Chun, your Chun family killed my father and drove my mother to death, and you still have the nerve to speak of bloodkin. Aren't you afraid that my mother will come to demand your lives in the middle of the night? The door of the Chen family's room suddenly opened. Old Madame Chen walked out, trembling, her voice quivering. What did you say? Jun Moi looked at the grandmother, who had once been so kind to him, his heart full of complicated entanglements. From now on, between him and the Chen family lay the blood feud of his father's death. She could never again be his grandmother. He held old Madame Chen in a distant, indifferent gaze for a long time. Grandmother, no, old Madame Chen. My mother Chen Wenxiao slit her own throat in my father's coffin. Are you satisfied, old Madame Chen? Old Madame Chen's eyes filled with disbelief and her tears streamed down beyond control. No, impossible, impossible. How could my Wenxiao leave me? How could she make me, a white-haired mother, bury my dark-haired child? She tottered over to Jun Moi and reached out to clutch his clothes. Moi, tell your grandmother the truth. You are lying to me, aren't you? Your mother is fine, isn't she? Jun Moi pushed her hand away, his voice freezing cold. You are no longer my grandmother, old Madame Chen. Whatever tricks the Chen family has in store from now on, I, Jun Moi, will face them all. Rest assured, the Jun family will not fall. Your Chen family had better pray that the people behind you truly can come and take you away. Meanwhile, Su Hanshu made a rough examination of the injuries of the Jun and Su families. Apart from the children, who had been protected and were mostly unharmed, everyone else had suffered considerable wounds. Nanny Chui was already advanced in years, and after such a long and arduous journey under such harsh conditions, her overall condition was poor. Lu Shan and Lu Ling supported her at her side, distressed and helpless. Su Lichuan supported Wei Furong with deep distress. General Su, who would never have blinked at killing on the battlefield, now reddened his eyes. Furong, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not coming back in time. Wei Furong endured the pain and shook her head slightly. It's nothing, just a minor wound. Don't make a fuss. Our daughter will be upset if you do. Watching Jun Moi's eyes brim with hatred for the Chen family, old Madame Chen panicked and quickly spoke up. Moi, our Chen family has come to this point. There are some things that are no longer within our own control. Your mother was the daughter I loved most. But Jun Moi had already walked away coldly without even a glance at old Madame Chen. With so many people from the Su and Jun families injured, the most urgent task was to get everyone back indoors to apply medicine. Chief Feng, my imperial grandfather, once taught me that there are countless choices in life. When heaven is arrogant, rain will come. When a man is arrogant, disaster will follow. One should not go too far in dealing with others, nor act too ruthlessly in handling matters. In life there are valleys, but there are also peaks. There is still a long journey ahead to the northwest. Let us both leave some room for each other. After all, some things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. Captain, you also spoke at the appropriate moment. Enough, everyone disperse now. We still have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Captain Feng cast a glance at Jun Moi before turning and departing as well. He had thoroughly offended the young heir of the Qin royal mansion. In the future, he would need to find a way to deal with this, or else the young master would not let him go. Su Hanshu and Su Lichuan supported their mother Wei Furong toward their room. Mother, come, let us go apply medicine. The others also returned to their respective rooms. Inside the Su family room, everyone sat upon entering, their faces etched with pain. Zhou Shuiwei silently shed tears while supporting Su Yuanjia. When the bailiffs had been striking them, just now her husband and mother-in-law had shielded her, and the young child Yuan Su at the center. She herself had barely been injured, yet those whip strokes had fallen entirely upon her mother-in-law and husband. What virtue did she possess to have married into such a family? With aching heart, she helped Su Yuanzhi remove his outer garment and wiped the bloodstains with a handkerchief, speaking softly. Yuanzhi, it must be very painful, isn't it? At that moment, Su Honshu was also in the corner. She had Su Lichuan shield Wei Furong's body, while she applied medicine, her eyes fixed upon the bloody whip marks covering Wei Furong's frame. A raging fire seemed to burn within Su Honshu's eyes. Captain Feng had repeatedly targeted the Jun family in the past, and she suspected this incident could not be free of the Chun family's involvement either. It seemed she had truly been far too merciful toward them before. She first cleaned Furong's wounds with spiritual spring water, then applied premium golden wound medicine, and finally wrapped them simply with gauze. She then walked over to Zhou Shuiwei's side, handing her the water flask and golden wound medicine. Second sister-in-law, some herbs have been added to this water. It is excellent for cleaning wounds. Please use it to cleanse second brother's wounds first, then apply the medicine. Upon seeing this, Zhou Shuiwei hastily wiped her tears and accepted the items. Thank you, younger sister. Hearing this, a trace of guilt appeared on Su Honshu's face. There is no need for such formal gratitude, second sister-in-law. To be honest, this matter has likely brought trouble upon the Su family because of me. I fear the Chun family, harboring resentment toward me, did something that led to the Su family being beaten. After applying medicine to herself, Wei Furong went to tend to old Madame Su. Su Lichuan checked upon old Master Su. The two elderly, having been shielded by the younger generation, were fortunately not severely injured, though given their advanced age their spirits were low. Upon hearing Su Honshu's words, Su Yangshi immediately spoke up. Good that you realize you have brought trouble upon the Su family. Our entire clan has been beaten because of this. Do you not owe us some explanation? Zhou Shuiwei glanced up at Su Yangshi and continued applying medicine to Su Yuanzhi. Second, aunt, this matter cannot be blamed on Honshu. Seeing a junior dare to contradict her, Su Yangshi's face brimmed with wrath. If not her, then whom should we blame? Moreover, as a daughter-in-law of the Su family daring to speak back to your elders, this is outright defiance and unfilial conduct. Wei Furong, who had just applied medicine to several bruises on the old lady, pulled the elderly woman's clothing neatly and raised her eyes to look coldly at Su Yangshi. Yang Rufang, it seems my warning today went completely unheeded. Furthermore, Shuiwei is my daughter-in-law, not yours. Make that clear to yourself. You are not qualified to throw your weight around as a mother-in-law. Seeing this, Su Lishan hastily pulled Su Yangshi aside and warned her. Say less. Isn't there enough chaos already? This time Su Honshu did not retort to Su Yangshi. She simply handed over the spirit spring water and golden wound medicine. Second, uncle, second, and apply the medicine first. I will start the fire and cook something to nourish everyone shortly. Su Lishan hastily accepted the items. Honshu's second uncle knows you are a good child. Your second aunt has no ill intentions, she is simply blunt-spoken. Do not take it to heart. Su Honshu replied upon hearing this. I understand. Second uncle, please apply medicine for second aunt. She then walked to the fire pit. Because it had been snowing continuously, the firewood they had managed to gather was damp and difficult to ignite. Su Honshu raised her eyes, noticing everyone tending to each other's wounds, and stealthily used her sleeve as cover. With a thought, she released a small amount of gasoline from her spatial storage onto the firewood. She then used a fire starter to ignite dry grass and draw the flame to the wood. Father, mother, the fire is lit. Let me check on the Jun family side. Once I finish cooking, we can eat together. Wei Furong quickly spoke upon hearing this. Hurry and go. Today the Jun family consisted only of several women and children. They are likely badly injured. Standing at the Jun family doorway, Jun Moi immediately spoke upon seeing Su Honshu. Honshu, how is the Su family? Su Honshu's expression carried a hint of sorrow. Aside from grandfather and grandmother and the younger children, everyone else is seriously injured. I just got the fire started. How is things on the Jun family side? Jun Moi responded upon hearing this. Mo Yin and Mo Hua were protected by their mothers and are relatively fine. Concubine Qian is severely injured, and it is rather inconvenient for me to be inside. Hearing this, Su Honshu's face darkened. No wonder he stood outside in such bitter cold. The two concubines were considered elders, and as a man he indeed could not enter. Let me go in and check. Jun Moi nodded slightly. The oppressive emotions churned within his chest, his throat tinged with bitterness. Very well. With you here, I will gather more firewood. We may not have enough. Hearing his bitter tones, Su-han-chu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. He was only 18 years old. In just a few short days he had lost his father, and today he lost his mother. After a harrowing journey to catch up with the group, the Jun family had been beaten to such a state. How much pain must he be enduring inside? She stepped forward and took his hand in hers. Junmoy, all of this will pass. Let Uncle Lu and Lu Shan accompany you to gather firewood. We will build up the fire tonight, and I will prepare food for everyone later. As long as our family stands united, we will surely reach the northwest. Junmoy covered his hand over hers for a long moment. Hanchu, thank you. Su-han-chu looked at him and replied, what is there to thank me for? We are husband and wife. Shouldn't we share hardships together and enjoy prosperity as one? Junmoy gazed steadily at her in silence for a long time, but his once cold heart seemed to finally awaken with vitality. Fortunately, he still had her. Su-han-chu patted his hand, then entered the room. Uncle Lu Yu and Lu Shan should go with Junmoy to gather more firewood and also fetch a bucket of water. Manager Lu and Lu Shan glanced at Mother Chui and Lu Ling lying on the straw raincoat before rising. Manager Lu spoke with concern. Very well, we will go right away. Young mistress, my elderly wife has already received medicine, but given her advanced age, I would appreciate it if you could check on her. Then taking the bucket, he went out to fetch water. Su-han-chu nodded slightly. Go ahead, I will keep watch here. Jun Mahua's voice came through choked and helpless. Sister-in-law. Su-han-chu walked over to her. She saw her sitting beside concubine, Qian, tears streaming silently down her face. The young daughter of Prince Qin's mansion, once raised in luxury, had been forced to mature on this exile journey. A child of only a few years, she dared not make a sound as she wept, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Pinger, who was struggling to apply medicine to concubine Qian, spoke with red eyes. Miss Concubine, Qian is severely injured and has fallen into a coma. Su-han-chu took the medicine bottle from her hand and immediately recognized it as Junmoy's. Pinger, rest for a while. You have injuries too. Let me clean concubine Qian's wounds first before applying medicine. Remembering Junmoy's dimmed gaze, Su-han-chu spoke again. From now on, do not call me miss. Call me young mistress instead. Hearing this, Pinger replied, yes. Su-han-chu examined concubine Qian's wounds and found them far more severe than Wei Furong's, which explained why she had fainted. Jun Mahua spoke tearfully and cautiously. Sister-in-law, will concubine die? While cleaning concubine Qian with spiritual spring water, Su-han-chu comforted Mahua. No, Mahua, do not cry. Your concubine will be all right. Hearing this, Jun Mahua's heart settled. Her sister-in-law would never lie to her. Concubine would be fine. Machua believes in sister-in-law. After applying medicine and bandaging concubine Qian's wounds, Su-han-chu asked, how are you all feeling? Have your wounds been treated with medicine? Concubine Li spoke with difficulty. Young mistress, we have all applied medicine. However, the situation with the Jun family appears dire. Mother Chui and concubine Qian will likely be unable to travel tomorrow. Su-han-chu scanned everyone. Watching Junmoy struggle to start a fire. He lacked experience, and the damp firewood refused to catch. She approached him and took the flint from his hand. Let me handle this. You should go stay with your mother. Then she began building the fire while speaking. We will find a solution. Tomorrow Manager Lu will carry Mother Chui, Lu Shan will carry concubine Qian, I will take care of Heir, and Junmoy will carry the luggage. For these whip marks, apply medicine again after we eat. Do not conserve the medicine. We have plenty. The fire was soon lit, and Junmoy selected small twigs to feed it. Su-han-chu personally examined Mother Chui's injuries, administered 2 anti-inflammatory pills, and gave her some spiritual spring water. She then went to concubine Qian and gave her the same treatment, 2 anti-inflammatory pills and some spiritual spring water. Using a cloth bag as cover, she retrieved a piece of salted meat and millet from the bag. She also took out some chestnuts and sweet potatoes, placing them by the fire to roast. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Su-han-chu rose to answer. She saw Elder Fong from the second branch holding a bundle of firewood. Young mistress, our branch collected quite a bit of firewood today. This bundle is for you as a token of gratitude for teaching us how to fish. Su Honshu could see the firewood was already dried, making it easy to burn. Given that both the Jun and Su families were in difficult circumstances, she did not decline and accepted the bundle. Thank you, Elder Fong. But there is no need for such gestures next time. I have yet to properly thank you for standing up for our Jun family last time. Moreover, I worry this may cause trouble for your Fong family. Elder Fong responded. Young mistress, we have separated from the main branch. There should be no particular trouble. Su Honshu was surprised, but did not press further. However, given that both the Jun and Su families were in precarious positions, she knew the Chen family and the Fong main branch would likely unite against them, possibly even drawing in the other two families. She could not simply wait for disaster to strike. Elder Fong, our two families groups are traveling together. If you don't mind, we can support each other going forward. I have no special abilities, but I spent several years in the borderlands with my parents and often gathered wild vegetables and fruits in the mountains. If we come across any, I can share with your family which ones are edible. Elder Fong replied immediately. This is exactly what we hoped for. All our families have been envious of how you, young mistress, consistently find food along the way. Su Honshu responded. It was merely a small effort. Elder Fong departed with a smile. She glanced around, used the dagger to lift the door bolt, slowly opened the door, and slipped in with a gentle push. The door was quickly shut again. The Chen family members were all asleep against the walls, dressed in thick clothes. Old Madame Chen even had a quilt over her. The firewood in the room was still burning, which conveniently allowed Su Honshu to see the situation clearly. She walked over to Chen Fengshe first and nudged her with her foot. The Chen family had caused trouble time and again. Did they really think she was easy to bully? She wanted to see how the Chen family could still stir up trouble once they had no silver left and could barely survive. Su Honshu bent down and pulled out the hairpin from Chen Fengshe's hair, then took hold of her wrist. With a single thought, all the valuables on Chen Fengshe's body vanished into Su Honshu's space. Then, going from one person to the next, she unceremoniously took everything they had, even the pot for boiling water, the bowls for eating, and the little bits of food. She swept it all into her space before stepping out of the Chen family's door. There stood Jun Moi at the door of the Jun residence, looking around anxiously. She quickly shut the Chen's door and walked toward him. Jun Moi took her hand and drew her close. Why didn't you call me when you came out? Su Honshu answered in a low voice. It's more convenient for me to make the wicked get their due when I'm alone. Feeling that her hands were a little cold, Jun Moi hurriedly pulled her into the room, wrapped her in his cloak, and held her hands between his own to warm them. From now on, call me whenever you want to do something. Don't go out alone. Jun Moi led her back to the corner of the room and drew her into his arms. Su Honshu tilted her head and nestled closer into his chest. Jun Moi brushed her hair aside and rested his head against her shoulder. Go to sleep. Sleep in my arms. As he turned his head unintentionally, he brushed against Su Honshu's earlobe. His gaze then rested on her earlobe with a hint of uncertainty, for the firewood in the room was still blazing, casting a warm glow throughout the room. His gaze shifted slightly as he reached out to stroke her earlobe. Where are your earrings? All along the journey, because of the cold weather, she had let her hair down to shield her ears from the biting wind. Moreover, he had been so consumed by grief over his parents that he had hardly paid her any attention. Thinking of how Constable Yu had stayed behind to see his father properly buried, could she really have given away even her only ornament? Su Honshu had simply forgotten all about the earrings. This was exile, not a beauty pageant. A pair of earrings was nothing to make a fuss over. I gave them to Constable Yu. I don't like wearing them anyway, so don't take it to heart. Sure enough. Jun Moi suddenly held her tight, his eyes reddening at once. How had he spent these days wallowing in grief? This was exile. To procure a coffin and buy them time, she must have exhausted every possible scheme. His voice was laced with guilt. I'm sorry. I've neglected you these past days and left everything to you alone. You've sacrificed far too much for the Jun family. Su Honshu reached out and held his hand. Hearing his low, choked voice, she spoke soothingly. They're just a pair of earrings. Why should you be so upset? Suddenly she felt a dampness at her neck. Su Honshu hurriedly turned her head, but Jun Moi held it in place. Don't move. Knowing he probably didn't want her to see him like this, Su Honshu didn't turn around again. She only gripped his hand tightly with both of hers. Jun Moi, those earrings are merely material possessions. Don't mind them. Besides, I still have other jewelry. I just don't see the need to wear it. Junmoy took a deep breath. It's more than that, Honshu. You've done far too much, and I remember it all. If not for you, the Jun family would never have made it this far. We would have been destroyed long ago. Su Honshu knew he must be feeling guilty. Then treat me better from now on. When we reach the northwest, earn a good living, and buy me a new pair of earrings. Hearing this, Junmoy nuzzled the hair by her ear. All right, I'll earn money and buy you the most beautiful earrings in the world. Su Honshu shifted into a more comfortable position, leaned against his chest, and wrapped her arms around his waist. All right, I'll be sure to wait for that. Junmoy wrapped his arm around her, silently resolving that he would never fail her in this lifetime. A night passed. Su Honshu rose early, poked at the firewood, and began to cook congee. She also fed anti-inflammatory medicine to Nanny Chui and concubine Qian. The two had already woken up, though they were still listless. The other injured people cleaned their wounds with the water Su Honshu gave them and applied a fine golden wound ointment. Su Honshu sent half the congee to the Su family, handing 2 anti-inflammatory pills to each of the severely injured along the way. Then she gave a large bowl to Constable Yu before serving congee to the Jun family. Just as the Jun and Su families were eating their warm congee, screams came from the Chin's place next door. Oh, which damned thief stole my silver? Where is my hairpin? Where has my hairpin gone? My loose silver is gone too. My purse is missing as well. My bracelet is gone. Who took it? Step forward and own up right now. Who? Who on earth is it? Old Madam Chun, woken up by the clamor, listened to all the shouting with displeasure written all over her face. What are you all screaming about at this early hour? Did you sleep too well last night? Chen Fengshi was so frantic that tears streamed down her face. Mother, all my silver is gone. What Wenlong gave us in Fengxing and what I got from exchanging my jewelry before. Even the copper coins have disappeared. Old Madam Chen couldn't help frowning when she heard this. Could it be that you put it in the wrong place yourself? Chen Fengshi hurriedly replied. Impossible. I know how important silver is, so I always keep it on me. I checked it before going to bed last night, but when I woke up it was gone. Someone must have stolen my silver while we were sleeping. Chen Siyu also spoke with a mournful face. Grandmother, my silver is gone too, and even the hairpin on my head is missing. Chen's sighting was filled with fury. Grandmother, mine are gone as well. Even the jade pendant His Highness the Imperial grandson gave me has disappeared. The second branch of the Chen family also spoke up anxiously. Mother, the silver my natal family sent is gone, and the only bracelet on my wrist is missing too. Old Madam Chun knitted her brows, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. She hastily went to check on her own silver. Her eyes first filled with disbelief, then utter panic. Impossible. Where were her banknotes? Her silver? Her jewelry? She hastily shook her sleeves, heedless of her dignity, even tugging violently at her clothes, hoping the silver would fall out. The outcome was self-evident. Chun Wenlin and the other men began checking the silver on their persons, only to find that theirs remained untouched. Mother, your son still has some loose silver on him. He then produced 2 pieces of silver. Old Madam Chen's face darkened. It seems all the silver and jewelry belonging to the Chun women are gone. The other men of the Chen family also produced a piece or 2 of loose silver or copper coins. After all, the men had not carried much on them to begin with, and being naturally selfish, they did not reveal everything they still possessed. Soon the Chins discovered another major problem. They did not even have a pot to cook in. Chen Siding's mind raced. Only the women's silver and jewelry are missing. It seems the thief is a woman, mindful of the distinction between men and women, no doubt. So the culprit must be female. Chen Siyu spoke up urgently. Could it be Su Honshu? She is the only one who holds a grudge against us. Old Madam Chen also fell into deep thought. That little wench does have some capability. But the fire was burning all night and the room was full of people. How could she have had the skill to steal our things? Chen Fengshi roared. It must be that sorceress. She must know some kind of evil art. Ever since we encountered her, the Chun family has suffered nothing but misfortune. Nothing has gone right. And she even brought death upon Wen Xiao. At these words, old Madam Chen's eyes brimmed with resentment. At last it seemed she had found a reason for her daughter's suicide. Yes, that was it. The little wench had caused her daughter's death. This little wench is indeed a sorceress. Before she appeared, our Chen family was perfectly fine. My daughter was perfectly fine, and Prince Qin's mansion was perfectly fine. But ever since Ye married her, calamities have never ceased. Hearing this, Chen Xiu also spoke, hatred burning in her eyes. That's right, it was Su Honshu. She is a curse. She brought disaster upon Prince Qin's mansion, killed my aunt, and harmed us all. Let's go settle the score with her. Old Madame Chun fell silent. Even if Su Honshu had done it, they had no proof. Chen Fengshi spoke up. Mother, all the silver on us is gone. How are we supposed to get by from here? We must force Su Honshu to spit out the silver. Chen Siding also spoke. Grandmother, this matter could only have been done by someone as capable as Su Honshu. If we don't get our silver back, I fear we will never make it to the northwest. Over at the Jun family side, Su Honshu had finished packing. The heavy pots and pans were to be carried by Jun Moi with a quilt piled on top. Su Honshu herself prepared to carry the satchel and hold Mo Hua's hand. She arranged for steward Lu to carry Nanny Chui and Lu Shan to carry concubine Qian, ready to set out. In truth, she could have simply tossed everything into her storage space and saved herself the trouble. But bringing them out later would be difficult to explain, so she had no choice but to carry them on her back. Over at the Su family side, fortunately, everyone could walk on their own. It was just that Su Lichuan had to carry the luggage alone, and the burden was quite heavy. She thought of the carpet of snow she had seen when she went out to relieve herself, and the misty, bitterly cold sky. Perhaps she could find a way to build a sled to drag the luggage. Suddenly, the door to the Jun family's room was kicked hard. A furious roar followed. Su Honshu, you little wench. Come out now. Hand over the Chun family's silver. Yes, give it all back. And my hairpin. My bracelet. My silver. Su Honshu and Jun Moi exchanged a glance. She then opened the door and immediately lashed out. It's early in the morning. Are you Chins all dead? What's all this wailing and howling? She noticed that there were quite a few people gathered and gave them a rough survey. Even the people from the eldest branch of the Fong family were there. Chen Xiu was the first to point a finger at Su Honshu. Su Honshu, you shameless wretch. How dare you resort to thievery? Give us back our silver and jewelry. Su Honshu leaned against the doorframe, letting a carefree smile bloom on her face. What can I do? I have no idea what you're talking about. Chun Siding stepped forward. Cousin's wife, we did have some petty girlish quarrels before, but this act of theft is truly improper. You had better return whatever you took from our Chin family. For the sake of my cousin, we'll let this slide. Su Honshu leaned against the doorframe, calmly smiling as she flicked her hair. What Chin family belongings? I truly don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing that she not only denied it, but even wore a gloating expression, Chen Xiu's face blazed with fury. Su Honshu, stop playing dumb. It was you who took all our Chun family's silver and jewelry last night. You even took our cooking pot. Are you trying to doom the dozens of lives in our Chun family, old and young? What a venomous heart you have. At this, Su Honshu looked as if a sudden realization had dawned on her. Oh, so the Chun family has lost their things. How wonderful. Heaven does have eyes, and it has finally brought retribution upon your family. After all, you Chins have done plenty of black-hearted deeds. Jun Moi, however, watched Su Honshu with a grave expression. He had never asked her what she had done. Now it was clear. She was the one who had taken the Chun family's belongings. In this frozen, snowy wasteland, without silver or cooking tools, the Chins would likely struggle to survive. But silver and jewelry could be easily hidden. Where had she put the cooking utensils? Last night, he had clearly seen her leave the Chun residence empty-handed. Chen Fengshi stepped forward with a wooden stick in hand. Su Honshu, hand over the things, or don't blame us for being rude. You are nothing but a calamity. You brought death upon your own father and mother-in-law, and now you want to destroy our Chun family too. As soon as Chen Fengshi said this, the Chun family members and the people from the Fong eldest branch behind her all stepped forward menacingly with wooden sticks, their eyes full of undisguised threat. Jun Moi pulled Su Honshu behind him and shielded her with his body. Madam Chin, you keep bringing people to make trouble here. Do you really take the Jun family for a pushover? He then produced a dagger and drove it into the door with a sharp thud. Since you Chins have come to pick a fight, why don't we settle both old and new scores today? Let this dagger taste blood. Seeing the dagger embedded in the door, the Chun people's faces flickered with fear, but they soon regained their composure. With so many of them, they refused to believe they couldn't defeat one man, especially since most of the Jun and Su family members were injured. Chen Xiu looked at Jun Moi in disbelief. Cousin, you would actually draw a blade against our Chin family. The Chins are your maternal family. and murder is against the law, you would be summarily executed on the spot by the constables. Junmoy let out a cold laugh. Murder is against the law. So you do know that murder is against the law. Then tell me, you killed my father and drove my mother to her death, so why are you Chin still alive? Hearing this, Chin Siyu hurriedly spoke up. Cousin Su Hanshu brought death upon aunt and uncle. She is the one who has harmed us all. The Jun family had always been fine before, but only fell into misfortune because it married her. She is nothing but a curse. Junmoy's hand suddenly seized the dagger embedded in the door, and the next instant the dagger flew straight at Chin Siyu. A scream followed. Chin Siyu covered her ear, and there on the ground lay a bloody piece of flesh. My ear! My ear! Hearing the panic and fear in Chin Siyu's voice, Junmoy spoke coldly. Chin Siyu, I warned you before, no one is allowed to say a single bad word about my wife. Since your ears cannot hear, you don't need them anymore. Junmoy's tone was not loud, but it was cold, colder than the snow on the ground, and it held a frightening power. Chin Siyu was truly afraid, now having never expected Junmoy to actually turn his blade on her. Oh, murder! Murder! Help! Help! Su Hanshu was surprised as well. In the past he had only warned the Chin family, but she had not expected him to truly strike and to draw blood at the first blow. Chin Wenlin had not expected Junmoy to be so ruthless. He swung a wooden staff at Junmoy. Unfilial wretch. To be so vicious to your own cousin. Today I'll discipline you on behalf of your parents. The Chin family dared to mention his parents. Hatred surged in Junmoy's heart, and his eyes filled with ferocity. He kicked Chin Wenlin's arm, then pressed a dagger against Chin Wenlin's throat. The Chun and Fong family members who had been ready to rush forward were all frightened stiff. After all, who is not afraid of death? Junmoy's gaze at Chin Wenlin was like a look at a dead man. Do you Chins even deserve to mention my parents? Master Chin, even if I cannot kill you, I have many ways to leave you severely wounded and slowly dying. Be sensible and keep your Chin family away from the Jun and Su families. Otherwise my blade has no eyes. Seeing this, Chin Fengshe immediately threw a tantrum. Come and see. A nephew is killing his uncle. The nephew I doted on since he was little is now raising a knife against his own uncle, an ungrateful wolf. Why doesn't heaven strike him down? Before she could finish, Su Hanshu rushed over and slapped Chin Fengshe across the face. Your face is so thick my hand hurts from slapping you. Chin Fengshe shrieked madly. What are you standing there for? Attack! Are you all waiting to starve to death? The Chun and Fong people were about to swarm forward. Su Hanshu flicked her wrist, and a dagger appeared in her hand, her eyes full of coldness. Who dares? Whoever comes forward today, I promise you won't die, but you will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Was last time's lesson not enough? What does it matter if the Jun and Su families are hurt? With trash like you, can you even beat me? Especially when Junmoy is here today. The Chun family members who had come last time remembered how Su Hanshu had beaten them until they ached for days. They had only just recovered, so none of them dared to move. Seeing the Chins hold back, the Fangs did not dare to move either. Su Hanshu looked at their cowardly faces with contempt. A bunch of cowards. Chin Fengshe gnashed her teeth in rage, but her husband was still in Junmoy's grasp. Su Hanshu, hand over the things you stole, and we'll go. Otherwise we'll just keep wasting time here. You won't benefit from that either. Su Hanshu gave a cold laugh at that. Madam Chun. With so many from the Chun and Fong families coming to make trouble for us, and you claiming I took your things, where is the evidence? Do you have any evidence at all? Chin Fengshe was rendered speechless. The Chin family truly had no evidence. Even now she still could not understand how Su Hanshu had managed to take away so many things while so many people were in the room, especially the banknotes and silver which had been kept on her person. Why had she felt nothing at all? Suddenly a voice rang out. What's all the fuss about now? Aren't you ready to hit the road? Then Constable Yu and Constable Foam arrived, both holding whips. Chun Siding hurried forward as soon as she saw Constable Foam. Constable Foam, please see justice done for us. Su Hanshu has taken the Chin's silver jewelry and even pots and pans. That is theft. If she can steal from us today, she'll steal from others tomorrow, and she may even steal from you. Just as Constable Foam was about to step forward and make a scene, Constable, you spoke first. Chun Siding, we cannot rely on your word alone. Your Chin family has been causing too much trouble lately. He then turned to Su Hanshu. Su Hanshu, tell us what happened. Su Honshu and Junmoy had already put away their daggers the moment the constable's voices sounded. Su Honshu spoke with a helpless look. Constable, you today, our Jun family truly suffered a disaster out of the blue. We were packing our things when the Chun and Fong families came charging over ferociously, weapons in hand, claiming the Chin's silver jewelry and cooking tools had disappeared and demanding that I hand them over. With so many wounded people in the Su and Jun families, I was busy all day looking after them. How could I possibly have time to steal the Chin's things? When I asked the Chins to produce evidence, they had none. Hearing this, Qin Fangshi hastily spoke up, though she was somewhat uneasy. Su Honshu, who else could it be besides you? You're the only one who has always had it in for the Qin family. Su Honshu sneered at this. Huh? Just because I have a grudge against the Qin family, you say I took your things? If you're going to put it that way, then I'll say my silver and jewelry also went missing last night. Your Qin family has always been against me, so it must have been your family who took them. Qin Fangshi was so enraged, she could hardly breathe. You. But she could not find any words to refute. Su Honshu continued. Constable, you, the Qin family simply makes trouble out of nothing. It's a habit. Even if I really wanted to take the Qin's things over some petty grudge, their whole family is packed into one room. With so many Qins there and a person as conspicuous as me, wouldn't they have noticed me entering their room? Could they really have waited until early morning to make a racket and delay everyone's journey? As soon as she said this, the other families began whispering among themselves. Exactly. A person so conspicuous. How could all those Qins fail to see her? Could it be that the Chun family deliberately claimed something was lost? That's possible. After all, the Chun and Jun families have not been on good terms for a long time. Yes, I know about this. It was said before that Chun Siu of the Chun family was originally the daughter-in-law chosen by Jun Moy's mother. Unexpectedly, an imperial edict arranged the marriage, and Jun Moy married Su Honshu. Right. Chun Siu has always been at odds with Su Honshu. This is two women fighting over one man. The Fong family members who had come along also felt their faces burning with embarrassment. Qin Fangshi had claimed early that morning that Su Honshu had stolen the Qin's things and had asked the Fong family to help take them back, promising a reward after the deed was done. Now it appeared the Qins had no evidence at all that Su Honshu was the one who had taken them. Jun Moy had already moved out all the household utensils of the Jun family. Constable, you, these are the household utensils of our Jun family, which you have seen before. The Qin family claims their belongings were taken. Constable, you may inspect our room to see if anything else is missing. Constable, you glanced at those pots and pans upon hearing this. He had indeed seen them before, and considering the Chun family consisted of so many people, even if Su Honshu had truly taken their things, how could everyone have simply watched her walk away with them? This was likely yet another deliberate provocation by the Qin family. We should depart. Everything requires evidence, and since the Chun family cannot produce any, let us not delay everyone's journey any longer. He then loudly reminded the group. Everyone prepare to depart. We leave shortly. Those who cannot keep up will face the whip. Upon hearing Constable Yu's words, everyone hurriedly began preparing. Qin Fangshi and the others were unwilling to accept this. Thinking of the difficult days ahead, without silver they wished nothing more than to kill Su Honshu, yet they could not fight and had no evidence. Qin Fangshi trembled with rage, clutching her chest, as if she could not catch her breath. Su Honshu, you. She fainted on the spot. Qin sighting, and Qin Siu hurried to support her. Mother. Su Honshu watched the Qin family in disarray and smiled. A bunch of fools. She then led the Jun family forward. Seeing that both Jun Moy and Su Lichuan were carrying heavy loads, and even the injured mother from the Su family was holding a bundle, Su Honshu called out loudly. Is there anyone willing to help us carry baggage? In return, you will be fed each evening. Whatever we eat, you shall eat. Upon hearing this, more than 10 people crowded toward the Jun family. Young madam, choose me. I am strong. Young madam, pick me. I can eat less. Young madam, please choose me. Su Honshu looked at the people shoving forward before her. All of them were sallow-faced and thin, wearing threadbare clothes, with many having torn shoes. She quickly spoke up. Do not push. We only need 4 people to share the baggage. A youth pulled a half-grown boy forward, his eyes filled with pleading. Young madam, choose me. I will not eat. Please give me something to feed my younger brother. Seeing that Su Honshu did not respond, the youth continued. Young madam, I am willing to serve the June family for life, not just carry baggage. Please spare a little food for my brother. My mother passed away from illness 2 days ago. I cannot lose my only brother." Perhaps moved by the shared loss of family, June Moy suddenly spoke. "Come take the baggage and let us go. Do not waste time." The youth hurriedly responded as he rushed over to shoulder the load. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, young madam." Su Honshu looked at the 10 or so people before her and quickly selected 3 boys who appeared reasonably strong, mostly because their desperate eyes touched her heart. The children who had come here were likely those marginalized within their clans. The selected few gratefully thanked Su Honshu while hastily shouldering the baggage of both the June and Su families. With 2 people sharing the load, the burden was manageable. At the constable's command, "Let us go." Everyone began hurrying along the road. Snow began falling again, growing heavier by the moment. Biting cold winds swept across the land, stinging faces raw. Everyone's faces, ears, hands, and feet showed severe signs of frostbite. The deep snow swallowed each footstep, leaving deep imprints. The world had been transformed into a silver-clad landscape. At midday rest, facing the sky full of flying snowflakes, they could not find a single place to sit. After consulting among themselves, the constables drove the supply wagon to the front and distributed 1 hard steamed bun to each person, urging them to continue marching. They would rest once they found shelter from the storm later. Of course, some took the opportunity to relieve themselves along the way, but the imperial guards turned a blind eye. After all, no one dared to flee at such a desolate place, neither village nor inn in sight. Running would have been certain death. Su Honshu filled 2 water skins with spiritual spring water from her spatial storage and gave one to the Su family side, instructing Wei Furong to distribute it to everyone, telling them it was sweet water that would restore their strength. She ensured everyone from the June family drank as well, including those helping carry baggage for both families. There was no rest at noon. Manager Lu and Lu Shan could no longer carry Mother Chui and concubine Qian, and concubine Li was struggling to keep up with the group. Su Honshu called upon several others to carry concubine Li, concubine Qian, and Mother Chui. June and Mo Hua could walk no further, so Su Honshu crouched down and carried her on her back. June Moyen walked resolutely beside concubine Li. Suddenly he stumbled and fell, then quickly scrambled back to his feet. June Moy walked a few steps toward him and grasped his arm. "Get on." He then lifted him and settled him against his shoulder. June Moyen quickly protested. "Brother, I can still walk. I only tripped by accident." June Moy carried him forward step by step. "Be quiet." Hearing this, June Moyen fell silent. But his eyes grew red. Father was gone, mother had been beaten and injured, and he was truly afraid. He had personally witnessed someone collapse on the ground and be callously thrown into the woods by the escorts. Lady Li looked up at June Moy, carrying June Moyen on his shoulder, her heart swelling with both joy and sorrow. "Lord Young Master is indeed leading us forward. Rest assured." In the afternoon, 2 more people collapsed on the ground. The escorts did not even bother to drag the bodies away. 1 corn bun. Let a few people throw those corpses into the woods. Su Honshu watched in horror as the 2 women lying on the ground were stripped down to their undergarments by several men, then tossed into the woods. The others merely glanced and continued marching, their faces long since numbed into expressionless masks. Looking up at the white expanse above, Su Honshu felt a heavy weight in her heart. If this snow did not stop, she did not know how many more would fail to survive. Imperial capital, Crown Prince's mansion. In the finest courtyard, Jun Moxu wore a grim expression. Since returning from Fengqing, he had lost all interest in women. Even when the top courtesan from the brothel came, his body remained unresponsive. The Crown Princess consort approached, beautifully adorned. "Your Highness." Jun Moxu glanced at her. "Why are you here?" The Crown Princess consort stepped forward and massaged his shoulders. "Your Highness, although official duties are important, one must also take care of one's health. It is late. Why not return to your chambers to rest?" Jun Moxu appeared unmoved. "I still have official matters to attend to. You may return to your quarters first." Hearing this, the Crown Princess consort's expression stiffened. "Your Highness, ever since you returned from Fengqing, you have not come to my chamber. Have I done something wrong?" Jun Moxu felt a surge of irritation at her words, but then remembered that the Grand Heir consort came from the mighty Qian clan. He reached out, took her hand, and pulled her into his arms, seating her upon his lap. I have indeed neglected you lately, but the journey to Fengcheng delayed me, and official work piled up considerably. Naturally, I must devote more time to it now. You have always been understanding. You do understand me, don't you? The Grand Heir consort had not expected him to pull her into his embrace so directly. Surprised and somewhat shy, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Your Highness, it has been so long since you accompanied me. Yu is already 2 years old. Why not give him a younger brother? Jun Mox's expression softened at her words. He reached out and caressed Qian's chin. So Yenna has been missing me. Very well, official business can be dealt with any time. Accompanying Yenna matters most. Come, let us return to our chambers. He held Qian Yan's hand all the way to the bedchamber. He would try once more. If it still failed, he would summon a reliable imperial physician tomorrow. The moment the door closed, he pressed Qian Yan against the wall and kissed her lips. Qian Yan had not expected him to be so impetuous. It seemed he did have her in his heart after all. He truly had merely been busy with state affairs. She responded passionately to Jun Mox's kiss. The two kissed all the way to the bedside. Qian Yan's robe slipped messily to the floor beneath Jun Mox's roaming hands. He covered her body with his own, pressed her onto the bed, kissed her neck, and listened to her impassioned gasps. When he reached down to undo his own garments, however, he found that part of him utterly unresponsive. Though his desire was burning and desperate, there was no reaction at all. Jun Mox's gaze darkened, and he halted his kisses. Qian Yan stared at him in astonishment, utterly confused. Your Highness. Jun Moxu snapped back to his senses, rose hastily, and pulled his clothes together. Yenner, I just recalled a pressing matter that must be handled tonight. Rest first. Once this busy period passes, I will surely make it up to you. With that, ignoring Qian Yan's reaction, he hurried away. Qian Yan looked down at her only remaining undergarment, and feeling wronged, pulled the quilt over herself. At a moment like this, he could still simply stop. In remote Funing everywhere was a vast expanse of white. After discarding yet another old man's corpse, the escorting constables finally found a mountain cave to settle the exiled prisoners. Several people had frozen to death in a single day. The constables' expressions were grim, and the dry provisions stored in the cart were running low. Su Hanshu led the Jun and Su families to settle in a corner of the cave. Though everyone wore straw rain cloaks, the cold was simply unbearable. Their faces were blue from the chill, and their hands and feet had lost all sensation. After setting down the luggage, Su Hanshu first unpacked the quilts. She spread straw rain cloaks on the ground, laid the quilts over them, and directed people to place Nanny Chui and concubine Qian on top to rest. The two had awakened, but they were still extremely weak. Concubinely, take Yenner and Huar and warm your feet under the quilt. We are going out to find firewood. Pinger and Swayer should rest and huddle together for warmth. After a moment's deliberation, she retrieved a box of chilblain ointment from her space and pressed it into concubine Li's hand. Apply this to the frostbitten areas. Everyone should use some, and tend to the wounds on your bodies as well. Apply medicine for one another. After giving a few more instructions, Su Hanshu took 2 additional quilts and walked over to the Su family. Mother used these quilts so everyone can huddle together and keep warm. Wei Furong had initially wanted to refuse, but seeing how badly the Su children had frozen, she accepted the quilts. Su Hanshu then took out another box of chilblain ointment from her space and pressed it into Wei Furong's hand. Mother, have everyone apply the chilblain ointment we bought earlier to their frostbitten areas. Lu Shan and his father rested for a while, then rose and went out to search for firewood as well. In such weather, if there was no firewood at night, whether they could even wake up the next day was another matter entirely. Junmoy glanced at Su Hanshu and spoke. Hanshu, stay here with Mother and the others to watch the luggage. I will go out with Uncle Lu and the rest to try our luck. Hearing this, Su Hanshu walked over to him. I will go with you. With so many people from the Su and Jun families here, the luggage will be fine. Besides, everyone knows Su Hanshu is a fierce woman. No one would be foolish enough to come looking for death. This damned weather. The trees had long been buried under heavy snow, so how could finding firewood be easy? Fortunately, after sensing that it might snow, she had made it a habit to toss any firewood she encountered into her space whenever she went out foraging. In a little while, she would find a chance to take some out. Seeing that she insisted on going, Junmoy had no choice but to take her hand and go together. Once they had walked some distance, the two split up. Step by step through the snow, Su Honshu made her way behind a small slope. After confirming that no one was around, she pulled some firewood from her space, rolled it through the snowfield, and bound it into bundles. After a moment's thought, she also took out stored eggs and mushrooms, filling her cloth sack to the brim. Then she dragged the firewood back. Most of the people in the cave had gone out, aside from some old people and children. Only the wounded members of the Su and Jun families remained. When everyone saw Su Honshu drag in 2 bundles of firewood and saw the cloth sack that had been clearly empty when she left, now bulging, envy could not help but rise in their eyes and hearts. Where did Su Honshu get such good luck finding so much firewood in so short a time? Because the firewood had been dragged back, it was already coated with snow, making it look much the same as firewood picked up from the snowfield. Su Honshu chose a spot between the Jun and Su families. She first broke the twigs and arranged them, then lifted her cloak to block the wind, sprinkled some gasoline over them, and struck a match into the pile. The fire ignited at once, and she added easily flammable wood on top. Firelight suddenly appeared in the cave, and everyone looked over in astonishment. Even Wei Furong was taken aback. She walked over to the fire in a few paces. "Choo-choo, you actually got the fire started this quickly." Su Honshu added firewood and smiled. "Perhaps it is because I am usually kind-hearted. Heaven could not bear watching me suffer in such cold." Soon the fire was blazing. Everyone spread their straw rain cloaks on the ground and sat around the flames to warm themselves. Su Honshu took more than 30 potatoes and some chestnuts from her satchel and placed them beside the fire. A faint medicinal odor lingered in the air, suggesting that everyone had already applied their medicines. Su Honshu picked up 3 stones and placed them among the flames. Then she took a pot, went outside to scoop up clean snow, carried it in, and set it over the fire. She continued, taking a basin out to gather snow. Knowing that everyone was starving and freezing, and that their bodies had already suffered internal damage, Su Honshu added some spirit spring water into the basin every time she collected snow. After going back and forth several times, the pot held a large quantity of water. Once the water was heated, Su Honshu ladled out a basin for everyone to drink, then continued adding more snow to the pot. When Junmoy and the others entered carrying several bundles of frost-covered firewood and a frozen wild pheasant, they saw the many potatoes around the blazing fire and Su Honshu adding rice to the pot. He looked at her and spoke in a low voice. "Honshu, come with me for a moment." Su Honshu saw that the rice was nearly ready, placed the rice sack back into her satchel, and took out a piece of salt-cured meat. Uncle Lu sliced the meat and put it into the pot to cook with the porridge. Lu Shan washed the mushrooms, tare them, and add them in as well. Only then did she leave together with Junmoy. Junmoy pulled her into his cloak and led her along the rock face outside the cave until they reached a spot where the rock was deeply recessed. Junmoy checked that no one was around, then drew Su Honshu into the recess with him. Lowering his head, he whispered by her ear, "Honshu, you have been too obvious. That satchel is only so big, yet you are taking too many things out of it." Su Honshu's face flickered with panic upon hearing this. Had he noticed? Having spent so much time with her, Junmoy naturally saw the expression on her face. He comfortingly wrapped his arm around her waist and spoke in a low voice. "Don't be afraid. Others probably haven't noticed yet, but you should be more careful. Honshu, we were exiled right after our marriage. Along this journey you have gone through countless trials with me. We are husband and wife who have weathered storms together. You can try to trust me. Perhaps in the future I can help cover for you in certain matters." Su Honshu lowered her head, lost in thought. Should she expose her spatial realm? Should she tell him? Although husband and wife are the closest of kin, this was ancient times, an era rife with prejudice and injustice against women. Dare she lay bare her trump card before a man? Junmoy sensed her inner conflict, but was not angered. It was good that she remained cautious. "Honshu, perhaps what I am about to say may seem sentimental or unbelievable to you. But whether you believe it or not, I will protect you for the rest of my life and regard you as the most important person. If I ever break this vow, may I never avenge my family, and may I die a miserable death." Su Honshu hastily reached out and covered his mouth. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Junmoy took her hand and felt how icy cold it was. He quickly tucked it into his garments to warm it. "If you are unwilling to tell me, I will not ask again. But you must use me to do things and not let others notice your oddities." After hesitating for a long while, Su Honshu took out a piece of pastry and held it to Junmoi's lips. Take a good taste. Junmoi opened his mouth and savored the pastry carefully. This was exactly the taste of the manor's pastries. Su Honshu then produced a braised pork hock. Since you have already discovered it, go ahead and eat. Junmoi stared at the hock that had appeared out of thin air. If he remembered correctly, this was a dish that often appeared in the manor. He took a bite and tasted it. Indeed, it was that very flavor. He glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then lowered his head and whispered into Su Honshu's ear. Do you possess some special item on you that can store things, something only you can see and no one else knows about? Su Honshu nodded slightly upon hearing this. When the imperial decree to confiscate our property arrived, I had just woken up, so I grabbed some things. Junmoi quickly interrupted her. No need to say more. I understand everything now. Be careful from now on, let us walk together. Su Honshu looked at him suddenly, then spoke with a touch of unreasonableness. I brought those things out so they are all mine. Junmoi caressed her head. Are you silly? You are my wife. Naturally, the household belongings are managed by you, so they are yours. He then held the hock to her lips. Eat some quickly. Look at you. Since you have supplies, why didn't you secretly fill your stomach? You have grown so thin. Su Honshu took a bite of the hock. It had been piping hot when she took it, and thanks to the spatial realm's special preservation, it was still warm now with an enticing aroma. Su Honshu swallowed, took another bite, then pushed the hock to Junmoi's lips, signaling him to eat as well. Junmoi opened his mouth and took a bite too. Thus the couple finished the hock together, one bite after another, and satisfied their hunger. Though full, the meat alone felt a bit greasy. Su Honshu produced a bottle of sour plum juice, and both of them drank some to cleanse their palates. She then let out a satisfied burp and smiled sheepishly. Junmoi reached out and stroked her head again. Su Honshu noticed that he was standing in front of her, perfectly concealing her within the hollow of the rock. Stand still. Since you already know, I will put on another layer of clothing. This snow shows no sign of letting up. She then took out a warm undergarment, unfastened her cloak, loosened her outer robe, and slipped the undergarment on. After that, she produced a pair of padded trousers and wore them beneath her skirt. Junmoi watched her change clothes without the slightest bashfulness, so he turned around and kept watch for anyone who might suddenly appear. After changing, Su Honshu looked down and saw that her shoes already had holes in them. She took out a pair of fur-lined flat boots, thought for a moment, then added a pair of heat-emitting insoles before putting them on. With this new outfit, her whole body became warm. Even if she did not sit by the fire tonight, she would not feel too cold even without blankets. She took out a set of thick clothes for Junmoi. She did not have shoes for him in her spatial realm, but she had plenty of thick socks. She pulled out a pair of thick socks and also a pair of thermal insoles. I'm done changing. These are for you. Put them on. Junmoi looked at the set of clothes meant for him. So even in such a desperate rush, she had still grabbed clothes for him. A warm current surged through his heart. He took the clothes and swapped places with Su Honshu, then changed into them. As he took off his shoes, Su Honshu noticed frostbite on his feet. Seeing him about to put on the socks, she hurriedly spoke. Wait. She took out some frostbite ointment from the spatial realm, crouched down, and applied the medicine to his injured areas. Junmoi's face instantly reddened with embarrassment. He quickly crouched down to stop her. Honshu, let me do it myself. It smells a bit. Su Honshu said, don't move. I'm almost done. This is Exile, whose feet don't smell. Junmoi watched her small hands apply medicine to all his frostbitten spots, then hurriedly took the socks and put them on himself. Su Honshu meanwhile placed the thermal insoles into his shoes. After tidying up, the two headed back. Thanks to the wide cloaks, no one could tell they had added extra layers. When they returned to the cave, a rich aroma of meat porridge wafted toward them. A few bundles of firewood had also been stacked near the Jun family's spot, clearly gathered by the men who had helped carry their luggage. Su Honshu first filled a large bowl with porridge and handed it to Junmoi, telling him to deliver it to Yuchaitu. Then she ladled out half a bowl of porridge for each person, along with 1 potato and 2 chestnuts per person. Those who had helped carry luggage for the Jun and Su families received the same share. The young man with his little brother received only 1 bowl, but an extra potato was given to him, so the brothers could share and eat their fill. The young man said gratefully, Thank you, young madam. Thank you, young madam. I Jiang like will one day repay your kindness today. Su Hanshu replied, no need. This is a token of thanks for helping our family carry luggage. It's what you rightfully deserve. Jiang handed the porridge and potato to his younger brother as he spoke. But young madam, you gave my brother an extra serving. I remember that. Suddenly a woman approached with a young man and a young girl. Jiang, you have food, yet don't offer it to the old madam first. You are nothing but an ungrateful, filial-defying wolf in sheep's clothing. Jiang quickly shielded his younger brother who was drinking porridge behind him, speaking with a flustered look in his eyes. There is nothing to eat, just a potato. Hearing this, the woman stormed over again. She deliberately looked into the Jun family's pot, caught the fragrance of meat in the air, and then turned her gaze to the bowl of porridge behind Jiang. Give me the porridge. I'll take it to the old lady. Jiang couldn't help stepping back half a step. We earned this ourselves. Hearing this, the woman reached out to snatch the potato from his hand. Hand it all over. What do you mean yours? Your surname is Jiang, so what belongs to you naturally belongs to the Jiang family. And what belongs to the Jiang family naturally goes first to the old lady. Moreover, you are only a concubine-born son. Shouldn't everything in your hands be arranged by me, your legal mother? The young man who had come with the woman also spoke up. Jiang, has it been so long since you were beaten that you've forgotten the rules of rank between the legitimate and the concubine-born? Jiang's eyes darkened at these words, and the hand that had been avoiding the grab stopped retreating. The woman smugly reached for the potato. Hand it over. Does a concubine-born son like you even deserve this food? Su Hanshu could hardly bear to watch. Jiang, this is exile. We are all commoners now. No one is nobler than anyone else. If you cannot protect even one potato today, how will you protect your brother along this road? Jiang felt as if he had been struck over the head. He came to his senses at once and abruptly snatched the potato back from the woman's hand. Madam Jiang, this food did not come out of nowhere. Young Madam Jun took pity because I can still carry a little luggage and gave my brother and me a way to survive. There is no need for you to snatch away even this bit of food and lose the dignity befitting a Madam Jiang. Madam Jiang was enraged by these words. You little bastard, how dare you talk back to me? I'll tear that mouth of yours to pieces. Jiang, frightened, turned his head to dodge Madam Jiang's slap. When the second slap swung toward him, he raised his hand and caught her wrist. Madam Jiang, what exactly are you trying to do? You know full well, and so do I. Let's not make a scene. Save your strength. We still have to continue the road tomorrow. Seeing this, the young man behind Madam Jiang threw a punch at Jiang. How dare you? You piece of concubine-born trash. You actually raise your hand against your own legal mother. The young woman behind Madam Jiang also spoke. Liku, little brother, mother was only reminding you to be filial to grandmother. If you will not listen, fine. But how could you raise your hand to mother? This is unfilial and does heaven no justice. You will be struck by heavenly punishment. Jiang's younger brother Jiang Liheng walked up to Su Hanshu holding the remaining half bowl of porridge. Young madam, may I ask you to hold this for me? It's my brother's. Su Hanshu took it and gave him a reassuring smile. Of course. Jiang Liheng ran over and rammed his head into Madam Jiang's stomach. Don't bully my brother. Jiang and the young man of the Jiang family were locked in a fight. Don't push people too far. Su Hanshu watched this farce. Jiang was still supposed to carry her luggage the next day. Besides, this young man, under such difficult circumstances, still did his best to look after his younger brother. That was truly a rare quality. Madam Jiang, is it? Don't you think it is a little inappropriate to come making trouble in the Jun family's area? Madam Jiang immediately replied, unwilling to concede. Young Madam Jun, this is a matter of the Jiang family. What does it have to do with your Jun family? Please do not meddle in others' affairs. Su Hanshu fixed her with a sharp gaze. Madam Jiang, this is the Jun family's place. You come here and make a scene disturbing the rest of our Jun family, and still call me a meddler. Please leave, Madam Jiang. We want to rest. Madam Jiang hastily said, I was merely instructing the Jiang family. Jun Moi suddenly spoke in a loud voice. People of the Jiang family, please fetch your people back. If there is any more trouble, don't blame the Jun family for being rude. Soon a man of the Jiang family hurried over and seized Madam Jiang by the wrist. Get back inside, all of you. Shameless, disgraceful things. This, it seemed, was old Master Jiang. The young man fighting with Jiang had no choice but to stop. Madam Jiang struggled as she spoke. Disgrace. What is disgraceful about me teaching my own children? You pathetic coward. Other people can find food. Why can't you? You just stand there while your wife and children go hungry. How have you the face to live with yourself? A sharp crack sounded, and old Master Jiang slapped Madame Jiang across the face. Stupid woman. Make another scene, and I will divorce you. Madame Jiang clutched her slapped face, and seeing the warning in old Master Jiang's eyes, dared not speak again. Old Master Jiang looked at Jiang like, "Aren't you two coming back to the Jiang family?" Jiang like's face held suppressed anger. "Father, my brother and I work for the Jun family, and we can earn a bite to eat saving you some trouble. Father, for the sake of my mother having just passed away, let my brother and me have a way to live." Hearing this, old Master Jiang's face showed a trace of guilt. "Enough. You have grown up now. Do as you wish. As for your mother, we truly could do nothing. This is the road of exile, not the imperial capital. If this were the imperial capital..." Jiang like cut him off. "Father, this is the Jun family's place. There is no need to speak of past matters and disturb the young madam and the others." Old Master Jiang nodded slightly. He dragged Madame Jiang away. He also glanced at the young brother and sister of the Jiang family. "Aren't you two going back? Must you disgrace yourselves with your mother too?" The young man and young woman could only follow sheepishly. As they left, they shot Jiang like a vicious glare and muttered something. "Little bastard." Hearing this, Jiang like clenched his fists and ground his molars. He felt resentment, yet it seemed he had long been used to such abuse. Su Honshu poured some of her own porridge into his bowl and carried it over to him. "Your brother left this for you. Eat it quickly. When you are full, you will have the strength to walk tomorrow." Jiang like looked up at the bowl more than half full. He understood at once that the young madam must have added some porridge from her own bowl. Since childhood, he had been bullied in every possible way by Madame Jiang and the legitimate son of the Jiang family. On the road of exile, his mother had fallen ill and did not survive. He carried her on his back for an entire afternoon. That night, he and his brother quietly dug a hole with wooden sticks barely large enough to bury their mother's body. No one in the Jiang family offered even a word of concern. His own father only cast a cold glance, and then went to report to the head of the escort guards that another member of the Jiang family had frozen to death. He had not expected the Jun family to give him and his brother a way to live. Taking the bowl of porridge, he felt its warmth in his hands and could not stop his eyes from reddening. If his mother could have had a warm bowl of porridge back, then would she have left him and his brother behind? "Thank you, young madam." Su Honshu was about to say something when Chuntao and several others came over carrying bundles of firewood that were wet with snow and even frozen. "Young madam, we found some firewood, but the fire won't catch. We'll give the wood to you. Could the children warm themselves by the fire?" Su Honshu gazed at the children, their faces sallow and bloodless, their cracked lips marked with streaks of blood, their hair in disarray, and their eyes utterly devoid of light. "Very well. Have your children come warm themselves by the fire. Water is scarce here, but there is plenty of clean snow outside. You can use basins to collect some and bring it inside to melt into hot water for the children to drink." Upon hearing this, Chun Tao and the others were filled with gratitude. "Thank you, young madam. We will wash the pots and bowls clean shortly. After tidying up, we will gather more firewood." Most members of the Jun and Su families were injured, so having someone to help with chores was a blessing. Su Honshu gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Chun Tao and the others harbored no ill intentions, and for the sake of their children, they had spared no effort. Su Honshu took out a handful of mushrooms and told them to cook them to eat alongside the coarse cornbread they held. Considering the large number of people, a single large fire would waste firewood. She decided to divide it into 2 fires, with the people splitting into 2 groups to warm themselves around each. While the Jun and Su families' fire burned vigorously, the other households struggled. They barely managed to find some dry grass to kindle a flame, but the firewood was too damp to catch. Smoke filled the entire cave, making the air thick and stifling, and many people inside were racked with coughing. Su Honshu could not help but cough several times, her brows tightly furrowed. Jun Imosher quickly handed her a vessel of water. "Take a few sips to ease it." Su Honshu drank a couple of sips, and Jun Imo, he pulled her close against his chest, wrapping her warmly in his cloak. "How about we step outside for some fresh air?" Just then the second Master Fong approached with a small bundle of firewood. "Young Master Jun, might we borrow a spark? The weather is bitterly cold, and we simply cannot get our fire started." Hearing his voice, Su Honshu emerged from Jun Mo's embrace. Second Master Fong, if you try to coax it slowly, you will never know when it will catch. Here is my suggestion: leave this firewood with us, and take some of our burning wood back with you. Upon hearing this, Second Master Fong eagerly expressed his gratitude. Very well, thank you, young madam. Lu Shan, perceptive as ever, placed the firewood Second Master Fong had brought onto the pile, then divided a generous portion of the lit wood to him. Soon the Tao family also came to borrow fire. Su Honshu did not refuse, and again had Lu Shan share some firewood with them. After all, if things continued like this, the cave would become unbearable to remain in. The other families, seeing that the Jun family was willing to lend fire, also brought firewood to borrow, and Su Honshu agreed to each request. Gradually, the fires of the other families caught. However, through all the smoke from starting the fires, Su Honshu's eyes had watered from the irritation. Jun Mo reached up to gently wipe the tears from her cheeks. Let us go outside for some fresh air. There should be no one else coming to borrow fire now, and if there is, we can have Lu Shan handle it. As he pulled Su Honshu to her feet, they saw Chen Sunshur from the second branch of the Chen family approaching. Mo. Jun Mo glanced at her coldly. What brings you here, second Madam Chen? Hearing such a distant form of address, Chen Sunshur realized the Chen family had deeply offended him. Mo, I am still your second uncle's wife. Although your eldest uncle's wife has had some disagreements with your wife, our second branch has never had any conflict with you. Why must you? Su Honshu, already irritated by the sight of the Chen family members, spoke with clear displeasure. Second Madam Chen, why not just state your purpose directly? Given our family's current relationship, anything else would be both superfluous and absurd. Upon hearing this, Chen Sunshur's face flushed with embarrassment. She had originally hoped the Jun family would send some food over, but now found herself unable to ask. Reluctantly, she settled for a lesser request. Mo Honshu, after all, your grandmother is elderly. All our Chen family's belongings are gone now. We can scarcely cook anything, let alone get a cup of hot water. Even if you are unwilling to share food with the Chen family, could you at least lend us your pot to boil some hot water? So she had come to take advantage, Su Honshu thought. She simply replied no. Chen Sunshur had not expected such a blunt refusal, with no regard for the fact that the Chen family was Jun Mo's maternal grandmother's household. Su Honshu, though you young ones have differences, surely you should not hold a grudge against the elderly. When the Chen family was still standing, we treated Mo with genuine kindness. Jun Mo pulled Su Honshu to her feet and turned to face Chen Sunshur. When the Chen family benefited from our goodwill, that was equally genuine, second Madam Chen. You need not make things difficult for Honshu. Not only would we not lend a pot to the Chen family, we would not lend fire or even a single blade of grass. Second Madam Chen, please return home and do not come back again. Otherwise, everyone will feel suffocated in your presence. After all, every member of the Chen family reminds me of how my parents died, and I long to seek vengeance for them immediately. Chen Sunshur, who had always been treated as an elder by Jun Mo, now saw the genuine hatred in his eyes and felt a chill run through her. She dared not linger any longer. If you refuse to lend it, then fine. The Chen family's years of devotion were. Catching the icy glares from both Jun Mo and Su Honshu, Chen Sunshur swallowed the rest of her words and turned toward the Chen family's direction. Jun Mo turned to Lu Shan and spoke. Lu Shan, do not show any courtesy to anyone from the Chen family. Keep the belongings of the Jun and Su families out of their reach. If they fail to show proper restraint, do not hesitate. Fight back. He then took Su Honshu's hand and led her outside. Both were dressed in thick thermal clothing with warming insoles in their shoes, so despite stepping out into the cold, they did not feel excessively chilled. Outside, the ground was covered in pristine white snow, making it easy to discern the path and trees. Since they had already come out, Su Honshu had no intention of wasting the trip. She pulled Jun Mo along as they searched for suitable wood. Since it had been snowing continuously, she could fashion a simple sled to haul luggage, saving considerable effort, and if crafted well, it could even carry passengers. Fortunately, during her previous missions, she had sometimes faced living in mountainous terrain, and her spatial storage contained a curved blade that would serve well for felling trees. Su Honshu searched among the surrounding trees for wood suitable for crafting a sled. Having found 2 satisfactory branches, she retrieved the curved blade from her spatial storage. Jun Mo, fell the tree from here. Wait until I make something impressive for you to see. Jun Mo, took the blade. What you are planning to create must be quite remarkable. I am quite eager to see it. He then began hacking away with the blade. As they chopped the branches, snow from the trees settled over both of them, coating their hair in a layer of white. After felling the tree, Jun Mo, reached out to brush the snow from Su Hanchu's head. Couldn't you have stepped further away? Su Hanchu smiled and gently cleared the snow from his shoulders. There is one more over here. Once we finish cutting it, we can head back. We gathered plenty of firewood today, and the remaining materials can be selected from what we have collected. Soon the two of them cut another log and dragged it back. Upon entering the cave, they discovered the Chun family, and the Fong family's main branch had surrounded the Jun and Su families, engaged in heated argument. Without a second thought, she knew it must be the Chun family stirring up trouble again. Jun Moi's eyes were as deep as ink, a barely visible flame smoldering within them, and the aura around him grew noticeably sharper. He hurled the wooden block in his hand heavily to the ground. Has the Chun family grown so comfortable, or simply too idle that they must come to someone else's doorstep to stir up trouble? The crowd, which had been clamoring noisily, fell silent in an instant. Chun Siding cast a glance at Jun Moi, and even bent into a hypocritical bow. Cousin, we are not here to cause trouble. It is simply that when my uncle passed away, my cousin-in-law promised everyone a meal of meat. Days have already gone by. Shouldn't the Jun family honor their word? This was a promise you made to all of us. At the mention of Jun Linfeng's death, the chill around Jun Moi deepened, his face turning almost ferocious as he laughed in bitter fury. Fine. A fine performance from the Chun family, truly skilled at kicking a man when he is down. Su Hanchu tightly gripped his hand. Chen Siu, I did indeed make a promise to everyone, and I, Su Hanchu, will never deny it. What I said was that everyone would have meat within half a month. Only a few days have passed. Why the rush? Chen Siding clutched her handkerchief upon hearing this, and spoke. Cousin-in-law, it is not that Siding is impatient, but the journey has been so grueling for everyone. Another person has just died. If you keep delaying your promise, I fear more and more people will perish without even a sip of warm soup. Zhou Shuoei walked over to Su Hanchu's side and turned her gaze toward Chen Siding. Second Miss Chen, you handle matters with far more composure than your elder sister, but that pretentious air of yours remains unchanged. Since our Hanchu has given her word, she will naturally follow through. Half the time hasn't even passed yet, so Second Miss Chen needn't meddle. Better to mind your own household. Chen Siding tugged at the sleeve of a young woman beside her. The woman glanced at Su Hanchu and spoke with some hesitation. But we are all starving and frozen, and so many of us can barely hold on. It is hard enough to get a sip of hot water, yet the Su and Jun families have meat to eat every day. Since you can afford to eat meat, why not fulfill your earlier promise? Or are you waiting until we all starve to death, so you can save yourselves that meal of meat? Su Hanchu looked at her. You're from the Fong family, aren't you? The young woman clutched her handkerchief and replied, so what if I am? That was a promise you made yourself. I am not deliberately causing you trouble. Su Hanchu let out a cold laugh. Whether you are deliberately causing trouble, you all know better than anyone. This is a desolate wilderness buried in snow, and everyone has been surviving on the cornmeal buns issued from above. Our Jun family only had a bit of rice we managed to exchange earlier, and the mushrooms were dug out by us from beneath the snow ourselves. If you lack the ability to find food, don't blame others for your own incompetence. I know perfectly well what I promised. The Chun and Fong families had best not court trouble for nothing. If you push me too far, when the next opportunity to buy supplies comes, I will treat everyone to meat, except the Chun and Fong families. What could you do about it? Chen Siding's face turned pale with rage. Cousin-in-law, are you trying to go back on your word? Su Hanchu stared at her icily. Don't claim kinship with me so carelessly. That cousin-in-law makes my stomach turn. I've said it clearly. Within half a month I will do what I promised. You need only wait. Only a few days have passed, and here we are in the middle of nowhere. If this isn't deliberate troublemaking, what is? Chen Siding put on a tearful expression as she spoke. Cousin-in-law, we are truly starving and at our wits' end. We beg you to show some compassion and keep your word. If you do, you could save so many who are on the brink of death. The moment Chen Siding finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately chimed in. Young Madam Su, we are not here to make trouble either. After all, you did make that promise, and naturally we have kept it in mind. How about this? We don't necessarily need meat. Just give me one bowl of the porridge your household is having tonight, and consider my share of the meat fulfilled. Another person quickly spoke up as well. Yes, young Madam June, we don't want meat anymore, just a bowl of porridge. Our children are too weak to even walk. Please have pity on them. Su Honshu's gaze swept across the crowd. Among them were many elderly people, some frail-looking women, and mothers holding children in their arms. The children lay limply in their mothers' arms, their heads lolling, and their eyes utterly listless like frosted vegetables, withered and wilted. Afraid that she would give in out of pity for the children, Jun Moi tightened his grip on her hand and turned to address the crowd. What the Jun family has promised we will surely deliver. But under the present circumstances we truly cannot fulfill it yet. Why don't you all return to your own places for now? When we reach the next town and stock up on supplies, we will buy meat and host you all properly. The crowd did not disperse upon hearing this. Chen Siding shot a meaningful glance at several women holding children. They immediately knelt before Su Honshu and Jun Moi. Young Master Jun, young Madam Jun, please show us some kindness. We don't even need a full bowl, just half a bowl of porridge will do. The elderly people also knelt down one after another. Young Master Jun, young Madam Jun, we beg you to fulfill your promise. We can hardly endure any longer. Anything you can spare will do. This meat, I fear we won't live to eat. These old bones of ours have reached their limit. Please, in your great kindness, let us have at least a little something before we die. Su Honshu looked at the crowd kneeling in a dark, dense mass. Among them there were probably not only the Fong and Chen families. Tonight the escort had distributed one cornmeal bun to each person. These people likely had their food snatched away, or perhaps they couldn't bear to eat it themselves and gave it to their children. But the gnawing hunger left them no choice but to follow Chun's sighting here to make a scene. Su Honshu took a wineskin from inside her cloak and placed it in Jun Moi's hands, speaking in a low voice. Send this to Officer Yu. Then she looked at the crowd. We are all exiles here, whose life is not difficult. Don't let yourselves be used by some people without even realizing it. As for what kind of person I, Su Honshu, am, you should have learned a thing or two about me during this journey. If you don't come to make trouble for us, then once we reach the town, I will naturally fulfill what I have said. But if you insist on making a scene here, then don't blame me, Su Honshu, for being ruthless. Jun Moi carried a gourd of wine over to Yu Shada's position, suppressed the emotions churning within him, and forced a smile. Captain Yu, the weather truly grows colder by the day. While packing my belongings, I happened to discover a fine gourd of wine, and thought to bring it especially for you. Yu Chatu glanced at Jun Moi and recalled that he had barely buried his father 2 days prior, yet was already managing the Jun household with such composure. This young man's resolve was indeed extraordinary. Master Jun is remarkably resilient. Hearing this, Jun Moi offered a wry smile. I promised my father I would care for the Jun family. Yu Chatu took the wine, poured it into his gourd, but then handed it to one of the guards instead. Let every brother have a few swigs to warm himself. Then he shot a look at Jun Moi and stepped ahead, heading toward the Jun family's side. Their things remained in utter chaos. Those kneeling on the ground continued their endless pleas. Young mistress, we beg you have some compassion, give just a little to the children. This is what you promised. Yes, young mistress, please, we are kneeling before you. Even Feng Chatu had come over. Su Honshu, having so many people kneeling here accomplishes nothing. Moreover, these words came from your own mouth. Why not have the Jun family produce their provisions? Fulfill as much as you can now, and whatever remains the Jun family can make up for later. Chen Siding hurriedly spoke up. Exactly, cousin, look how miserable everyone is. As the saying goes, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Please, cousin, have mercy on them and distribute whatever food you can to save lives. With Feng Shada's words, several people rose to their feet, eyeing the Jun family's supply chest with hungry gazes. They had all noticed Su Honshu taking out various provisions from it on multiple occasions. Seeing this, others also rose. Some even stepped forward 2 steps. Lu Shan and his son quickly positioned themselves in front of the chest. Jun Moi even ran over and clung to it tightly. He knew all the family's food was stored inside, and he would not let anyone take it away. Concubine Li and concubine Qian also struggled to their feet, looking ready to fight to the death. Wei Furong brought the Su family's people to stand behind Su Honshu. The daughters of the Su family were not to be bullied. Jiang Like glanced at the situation and also moved to stand behind Su Hanchu, making his allegiance clear. Seeing Jiang Like's stance, the other porters exchanged glances. Finally, one walked over to join Jiang Like, and the other two followed suit, taking their place on the Jun family's side. Chun Tao and the others, who had just entered carrying firewood, whispered among themselves for a moment before choosing to stand with the Jun family as well. Tension hung heavy in the air. Many began rolling up their sleeves, some gripped weapons hidden about their persons. Eyes on both sides burned with hostility. The Chun family side prepared to snatch the supplies, while the Jun family side looked ready to fight fiercely. Suddenly a sharp voice barked out, "What is the meaning of this disturbance?" Then came the sound of a whip striking the ground mercilessly. There stood Yu Shadow, his face dark with anger, whip in hand. When he spotted Feng Shadow, he couldn't help but frown. "Feng Shadow, what do you think you're doing?" Feng Chatu responded coldly. "This captain has done nothing wrong. The people are merely asking Su Hanchu to honor her original pledge, words she herself spoke. It is only reasonable to demand she fulfill them now. Captain, you wouldn't be showing favoritism after receiving so many favors from the Jun family, would you?" Yu Shadow's brow furrowed even more tightly at these words. Feng Shadow's actions were growing increasingly inappropriate. Su Hanchu forced a smile and spoke. "Both captains, this is true. I did make that promise. But my father has just passed, and my mother-in-law followed him soon after. So many from both the Jun and Su families are wounded as well. It is simply impractical to fulfill everything immediately. However, since I have spoken these words, I will honor them. I have already made arrangements. When we reach the next market town for provisions, I would ask the captains for a favor, to borrow a cart and find a butcher's stall to purchase a pig. That should provide enough meat for everyone to share." Hearing this, Yu Chatu cast a displeased glance at the troublemakers. There are still 10 days until Master Su's promised date. Since she has said she will buy meat at the next town, you need create no further disturbances. If you waste your time causing trouble, you'll have nothing left to survive on. Disperse now, or my whip will not be so kind. With that, the whip struck the ground viciously near the Chun family members' feet, carrying a clear and forceful warning. Seeing this, some of the bolder ones retreated slowly. The rest, though unwilling, could only back away step by step. Feng Chatu immediately spoke up. "Captain, you." But Yu Chatu cut him off directly. "Feng Shadow, as escorts, our sole duty is to deliver the exiled to the northwest safely. Matters beyond this do not concern us. I happen to have another gourd of good wine. Would you care to share it and warm yourselves, eh?" Feng Chatu glanced once more at the Jun family side, then finally followed Yu Chatu away. Watching the crowd disperse, the people of both the Jun and Su families finally breathed a sigh of relief. Both sides were injured after all. If a fight had broken out, the supplies would surely have been plundered. Su Hanchu looked at Jiang Like and the others. "Come, gather around the fire. There will be no trouble. And even if there were, it would not be the Jun family that suffers." Only then did everyone approach the fire to warm themselves. Su Hanchu turned to Lu Shan and spoke. "Fetch some more snow. We shall boil a pot of water and fill each water skin with hot water, so we may wash our hands and faces afterward." Lu Shan and Steward Lu both took basins and went out to collect snow. Su Hanchu looked at Jiang Like and the others once more. "Your actions today, you likely cannot return to your clan now." Jiang Like and the others fell silent, their expressions heavy with resignation. It was Jiang Liheng who broke the quiet. "Then we shall not return. What is there to return to? They have always bullied us, trampling us beneath their feet, wanting us destroyed. We have done nothing wrong. They simply despise us." Jiang Like suddenly came to his senses. He glanced toward the distant Jiang estate. He had seen them among the crowd earlier, members of the Jiang family. They were pitiable people, yes, but his choice tonight would surely displease them. Then again, with his mother gone, what remained of the Jiang estate was worth no attachment. Indeed, there is nothing worth returning to. I was the foolish one. My younger brother sees far more clearly. The others, remembering the grievances they had suffered within their clan, also spoke up. "Then we shall not return. A clan means something different to each person. Some are sheltered and protected by it, while others are only ever crushed by it." Su Hanchu looked at the young men and fell into thought. It was only natural that they had chosen to stand with the Jun family today, each nursing his own private designs, yet none of those designs were ill-intentioned. The Jun family's numbers were now pitifully thin. Only the old, the young, and the wounded remained. If the chance presented itself, she might yet add a few more hands to the Jun family's ranks, but she was wary of drawing unfavorable attention. She looked over the others. What are your names? I've been so rushed, and there have been so many matters to settle that I haven't had a chance to ask. One of them spoke. Young madam, I am Tao Juwen, a concubine-born son of the Tao family. My mother, a concubine, passed away several years ago. Young madam, I am Fong Zi, a concubine-born son of the second branch of the Fong family. My grandfather is the second master of the Fong family. He approved my coming to carry luggage for the Jun family. Young madam, I am Lu Zhan, a concubine-born son of the Lu family. My mother, a concubine, was driven out of the Lu family many years ago. Seeing that there was no one from the Qin family or from the Fong family's elder branch among them, Su Hanshu felt somewhat less vexed and began to pick out from the woodpile the pieces that were straight and sturdy. The wounded from the Su and Jun families will need several days to recover. The next few days will be hard on you all. Jiang, like showing keen perception, walked over to the woodpile. Young madam, what do you want to do with the firewood? Let me take care of it. Su Hanshu did not stand on ceremony. It was already late and many people in the cave had drifted into rest. She had to finish making the snow sled as soon as possible so she could get some rest as well. Pick out pieces like these and check that they're sturdy. I'll need them shortly. Jiang like rose to his feet. Young madam, could you lend me a knife? I can go out and cut some fresh wood. It will be sturdier. Su Hanshu handed him a curved blade. Tao Jiwen and the others also stood up. I'll go with you and pick up some more firewood while I'm at it. Su Hanshu watched their departing backs, then took the kitchen knife and handed it to Jun Moi. She used her hands to indicate positions on the two pieces of wood they had brought back, each with a natural bend. Jun Moi, cut through here first. Make the second piece the same length as this one. Then we'll move on to the next step. Once Jun Moi had finished cutting, Su Hanshu directed him to use the dagger to scrape out a groove 1 centimeter deep at the curved end bit by bit. Lu Shan, seeing that there was already more than half a pot of water in the pot, came over to help as well. While they were busy, Su Hanshu took out 2 packets of cold medicine and tossed them into the pot to boil. She also gave an anti-inflammatory pill to Nanny Chui, concubine, Qian Wei Furong, and Su Yuanjia, and had them swallow it. By the time Jun Moi and Lu Shan had finished making the slot, Jiang like and the others dragged in several straight logs. Su Hanshu measured off the length she wanted, had them cut the wood shorter, then had Lu Shan fill a large soup bowl with the cold medicine and take it to head runner Yu. Steward Lu was to give each person half a bowl, and Chun Tao and the others also received half a bowl. Su Hanshu then took out cloth strips and bound the cut sticks crosswise at both ends, then lashed them flat one by one until the 2 base logs were covered with wood. Su Hanshu picked out 4 more pieces of wood, attached them upright, secured them with cloth strips, then added one across the top and fastened it with strips. She said to Jun Moi, come on, let's go out and test it. Jun Moi gazed at this thing he had never seen before and walked out of the cave with her, curious. The two pushed it out onto the snow and tried it. It worked sure enough. A little force was all it took to move it, and it could also be pulled along by the cloth strips. Jun Moi noticed that inside the cave it had been somewhat hard to push and required a bit of effort. But on the snowy ground, all he needed was a gentle force to control the direction. Hanshu, how did you learn to make something like this? I doubt even Tian Yuan has seen such a thing. Su Hanshu took a large storage bag out from inside her cloak, opened it, and set it on the sled. Well, now it exists, and I am its very first inventor. What do you think? Don't you feel you have a beautiful and clever wife? Seeing the expression on her face that said, praise me, the gloom that had weighed on Jun Moi's face for days finally lifted slightly. He reached out and stroked her hair. My wife is indeed clever, beautiful, and formidable. I owe this entire journey to you. Su Hanshu secured the bottom of the storage bag to the sled with cloth strips and said with a smile, the luggage can go in here. It's too late today. Once we settle down tomorrow evening, we'll make another one, and the Su family will have a sled for hauling things. Jun Moi answered I already know what kind of wood to use. Once we're settled tomorrow evening, I'll bring some back when I go out to gather firewood. Su Hanshu pushed the sled over the ground for a while longer, and only when she was certain everything was perfectly fine did she push it back toward the cave. Jun Moi grasped the push bar of the sled. Let me do it. It's not easy to push where there's no snow. Su Hanshu let go, but then she saw Jiang like walking toward them. Jiang glanced at the cave to make sure no one was coming out, then walked up to them, knelt on one knee and bowed. Your Highness's consort, I beg you to allow me to keep following you. Hearing the change in how he addressed them, Junmoy turned serious and said in a low voice, Jiang, there is no longer any heir of the Prince Jin's mansion here. Besides, we only hired you all to help carry our luggage for a short time. Jiang did not rise at those words, but spoke with earnest sincerity. Your Highness, I know a little martial arts and can do much more for you, even kill if needed. The way things stand, we might not survive if we go back to the Jiang family. I have a younger brother to protect, and we need a patron. If your Highness is willing to take in us brothers, I, Jiang, will be a blade in your hand. I only ask that your Highness and the consort give my brother something to eat. Junmoy and Su Honshu exchanged a glance. This Jiang was no simple man. He too had a younger brother in his care, and if he were not shrewd, how could he have survived? Su Honshu looked at him and said, get up for now. If someone sees you, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Hearing this, Jiang rose, then said one weighty sentence. Yes. Su Honshu patted the sled. Push the sled back now. Jiang stepped forward and pushed the sled, his manner carrying more respect than before. Junmoy reached out and took Su Honshu's hand. Are you thinking of keeping him, Honshu? Su Honshu nodded slightly. He has a stubborn drive in him, and to support his little brother, he will think of every possible way. This snow shows no sign of stopping. Even if it pauses for a moment, it will soon start falling again. The road ahead is only going to grow harder. If supplies can't be procured in time, I'm afraid even corn buns may stop being distributed. Both our families have few people. Even combined, we are not as many as the Qin family. If we find the right people, we might take a few in to prepare for any unforeseen trouble. Junmoy looked at her and said, I'll do as you say. After all, the Jun and Su families are now yours to command. It was probably the busiest night they had had in a long time. It must already be deep into the night, and Su Honshu could not help but yawn. Junmoy noticed the dark circles under both her eyes, a clear sign of severe sleep deprivation, and squatted down in front of her with a pang of concern. I'll carry you back. Let's rest. Whatever matters or plans we have can wait until tomorrow. She was tired, but he was tired too. Su Honshu took his hand and walked forward. Let's walk back together. The two returned to the cave where everyone else had already fallen asleep. Jiang had pushed the snow sled against the mountain wall and was resting there with his younger brother. Junmoy found a corner, wrapped his arms around Su Honshu, and began resting against the mountain wall. The next morning, the constable did not urge everyone to move on. He simply gazed at the heavy snow falling outside. After a brief discussion, the constables announced, the snow has made the road impassable. We can't even see the path. We're not traveling today, and no cornmeal buns will be handed out. Everyone will have to fend for themselves. Hearing this, everyone stopped packing. Some ran outside to see what was happening, while others wore faces full of despair. In such cold with no food, how could they survive? The Qin family fared the worst. Others at least had a pot to boil water and a little stored food, but the Qins had nothing but the clothes on their backs. Su Honshu, however, didn't feel much pressure. After all, she had her spatial storage. She could find a chance to take out food, then bring it back openly in a cloth bag, and thus she could always keep the Jun and Su families alive. The main problem was firewood. Without fire, people would truly freeze to death. Everyone who wasn't injured went to gather firewood, including Jiang and his companions. Shuntao and the others were already familiar with the Jun family. They found Pinger to help watch the children, left the kids warming themselves by the fire, and went out to gather firewood and look for food. Su Honshu and Junmoy walked together, both of them covered with white snow. Holding a wooden stick, she scraped at the snow to uncover firewood, but it was far too laborious. In the end, she simply took out a curved blade and chopped down dead trees to burn. She also found 2 pieces of wood fit for making a snow sled. Since they had time now, she planned to make another one. On the first day, everyone still had a few meager supplies barely clinging to life. But misfortune never came alone. The vast snow showed no sign of letting up. As the blizzard grew more violent, branches heavy with snow snapped off under the wild gusts. The howling wind was like a demon claiming lives, devouring the last hope in people's hearts. Early the next morning, everyone packed their belongings and prepared to travel. After all, staying in these deep mountains meant waiting for death. Moving forward still offered a slim chance of survival. But the constable announced they would rest another day for the blizzard was too ferocious. People could easily be blinded the moment they stepped outside. Staying in the cave was better than risking a mass death on the road. Without food, many chose to lie down and conserve their strength. The children cried hoarsely from hunger. Many mothers had no choice but to scoop up snow for their children. The cave was filled with weeping. Some lay down and never woke again. The constable had them carried off for disposal with a cornmeal bun as payment. Others braved the wind and snow to try their luck searching for frozen game, but very few found anything. On the side of the Su and Jun families with the extra young men and Su Hanchu's leadership, they had gathered plenty of firewood. In addition, everyone drank a warming herbal decoction, so the two families suffered no losses. As for the Chin family, they no longer had a pot for boiling water. Though they had picked up some firewood, the Chun family had too many members, and the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled could not get near the flames. One person had died yesterday, and today 2 more were carried out. The rest were dizzy from hunger. This was the Chin family and the eldest branch of the Fong family reaping their just deserts. Yet when Su Hanchu saw a mother bite open her own hand and place it to her child's mouth, an inexplicable sorrow rose in her heart. Feeling her sadness, Junmoy reached out and clasped her hand. Hanchu, I know you can't bear it, but there are too many people, and you can't help everyone. If something goes wrong. Su Hanchu naturally understood the logic. Human hearts are unpredictable, especially in such desperate conditions. Helping might well bring her great trouble. But when she saw several mothers imitating the first one who had fed her child her blood, Su Hanchu's eyes grew hot. A mother's love was so great, they just wanted their children to live. Lu Shan, take out all our pots and boil some water. Then she said to Junmoy, Junmoy, let's go find Constable Yu. Junmoy fell silent for a moment. If they really turned a blind eye, a large number of people would likely perish here. Some of these people deserved their fate, but others were merely caught up in the misfortune. All right. The constables also sipped their dwindling wine, worrying. The snow had gone on too long. At this rate, even the escorts would soon have little to eat. And they could hardly let all these exiled convicts die here. Constable Yu took a drink from his wine gourd, felt that it was nearly empty, and stoppered it. He looked toward the Jun family. If these people couldn't reach the northwest, he would have a hard time reporting back to the imperial capital. Seeing Su Hanchu and her husband approach, Constable Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Young Master Jun, young Madam Jun. Su Hanchu started to speak. Constable Yu. Her eyes, however, drifted to the women and children. Junmoy knew her concern and squeezed her palm gently. Su Hanchu looked back at Constable Yu and said, Constable Yu, if you don't distribute food, many won't survive today. I've just seen a mother feeding her child her own blood. Constable Yu answered, Young Madam Jun is kind-hearted. But with the mountain passes sealed by snow, we escorts haven't been able to obtain any supplies either. Su Hanchu pressed her lips together and spoke. Constable Yu, we've spent many days together. I know you may seem stern, but you have a tender side. My Jun family purchased some rice in town, and we still have a little left. I'd like to cook some congee. It might be thin, but half a bowl could keep people alive. However, I'm worried about problems that might arise, and firewood is also a problem. Could I ask Constable Yu to step in and let every person bring a small bundle of firewood in exchange for half a bowl of congee? Officer Yu glanced at the two of them, then finally fixed his gaze on Junmoy. Young Master Jun, do you also approve of the young mistress giving out porridge? Junmoy looked at Officer Yu and spoke. It is not the Jun family giving out porridge. They are exchanging firewood with you, Officer Yu, for porridge. Officer Yu naturally understood their intention. They wanted him to spearhead the exchange so that no one would deliberately cause trouble for the Jun family. Officer Yu picked up his gourd of wine and took another sip. Fine, the weather is cold anyway. I'll go over to your Su family side to warm myself by the fire. Seeing that he had agreed, Su Hanchu looked at him with a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, Officer Yu spoke. When did the young mistress of the Jun family become so hesitant and unwilling to speak her mind? Only then did Su Hanchu speak. Officer Yu, in the current situation, every bit of food is precious. I have brought out my remaining rice out of pity for those mothers with children. But I will not be generous to the Chun family or the eldest branch of the Fong family. Even if they bring things, I am unwilling to trade. Officer Yu fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then spoke. Since the porridge is cooked by the Jun family, let the young mistress of the Jun family handle the exchanges herself. Whom you wish to trade with is your own affair. I will bring the constables to watch from the side. If anyone tries to stir up trouble, my whip is not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, Su Hanchu smiled and said, "Then I thank Officer Yu." Afterward, the group made their way back to the Jun family's area. Lu Shan and the others had already set several pots of water to boil. Jun Moi invited Officer Yu to sit by the fire and warm himself. Su Hanchu meanwhile went to the sled and opened the bag of rice. That morning, while organizing their belongings, she had taken the rice bag from the luggage and placed it in the sled. Some of the Jun family's clothes and supplies were also inside. Once the storage bag was cinched shut, no one could tell what it contained. Su Hanchu scooped a bowl of rice and poured it into one pot, then scooped another bowl and poured it into the second pot. Seeing 2 bowls of rice disappear, Lu Shan felt a pang of distress and spoke with confusion. "Young mistress, this is." Su Hanchu stirred the pot and said, "It's too cold. We're exchanging it for some firewood." She then took a few pieces of ginger from the luggage and added them to the pot along with some salt. People needed a bit of salt to keep up their strength. Looking at the people in the cave, Su Hanchu knew that 2 pots of porridge would hardly be enough. She then had Uncle Lu borrow another pot from the second branch of the Fong family to cook more. Officer Yu looked at the 3 pots of porridge cooking, noting the considerable amount of rice within them, then stood up and spoke in a loud voice. "These past 2 days we have all been trapped here and could not buy anything." The young mistress of the Jun family showed great foresight and purchased a stock of rice. "Today you may go gather firewood. A small bundle of firewood or some wild vegetables can earn you half a bowl of porridge. In this frozen wasteland, even half a bowl of hot porridge is a comfort. But let me warn you all plainly, those who trade for porridge must not cause trouble for the Jun family, or my whip will show no mercy." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared on everyone's faces. Porridge, even half a bowl, could keep them alive. "I'll go gather firewood right now. The young mistress is truly kind-hearted. I'm going to. I'll gather as much as I can. Child, come, let's gather firewood. We'll have food soon." Soon the pots of porridge were cooked, and people began arriving with firewood. Officer Yu indeed stepped forward to organize the exchange, personally leading the constables to keep everyone in line. This time Su Hanchu prepared to serve a bowl of porridge to each constable. The constables were all men and usually ate only dry rations. Only Officer Yu and a few others assigned to watch over the Jun and Su families regularly received meat congee or various hot dishes from Su Hanchu. Now each of them held out his own bowl for Su Hanchu to fill. She first filled a bowl and had Lu Shan deliver it to Officer Yu, then smiled as she ladled porridge for the other constables. "Officer Ning, mind the heat. Officer 1, mind the heat. Constable, mind the heat." Knowing that the constables had all received their porridge, Su Hanchu noticed Officer Fong standing off to the side with a dark, grim expression. With a smile full of warmth, she ladled up a scoop of porridge. "Officer Fong, this porridge may not be thick, but at least it's hot. Do me the honor of drinking a bowl to warm yourself." Having eaten nothing hot for 2 days, Officer Fong ultimately took his bowl and stepped forward. Su Hanchu poured the porridge into his bowl with a smile, as if there had never been any conflict between them. She even reached out her left hand to steady the bowl considerately. "Officer Fong, mind the heat. If it's not enough, feel free to come back for more." Hearing this, he glanced at her. Could the young mistress of the Jun family truly be so magnanimous, bearing no grudge at all? He then took his porridge to the side and drank it slowly. Su Hanchu began exchanging porridge with the others. One by one, those in line handed their bundled firewood to Lu Shan, then received their porridge from Su Hanchu. Because there were so many people, Jun Moi also handled exchanges at another pot, while Jiang organized the firewood brought in by the others. The porridge exchange proceeded in an orderly manner. Whenever Jun Moi and Su Hanchu saw a woman holding a child, they would fill the bowl to the brim, even if the firewood she had gathered was less than what others brought. The mothers holding their children were all teary-eyed. Some even had tears streaming down their faces as they bowed to Su Hanchu while clutching their children. "Thank you, young mistress. Thank you, young mistress." Su Hanchu looked at them and said, "You are all wonderful mothers. While taking care of your children, you must also take care of yourselves. Only a mother would truly plan and sacrifice everything for her child." The woman understood that the young mistress must have noticed her feeding her child with her own blood. Thinking of the several pots of porridge and seeing that the bowls of the mothers with children were filled with thick porridge, the woman took her bowl and left with her child in her arms. Yet in her heart she resolved that if she could survive this ordeal, she would repay the young mistress's kindness with devoted service once they reached the northwest. If there was no more food, her child would not survive. Su Honshu continued exchanging porridge. The area belonging to the Jun and Su families was soon piled full of firewood, and the wood began stacking outward toward the edges. Most members of the Chun family and the eldest branch of the Fong family had previously caused trouble for Su Honshu, so they were initially too embarrassed to come forward. But seeing most people already drinking porridge, and even spotting from a distance that the porridge was nearly running out, some could no longer resist the temptation of porridge. They stepped forward with a bowl and a bundle of firewood. Lu Shan had long since memorized every member of the Chun family. When the Chun family came up, he did not accept the firewood and simply said, "There's not enough porridge." No more exchanges. A woman pulling a child along grew both flustered and angry. "Why won't you exchange? I already brought my firewood. Everyone else got to trade, and I even have a child with me." Seeing that the Chun family dared to try moral coercion, Su Honshu spoke coldly. "The Jun family's porridge is for feeding people to drink, not beasts. For the Chun family and the eldest branch of the Fong family, we will not exchange." The other Chun family members also came over with firewood. Upon hearing that they were refused, they all flushed with fury. "Officer, you said we could exchange firewood for porridge with the Jun family. What right does your Jun family have to refuse the Chun family?" Chun Siding walked up to Jun Moi with a bundle of firewood in her arms. "Cousin grandmother is so hungry that her vision is going dark. Please, cousin, let her exchange this firewood for a bowl of porridge." Jun Moi motioned for the others who had not yet exchanged their firewood to come over and gave Chun Siding only 2 icy words. "No." Hearing this, Chun Siding burst into tears as if she had suffered a terrible injustice. "Cousin, take pity on grandmother. She has not eaten for 2 days. Whatever else, she doted on you for years, and my elder sister has devoted her heart to you for over a decade. Cousin, you just—" Jun Moi ladled half a bowl of porridge for the others who had come to exchange, then cast a cold glance at Chun Siding. "The blood debt for my father's murder leaves no room for coexistence. How dare your Chun family speak of affection in front of me? Since I lost my father, there has only been hatred between the Chun family and me. My not kicking you while you are down is already my mercy." Hearing this, Chun Siding tried to say something more. Jun Moi spoke in disgust. "Get lost." Seeing the murderous intent in Jun Moi's eyes, Chun Siding stepped back in fright. She finally understood that Jun Moi truly wanted to destroy the Chun family. It was only the rules and the daily watch of the escort guards that had held him back, otherwise he would have made a move against the Chun family long ago. Over with Su Honshu, members of the Chun family were still making unreasonable trouble. "Su Honshu constable, you said that firewood can be exchanged for porridge. Since you agreed to it, you have to exchange with us too." "That's right. You go back on your word. If our children starve to death, you will be responsible." A cold sneer tugged at the corner of Su Honshu's lips, and then her eyes filled with chill. "Exchange porridge. Dream on. Think about what wicked things you have done before. All of you get lost, or this ladle in my hand can serve porridge, and it can also crack someone's skull." Suddenly cries and shouts came from the distance. "You can't snatch that. This is my child's porridge bought with firewood I gathered." Su Honshu handed the ladle to Zhou Shuawei. "Second sister-in-law, take over the exchange. I'm going over there to see what's happening. Pinger Swayer, keep a close watch. The Chun family and the senior branch of the Fong family are not allowed to exchange. If anyone blind enough to cause trouble shows up, grab the weapons and deal with them." Then she hurried toward the noisy spot in the distance. There she saw a woman clutching a bowl tightly, a child standing beside her, while another woman gripped the other side of the bowl. Su Honshu spoke sharply. "What is this?" Perhaps because too much force had been used, the woman trying to snatch the bowl fell backward from the momentum, and the porridge spilled all over the ground. The woman with the child crouched down, crying, trying to scoop up the porridge from the ground as tears fell one after another. The child picked up a few grains of rice and put them into his mouth. Su Honshu remembered that this was the woman who had just come with her child to exchange firewood. She stepped forward and pulled her to her feet, then turned to the porridge-snatching woman with sharp eyes. "This porridge was given to her by my Jun family in exchange. Do you have a problem with that? The woman's eyes burned with unwillingness, but she could do nothing. Su Honshu, you are being unfair. We are both from the Fong family. Why did you exchange porridge with her, but not with me? I have never offended you. Su Honshu laughed upon hearing this. You are from the senior branch of the Fong family, aren't you? Last time your people came with the Chun family to make trouble for us. And now you tell me you have never offended me. The woman hastily spoke. I only followed them to watch the excitement. I didn't actually do anything to you. Su Honshu could not be bothered to listen and spoke in warning. Enough. It's not that you didn't do anything, it's that you didn't have the ability to do anything. You should know by now what kind of person I am. The Jun family's things are not something just anyone can touch. Since the senior branch of the Fong family insists on obeying the Chun family and being their dogs, you have no one to blame for my not giving you porridge. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being impolite. Then she crouched down and patted the crying child's head. Have your mother take you to get another bowl. Don't cry. The woman holding the child's hand wept with gratitude at these words. Thank you, young madam. Thank you, young madam. At that moment, the second master of the Fong family walked over carrying a bundle of firewood. Su Honshu turned her gaze to him and spoke slowly. Second Master Fong, I recall you said that your branch had already split from the senior branch of the Fong family. Since you have separated, each family should mind its own affairs. Sometimes you must be firm where firmness is needed, and you must protect your own descendants. Second Master Fong looked at the porridge on the ground, then at the woman with the child and the other person from the senior branch standing nearby, and understood what had happened. Young madam is right. This will not happen again. I will make it clear to all the younger members of the second branch that from now on we must help and take care of one another and not allow ourselves to be bullied by others. Su Honshu gave a slight nod and led the woman to get some porridge. The woman holding her child's hand followed beside Su Honshu. Young madam, once we reach the northwest, if there is any place where I Yang Yun can be of use, please just say the word. If you don't mind, I Yang Yun am willing to bring my child and work at your household. Back at the Jun family, the Chun family and the senior branch of the Fong family had gathered over, but the porridge in the pot was almost gone. They all clamored in discontent. Why won't you exchange with us? You are deliberately trying to starve us. That's right, this is personal vengeance disguised as official duty. Some others also began to plead. Young Master Jun, please, for the poor children's sake, give us half a bowl of porridge in exchange. We know we were wrong. From now on, we will never oppose the Jun family again. Yes, young Master Jun. We also have to obey the madam. We had no choice. Please save the children's lives. Su Honshu watched the scene before her. What use is there in begging here? You should go to Madam Chun and Chin Siyu and her sisters. If they had not kept telling you to stir up trouble, today's porridge would certainly have been exchanged for you too. You listened to them and came looking for trouble against our Jun family more than once. You can hardly expect us to repay resentment with kindness. If we repay resentment with kindness, then how are we to repay kindness? If you want someone to blame, blame yourselves for following the wrong masters, hurting the wrong people, and harming your own children. Seeing the crowd growing larger, Constable, you walked over with a whip in hand. No one is allowed to make trouble. Everyone except those exchanging porridge must return to their own places. Otherwise, don't blame this constable's whip for being merciless. A woman from the senior branch of the Fong family was reluctant to give up. Constable, you, since this is an exchange, you should treat everyone equally. We haven't eaten for 2 days. Constable Yu's whip cracked with a snap against the woman's body. An exchange of firewood for porridge is no different from doing business. Both sides must be willing. You have offended people too deeply yourselves. You have no one else to blame. Now leave at once. The escort guards following Constable Yu also came over with whips, looking as if they would start beating anyone if the crowd did not disperse immediately. The people from the Chun and Fong families left in the end. But Su Honshu's words had struck a chord. If it weren't for Chun Fongshi and her daughter Chin Siyu, they wouldn't have provoked the Jun family and could still be drinking hot porridge right now. Su Honshu served a bowl of porridge to Yang Yun and her son, gesturing for them to eat beside the Jun family. She continued serving others until the pot ran dry. Everyone except the Chun family and the Fong family's main branch had received their share. Su Honshu asked Uncle Lu to bring in snow and melt it to make meat porridge for the Jun and Su families. While eating, Su Honshu noticed the firewood stacked by the Jun and Su families, then observed some people shivering against the cave wall. She instructed Jiang Like and the others to gather wood and build another fire. She called out, "Those with children, come warm yourselves. Look after your little ones." After the Jun and Su families finished eating, Su Honshu didn't have the pot removed, but instead had everyone collect clean snow to melt into drinking water. Anyone who wanted hot water could bring their bowls over. Thanks to Su Honshu and Jun Moi's kindness, only one child and one elder from the Chen family died that day, along with one person from the Fong family's main branch. Growing resentment began to surface within both families directed at the Chun mother and daughters. Even Chun Fengshi's sister-in-law from the Fong family's main branch started treating her coldly. The Chen sisters faced exclusion from both families' women who refused to speak with them or spoke with sharp, sarcastic tones. The Chun family members felt deeply wronged, but Su Honshu merely smiled faintly when she noticed their plight. This was only the beginning. The Chen family would eventually pay for their actions. After 2 days in the cave, the snowfall finally thinned enough to see the path ahead, though light flakes still drifted down. With 2 days lost and starvation looming, they needed to keep moving. When the guide announced they were ready to depart, Feng Chaitu appeared listless and unresponsive. Su Honshu offered him a quick glance before looking away. The Jun and Su families loaded their belongings onto the snow sled, and Jiang Like and the others worried they might no longer be needed to carry supplies. Su Honshu suggested they take turns pushing the sled and occasionally helping carry the younger children from both families. The sled glided easily across the snow, and everyone understood Su Honshu's kindness. They silently vowed to find a way to repay her and Jun Moi. With deep snow slowing their progress and no time to rest since noon, they pressed on despite exhaustion. That afternoon, Feng Chaitu fell from his horse. Su Honshu gripped Jun Moi's hand tightly, her eyes narrowing as she assessed the situation. Jun Moi seemed to grasp what was happening and patted her hand reassuringly through his cloak. Captain Yu and the others rushed over to check on Feng Chaitu, bringing the caravan to a halt. Some travelers sat on their luggage to rest, while others propped themselves against rocks or branches. Jun Moi pulled Su Honshu close against the sled and wrapped his cloak around both of them. He gently held her hand inside the cloak. Captain Yu examined Feng Chaitu and found he was still breathing, though his face was flushed and burning hot. "Looks like wind chill has set in. His forehead is quite hot," Captain Wan noted as he checked the temperature. "Indeed, quite feverish. In this cursed weather, many are catching colds." Indeed, several people in the group were coughing. Captain Wan pinched Feng Chaitu's philtrum to rouse him. "Brother Feng, wake up. How do you feel?" Feng Chaitu's voice was weak as he replied, "I just feel dizzy. I have no strength." This was clearly wind chill. Captain Wan and Captain Yu helped him into the supply cart and urged the group to hurry. "Move faster. We'll cover more ground tonight." Captain Wan and Ning Chaitu rode ahead, while Captain Yu brought up the rear. As dusk fell, they continued walking since they hadn't found suitable shelter yet. Exhausted and starving, some travelers ate snow, while others chewed on rare green branches to stave off hunger. Members of the Chun family had resorted to eating tree bark. Su Honshu distributed sweet potatoes and candy to everyone from the Jun and Su families. The youngest children each received a boiled egg eaten secretly under the adults' protection. With snow covering the ground, they could navigate by the reflected light. They finally spotted a dilapidated Taoist temple. Captain Ning announced they would rest there. Su Honshu quickly gathered the Jun and Su families to claim the best quarters. They secured the largest room, plus a smaller one. Though run down, the structure at least provided shelter from wind and snow. What thrilled them was that the relentless storm had finally ceased. After dropping off their belongings, Lu Shan led Jiang Like and the others to gather firewood and forage for food. Chun Tao and the others, slowed by the children, stayed in the corridor beside the Jun family's room. They asked Su Honshu if the children could enter the room, then went out to search for firewood and wild vegetables. The snow had stopped but remained deep on the ground, making foraging nearly impossible. Su Honshu ventured out, with Jun Moi heading toward the rear of the temple. If her guess was correct, this temple was substantial, and there might be a pond or river behind it, water being essential for survival. Sure enough, not far into their walk, Su Honshu noticed a distinctive path ahead. It was slick and gleaming, stretching endlessly into the distance. She crouched and shone her flashlight on the surface, revealing thick ice. This was a river frozen solid from the prolonged snowfall. Su Hanshu tested the ice's hardness with her dagger. Considering its width, this river likely harbored fish and other aquatic life. Junmoi watched her actions curiously and asked, "Hanshu, what have you found?" Su Hanshu smiled and replied, "The promise we made to everyone about eating meat tonight may just come true." With a look of astonishment in Junmoi's eyes, Su Hanshu took out a sharp tool. This is called an ice auger, which can be used to break ice. Speaking as she worked, she began chipping at the ice. When breaking ice, we should spread our feet apart and lean our bodies slightly forward, keeping the landing point of the ice auger at a safe distance from our feet to prevent the sharp tip from injuring them. Watching Su Hanshu's movements, Junmoi noticed that there were already some ice chunks on the surface. He reached out and said, "Here, let me try." Upon hearing this, Su Hanshu did not refuse and handed the ice auger to him. Junmoi took it and began striking the ice rhythmically. Gradually, more and more ice chunks appeared. Then Junmoi struck straight down with the auger, and river water began to well up. Su Hanshu quickly spoke, "Continue expanding along this opening toward the edges." Junmoi followed her instructions. When Su Hanshu saw the ice hole grow as large as a wash basin, she said, "That's enough." She then put on a pair of waterproof gloves and scooped out all the ice chips. Casually, she tossed the ice auger into her spatial storage. True enough, 2 fish soon appeared at the hole. Su Hanshu excitedly called out, "Junmoi, quickly go back and bring a basin and bucket." Junmoi also smiled as he watched the fish appear. He never expected ice fishing could work this way. His wife truly was a treasure. Su Hanshu watched as fish of various sizes occasionally swam over. The river was frozen solid, and these fish had finally caught a whiff of fresh air, so of course they would come. Why not stoke the fire further? A bag of fish feed and a packet of dopamine salt appeared in Su Hanshu's hands. She scattered the dopamine salt into the ice hole, first waited for it to slowly disperse, then threw in a handful of fish feed. By now, Junmoi had arrived with the bucket and basin. Su Hanshu watched the school of fish competing eagerly for the feed. Smiling, she took the basin and scooped. Half a basin of fish of all sizes came up at once. She poured the fish into the bucket and continued scooping. "Junmoi, there are plenty of fish. No problem feeding everyone. Have Jiang and Lushan and all of them come. Borrow a few buckets from the Fong family and Constable Yu. Tell everyone today's the day. The Jun family is treating everyone to fish. And anyone with a knife should bring it, kill the fish, then bring them back." Junmoi set the nearly full bucket of lively fish aside, then headed toward the Taoist temple. "Be careful yourself. I'll be right back." Meanwhile, Su Hanshu continued sprinkling more dopamine salt and waiting to toss in the fish feed. Soon another group of fish came swarming over, competing eagerly. Su Hanshu simply scooped the fish with the basin and dumped them onto the ice surface. Soon Junmoi arrived with Jiang and others, everyone carrying tools. They watched as Su Hanshu dipped the basin into the ice hole and pulled it out with several fish tumbling onto the ice. Junmoi led Jiang forward to gather the fish into buckets, then carried them to the side. Everyone began scaling the fish and gutting them, removing the innards. Seeing everyone busily and orderly processing the fish, Junmoi wiped his hands, walked over to Su Hanshu, took her hand, and gently wiped it with a handkerchief. "Go back and boil water. I'll handle the fishing. Once we have enough, bring the fish back." Su Hanshu's hands had already lost all sensation. The water in this frozen river was no ordinary ice. She tucked her hands into her cloak to warm them. "I'll help you scoop fish. I still need to add bait to attract them." Hearing this, Junmoi squatted down with the basin and began scooping. As Su Hanshu noticed the fish dwindling, she started adding dopamine salt and fish feed. The couple worked in tandem, and soon the ice surface grew crowded with fish. Jiang and the others, seeing so many fish being processed, felt uplifted. As fewer fish appeared in the ice hole, and they had already caught plenty, Su Hanshu assessed. Yes, this would be enough to feed everyone well. Leaving Junmoi to lead the fish preparation, she returned to the temple, borrowed basins from the Jiang and Tao families to carry the boiled water, and they willingly helped upon learning the Jun family was treating everyone to fish. Since the Jun family had also provided porridge the day before, they already had goodwill toward them. Those not helping with the fish gathered firewood in preparation for cooking. Even Constable Yu heard about the fish feast and came to investigate. Following Su Hanshu to the riverside, he saw heaps of fish lying on the ground and buckets of cleaned fish ready for cooking. Two basins nearby held water where the freshly killed fish were rinsed before being placed in buckets. Su Honshu brought hot water, and with Chun Tao and the others removed the fish from the buckets to clean them thoroughly. Constable, you crouched down to assist. Young Mistress June, you're truly remarkable. Catching so many fish even with the river frozen solid. Su Honshu washed fish while speaking. Pure luck, really. The river froze over, and the fish were starved for air. When we broke through the ice, they naturally swam toward the opening. I simply took advantage of the situation and fulfilled my promise to treat everyone to meat. Back at the temple, everyone had gathered firewood and heated water in whatever pots were available, eagerly awaiting Su Honshu's return with the fish. After Su Honshu and the others finished cleaning the fish, she carried several buckets back, while some even bore basins brimming with fish. Upon returning to the temple, most who had gone out were back. Their eyes lit up at the sight of so much fish. They would finally eat their fill after exile, having neither enough food nor meat for a long time. The thought of eating meat until satisfied lifted their heavy hearts somewhat. Several children clustered around the fish, laughing, some daring to poke at them with their fingers. Su Honshu had everyone select the larger fish and chop them with knives, since bigger fish have fewer bones and could be prepared separately for the children. Working together, some drew water, others added firewood, and a few prepared the chopped fish pieces. Su Honshu began cooking, first adding ginger, garlic, star anise, chili, and salt to the boiling water. She then retrieved dried mushrooms from her pouch, placing some in one pot. Once the spices and mushrooms released their aroma, she added the fish. Meanwhile, Jun Moi brought Lu Shan and the others to add the remaining fish to separate pots. Soon the fish was cooked. Su Honshu distributed her pot of large fish pieces to the mothers with children, encouraging them to feed the kids first and kindly reminding them, "Be careful of the bones, eat slowly with the children. There's plenty of fish, we run short." Jun Moi and Su Lichuan served the rest of the fish, one bowl per person. Those without bowls found clean broad leaves to hold their fish. This meal was a treat for everyone. The Fang family's main branch received their share as well, though Su Honshu had no intention of offering anything to the Qin family. When members of the Qin family arrived with bowls to ask for fish, Su Honshu curled her lips in a knowing smile. "The Qin family wants fish too. Catch your own. We Jun family aren't running a charity, and we don't take to giving alms." Chen Siyu, carrying a small basin behind the second branch of the Qin family, could barely hold back her anger upon hearing this. "Su Honshu, you yourself promised to treat everyone to meat. Today everyone gets fish, and your Jun family even said this is to honor that original promise. Why should the Qin family be left out?" Su Honshu watched Chen Siyu's flustered expression and spoke even more smugly. "I did say that, but meat is meant for people. Aren't you Qin family even human?" Chen Siyu had been about to curse back when she felt a chilling gaze upon her. She turned her head to find Jun Moi watching her coldly. Remembering the half-ear she had lost, she shrank back in fear, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing this, Chun Siding stepped forward and spoke. "Cousin, I know you hold prejudice against our Qin family, but speaking so harshly, isn't that going too far? After all, you promised to treat everyone." "Everyone," Chun Siyu emphasized heavily. Su Honshu remained completely unfazed. "There's nothing I can do about that. Who in their right mind would harm their own daughter's husband and drive their own daughter to suicide? Even a tiger wouldn't eat its young. You Qin family are worse than beasts. What fish are you dreaming of? You'd be better off waiting for retribution and descending to the lowest circle of hell." Chun Siding was reduced to tears by those words. Far away, Jun Moi, having finished distributing the fish, couldn't help but smirk at Su Honshu's ferocious combat power. The second madam of the Chun family's second branch approached and spoke. "Moi Honshu, we two families have indeed had our share of unpleasantness along the way. But as the saying goes, a gentleman's word is as good as his oath. You've already spoken those words, you cannot break your promise. Moreover, your grandmother has fainted from hunger. Today we've been carrying her on our backs. For the sake of Buddha, if not for the monk Sake, or even considering your deceased mother, could you at least give the old lady a bowl of fish?" Jun Moi's expression turned cold upon hearing this. Su Honshu walked over and gently squeezed his hand, then turned her gaze towards Second Madam Chun. "Second Madam, you well know how extreme Chen Siyu and her daughters have been. We are not saints, we cannot simply forgive everything. Tell you what, There's still one basin of fish here prepared with the help of family Fong, family Tao, and Constable Yu. If cooked, it would be enough for your Qin family. Take it, and let this matter rest. Your Qin family must stop dragging this up repeatedly. If you're not tired of it, we who listen are exhausted. Second Madam Qin's expression grew complicated upon hearing this. Why must you be so ruthless? Our Qin family has no pots, no tools whatsoever. Jun Moi spoke coldly. Second Madam Qin, have you forgotten? Previously, when the Jun family brewed medicinal soup, my mother out of kindness sent a portion to your Qin family. And what did you do? You drank the medicine and then came to bully my wife. We dare not let you touch anything we prepare. This fish was also processed with the help of Constable Yu and everyone else. Otherwise the Jun family would never have offered it to you, lest you turn around and accuse us. Second Madam Qin's face darkened further, and she couldn't help but silently cursed Qin Siyu in her heart. It was all because of that little minx, insisting on pursuing a man who already had a wife. If the two families hadn't had conflicts, things wouldn't have come to this point of no return. Had they remained on good terms, how could they possibly lack food? Su Hanshu, noticing Second Madam Qin's hesitation, spoke up. Second Madam, if you don't want it, I'll simply cook and share it with everyone. After all, everyone could use another serving. Second Madam Qin hurriedly reached for the basin of fish. We want it. I'll take it back and roast it. Su Hanshu watched her scurry away as though chased by some beast, then called out cheerfully, "Remember to wash the basin clean and return it to Constable Yu after eating the fish. We borrowed it from them." Jun Moi looked at Su Hanshu, whose eyes were filled with merriment. Something told him that fish might not be as simple as it seemed. He pulled her toward the Jun family's resting quarters. "You've been so busy cooking for everyone that you haven't eaten a bite yourself? I had Lu Shan save a basin for you. Go eat some fish first. You've been working so hard. Aren't you hungry?" Su Hanshu walked alongside him. "You haven't eaten either. Let's eat together. Everyone should have had their fill by now. After all this effort, we're the only two who haven't eaten." As soon as they entered the room, Lu Shan handed them chopsticks and bowls. Jun Moi picked out a piece of fish belly with few bones and offered it to Su Hanshu. "Eat this. It has fewer bones." Su Hanshu also served him a piece of fish. "You eat too." The married couple shared a glance, their eyes reflecting only each other, and began to eat. Sitting by the fire and sewing, Li Shi watched the couple with a happy heart, yet her thoughts drifted to Jun Linfeng. Her gaze wandered toward the flames. "Master, both the young master and young mistress have not only taken care of the Jun family, but also ensured all the exiled people got to eat meat. Yesterday they even distributed porridge. They've done so well. Rest easy up there in heaven." After Su Hanshu and Jun Moi finished eating, they realized how much time today's fish preparation had taken. It was already quite late. They handed the pots and bowls to Lu Shan to wash, and Su Hanshu stepped out with Jun Moi accompanying her. Yet there on the corridor they found Chun Tao and the others tending a fire with a small pile of kindling. The cold wind blew, and the children huddled in their mother's arms while Chun Tao and the others shivered. Su Hanshu pulled Jun Moi forward and spoke. "Go rest inside the Jun family rooms." Upon hearing this, Chun Tao and the others quickly rose and bowed gratefully. "Thank you, young madam. Thank you, young master Jun." Su Hanshu nodded slightly. "The Jun family rooms are spacious today. A few more people won't be a bother. From now on you can have one person watch the children while the other two take turns resting. That way each of you gets more opportunities to rest." Chun Tao quickly replied, "Thank you for the reminder, young madam. We understand." Su Hanshu and Jun Moi continued walking. Upon returning from their business, they found Constable Yu standing at the entrance of the Jun family residence. Jun Moi took the initiative to greet him. "Constable Yu, aren't you resting yet at this hour?" Constable Yu looked at the two of them. "Constable Feng has had a persistent high fever. He hasn't even eaten 2 bites of the fish we brought him. He's been delirious the entire time. If this fever continues, he may burn himself into madness. Young Madam Su always has clever solutions. Might I ask if you could take a look?" Su Hanshu and Jun Mo Yi exchanged glances upon hearing this. Jun Mo Yi turned to Commissioner Yu and spoke. "Commissioner Yu, my wife may have some sharp wits, but she is no physician. Head Constable Feng has caught a chill, and I fear she can do little to help." Upon hearing this, Commissioner Yu looked at the two of them. "Over these past days, everyone has picked up some degree of the chill. The coughing you've heard along the way is proof of that. Yet neither your Jun clan nor the Su household has had a single case despite the blizzard conditions. I find it hard to believe no one in your Jun family possesses any medical knowledge whatsoever. After all, the young mistress of Jun did source some herbal remedies for preventing the chill and prepared decoctions. I myself drank them. Hearing this, Su Hanchu spoke with a hint of resignation. Commissioner Yu, I do recognize certain common herbs, but knowing herbs does not equate to medical expertise. The villagers in mountainous regions and soldiers stationed along the borders typically have some familiarity with herbal remedies. It's hardly unusual. As for why neither the Jun nor Su households have fallen ill, that's because on our last shopping trip I gathered herbs for treating colds and brewed them into medicinal tea for everyone to drink over these past few days. Commissioner, you fell silent for a moment before speaking. Mistress Su, might I ask for a portion of that medicine? Upon hearing this, Su Hanchu's expression grew troubled. Commissioner Yu, if today it were you or the guards watching us who fell ill, I would gladly share the medicine. But as for Head Constable Feng, frankly, I'm not unwilling to help. I merely fear bringing trouble upon myself. In this weather, a severe cold could be difficult to overcome. If the medicine works, that would be fortunate. If it doesn't. Though she left the rest unsaid, the implication was clear. Commissioner Yu understood her concerns. Head Constable Feng had been too obvious in his attempts to cause trouble for the Jun family. Remembering that Head Constable Feng was on the verge of febrile seizures, Commissioner Yu could only speak up. Share a portion with him, and I guarantee I won't bring trouble to your Jun family. Su Hanchu regarded Commissioner Yu with a conflicted expression, her lips pressed together in silence. Commissioner Yu's demeanor darkened slightly. Is the young mistress simply unwilling to trust me? Su Hanchu's face showed hesitation. Commissioner Yu, of course we trust you, but there are matters beyond your control as well. Just then Commissioner Wan approached and caught Su Hanchu's words. Does the young mistress intend to let someone die without lifting a finger? Jun Mo Ye's expression darkened, and he glanced at Commissioner Wan with obvious displeasure. Commissioner Wan, healing the wounded and saving the dying is a physician's duty. My wife is no doctor, so the question of abandoning someone to their death doesn't apply. It would be better to start our journey earlier tomorrow and find a physician in town for Head Constable Feng. Commissioner Wan looked at the pair, his tones softening considerably. Young mistress, Head Constable Feng has already lost consciousness. If he doesn't take medicine soon, he likely won't survive until the next town. If your assurance alone isn't enough, I'll add mine. After all, we've been escorting exiled criminals together for years. Su Hanchu seemed to weigh her options carefully before responding. How about this? I have 2 more prescriptions for the chill. You both brew them, and after they're ready, everyone can have a bowl. Commissioner Yu was about to protest further, but Su Hanchu spoke first. Commissioner Yu, this cold medicine is precious, and the Jun family needs it too. Once the decoction is ready, you should divide it equally between our households. Commissioner Yu exchanged a glance with the other constable before reluctantly nodding. Then we thank you, young mistress. I'll go fetch the medicine, Su Hanchu replied. She quickly entered the room and reached into her pouch, using it as cover to retrieve 2 packets of cold medicine from her spatial storage. Her eyes lowered slightly, a gleam of sharp intelligence flashing within them. Stepping outside with a smile, she handed the medicine to Commissioner Yu. Thank you for the trouble of brewing this, Commissioner Yu. The Jun family has firewood available, and Jun Mo, you will bring some over for you. Without hesitation, Jun Mo Yu went inside and returned with 2 bundles of firewood. Commissioner Wan took them. No wonder, Commissioner, you always spoke on the Jun family's behalf. This young mistress clearly handled matters with considerable skill. And Jun Mo Yi himself, who had gone from honored heir of the Qin royal mansion to commoner, had also shown remarkable adaptability, which was truly uncommon. After Commissioner Yu and Commissioner Wan departed with the medicine and firewood, Jun Mo Yi reached out and took Su Hanchu's hand. Let's go back inside. Su Hanchu glanced toward the Chun family's dwelling before joining Jun Mo Yi as they returned. Roughly an hour later, Jun Mo Yi carried a basin, while Su Hanchu held 2 bowls, and together they made their way to Commissioner Yu's room. As expected, the medicine had already finished brewing. Commissioner Yu, noticing they'd timed their arrival precisely, reluctantly served them half the medicinal broth. Su Hanchu directly filled a bowl and stood there engaging Commissioner Yu in casual conversation. As expected of Commissioner Yu, this decoction is far superior to what I would have prepared. Commissioner Yu shot her a look thoroughly exasperated. You flatter me, young mistress. Brewing medicine is merely boiling water and adding herbs. Anyone could accomplish the same result. Jun Mo Yi also sensed the awkwardness of Su Han Chu's small talk. He smiled and asked, "Where are you from, Commissioner Yu?" Commissioner Yu responded, "Luoqing." Jun Mo Yi continued, "That's quite far from the imperial capital. Escorting exiled convicts must take you even farther from home. It's hard work." Commissioner Yu glanced at the two holding bowls of medicine waiting for it to cool and spoke with a sigh. "Serving the court, we make no complaint of hardship." Commissioner Wan, standing guard beside Head Constable Feng, also chuckled helplessly at their cautious behavior. They were indeed being extremely careful. The medicine could finally be consumed. Su Han Chu drained her bowl in one gulp, and Jun Mo Yi followed suit. "Commissioner Yu, thank you for the trouble of brewing this medicine. We've both drunk ours. Today we've benefited from Head Constable Feng's condition, gaining access to your medicinal brew. There are others in the Jun household waiting, so we'll take what remains back with us." Commissioner Yu ladled the medicinal broth while speaking impatiently. "Enough. Be on your way. We can see right through the schemes of you married couple." Su Han Chu and Jun Mo Yi exchanged embarrassed smiles before departing with the medicine. Commissioner Yu carried the broth to Head Constable Feng's side, pinched his jaw open, and forced the liquid down his throat. Commissioner Wan remarked, "That couple from the Jun family is quite cautious drinking the medicine right in front of us." Commissioner Yu went to ladle more medicine. Head Constable Feng's scheme was far too obvious. They're not fools, so of course they'd be careful. Since the medicine is already prepared, let the brothers have a bowl each. It wouldn't do for others to fall ill. Meanwhile, as Su Han Chu and Jun Mo Yi returned with the medicine to the Jun family's quarters, the Chun family's door suddenly opened. Madam Chun and Chun's sightings supported the elderly madam as she hurried outward, her hand pressed against her stomach as she urged them forward urgently. "Quickly, quickly." Su Han Chu watched, and a faint smile played on her lips. It was finally working. She had almost worried the dosage was insufficient. Soon the Chun family's door opened once more. Chun Wenlin was seen hurrying out in a flap. Immediately after, Chun Siyu also rushed out. Su Han Chu could not suppress her laughter. "Heh." Chun Siyu instantly turned her gaze toward her. "Su Han Chu, is it you? It has to be you. After eating the fish, none of us could hold it in." Su Han Chu looked at her with a playful smile. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Chun Si Ting gritted her teeth. "It was definitely you. What are you pretending for?" Before she could finish, a sound was heard. "Uff." Chun Siyu clutched her stomach and hurried away, her face flushed crimson. Watching Chun Siyu's wretched state, Su Han Chu burst into laughter once more. "Ha!" Jun Mo Yi's lips twitched as he tried to suppress his laughter, pulling Su Han Chu toward the house. "You truly are." His tone carried a hint of doting affection he had not even noticed himself. That night the Jun and Su families enjoyed a peaceful slumber, precisely because they had eaten their fill of fish. Everyone slept soundly through the night. Only the Chun family continuously rushed outside, their legs nearly giving out from exhaustion. They all looked ghastly and listless. The dozens of family members were entirely drained of energy. The elderly Madame Chun, due to her advanced age, had naturally been given the fish first and was the first to feel its effects. Initially, Madame Chen Fong and the others had supported her to relieve herself. As the affliction spread among everyone, each person could only worry about themselves, scrambling outside with no time to attend to her. Yet, having served as the esteemed Madam of Duke Chun for many years, even now reduced to commoners, her pride would not allow her to relieve herself at will. She fetched a wooden staff and made her way outside alone. However, the abdominal pain became too intense. Fearing she could not hold it any longer, she hurried her pace. Coupled with the icy ground, she slipped and fell, her face bruised and swollen. Unable to control herself any longer, she soiled herself completely. Constable Fong had drunk a bowl of medicinal soup in the first half of the night, and Constable Yu forcibly fed him another in the second half. As dawn began to break, Fong finally regained enough consciousness to speak, though his entire body shivered from the cold. Seeing this, Constable Yu gave him his own quilt. At the Jun residence, Su Han Chu and Jun Mo Yi woke, and Su Han Chu took out 2 bundles of noodles, asking Lu Shan to boil them in the leftover fish soup from the night before for everyone to share. Then, carrying a basin, she and Jun Mo Yi headed to the frozen river. She intended to stock up on fish before the others rose, ensuring they would have food for the days ahead. Upon arriving at the river, they found a layer of ice upon last night's freeze, though fortunately, it was not yet too thick. Junmo Yi drew his dagger and stabbed several times, shattering a section of the new ice. Following the same procedure as the night before, Su Chu scattered dopamine salt and fish feed, while Junmo Yi scooped the fish out. Once she deemed it sufficient, she reminded him, "That should be enough. You process yours first, while we'll gather some for storage." Understanding that she intended to store the fish in her spatial dimension, Junmo Yi began cleaning the fish he had caught. Su Chu observed that no one was around, then crouched upon the ice. As fish swam toward the feed, she guided them into the fish pond within her space. During the night, Su Chu had entered her spatial dimension in her sleep and carved out a fish pond there. Fortunately, within this space, she was the sole ruler and could manipulate everything as she wished. As Su Chu repeatedly threw in the dopamine salt and feed batch after batch of fish entered the space. She also entered the space to inspect it and found several hundred fish already swimming within, so she stopped collecting. "Junmo Yi, let us go back. We can prepare the rest tonight." Upon hearing this, Junmo Yi neatly packed up the remaining fish and carried the basin back. Meanwhile, at the Chen residence, the firewood had long since burned out. The entire family lay listlessly on the ground, their bodies utterly debilitated after endlessly running outside. The elderly Madame Chen carried a foul stench. Despite some hasty cleaning, the odor was impossible to conceal. Though the Chen family members constantly felt disgust within, they dared not show it outwardly. Chen Siting leaned against the wall, her eyes filled with hatred. She was meant to be the future crown prince's consort, yet she had been reduced to such humiliation. Unlike Chen Siyu, who was usually composed, she could no longer restrain herself. Dragging her weakened body, she gripped a wooden staff and made her way outside. She happened to see Junmo Yi carrying a basin of fish walking back alongside Su Chu with cheerful conversation. Burning fury flared in Chen Siting's eyes. She longed to rush over and tear Su Chu apart. Meeting Chen Siting's glare, Su Chu showed not the slightest fear, instead greeting her with a bright smile. "Second Miss Chen, did you sleep well last night?" Hearing this, Chen Siting's face twisted with a hideous expression, rage surging within her heart like wildfire. "Su Chu, you knew perfectly well we had to travel today, that this journey was arduous. Yet you made all of us in the Chen family run for our bowels the entire night. Are you trying to kill us? Do you realize what you have done?" Su Chu feigned surprise. "Oh, you all had diarrhea. I had no idea. We all ate the fish. It was prepared together by several great families. How could you blame me for your own illness?" Chen Siting gnashed her teeth and spoke through clenched jaw. Su Chu, stopped pretending. One or two people getting diarrhea might be coincidence, but every single one of the dozens in the Chen family. Do you think such a thing happens by chance in this world? Su Chu's smile turned cold and mocking. Is it really that bad? Or were you simply too greedy and impatient? You could not wait for the fish to cook before eating it raw? How could anyone blame anyone else for the consequences? Only yourselves can be blamed for being so gluttonous. She then acted as though she had suddenly realized something. Oh right, it is not only gluttony, but also laziness. If you wanted fish, you could have caught them yourselves instead of waiting for others to do the work. Yu Chen family is both greedy and lazy. Chen Siting's lips trembled as though she had suffered the greatest injustice. Tears streamed down her face in endless cascades. Su Chu, you truly have gone too far. Doing something so ruthless, do you not fear heavenly retribution? Su Chu laughed as soon as she heard this, admiring Chen Siting's tearful state. Retribution? What is retribution? Don't you think your Chen family's current situation is a fitting consequence of their sins? But if this is to be called retribution and all it does is make you suffer from diarrhea, then I find this punishment far too light. Your retribution has only just begun. She then pulled Junmo toward the Jun family's quarters. Junmo, come, let us eat something and replenish our strength, so we can travel swiftly, otherwise we shall incur the whip's wrath. Seeing this, Chen Siting hastily spoke up. Cousin. Junmo stopped and stared at her coldly. Miss Chenair, you had best stop pretending to claim kinship with us. Your Chen family is venomous as snakes and scorpions. Dare anyone call you relatives? Upon hearing this, Chen Siding dared not say anything else. Grandmother has suffered all night long. Her condition is dire. Surely you will go see her. Hearing this, Jun Moi set the basin down on the ground and walked toward Chen Siding, his icy glare even colder than the frost covering the ground. Chen Siding retreated a few steps in fear. Jun Moi leaned slightly forward but covered his nose with distaste. Chen Siding, people of your Chun family deserve to die on this road of exile like my parents, without even a coffin. No, my parents at least had a virtuous daughter-in-law who provided a simple wooden coffin. Your Chen family deserves to be abandoned in the wilderness, devoured by wild beasts, so that it may serve as an apology to my parents. With those words spoken, he quickly stepped back, gazing at Chen Siding as though she were already a corpse. Su Honshu came over and held his hand, understanding that he was remembering his parents' deaths once more. Jun Moi, we should prepare to depart. Jun Moi finally came to his senses, lifted the basin, and entered the Jun family's room with Su Honshu. When they returned, Lin Yang immediately came forward with noodles for them. Young master, young mistress, please eat quickly. We may be departing soon. Lu Shan also stepped forward to take the basin from Jun Moi. Jun Moi and Su Honshu hurriedly ate their noodles while Lu Shan placed the fish into a barrel and secured it inside the snow sled. As the head guard's voice came from outside announcing, "Prepare to depart. Move faster." Members of both the Jun and Su families came out with their snow sleds. And so the procession began. Each member of the Chun family carried a wooden staff to support themselves. Lacking strength, they trailed at the very back. The guards urged them repeatedly, "Walk faster. If you can't keep up with the team ahead, the whip in my hand will carve flesh." At first, the guards showed restraint toward the Chun family, partly because head guard Feng had always taken special care of them, striking only the ground with their whips. But as the Chun family fell further behind, even falling noticeably behind the rest of the caravan, the situation changed. The whips finally fell upon the Chun family members, each strike accompanied by the guards' impatient commands. "Move faster. Are you trying to court death with such slowness?" Frozen and starving, with bodies weakened by diarrhea, some of the Chun family collapsed on the ground after a few lashes and could not rise again. Soon some were stripped of their clothing and abandoned in the barren wilderness. Meanwhile, the Chun family's hope, head guard Feng, had already fainted, lying motionless inside the carriage with his entire body burning with fever. Chen Siding pushed herself forward, desperately determined not to collapse here. She still needed to return to the capital to become the consort of the crown prince grandson, or even higher, perhaps even crown princess, and one day empress. She must trample Su Honshu beneath her feet, and make her and Jun Moi wish they were dead. Chen Wenlin and Chen Wenjie supported old Madame Chen along the way. Their already frail bodies grew weaker, still carrying her, and neither could keep up with the group. Both bore fresh whip wounds, yet they refused to abandon their elderly mother, enduring blow after blow. Chen Fengshi had completely abandoned the old madam, dragging her two daughters Chen Xiu and the others as she sprinted forward. Meanwhile, Su Honshu led the Jun and Su families at the very front. Both families had applied fine medicinal ointment to their wounds and had recuperated for 2 more days in the cave. They had been eating their fill and wore warm clothing, so everyone who had previously suffered from the whip was nearly healed. Qian Yang and Chui Mama could now walk on their own, though Chui Mama, being older, occasionally asked Lu Shan to carry her for a stretch. With the snow sled, Jiang and the others found pushing the luggage easy, and they had already come to regard themselves as members of the Jun family. Having eaten well the night before, Chun Tao and the others managed to catch up with the Jun family's pace and walked alongside them. The combined Jun and Su family caravan looked considerably larger. Because head guard Feng's wind cold had worsened severely, the group no longer traveled in sections and instead moved as one. The Chen family, originally positioned in the middle, had fallen to the rear. At noon, Wan Chatao, the guard at the very front, announced, "Rest for the duration of 1 incense stick. We must reach Duoluo City tonight." The guards behind relayed the order. "Rest for 1 incense stick's time, then increase your pace. We must arrive at Duoluo City tonight." Upon hearing this, the Chun family members collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Their eyes stared blankly at the sky. Some even collapsed and never rose again. Members of the Jun and Su families also stopped to rest, sitting on straw raincoats spread on the ground. Su Honshu took out a handful of rock sugar and gave it to Wei Furong, instructing her to secretly offer a piece to each person. Then she produced the sweet potatoes she had roasted beside the fire the night before, distributing one to each person. Having eaten their fill that morning, this additional food would sustain them until evening, when they could reach Duoluo and purchase proper meals. Old Madam Chen looked at her two sons, whose bodies bore numerous whip wounds, and whose clothes were stained with blood. Heartbroken, she shed tears and choked out words. "Wenlin Wenjia, why are your injuries so severe?" Chen Wenlin, enduring the pain, responded, "Mother, do not worry. These are merely whip wounds. But if this continues, I fear I shall lose the strength to carry you further. Please let Fanghe and my sister-in-law support you for a stretch." Hearing this, old Madam Chen's eyes filled with self-reproach. "It is all because this old woman is useless and has burdened you." Chen Fangshi, standing nearby, cast a glance at the old madam, her eyes devoid of the respect she had shown before. She simply thought it fitting that the old woman recognized she was a burden. Old Madam Chen looked toward the Jun family in the distance, who were faring well, their numbers having grown with those who had willingly followed them. In contrast, the Chen family had already lost many along the way. Those still alive bore the marks of the whip, and even those fortunate enough to escape blows were utterly exhausted in body and spirit. Second daughter-in-law, go to the Jun family, and tell Jun Moi that this old woman wishes to see him. If he refuses to come, tell him his mother left something with me, and ask whether he desires it. A piece of candy rested in Jun Moi's mouth as he watched Su Hanchu reach down to rub her sore calf. With a slight lean, he guided her leg onto his own lap. "Your feet must be aching from walking. Let me massage them, and I'll carry you shortly." Upon seeing this, Su Hanchu quickly reached out to stop him. Though the two had been holding hands while walking and cuddling for warmth at night, these past days no one had ever touched her feet before. "No need, I can manage myself." Yet Jun Moi firmly grasped her ankle and began kneading the muscles of her calf with his hands. Su Hanchu couldn't help but feel her face growing warm and slightly flushed. As second Madam Chen walked over, she happened upon Jun Moi massaging Su Hanchu's feet, and a trace of envy flashed in her eyes. "Moi, your grandmother wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Jun Moi didn't even lift his head, continuing instead to massage Su Hanchu's legs. "I'm too busy. We should be on our way shortly." Second Madam Chen proceeded after hearing this. "Your grandmother mentioned there are still belongings of your mother at her place. Don't you want them?" Upon hearing this, Su Hanchu quickly gestured to Jun Moi. There was no way the Chen family would have anything belonging to Chen when Xiao left. But Jun Moi spoke first. "The person is dead. What purpose would objects serve? Second Madam Chen, please convey to Grandmother Chen that there is nothing worth seeing or saying between us. The fact that I, Jun Moi, still maintain peaceful relations with the Chen family is already a betrayal of my father's memory." Hearing this, second Madam Chen glanced at Jun Moi before hurrying away. Su Hanchu, worried about his emotional state, reached out to hold his hand and shifted closer to him. "Jun Moi, I'm here." He pulled her into his embrace. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Yet second Madam Chen returned, this time supporting Grandmother Chen. Grandmother Chen regarded Jun Moi. "Moi, you've grown so composed." In response, he rose and lifted his eyes, his voice cold and distant. "Grandmother Chen, you should address me as young Master Jun now." The word struck her like a blow. This grandson she had once doted upon would not even call her grandmother anymore. "Do you truly harbor such hatred toward your grandmother?" A flash of pure resentment cut through his gaze. "The debt of patricide. You tell me, Grandmother Chen, what would you do?" Grandmother Chen fell silent for a long moment before nodding faintly. "You are right to hate us. But Moi, the Chen family is still your blood." Jun Moi's voice turned icy. "Blood ties are a fragile thing. The Chen family was my mother's maiden home, the people who should have been my truest kin, yet they sacrificed my father for their own gain and drove my mother to her death. The Su family merely befriended my father, yet they risked their lives to save him when wolves attacked. Grandmother Chen, the fact that my hands are clean of your blood is already a favor I grant in my mother's name. Whatever schemes the Chen family has in store, I, Jun Moi, will receive them gracefully. Let us see where this goes between our families." Grandmother Chen's eyes grew as still and lifeless as stagnant water as she spoke. "Is there truly no mercy for the Chen family? You lost your father, but I have lost my dearest daughter." Su Hanchu sneered from the sidelines. Grandmother Chen, judging by how you're faring, that fall last night must have been quite a tumble. Did you crack your skull? Some of the things you're saying don't make much sense. What do you mean, can we let go of the Chen family? Has our Jun family ever wronged yours? Hasn't the Chen family been the one provoking trouble all along? And losing your dearest daughter, you should know exactly how that happened. Didn't you push her to her demise yourself? My mother-in-law has always obeyed your every command, prioritizing your needs above all else, even looking after you throughout the journey into exile. And what did you do in return? You sacrificed your daughter's life and her husband's to build the Chun family's foundation. Grandmother Chen, you'd best take care of yourself. Live long enough to witness how your family ends, to see how far a path paved with your daughter's death can really take you. Grandmother Chen found herself speechless against Su Hanchu's sharp words. Just then the guard captain called out, "Prepare yourselves. We're moving out." Meanwhile, several more members of the Chen family lay motionless on the ground. A guard kicked one roughly. "Get up, stop playing dead." But there was no response. He crouched to check for breath and confirmed the person was already dead. The bodies were quickly carted off and dumped into the woods. Grandmother Chen gazed at the carnage. The Chen family had lost several members today, and both her sons bore numerous whip marks. The sight filled her with desolation, and she couldn't help but feel guilty toward the deceased Master Chen. "Master Chen, I have failed you. I could not protect the Chen family. Wait for me. I am coming to make amends." Her gaze shifted toward the nearby trees, and something hardened in her eyes. "Jun Moi, the Chen family has already suffered retribution. Your father's death is my fault. Today I will lay down this old life to repay him, and consider us even from here on." Second Madam Chen's face pale with shock, she rushed to support Grandmother Chen. "Mother, please don't do anything rash." She then turned to Jun Moi. "Jun Moi, no matter what, this old woman is your biological grandmother. Are you truly going to take her life?" Jun Moi continued packing his belongings without looking up. "Whether your Chen family lives or dies concerns me not at all. By the way, if you must die, do it far away. Don't stain my sight." He then took Su Hanchu's hand and continued on their way. Grandmother Chen watched her two sons struggle to walk, their bodies too battered to continue. She could not bear to burden the Chen family further. With a sudden forceful shove, she broke free from Second Madam Chen and threw herself against a nearby tree. "Mother!" Second Madam Chen cried out in terror. All the Chen family members turned toward the commotion. "Mother! Grandmother!" Chen Wenlin sprinted over and caught his mother in his arms. "Mother, why are you doing this to yourself?" The procession that had been ready to depart slowed at the sight of Grandmother Chen's suicide. Jun Moi looked down at the blood-soaked woman cradled in Chen Wenlin's arms, his lashes dropping as his eyes grew slightly reddened. Su Hanchu was equally taken aback by Grandmother Chen's actions, and she gripped Jun Moi's hand tightly. "Jun Moi, are you all right?" Jun Moi gave a slight shake of his head, though his grip on Su Hanchu's hand trembled faintly. In his youth, Grandmother Chen's affection for him had been genuine. But fate had twisted everything beyond his wildest imaginings. His beloved grandmother had become the very person responsible for his father's death and his mother's suicide. Su Hanchu could sense him wrestling with the turmoil within. Jun Moi spoke with a hint of bitterness. "I'm fine. Let us continue our journey. We shall lead the way." The escort captain merely frowned at the sight of Grandmother Chen and gave a brief order. "Taiju, check whether the person is dead. If they are, throw them into the woods." Taiju stepped forward and checked old Madam Chen's breathing. "Chief, there's still a faint breath." Chen Wenlin seemed to gain a sudden surge of strength. Gritting his teeth, he lifted old Madam Chen onto his back. Seeing this, Fong, he quickly spoke up. "Husband, mother is beyond saving. Doing this will only—" Chen Wenlin cut her off with a stern rebuke. "Silence, Fong, who is responsible for things having come to this pass? Isn't it because of your impure intentions, always cooking up foolish schemes?" Hearing this, Fong, he felt deeply wronged. Why had she done so much? Wasn't it all for the Chen family, for her two daughters? "Chen Wenlin, what are you shouting at me for? How can this be blamed on me?" Chen Siding hurriedly stepped in to make peace. "Father, mother, please stop arguing. No one is to blame for this except Su Hanchu. She is the one who brought ruin upon our Chen family. At a time like this, we must stand united. How can we be quarreling among ourselves?" Officer Yu's urging voice rang out. "Move out." Chen Wenlin gritted his teeth and carried old Madam Chen forward. Fang He also pulled Chen Siyu and her sister along as she walked ahead. These ungrateful wretches. If they refused to listen to reason, so be it. Right now, she only needed to protect her own daughters. As long as her 2 daughters were safe, there was still hope, especially since Sighting was the imperial grandson's woman. To reach Duoluo City before nightfall, the group quickened its pace considerably. As the sky darkened, the procession finally arrived at Duoluo City. Officer Ning led the group to the inn. Officer Yu and Officer 1 meanwhile rushed Officer Feng to the medical clinic with all speed. At the inn, Su Hanshu spent silver to rent 3 large rooms in all, one for the Su family, one for the Jun family, and one shared by Chun Tao and the others alongside Jiang Like and his companions. The Chun family, lacking silver, managed to open only a single room. Old Madam Chen's branch, along with the concubines, dozens of people in all, crowded into one room. Su Hanshu gave silver to the waiter and ordered 2 pots of chicken soup and 2 basins of rice for the Su and Jun families, letting everyone gather together and eat their fill. As for herself, she went with Jun Moi and Lu Shan to see Officer Ning. She slipped Officer Ning 2 taels of silver and spoke with a smile full of courtesy. Officer Ning, you have worked hard leading so many of us all the way here. Our family's rice has run out. Now that we have finally reached a town, we would like to go and buy some rice. Would you be so kind as to grant us the convenience? Officer Ning weighed the silver in his hand. No wonder, officer, you had remained the most good-natured despite escorting prisoners for so long. This Su Hanshu really was someone who knew how to get things done. Go ahead, but return early. There will be a head count later. Su Hanshu nodded with a smiling face. All right. Rest assured, Officer Ning, we will keep an eye on the time. When we come back, we will bring you fine wine. Inside a medical clinic in Duoluo town, Officer Feng lay on a wooden plank. Under Officer Yu's urging, the physician hastily took his pulse. The more he felt the pulse, the tighter his brows knitted. He then switched to the other hand and took the pulse again, examined the man's eyes, and finally shook his head. Gentlemen, you had better prepare for the funeral. This man is at his last gasp. This old physician can do nothing. Hearing this, Officer 1 barked in fury. Nonsense. Prescribe medicine at once and cure him, or don't blame me for being unpleasant. Seeing how ruthless the officer was, the physician had no choice but to speak cautiously. Sir, this old man truly has no way. Perhaps you should try another clinic. Officer Yu and Officer 1 exchanged whispered words, then supported, or rather half-dragged, Officer Feng toward the carriage, intending to seek another clinic. Meanwhile, Su Hanshu, Jun Moi, and Lu Shan were each munching on 2 meat buns. While buying the buns, they had also struck a deal with the bun shop owner for 60 stuffed buns and 60 steamed buns, paying half the deposit and asking the owner to deliver them to the inn early the next morning. Su Hanshu first took Lu Shan to buy 2 sacks of rice, then several cuts of meat along with some potatoes, radishes, sweet potatoes, and the like, as well as a few packets of brown sugar and some pickled vegetables. She let Lu Shan carry them back first. In truth, she still had plenty of these things in her spatial storage, but with so many eyes around, she could not possibly make them appear out of thin air. If it aroused others' suspicion, that would be bad. In any case, she was not short of silver, so buying them outright was simply more convenient. After instructing Lu Shan to carry the supplies inside, Su Hanshu and Jun Moi headed to a ready-made clothing shop. Ready-made garments were scarce in these ancient shops, so they visited 2 stores in succession and purchased all the thick cotton-padded coats, in both barely managing to get one for each member of the Jun and Su families. Su Hanshu also asked for some spare strips of cloth from the shop, and had the shopkeeper send them to the inn by carriage. The couple sat in the carriage watching the peddlers and waiters hawking goods all along the streets, wondering if there was anything else they still needed to buy. Suddenly, a medical clinic came into view, and they spotted Officer Yu at a glance. Su Hanshu's hand tightened around Jun Moi's. Jun Moi, shouldn't we go and greet them? Hearing this, Jun Moi naturally knew that she was anxious to learn about Officer Feng's condition. He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, took out 10 copper coins, and said to the clothing shop's delivery man, "Young man, would you mind pulling over and waiting for us a moment? I need to buy a few more things." The delivery lad grinned and pocketed the coins. Sure thing. The 2 approached the clinic, and Jun Moi took the lead in greeting them. Officer Yu, Officer 1, how is Officer Feng? Officer Yu glanced at them. Not well. What are you 2 doing here? Jun Moi spoke up. We came out to purchase some supplies. When we happened to see you, we thought we'd come over to check on Officer Feng. At that moment, an apothecary apprentice came over carrying a bowl of medicine. Master, the medicine is decocted. The physician took the bowl and looked toward Officer Yu and Officer Wan. Gentlemen, this old man has already made himself perfectly clear. This medicine is a potent dose. After drinking it, the man may recover. But there is also the chance he may become a fool. The outcome can only be left to heaven's will. This old man cannot control it. Officer Yu and Officer Wan were in truth tormented by indecision. If he were to drink it and turn into a fool, how would they answer to Officer Feng's family? Officer Yu turned his gaze to Su Hanshu. Young Madam June, do you think we should give this medicine to Officer Feng? Su Hanshu pondered for a moment before speaking. Officer Yu, this is a question you should not really be asking us. At best, we are commoners. To put it bluntly, we are exiled convicts. For us, being able to stay alive is already the best outcome. Moreover, we lost very dear kin not long ago. For me and Jun Moi, if the elder generation of the Jun family could still be alive, even if wounded, even if feeble-minded or insane, we would still want them. After all, they are our own flesh and blood. What could be more dreadful than being parted forever? Hearing this, Officer Yu whispered a few more words with Officer Wan. In the end, the two poured the medicine down Officer Feng's throat. Su Hanshu watched as Officer Feng drank the entire bowl. Her lashes lowered and a glint of shrewdness flashed through her eyes, vanishing in an instant. Captain Yu, Captain Wan, we still need to purchase some wine, so we shall attend to that matter first. Head Feng has already taken his medicine and should recover soon. You need not worry excessively. Captain Yu nodded slightly upon hearing this. Return early. Once we are back, the head count should begin. Jun Moi cupped his fists in a gesture of respect. Thank you for your counsel, Captain Yu. Please rest assured my husband and I understand our boundaries. The couple made their way to a nearby wine shop, where Su Hanshu purchased several jugs of fine wine before returning to the carriage with Jun Moi setting off for the inn. Upon arriving at the inn, Su Hanshu distributed clothes to everyone, including coarse cotton garments for Chun Tao and several others, as well as Jiang Like and his companions. The sisters Chun Tao gazed at the garments in their hands, tears welling in their eyes with gratitude, and they knelt with their children. Lord Jun, young madam, how can we ever repay such great kindness? Huan similarly knelt with her children, her hands trembling as she held the clothing. Jiang Like and the others also knelt with their garments, for even within their own clans they could barely secure enough food. Simply avoiding being robbed was considered a blessing, let alone receiving clothes. Su Hanshu crouched down to assist the Chun Tao sisters at the forefront. Rise quickly. Do not make this known to others. These clothes are hardly worth much silver. Your characters are sound, and I shall offer what help I can. Chun Tao kowtowed deeply. Young madam, if you do not scorn us from henceforth, I Chun Tao am your servant. Once we reach the northwest, if my children and I survive, we shall follow you, obeying every command. If I ever falter before a mountain of blades or sea of fire, may I meet a wretched death. Su Hanshu crouched and pulled her up with firm force. Papa, why speak of death when all is well? So many perished along this journey. Our survival thus far is no small feat. Rise, all of you. If you truly bear such devotion, wait until we reach the northwest alive, and then we shall discuss further. Jiang Like and the others rose as well. Jiang Like, accompanied by Jiang Liheng, said nothing, yet in his heart he had already regarded the Su Jun couple as his lords. Lu Zhan stepped forward and spoke. My lord, young madam, I, Lu Zhan, am willing to serve the Jun family for life. I implore you to take me in. Fang Zi also spoke up. My grandfather would be overjoyed to know I could follow lord and young madam. Young madam, I am 16 and capable of doing much. I also wish to remain with the Jun family. Tao Jiwen likewise spoke. My lord, young madam, I, Tao Jiwen, shall turn 16 after the new year. Having always been an undervalued, illegitimate son at home, if you would accept me, I pledge my lifelong obedience to your command. The Chun and Fang clans were numerous and powerful. The Su family fared somewhat better. However, the Jun family consisted only of Su Hanshu, accompanied by several women and children. Su Hanshu had long harbored thoughts of recruiting loyal followers into the Jun household. Seeing them make their declarations one by one, she cast her gaze toward Jun Moi. Jun Moi directed his gaze toward the people in the room. Admittedly, accepting Chun Tao and others with their children would bring little tangible benefit. Yet Su Honshu was compassionate, and along this journey, she had observed their decent character, having already aided them numerous times. Rest well for now, and travel hard tomorrow. By my calculations, we must endure one more month before entering the Northwest. At that time, if you still maintain your present resolve, we shall discuss it further. With these words, Jiang Like and the others understood Jun Moi's meaning. This was effectively agreement, though under the current circumstances it could not be spoken aloud. After the two emerged from Chun Tao's quarters, they saw Chun Wenlin conversing with Lu Shan at the entrance of the Jun household. Upon spotting Jun Moi, Chun Wenlin immediately knelt before him. "Moi, your uncle kneels before you. Please save your maternal grandmother." Jun Moi stepped slightly aside, keeping Su Honshu's hand as he led her toward the Jun family residence. "Lord Chen, saving lives is the physician's duty. Rather than begging me, go summon a doctor." He then shut the door. Chun Wenlin rushed forward, pounding desperately against it. "Jun Moi, she is your grandmother. I have spent all the silver on my person hiring physicians and purchasing medicine. The doctor said there is still hope if she receives proper care. Please give her some silver or food so your grandmother may survive this trial. I shall forever remember your kindness, Jun Moi." Jun Moi suddenly threw open the door. Chun Wenlin tumbled forward from the momentum. Jun Moi slowly crouched down. "Chun Wenlin, do not trouble the Jun family again. What your Chun clan owes is not merely a favor. It is the blood of my parents. A father's murderer cannot share the same sky. On what grounds do you believe I would still aid the Chun family?" Chun Wenlin's expression grew vacant upon hearing this. He rose slowly, murmuring softly, "Retribution? This is the Chun family's retribution." Meanwhile, within the Chun household, Madame Chun and her two children huddled together for warmth. Chun Siding's face bore deep worry, her once rosy lips now bluish from the cold. "Mother, what shall we do? We have no silver left, and the little on father's person went to grandmother's treatment. This time we have at least this room, but next time we shall likely be crowded into a large communal hall like everyone else." Madame Chun reached out and felt the two silver fragments in her embrace. "I took these two silver pieces from your father, but they can accomplish nothing. We cannot even use them to buy food. They must be saved for emergencies." Chen Siyu's previously dull eyes lit up upon hearing this. Mother, please buy some steamed buns. I am truly starving to death." Madame Chen's expression tightened with inner turmoil. She too had long felt the gnawing hunger. Chen Siding spoke up as well. "Mother, buy some. You must eat something too. We suffered diarrhea all night yesterday and walked the entire day today." Madame Chun gazed at her daughter, recalling the jade pendant she had obtained from Chun Wenlin. Rising, she went out to find Head Ning pawning the pendant and returning with a considerable amount of silver. She purchased numerous buns and wrapped them in oil paper before returning to the inn. In the past, arriving at an inn would have warranted a proper meal, but now with strained finances and the need to purchase land and furnish a home in the Northwest, every silver coin had to be spent sparingly. The mother and children huddled in a corner. Madame Chun pressed a meat bun into the hands of each of her daughters. Observing this, the others understood that Madame Chun would no longer concern herself with others, and they all set out to find their own means of survival. Chen Siyu devoured her meat bun voraciously, as though a person stranded in the desert had found an oasis and was desperately feasting upon hope. Chun Siding maintained a semblance of elegance, bringing the bun to her lips, taking a bite, and chewing slowly. The meat fragrance spread through her mouth, a normally delightful taste, but it suddenly stirred a wave of nausea within her. Her appetite vanished without reason, her stomach churning violently. "Ugh!" Madame Chun hurriedly supported her with concern. "Siding, what's wrong?" Chun Siding only felt a warm stream flow out. It was stomach acid. She could not help vomiting up because her stomach was empty. When it spilled onto the floor, it splashed onto the hem of Madame Chen's robe. Catching the unpleasant smell, Chun Siyu hastily stepped aside and continued eating the steamed bun in her hand. After vomiting for quite a while, Chun Siding finally recovered and leaned weakly against Madame Chun. "Mother, I feel so awful." Hearing this, Madame Chun hurriedly said, "Are you starving? Eat a little something." As soon as Chun Siding took the bun and lifted it to her mouth, that nauseated, queasy feeling surged again. "Ugh! Mother, I can't. Just being near this smell makes me want to throw up." Madame Chun, after all, was a woman who had been through it herself. A flicker of joy quickly crossed her face. Siding, has your monthly period not come this month? Chun Siding blushed and spoke in a low voice. No, it hasn't. So much has happened on this journey that I didn't pay attention. Madame Chun excitedly gripped her arm. Quick, think about when it came last month. Chun Siding was stunned for a moment, then realization struck. Mother, it came on the 6th. This month, it's already the 11th. At these words, a smile reached the corners of Madame Chen's eyes. Wonderful, wonderful, Siding. We finally made it through. You truly are Mother's good daughter. Mother will rely on you from now on. Joy also welled up in Chun Siding's heart. Mother, are you saying that I? Madame Chun leaned close to her ear. There's no mistaking it. When I carried you two sisters, I had exactly the same reaction. You are carrying the imperial grandson's child. Joy immediately bloomed on Chun Siding's face. She gently touched her belly, which had not yet begun to swell. How wonderful. This child had come at just the right time. Soon she would be able to leave this place, her status elevated by her child. Seeing this, Chun Siyu swallowed the last bite of the bun in her mouth, a trace of envy in her eyes. Why had she still not conceived? She reached up and touched her half-gone ear, and her heart grew even more desolate. Now she bore a scar on her face and had lost an ear. She was a cripple with no chance left to turn her life around. Chun Siding was perceptive and soon noticed Chun Siyu's unhappiness. She moved to her sister's side and took her hand. Sister, our chance has come. Aren't you happy? Chun Siyu hung her head. It's your chance that has come, not mine. Chun Siding kept holding her hand. But we are true sisters, sister. No matter which of us has a child, this is our Chun family's chance to turn things around. Surely I wouldn't abandon you and Mother. Hearing this, Chun Siyu looked up at Chun Siding. Yes, we are true sisters. Siding, you must take me away with you. I truly don't want to live this kind of life anymore. At this, Chun Siding answered firmly. Yes, we are true sisters, sisters born from the same womb. Rest assured, sister. If I can leave, I will definitely take you and Mother with me. Madame Chun spoke up from the side. Siding, the imperial grandson promised before to send someone to take you away. By all rights, someone should have come to meet us by now. But now that we've reached the town, we can't see a trace of hope. Chun Siding fell into thought and said thoughtfully, perhaps the snow delayed our journey by 2 days. Since the imperial grandson gave his word himself, he should not go back on it. Even if he has forgotten now that we have this child, he will still help the Chin family. What we need to do now is find a way to get word to the imperial grandson that I am pregnant. Madame Chen's face clouded with worry. But in our current situation, how can we get this news to the imperial capital? We have no extra money for bribes. Chen Siyu's mind raced, a calculating gleam flashed through her eyes, and she lowered her voice to whisper in Madame Chen's ear. Mother, the Chen family has plenty of daughters besides me and sister. Send a concubine-born daughter to Constable Ning and find some way to have Constable Ning deliver a letter to the imperial grandson for us. Besides, the imperial grandson once had me do that one thing, so he must be eager to know how it turned out. Perhaps among these escorts or exile convicts there are men he planted. If nothing else, at the post station or in town, there will be his people gathering information. Mother, from now on, spread the word that your daughter is carrying the imperial grandson's child. As long as any of the imperial grandson's people are gathering information, the news of my pregnancy will reach him. The imperial family has always valued heirs, especially since the imperial grandson himself has only one son. No matter what, he will regard this child in my womb with some importance. Madame Chun nodded slightly at this. I'll go discuss it with your father. Meanwhile, Chen Wenlin had wrapped old Madame Chun in all of her clothes. Her forehead had been bandaged, but she remained completely unconscious. Today's medicine at least had been decocted by a medicine apprentice at the clinic whom he had begged for help. Tomorrow he would still have to find some way to prepare the old lady's medicine. After Madame Chun came over and exchanged a few hushed words with Chen Wenlin. Chen Wenlin looked at Chen Siding, then at old Madame Chun, and finally agreed to Madame Chen's proposal. That night, Chen Wenlin's concubine-born daughter Chen Sipin went to Constable Ning's room. After Madame Chen's boastful chatter, the entire Chen family learned that Chen Siding was carrying the imperial grandson's child. It also gave the Chun family hope. As long as they attached themselves to the crown prince's residence, they could naturally return to the imperial capital and resume their former noble life. Meanwhile, in the Jun family's room, Su Honshu and Junmoy lay on the bed, while the others made pallets on the floor. Because they had paid plenty of silver, the waiter had brought several quilts for the Jun and Su families. Together with the ones they already had, it was barely enough for everyone to have a floor bed and a quilt to cover themselves. Junmoi saw that everyone was asleep, drew Su Honshu into his arms, and whispered close to her ear, "That medicine. He shouldn't have drunk it, right?" Su Honshu naturally understood that he meant Constable Feng's medicine. She pressed closer to his chest, took his hand, and wrote the word right in his palm. Seeing how cautious she was, Junmoi glanced at Li and the others in the room, who had all started snoring. He pulled the quilt over the two of them, hiding them beneath the covers. "Don't worry, everyone's asleep." Hearing this, Su Honshu leaned close to Junmoi's ear and whispered. If he hadn't taken the medicine after enduring 2 more days, he would have recovered. But because he took it, it instead produced side effects. He won't turn into an idiot, but his vital energy has been damaged. In this weather, catching a few more illnesses will be enough to drag him to his death. Junmoi's eyes were full of curiosity. "What exactly did you give him?" Su Honshu explained in a low voice. "A potion. It looks as though he caught a chill, but in truth he didn't. What's more, the medicine we drank that day contained an ingredient that counteracts the potion, which naturally accelerated his illness." When Junmoi heard this, his confusion dissolved. At the same time, he realized that this wife of his was a woman of extraordinary ability. She could take a life without making a sound. "Do you have more of that potion? I'll take it to the Qin family." Su Honshu shook her head slightly upon hearing this. "Not much. Don't waste it. The Qin family won't amount to anything significant." Junmoi understood that this potion must be quite precious, so he pulled the blanket aside slightly, exposing his head for easier breathing. "Sleep now. You've worried about many things today. You've worked hard." A night passed. Early the next morning, the innkeeper came to the Jun residence. "Sir, someone is looking for you outside, saying the Jun family ordered some items." Upon hearing this, Su Honshu and Junmoi went together to the inn entrance, gave the remaining silver, then took the buns to distribute among the people from both the Jun and Su families. After eating their fill, they resumed their journey. Constable Feng woke up, but his body was still weak, so he no longer rode a horse, but sat in the carriage storing supplies. Junmoi glanced at the carriage, then took Su Honshu's hand and walked ahead. Su Honshu noticed that one of the Chun family's daughters was actually riding a horse alongside Constable Ning. Constable Ning even affectionately had his arm around Chun Sahan's waist while she lowered her head in bashful sweetness. Su Honshu glanced once before turning her gaze away. The Qin family was truly generous, willing to give away their own daughter. In this era, a woman who lost her virtue would face an extremely difficult future. The weather remained bitterly cold, though it had stopped snowing. The accumulated snow on the ground had not yet melted. Early that morning, Su Honshu and Junmoi had already switched to heating insoles. The people from the Jun and Su families, having added another layer of cotton-padded clothing, felt considerably better than before. Junmoi insisted on carrying Su Honshu on his back the entire way. It wasn't until near noon, when the winter sun rose with a warm glow, that he finally let her down to walk on her own. At midday, the constable announced a 1-hour rest. Su Honshu distributed the steamed buns she had bought in the morning. Combined with what the escorts had handed out, everyone from the Jun and Su families now had 2 buns, more than enough to fill their stomachs. Some even quietly saved one for emergencies. Su Honshu and Junmoi leaned against each other, eating buns and drinking spirit spring water. Chun Tao walked over and spoke up. "Young madam, that second miss from the Qin family appears to be with child. They say it's the crown prince's grandson's offspring, and the news has spread throughout the entire group. Constable Feng has even arranged for Miss Chun to ride in the supply carriage. Throughout this journey, Madam Chun has been proudly strutting about, and the Feng family's main branch has grown arrogant as well." Upon hearing this, Su Honshu glanced toward the Qin family in the distance. As expected, Qin Sitong was nowhere to be seen. She looked further toward the supply carriage and spotted Qin Sitong already seated with her belongings beside her. Meanwhile, Madame Qin Fong was chatting with people here, and they're boasting about her daughter's pregnancy. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Su Honshu's lips. When did premarital pregnancy become something to be proud of? Junmoi, do you think Madame Qin Fong is trying to show off for some reason? This isn't the imperial capital. If we were there, people would surely congratulate the Qin family. But out here in these remote mountains and wilderness, lacking food and clothing, what difference would it make if others know? Junmoy glanced at Chin Sahan by Constable Ning's side, then spoke slowly. I don't think their purpose is merely to show off. Su Hanshu looked at Chin Sitong upon hearing this. Chin Sitong was far smarter than Chin Siyu. I also sense their intentions aren't simple. The child in her womb is now the Chun family's greatest hope. If it were only to make Chin Sitong more comfortable, it would suffice for just a few constables to know about this matter. After all, this is the bloodline of the Crown Prince's grandson. Naturally, no one would dare to neglect it. Moreover, Constable Feng should have known about Chun Sidong's relationship with the Crown Prince from beginning to end. Perhaps the Chun family's blatant promotion stems from ulterior motives. Junmoy fell into thought. They may be hoping to spread word of Chun Sidong's pregnancy to the Crown Prince's grandson. But since Constable Feng's condition wasn't ideal last night, the Chin family likely made two preparations: first, enlisting Constable Ning to deliver the message, second, publicizing the matter so that the Crown Prince's people within the group would report it to him. Su Hanshu suddenly understood everything upon hearing this. That's right. If the Crown Prince's grandson wants us dead, he would naturally have someone keeping watch on us. The husband and wife were still conversing when suddenly the constable shouted aloud, "Prepare to depart." Su Hanshu and Junmoy rose to their feet and began making ready to leave. Jiang Liqua also came over to push the snow cart. Suddenly, Su Hanshu's gaze swept toward the Chun family matriarch. She saw Chun Wenlin supporting the old madam and carrying her on Chun Wenjia's back, but the old madam showed no response whatsoever. Worse still, Chun Wenlin had even used cloth strips to bind the old madam's body onto Chun Wenjia's back. Watching the wrappings coil around her, Su Hanshu could see the old madam's body was completely stiff. Junmoy followed Su Hanshu's gaze, and this sight was hauntingly familiar. Su Hanshu whispered low, "I fear she has already passed on." Junmoy's gaze turned grave as he looked toward them. After a moment, he took Su Hanshu's hand and continued walking forward step by step. "Hanshu, do you find me heartless?" Su Hanshu gripped his hand tightly. "No, you're a good man, Junmoy. They brought this upon themselves. Besides, hatred cannot be resolved with mere apologies or admissions of fault. True remorse requires the other party to suffer as deeply as you once did." Hearing her words, Junmoy felt some of the pressure lift from his chest, though his gaze still drifted toward the old madam from time to time. For now, not exposing the truth was the last mercy he could show the Chin family. Chun Wenlin gathered wild grasses along the roadside as they traveled slowly, weaving them together. His craft was clumsy, yet he persisted. Chin Siyu would also pick dry grass for Chun Wenlin, but beneath the snow-covered dry grass was scarce. Only a few patches visible where the trees hadn't buried them completely. That evening they settled at the relay station. Some from the Chin family went to collect firewood, while Chun Wenlin and Chun Wenjia scoured the area for dry grass. Su Hanshu and Junmoy, out gathering kindling, happened to cross paths with Chun Wenlin, who was clutching a bundle of dry grass in his arms. Panic crossed Chun Wenlin's face as though he feared they had pieced together the truth. Junmoy merely glanced at the grass in his embrace before leading Su Hanshu away in the opposite direction. Undeterred, Chun Wenlin called after them, "Junmoy." Junmoy halted, his tone cold. "Do you have something to say, Master Chun?" Chun Wenlin pressed his lips together, his expression heavy with sorrow. "Your grandmother has passed. Won't you come see her at least once?" Junmoy said nothing, pulling Su Hanshu onward. Seeing this, Chun Wenlin hastily spoke. "Moy, let the dead rest in peace. Even if you hold a grudge against the Chun family, your grandmother has already paid the price. Can we consider this matter settled?" Junmoy offered no reply, instead turning to face him. "Master Chin, what does it feel like to carry your mother's corpse on your back, while traveling perpetually terrified that others might discover the truth?" Chun Wenlin fell silent upon hearing this, eventually leaving with a bundle of dry straw. Su Hanshu and Junmoy gathered some firewood and returned. The fish they had caught the previous day were still edible for today. Su Hanshu took pickled vegetables from her bag and cooked 2 pots of sour cabbage fish. She sent 1 pot to the constables, and her family members each held a roasted potato with chopsticks eating around the pot. Compared to the warmth of the Jun and Su families, the Chun family had only firewood, and someone had found a few wild vegetables which they roasted and ate mixed with the coarse flatbread issued by the constables. Chun Wenlin and Chun Wenjia, along with the second madam, Chun, wove straw mats from dry grass. Mrs. Chen's attention was fixed entirely on Chen's sighting, and she paid no mind to the rest of the Chen household. Chen's sighting, being pregnant, received preferential treatment. With Constable Ning's assistance, she managed to get some hot water and even shared half a bowl of the fish soup that Su Honshu had given to the constables. Su Honshu naturally noticed how the constables treated Chen's sighting. Her thoughts darkened. This Chen's sighting truly had her ways. She would need to be more cautious in the days ahead. Thanks to Chun's sighting's soft words, the next day, the Chun family dug a grave early in the morning and buried Granny Chun wrapped in a straw mat before continuing their journey. Su Honshu kept a close watch on the Chun family for several days, but even after the snow melted and the Jun and Su families resumed shouldering their luggage, there was no sign of any movement from the Chens. The weather had warmed slightly over the past 2 days, so no one froze to death, though 2 people succumbed to illness along the way. That day the sun appeared only briefly before being ruthlessly obscured by dark clouds like a massive gray quilt. As the biting wind howled against their thin and frail bodies, everyone's mood grew heavier with the weather, as if pressed down by an invisible suffocating force, leaving them fearful and helpless. As the sky darkened further, and no shelter for the night had been found, the anxiety and unease in the crowd spread unchecked. Junmoi suddenly heard the whistle of something cutting through the air and immediately threw himself over Su Honshu. Careful! The 2 of them hit the ground. A sharp arrow struck Lu Shan's arm. Ah! At the same time, several sharp thudding sounds came from the sky, and over a dozen arrows flew toward them from ahead. In an instant, more than 10 people fell. Screams, wails, and cries of mother, father, Warner echoed everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. The constables hastily drew their swords to deflect the incoming arrows. Get down, get down. Junmoi and Su Honshu exchanged a glance, and without a word grabbed their bags as shields, then rolled to Zhang Yi's side and set up the snow sled to block the arrows flying toward them. Quick, all crawl over here. The members of the Jun and Su families hurriedly crawled over and crouched behind the sled. Mother, please don't die. What about where? What are we going to do? Su Honshu and Junmoi simultaneously spotted Jun Mahua clutching concubine Qian and crying out in desperation, while concubine Qian had an arrow embedded in her chest and another in her shoulder. Zhang Like quickly steadied the sled, and Lu Zhan also rushed over to help support it. Junmoi darted forward, grabbed Mahua, and rolled back behind the sled. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Several members of the Su family were also wounded, but they had dodged quickly and avoided critical injuries. Su Lichuan, Wei Furong, Su Lishan, and Su Yuanjia, all skilled in martial arts, protected the rest of the Su family behind them. At the same time, others grabbed baskets and quilts to shield themselves from the arrows. Many who reacted too slowly were struck down, their blood splattering on the ground. Chun's sighting, however, had long since taken cover behind the carriage. The cries of injured children, the desperate pleas of mothers, and the grief-stricken shouts of fathers echoed in everyone's ears. It was a scene of utter horror. Constable Yu's eyes burned with fury as he saw so many wounded and killed, including his own constables. What audacity! To ambush imperial officers. What do you make of the law? The arrows finally ceased. A rough voice rang out. Imperial officers. What are they? Law. On Qianling Mountain, I am the law. A man of about 40 stood before them, his face nearly unrecognizable beneath a thick black beard that covered his mouth, and half his face, his eyes gleaming with viciousness. Behind him followed a group, clad mostly in gray and black, their hair disheveled. Constable Wan gripped his blade and barked harshly. You mere bandits dare such boldness. Do you even know whom you have intercepted? The bearded man glanced at the wounded seated on the ground, then swept his gaze over the injured constables. I expected someone more valuable. Just a bunch of exiled criminals. Not worth my attention. Constable Yu's eyes filled with cold fury, his grip on his blade tightening. These bandits had truly signed their own death warrants, and just as he was about to speak, the bearded man opened his mouth first. Brothers, attack. Kill all the men and take the women back to the stronghold to be our wives. Su Honshu drew 2 swords from her cloak, handed one to Junmoi, and stepped in front of the Jun family. Women, take the children to the center. She shouted even as she charged toward the bandits' broadswords. Zhang Like and the others also drew daggers or grabbed wooden sticks to hold off the attackers. The men of the Su family were all skilled in martial arts. Su Lichuan grimly dispatched a bandit, while Wei Furong wielded a dagger and wooden staff guarding Zhou Shuwei, who in turn protected Su Yuanxiu. Jun Moi thrust his sword precisely into a bandit's neck. Meanwhile, Constable Yu fought the bearded man in fierce combat. Su Honshu parried a bandit's broadsword with the sword in her right hand, then flipped her left wrist, producing a small dagger that she drove into the enemy's chest in an instant. A scream echoed as the bandit collapsed backward. Jun Moi delivered a powerful kick to a lunging bandit, sending him flying through the air and crashing to the ground, while his sword simultaneously pierced another attacker's body. Constable Yu and the bearded man fought, evenly matched. The situation for the Jun and Su families was slightly better, while the other clans fared far worse, with people falling to the bandits' blades without cease. However, with Su Honshu and Jun Moi striking decisively, and several skilled members of the Su family landing lethal blows, many bandits also fell. Suddenly, a peculiar scent filled the air. Su Honshu quickly covered her nose. Jun Moi also sensed something was wrong, covering his nose with his left hand while dispatching a nearby bandit with his right. As the intoxicating drug took effect, the exiled prisoners fell one by one, and the constables, realizing too late, also went weak at the knees and collapsed. Su Honshu and Jun Moi exchanged one final glance before both fell to the ground. "Brother, I told you we should have used the sedative first. You wouldn't listen, and now we've lost quite a few men." It was a gentle voice. Su Honshu glanced up through her hair, barely opening her eyes. She saw a pair of relatively clean shoes and a pale blue robe. It seemed there was someone akin to a strategist among these bandits. The bearded man spoke with an irritated tone. Just a bunch of exiled convicts, who knew there were several capable fighters among them. Deal with the men first. Su Honshu heard this and decided against playing dead. Who didn't have a bit of sedative on hand? She was about to make her move when that gentle voice rang out again. "Brother, hold on. We've already suffered heavy losses today. These are all exiled prisoners. Why not bring them back to the mountain stronghold? Don't we already have those 2 women from the Chun family claimed by someone else? Use those 2 women to fulfill our obligation and hand them over. As for the rest, let them join our mountain and strengthen our forces. The women can become wives for the brothers, serving them and bearing children to carry on the family line. Those men who submit to our wishes can serve as junior brothers to brother in the future. As for the disobedient ones, send them all to hard labor." Claimed by someone. Su Honshu heard these words, and her mind raced, wondering who it could be. She suddenly recalled the Chun family's behavior over the past few days. Those 2 were likely the Chun Siyu sisters. So this bandit raid must have had some involvement from either the Chun family or the crown prince. The bearded man remained uneasy and spoke up. "There are several capable fighters among them. Won't this bring us trouble?" That gentle voice responded once more. "Those with good martial skills can only make our forces stronger. Besides, brother, you wouldn't want to be a bandit for the rest of your life, would you? Lock these people up first and let them go hungry for a few days. Then tell them the benefits of staying. Under the combined pressure of threats and promises, they'll naturally agree to remain. And if there are any who refuse to cooperate, we have plenty of ways to deal with them once they're at the stronghold." Hearing this, the bearded man seemed to ponder for a moment, then loudly issued his order. "Do as the second-in-command says. Bring everyone back." Soon the captives were roughly escorted up the mountain and locked away, with the sound of an iron door closing. Su Honshu continued to listen carefully. Only after confirming there was no sound around her did she slowly open her eyes. She discovered that everyone had been separated and locked into 3 different cells. Fortunately, Jun Moi had fallen beside her, so they ended up in the same cell. Jun Moi also opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. Once he confirmed there were no bandits nearby, he quickly located Su Honshu's position. Their eyes met, and both felt relieved. The 2 shifted closer. Su Honshu whispered, "It seems the bandits are very confident in their sedative. They've only posted guards at the main entrance." Jun Moi took her hand and carefully examined her. "Are you all right? Were you injured?" Su Honshu likewise checked him over and felt reassured upon seeing no blood on his clothes. "I'm fine. A few bandits aren't enough to harm me. It's just that I'm worried someone in our family may have been hurt." She began to rise, intending to check on everyone, starting with the children. Suddenly the sound of a door opening and voices conversing broke out. Su Honshu and Jun Moi hastily lay back down. Sir, everyone is here. As agreed, 20,000 taels of silver for 2 of the women. The rest belong to our stronghold. Su Honshu recognized that voice immediately. It was the second in command. He was addressing another man as Sir. It appeared the bandits were colluding with corrupt officials. We have 10,000 taels with us. Take the people down the mountain and send someone with us to collect the remaining 10,000 taels. Hearing this, the second in command smiled and spoke in that same gentle voice. Sir is indeed cautious. Rest assured we are only in it for the money. The second in command then produced a small medicine vial, uncorked it, and approached the cell door waving it gently. A faint medicinal scent drifted through the air. Soon someone began to stir and wake, uttering confused questions. Where is this? Who are you? Mother, mother, father, brother. Soon came the sound of children being comforted. Don't be afraid, mother is here. Mother is here. Su Honshu and Jun Moi also pretended to have just awakened. A person clad in white clothing spoke loudly. Who are Chen Siyu and Chen Sighting? All eyes turned toward the Chen sisters. The 2 girls were momentarily bewildered, then recalled a note they had received 2 days prior. Speaking with visible fear. I am Chen Sighting, and this is my older sister Chen Siyu. The man in white examined both of them, then said in a grave tone, The 2 of you come with me. Soon 2 bandits stepped forward and opened the iron gate. Chen Siyu fearfully clutched her sister's arm. Chen Sighting noticed the jade pendant at the man's waist, then led Chen Siyu forward. The cell door closed once more. At the same time, Jun Moi had also noticed the pendant at the man's waist. That jade pendant was no ordinary piece. It seemed this bandit raid was deliberately orchestrated by someone. The second in command turned to the group. Everyone, since you are all awake, let me say a few words. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am the second in command of Qianling Mountain. Meeting you all today is fate. As far as I know, everyone here is being exiled through this area. Those who pass through here are mostly being sent to the bitter cold lands of the Northwest. And the Northwest is still very far from here. Whether you survive this journey is still uncertain. Why not consider staying at our Qianling stronghold? From now on we shall share weal and woe together, grow our forces, and enjoy prosperity and wealth in the future. Hearing this, the captives simply hugged their children or held each other, cautiously glancing at the second in command before lowering their eyes. The second in command looked over the crowd and smiled. You may take your time to consider. I shall return tomorrow. Turning around, he ordered the bandits beside him. Guard the gate well. If anyone attempts to escape, take the women to amuse the brothers and kill the men outright. He spoke words that filled anyone listening with terror, yet his voice remained as gentle as ever. This man was even more frightening than a grinning tiger. Soon the outer gate was shut. The captives in the cells began to weep and complain in low voices. Su Honshu and Jun Moi hastily checked whether anyone in the Jun family was injured and counted who was missing. Jun Emohua was sobbing quietly. After checking that she was unharmed, Su Honshu had no time to comfort her and continued examining the wounds of others. Concubine Li and Ping both bore injuries, one on the left shoulder, the other on the waist. Lu Ling's arm was wounded, Lu Shan's shoulder had a knife cut, and Lu Shu's back was slashed as well. However, concubine Qian and mother Cui Sui were nowhere to be found. Su Honshu's heart sank. She understood all too well what missing meant at such a moment. She took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Lu Shan. While pulling aside concubine Li's clothes to apply medicine and bandage her wounds, she said, those with lighter injuries should treat one another first. The Su family's injuries were not severe, but everyone had been hurt to some degree. Su Lichuan and Su Yuanjia had the most serious blade wounds, and Wei Furong and Zhou Shuwei were applying medicine to the 2 of them. The others also helped one another with their wounds. Compared with the Su and Jun families, the other families were far worse off. Some had no medicine to apply at all, and could only wait to die bit by bit. After Su Honshu finished dressing concubine Li's wounds, she sat down beside Jun Mahua and drew her into her arms. Mahua, don't cry. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are both here. Jun Mahua threw herself into Su Honshu's arms and sobbed loudly. Woo-woo. Sister-in-law, I don't have a mother anymore, do I? Father is gone and mother is gone too. Am I going to die as well? Su Honshu held her and slowly consoled her. No, you won't. From now on, your sister-in-law will protect you. Mawa, you haven't lost your father and mother. Although they have gone to another world, they both love you very much. Your mother used her own life to protect you. So you must be strong and live well, because your father and mother are watching you from above. Our Mawa must be a strong child and live a good life so that your father and mother can rest at ease. Hearing this, Jun Mahua was still crying, but her sobs had grown much softer and her shoulders were still trembling. Jun Moyen had not been injured because concubine Li had kept him in her arms the entire time. At the moment, he was sitting at concubine Li's side, keeping vigil over her. Jiang Like and the others had also applied the medicine Su Honshu had given them, and the group looked at Su Honshu and Jun Moi with gratitude. Su Honshu produced a water skin from her cloak and had everyone pass it around for a sip or two, then huddled together with Jun Moi and whispered, "Did you see head officer Yu and the others?" Jun Moi shook his head. "I'm afraid the escort guards were not locked up with us." Su Honshu leaned close and whispered a few words in his ear. Jun Moi shouted, "Someone, hurry, come. We want to see your big chief. Did you hear me? We want to see your big chief and second chief." Soon 2 bandits came in holding knives. "What's all the noise? Do you want to die?" Su Honshu gripped the iron bar of the cell door. "2 big brothers, it's like this. Didn't your second chief just say we should think about staying in the stronghold? We've already thought it over. Could you take us to see your big chief and second chief? I mean our big chief and second chief." The 2 men exchanged a glance when they heard this, then went aside to mutter for a moment. One of them spoke. "Wait here. We'll go report it. You're lucky that we're short-handed, otherwise you would have died at the foot of the mountain." Instead of getting angry, Su Honshu put on a fawning smile. As they say, when fate arrives, nothing can stand in its way. It's destined. From now on we'll be brothers and sisters, aren't we? Upon hearing this, the bandit who had stayed behind looked at Su Honshu and saw that her face, no larger than a palm, was exceedingly pretty. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. As expected, this young lady is sensible. Rest assured, miss. You're so beautiful and so clever that the big chief and second chief will probably take a strong liking to you. When the time comes, be sure to put in a good word for your brother. Seeing this, Jun Moi stepped in front of Su Honshu with displeasure and glared at the bandit. "She is my wife." Hearing this, the bandit couldn't help feeling it was a pity. "So what if she's your wife? If the big chief and second chief take a fancy to her?" Su Honshu looked at Jun Moi's tightly clenched fists, the fury radiating from his body and the fire in his eyes that seemed about to leap out. She hurriedly gripped his fists and spoke to the bandit. "This big brother is joking. Since we've decided to stay, the big chief and second chief are now our big brother and second brother. We're all one family, so naturally they wouldn't bully their own brother's wife, right?" The bandit actually felt that Su Honshu's words made some sense. He rubbed his head and said, "That does seem to be the case. Our big brother and second brother are very good to us brothers." Soon the outer gate was opened and Big Beard and the second chief walked in. Big Beard reeked of wine. It was obvious he had just been drinking. There was a trace of displeasure on his face, as if someone had interrupted his drinking pleasure. Who the hell wants to see me?" Jun Moi couldn't help but frown at the man's crude way of referring to himself, but feeling the small hand in his own, he recalled that he was a married man and could not be too unyielding in such matters. He put on a smile, released Su Honshu's hand, and cupped his fists toward Big Beard and the second chief. "Greetings, Big Chief. Greetings, second chief. I am Jun Moi, and this is my wife Honshu." After hearing what the second chief said today, I am deeply stirred. If the 2 of you do not find me unworthy, from now on I, Jun Moi, will regard you as my big brother and second brother. Hearing this, Big Beard turned his gaze to the second chief. The second chief smiled and began to speak. "Brother Jun, your willingness to stay is an honor to our stronghold. But Brother Jun, from your surname alone one can tell that you were rich and noble. Once you stay, you'll become a mountain bandit and an outlaw. Would you truly be satisfied?" Jun Moi smiled bitterly at this. "Second brother, it is true that I bear the surname Jun, and in the past I was indeed rich and noble. But now I am nothing more than an exiled convict who I never know when I might die on the road. If big brother and second brother are willing to take us in our family, we'll be of one heart with you from this day onward." Su Lichuan, who had served as a general for many years, was frantic when he saw that his daughter and son-in-law were about to become bandits. He was about to speak, but Wei Furong stopped him. You must not speak. Chu Chu has always acted with proper discretion. The second chief for his part studied Jun Moi and the members of the Jun and Su families behind him. Brother Jun, since you feel this way, this is naturally a cause for joy all around. But there are some matters with which we must also proceed carefully. How about this? Please let your family stay here for a few days. In 2 days you will come along with us to do a job. Once it succeeds, I will invite your family to drink wine and eat meat together. Hearing this, Jun Moi glanced at Su Honshu. Su Honshu immediately put on a pitiable expression. Husband, I want to be with you. I don't want to stay in this prison. I'm afraid when you're not here. Tears fell as she spoke. Hearing this, Jun Moi hurriedly tried to comfort her. All right, be good, my lady. Wherever your husband goes, I will take you with me. Don't worry, I will always stay by your side. Then he looked helplessly at Big Beard and the second chief. Big brother, second brother, you can see that my wife is a little delicate. I pampered her all along this road, even though it was a journey of exile. If I leave this cell, I naturally cannot leave her here to suffer. So why not, in view of the fact that we are about to become one family, let me take my wife with me and handle this matter with you. The bearded man and the second lord exchanged glances upon hearing these words. Jun Moi cupped his hands and bowed. Big brother, second brother, rest assured. I sincerely wish to acknowledge you both as my elders. He then glanced behind him. Look, we still have so many family members right here with us. Even were we to leave, we could harbor no treacherous designs. The second lord cast a glance at the bearded man. Brother Jun jests. Since we are now one family, how could we fail to trust you? Come, let us go drink. Since you hail from the imperial city, you surely possess some knowledge of the officials. We shall talk as we drink. With that, he personally opened the door to the prison cell for Jun Moi and his wife. Seeing this, many others stepped forward. In either case, exile or remaining at the stronghold in this bitter cold, death seemed the only alternative. The escorts had already been captured. Big brother, second brother, I am willing to stay. I beg you to take me in. So am I. From this day forward, I shall follow whichever path you two set before me. And me? And me too. I am also willing to serve you both as your humble retainers. The bearded man looked somewhat surprised at this. Yet the second lord, fan in hand, wore a smile of quiet certainty, as though all of this had been anticipated. Big brother, you see, as I said, rather than being exiled to freeze and starve, staying at the stronghold is the best choice for everyone. Of course, most remained silent, particularly the women who stood quietly guarding their children. The second lord looked over everyone present. Very well. You exiled prisoners were sentenced to travel in family units. The fathers among you will step forward and accompany us. In a few days, once we have completed an important matter, your families will be released as well. He then summoned several bandits to make their selections, and the bearded man, along with the second lord, led Su Honshu and her husband away. Only after they had fully exited the prison did Su Honshu look back and realize that the vast cell complex was actually carved within an enormous cave. Anticipating that drinking would follow shortly, Su Honshu quietly slipped a hangover-resolving pill into Jun Moi's hand and signaled him to take it. The two of them followed the bearded man and the second lord for quite some time before arriving at a courtyard. The second lord smiled and spoke. Brother Jun, this is my residence. It is rather modest. Please make do with what we have. Jun Moi responded without the slightest trace of disdain. Second brother, you speak too modestly. We have been marching as exiles along the way, often sleeping beneath the open sky. To now have a roof over our heads. Truly this is a great blessing. Soon a servant brought wine along with roasted peanuts and a whole chicken. The second lord poured wine into bowls. Brother Jun, from this day onward we are brothers. Let us finish this bowl together. Jun Moi eagerly accepted the bowl. Second brother and big brother need only call me Moi from now on. This toast is to both of you. I shall drink first. He then raised the bowl and drained it in one gulp. The second lord also gestured for Su Honshu to drink. Young sister-in-law, why do you not join us? Upon hearing this, Jun Moi quickly rose with a smile, lifting the wine bowl before Su Honshu. Big brother, second brother, she is a woman. She cannot drink. Let me accompany you both instead. Seeing Jun Moi drink with such openness and courage, the bearded man's estimation of him rose even further. He had spared his life precisely because the stronghold was short on men, and his martial skills were undoubtedly impressive. he might prove useful in the future. Your tolerance for wine is indeed impressive. Come, let another bowl be finished. I, Kingfisher hereby accept you as my brother. After another bowl of wine, the second lord smiled and urged, eat, eat. Young sister-in-law, partake as well. Junmoi tore off a chicken wing for Su-Han-chu. She accepted it and ate slowly. Meanwhile, the men continued drinking. Junmoi casually raised the question. Big brother, second brother, are the escorts who brought us here confined somewhere else? Kingfisher glanced at Junmoi and replied, raising his bowl. The escorts naturally must be held more securely. Why do you ask about them? Junmoi raised his bowl and clinked it against Kingfisher's. It is good that they are secured. Big brother, you do not know. We exiles suffered greatly at the hands of those men. My family members still bear whip marks on their bodies. They treat people like animals. Perhaps I earned merit in a past life, for it was only through that fortune that I encountered you both. Kingfisher laughed heartily and drank. Rest assured, from now on follow big brother, and you shall never want for food or drink. No one will ever bully you again. Su-Han-chu, while eating, began to shed tears. Junmoi hurriedly asked in concern, Madam, what is wrong? Why are you weeping? Are you unwell? Kingfisher and the second lord, who had been enjoying their drink, turned to look at Su-Han-chu in confusion. The second lord spoke gently. Young sister-in-law, why are you crying? Tears streamed down her face unrestrainedly. Her voice trembling, she said, I am fine. It is just that I suddenly remembered. Some of our family members are missing. I simply could not help it. Upon hearing this, Kingfisher, who had been supporting his wine bowl, immediately darkened in expression. Junmoi, what exactly is your wife trying to say? Junmoi hurriedly placed a hand on Su-Han-chu's shoulder to comfort her, then turned to look at Kingfisher. Big brother, please do not misunderstand. She is but a woman easily moved to sentiment. Yet, regarding yesterday's unfortunate misunderstanding, many brothers and family members lost their lives. If I may boldly ask, have those who perished, both our brothers and the exiles, been properly buried? The second lord spoke from nearby. Alas, brother, what we have done is truly like flooding the temple of the Dragon King. Family failing to recognize family. Yesterday we had no idea you would make such a wise choice. We merely brought our fallen brothers back and buried them on the rear mountain. The others remain on yesterday's battlefield. Once the authorities discover them, they will surely send someone to handle the matter. Hearing this, Su-Han-chu immediately assumed a pitiful yet imploring expression. Big brother, second brother, 3 women from our family unfortunately perished yesterday. This is no fault of either of you. It is simply fate. But they were our family living under the same roof. You too have lost brothers, and surely you understand my heart. Would you send 2 of your men to guide us down the mountain, so we may give our departed family a proper burial? Kingfisher's face grew cold as he spoke. You certainly have a compassionate heart. Yet many died yesterday. Do you think the 2 of you can bury all those people yourselves? Tears still falling, Su-Han-chu replied. Big brother, we only wish to bury those from the Jun family. How could we possibly concern ourselves with others? She then produced 2 jade pendants concealed beneath her cloak and pressed them into Junmoi's palm. Junmoi took out a jade pendant. Brother, eldest brother, second, this is the only valuable possession we have remaining. It was crafted for us by our family back in the imperial city. Since I have just joined your band today, please accept it as a humble greeting gift. The second in command accepted the jade pendant. Having spent years plundering merchant caravans, he had certainly seen his share of fine treasures. These 2 pendants, judging by their quality, were clearly worth a considerable sum. Moreover, since the newcomers were eager to join their band, refusing such a modest request would have appeared miserly and ungracious. Very well. Since Brother Jun and his wife are so generous, it is truly a blessing for your family. Let these 2 brothers escort you on your way. With so many of your relatives still here, do not linger too long. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the Chen sisters supported each other as they walked with several armed bandits trailing behind them. Chen Siding spoke cautiously. My lord, were you sent to retrieve us from the imperial city? Did the noble person give any instructions regarding our family? The man in the white cloak spoke in a deep voice. Miss Chen, please refrain from asking too many questions for now. We have already descended the mountain. All will be explained once we reach town. Soon a horse-drawn carriage came into view, accompanied by several men in plain clothes. The man in the white cloak approached those near the carriage and handed over 10,000 taels of silver to the bandits. Gentlemen, the debt is settled. Please deliver the silver to Chief Chio. The bandits took the silver and departed. The man in the white cloak waited until they were gone before addressing the Chin sisters. Miss Chin II, we have brought a physician. May I trouble you to extend your wrist for a pulse reading? Upon hearing this, Chin Siyu felt a knot of tension in her chest. Though her mother had repeatedly insisted that she was truly with child, she had yet to consult a physician. However, recalling the symptoms she had experienced over these past days, she was nearly certain of it. She slowly extended her arm. I trouble you, physician. The physician stepped forward and placed his fingers against Chun Siding's wrist. Forgive the impropriety, young miss. After a moment, he turned to the man in the white cloak and bowed. My lord, this young lady is indeed pregnant by over a month. The man in the white cloak returned the bow to Chin Siding. Miss Chin II, I am by Wenshuan, an attendant to His Highness. Please board the carriage. There are pastries within. Do enjoy some now. Once we reach town, we shall prepare a proper nourishing meal for you. His Highness awaits you in the imperial city, and far greater blessings await you still. Chin Siding's heart swelled with delight at these words. They would finally return to the imperial city. Thank you, Lord Bai. When I am reunited with His Highness, I shall surely repay your kindness. But Lord Bai, what of my mother and the others? Bai Wenshuan returned the bow. Miss Chin II, such matters require careful deliberation. Rescuing the two of you has already exhausted much of His Highness's effort. As the Crown Prince, His Highness also faces his own difficulties. I pray you will understand his position. Chin Siyu's face clouded with anxiety upon hearing this. But Lord Bai, my mother and the others are in the bandits' hands, those who show no mercy to human life. Would it not be possible to have the authorities sweep the bandits away? Bai Wenshuan's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of displeasure stirring within him. Miss Chun, the eldest, were the authorities to arrive, neither you nor Miss Chin II would be returning to the imperial city. Where there is life, there is hope. Return to the imperial city first. Once you have established yourselves, do you fear you will not be able to rescue your family? Chin Siyu was about to protest further when Chun Siding tugged her arm. Sister, let us follow Lord Bai for now. We shall seek out Aunt Wanlan and discuss this matter. She will surely have a solution. Chin Siyu nodded reluctantly and climbed into the carriage alongside Chin Siding. Meanwhile, Jun Moi and Su Honshu rode horseback with several bandits down the mountain, arriving at yesterday's battlefield. Bloodstains and corpses littered the ground while crows circled overhead croaking. The cries were deeply unsettling. They located the bodies of Swayer, concubine Qian, and Mother Chui, dragging them to rest beside a distant cliff face. Then they retrieved hoes from their horses, borrowed from the mountain stronghold, to dig graves. Two bandits sat nearby watching them dig. Su Honshu took out a bag of melon seeds and walked over. Brothers, help yourselves to some seeds. Burying 3 bodies will take quite some time. A peculiar fragrance hit the bandits' noses. Seeing the smile on Su Honshu's face, they eagerly reached for the seeds. Young woman, you know how to make. Before he could finish, both men collapsed simultaneously to the ground. Jun Moi hurried to secure the horses. Su Honshu donned a cloak and black face veil as she spoke. These wool tracks are fresh. The Chin sisters have not gone far. If we pursue, we can still reach them in time. Jun Moi quickly removed his own cloak, and together they covered their faces. Mounting their horses, they sped off along the wheel tracks. Inside the carriage, the Chin sisters both held pastries, eating ravenously. They had not tasted such delicious food in many days. Though the chills still lingered, the carriage contained soft bedding and fine provisions, truly a vast improvement over their recent hardships. After finishing the pastries and drinking copiously, Chun Siyu spoke with contentment. Finally, we have something substantial to eat. These past days have been utterly unbearable. Chun Siding gently caressed her belly. Indeed, sister, we have finally weathered the storm. Once we reach the imperial city, and I bear the crown prince's child, we shall secure our position firmly. Then we can find ways to bring mother and the others back. Or at the very least, we can send silver northwest to ease their suffering. Chin Siyu touched her damaged ear, her eyes burning with hatred. Siding, you have the crown prince as your backing. Your future is secure. But I have lost half my ear and my face is ruined. I fear Prince Duan's heir will have no use for me. Chun's sighting grasped her hand. Do not fear, sister. You still have me. And with Aunt Wenlan's protection, since you have already given yourself to Prince Duan's heir, he must acknowledge you with some title. With that status and Aunt's safeguard, you will never suffer hardship again. Yet Chen Siyu's face remained etched with resentment. But I cannot accept this. Su Honshu, that wretched woman, is still alive. I must have my revenge. Chen's sighting hurried to soothe her. Silly sister, why can you not see reason? Su Honshu and the others are in the bandits' hands. They are finished. Those bandits have lost so many men, they will undoubtedly torture Su Honshu to death. Even Jun Moi faces only death. Chen Siyu's face broke into an unnerving smile. Excellent, wonderful. Su Honshu dared to compete with me for a man. She deserves nothing less than to be trampled by thousands. She had the audacity to confront me and strike me. Well, I shall return to the imperial city to live in luxury and splendor. She is but a plaything destined to be tortured to death by those bandits. Chun's sighting listened to her sister's vile curses, feeling a flicker of distaste, yet also agreement. Her eyes began to shimmer with longing. Returning to the crown prince's side, enjoying boundless wealth and honor cherished by the crown prince, blessed with a child destined for ultimate glory. And Su Honshu, who had opposed the Qin family, would endure endless torment day and night until death claimed her. Just as the two sisters grew intoxicated with their dreams of fortune, a sharp arrow tore through the air and pierced straight through the carriage. Chen Siyu and her sister let out a terrified scream. Immediately they gripped the walls of the carriage tightly. The horses, spooked, bolted forward with all their might. The two sisters bounced around in the carriage, slamming against the walls. Help! Save us, Lord Bai. Bai Wenxuan had never expected an assassination attempt. Watch out! An arrow whistled past his ear. Fortunately, he had turned his head just in time, otherwise it would have pierced his neck. Jun Moi and Su Honshu, dressed entirely in black with their cloaks' hoods pulled low over their hair and dark veils covering their faces, controlled their steeds, while continuously drawing arrows, eliminating several attackers in succession. Bai Wenxuan had already drawn the sword at his waist. Seeing only two opponents, he immediately gave his orders. Driver, take Miss Chun and go first. The rest of you hold them off. Su Honshu watched as the carriage grew further away. They could not chase too far, or they would be late returning and face questioning from their mountain stronghold. Jun Moi, I will chase the carriage. Upon hearing this, Jun Moi seamlessly engaged Bai Wenxuan and the others, his every move driven by lethal intent. Su Honshu struck the horse's flank with her whip, and the steed neighed, galloping after the carriage. Chen Sighting's face had gone deathly pale as she desperately clutched the carriage walls. Stop quickly. My stomach hurts, the baby. As Su Honshu closed in on the carriage, her sword transformed into a long spear. When the carriage came within range, she drove the spear straight into the wheel. The spear, lodging in the wheel, jammed it, causing the horse to stumble and fall. As the carriage tipped over, Chen Siyu and her sister tumbled out with it. Chen Sighting felt excruciating pain pierce her abdomen as warmth spread beneath her, panic flooding both her eyes and mind. Sister, my stomach, our child. Chen Siyu knew this child was their family's only hope. Disregarding her own injuries, she half crawled, half fell to Chen Sighting's side and cradled her. When Chen Siyu spotted blood staining Chen Sighting's skirt, her composure shattered. Blood, Sighting, you're bleeding. Chen Sighting gripped her sister's clothing tightly, teeth clenched as she forced words out. Summon the doctor quickly. Chen Siyu screamed desperately. Doctor, please see my sister. She's bleeding. It's the crown prince's child. Su Honshu assessed their situation, realizing there was no escape, and hurriedly turned to aid Jun Moi. Jun Moi was locked in fierce combat with Bai Wenxuan and the others. Su Honshu stayed mounted and rapidly knocked arrows, firing at Bai Wenxuan and his men. The sharp whistle of incoming arrows filled the air. Bai Wenxuan, already engaged with Jun Moi, had to divert his attention to dodge the projectiles mounting pressure on him. Seeing this, two of the others charged towards Su Honshu. Su Honshu had no time to knock another arrow. She let her bow fall to the ground, and two throwing darts appeared in her hands, flying toward her attackers. The two men sidestepped, simultaneously dodging the darts. Su Honshu charged forward with her sword, her blade finding its mark as it severed one man's throat with precision. Warm blood sprayed across Su Honshu's cloak and pooled on the ground. The remaining attacker surged forward in fury. Su Honshu parried the incoming strike, sparks flying as steel met steel. A numbness coursed through her arm. She had been pushing herself too hard. In that moment of weakness, her opponent's foot connected squarely with her abdomen. Su Honshu stumbled backward and fell. The man seized the opening, charging at her with his sword. Junmoi, witnessing this, felt a spike of panic. "Watch out!" Junmoi deflected by Wenxuan's blade and drove his foot into the man's chest, sending him flying aside. He then launched himself towards Su Honshu. She stared at the sword closing in her body, too weak from the pain to rise, but her eyes turned cold. Lime appeared in her hand, and she swept it toward the man's eyes. "Ah!" As the man screamed, clutching his blinded eyes, Junmoi's sword pierced cleanly through his back. Junmoi withdrew his blade, blood droplets falling from it onto the ground, staining the gray grass crimson. Su Honshu looked up just in time to see Bai Wenxuan charging at them with his sword. Left side. Junmoi spun around, meeting Bai Wenxuan's blade with his own. Had he been half a second slower, the steel would have found his body. Su Honshu swiftly drew a dagger and lunged, driving it into Bai Wenxuan's leg. Junmoi also deflected the man's sword with a flourish and countered his blade, piercing his right shoulder. Bai Wenxuan managed to avoid the fatal blow, but collapsed to the ground. Coward. To resort to underhanded tactics, Su Honshu immediately responded, raising her sword to strike him down. "Kill him." Junmoi moved in with his blade as well. Two swords pierced through Bai Wenxuan's body, ensuring he would not survive. Su Honshu collapsed onto the ground, her body utterly spent. Junmoi hurried to support her, but she waved him off, breathing heavily as she spoke. "Hurry, deal with Chun's sighting and the others." She then produced a water skin of spirit spring water, drinking deeply before offering it to Junmoi. Junmoi took the water skin and drank as he made his way toward the wrecked carriage. Chen Xiu held her sister, whose face had gone pale from agony, and trembled in fear. She had considered fleeing, but knew she could not carry Chen's sighting. Watching Junmoi approach with his sword, the blood on it dripping steadily onto the ground, she finally understood what true despair felt like. "Who are you? What do you want?" "My sister is a concubine of the crown prince. If you dare harm us, he will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Junmoi's eyes turned crimson. His cold, dark gaze churned with barely contained hatred as his low, chilling voice emerged from his thin lips. "Chen Sighting, you should go down below to apologize to your aunt and my father." Chen Sighting immediately realized who the man before her was, shock evident in her eyes. You're my cousin." Tears streamed down her face, her expression one of pitiable vulnerability. Cousin, please listen to me. My aunt and uncle's deaths truly had nothing to do with me. It was the imperial grandson who made me do it. He said it was medicine to repel mosquitoes. I gave it to my aunt out of filial piety. Cousin, it was all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." Chen Xiu, witnessing this, covered her mouth in terror, clearly sensing the murderous intent radiating from Junmoi. He truly intended to kill everyone in the Chen family. She retreated step by step, then turned to flee. Su Honshu, who had been approaching leisurely, saw her movement clearly. Raising her hand, she hurled a dart that struck Chen Xiu precisely in the calf, sending her crashing to the ground. Trembling with fear and tears streaming down her face, Chen Xiu realized that if this man was Junmoi, then the shorter figure beside him must be Su Honshu. In an instant, her eyes blazed with hatred. "Su Honshu, why is it always you? Why must you oppose me? Why do you insist on bringing about my downfall?" Su Honshu did not even spare her a single glance. Instead, she walked to Junmoi's side and reminded him, "We're running out of time. We need to get back." Hearing this, Chen, sighting her lower body bleeding, desperately scrambled backward, shaking her head in despair. She could not die here, not when she had yet to reunite with the imperial grandson, nor ascend to that exalted position. "No. Cousin, please don't. I'm wrong, I know I'm wrong. I'll go kowtow and apologize to my aunt and uncle. I'll serve you like an ox or a horse from now on. Please just spare me, won't you? Just treat me like a fart and let me go, okay?" Junmoi looked at the fear and despair in her eyes, a trace of vindictive satisfaction rising in his heart. "Father, I will send every one of those who harmed you down to atone for their sins. Do not ever forgive them lightly down there." His sword pierced into Chen Sighting's chest. As Chen Xiu stared with wide, despairing eyes, Junmoi even twisted his wrist, turning the blade within the wound. A torrent of blood gushed from Chun Sighting's mouth, her eyes bulging unnaturally wide, a ghastly sight. As Jun Moi withdrew his sword, the crimson blood spurted out, staining the gray, withered grass beneath her. Seeing Jun Moi's utter ruthlessness, Chen Xiu dragged her injured leg in a desperate attempt to flee into the distance. The sword flew from Jun Moi's hand, piercing straight through Chen Xiu's back. In an instant, her life was extinguished. Jun Moi strode forward, pulled the sword from her body, wiped it clean on Chen Xiu's clothes, and then sheathed it with an icy expression. In the eyes of this 18-year-old youth, the former radiance was gone, replaced by a dim, lusterless gaze, as deep and still as a pool of stagnant water. Su Honshu watched his back, clearly sensing the overwhelming sorrow radiating from him. Revenge had not brought him relief, instead it had only deepened his anguish. Su Honshu stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. Jun Moi. Immersed in grief, Jun Moi slowly snapped back to reality, turning to pull Su Honshu into his embrace. I'm fine now. Thank you, Su Honshu, for staying with someone as pathetic as me. Su Honshu raised her head and spoke. Pathetic? We're exiles, and we just ran into bandits. If we're not disheveled and bedraggled, are we supposed to be glowing with vitality? Jun Moi understood that she was speaking in such a relaxed manner deliberately to help him pull himself together quickly, because there were still countless trials yet to come. Taking her hand, he walked toward the horses in the distance. Come on, let's head back. Su Honshu suddenly pulled her hand free. Hold on a moment. Then she searched by Wenshuan's body, stripping it of all valuables and stowing them in her spatial storage. She also found an unusual jade pendant and a singularly distinctive waist token. Not only did Jun Moi refrain from urging her to hurry, he began looting the other corpses, as well collecting several money pouches and handing them to Su Honshu. She accepted them without the slightest hesitation. After the two had stripped all the valuables from the corpses, Su Honshu produced a special medicine bottle and sprinkled some of its contents onto each body. One by one, the corpses began to dissolve. If the coroner or the guards were to come upon these corpses, suspicions would surely arise, so it was safest to destroy all evidence. After settling everything, they mounted their horses and galloped back without delay. Fortunately, the distance was not far, so the return trip was swift, though the skirmish had already consumed considerable time. Once the horses were secured, they hastily began digging a pit. If not for the spiritual spring water from the spatial realm sustaining them, they would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Time was running short, so they made do with a shallow grave, laying the three bodies side by side. Halfway through covering it, Su Honshu walked over to the two bandits, took out a medicine bottle, and waved it beneath their noses. She then put the bottle away and went to sit beneath a nearby tree. When the two bandits came to, they saw the pair hunched over, scooping dirt to bury the bodies. Why did I just fall asleep? I don't know, I think I fell asleep too. Strange being able to sleep so soundly in this biting cold. Jun Moi finished covering the grave before turning to the two bandits. You two, we've buried them properly. Perhaps after yesterday's skirmish and today's trip down the mountain with us, you were simply too exhausted and dozed off. Hearing this, the two bandits nodded in agreement. Right, that must be it. Su Honshu and Jun Moi put the hose away. Come on, let's head back. Then they all mounted their horses and started riding home. When they reached the halfway point up the mountain, the path became too rough to ride, so they dismounted and slowly led the horses upward. Meanwhile, back at the stronghold, Chiu Kaishan's face was overcast. Second brother, those two still haven't shown up. They wouldn't have run off, would they? The second chief sat calmly sipping his tea. No, they won't. They are exiles. Even if they did flee, they wouldn't live well. On the run and hiding, what difference would that make from us? Besides, their families are still held in our stronghold. Chiu Kaishan sneered coldly. Jiang Shizhou, don't be so overconfident. The second chief continued drinking his tea. Big brother, rest assured they will definitely come back. When we were raiding them, those two shielded all the prisoners behind them. If they were the type to flee easily, they would have taken the chance to run amid the chaos back then. Hearing this, Chiu Kaishan conceded that Jiang Shizhou had a point. Second brother, you have no martial arts skills, but your head spins quicker than mine, and you have a way with medicines. That's why over the years I've treated you like a true younger brother. I just hope your plan this time doesn't bring ruin upon our household. After all, with so many captives, young and old, They account for nearly half the people in this stronghold. If they were to band together. Jiang Shizhou smiled and spoke upon hearing this. Big brother, rest assured. Though these people appear numerous, they must have suffered greatly during exile. Many are physically frail, and there are quite a few women and children among them. What combat strength could women and children possibly have? Wait 3 days, and we'll send the fathers and boys over 12 down the mountain to ambush the private salt caravan. Let them charge ahead. Once they sacrifice themselves, all these women and girls can be distributed among the brothers as wives. With women here, we can have children. In the future, every brother will have his own descendants. To support their sons, they will fight harder during raids and remain more loyal to Big Brother. Upon hearing this, Chiu Kaishan couldn't help but give Jiang Shizhou a thumbs up. Second brother, I'm truly impressed. Jiang Shizhou replied with a smile. Big brother, you only need to trust me. I would never betray you. Just then shouts echoed from outside. Boss, De Zhuang and the others have returned. Chiu Kaishan and the second master emerged from the courtyard. The second master began to jest. Brother Jun, you've finally made it back. If you'd arrived any later, I'd have thought you'd forgotten us as your eldest and second brothers. Jun Moi tossed the reins and walked forward with a smile, bowing. Eldest brother, second brother, you jest. After all I've been through to find brothers like you, how could I ever deny you? It's just that we buried several people, and my wife. She's rather delicate. She couldn't dig the graves herself, so I had to do it alone, which took some time. Jun Moi gazed at Su Honshu with tender affection that betrayed nothing. Chiu Kaishan laughed and teased. Ha ha, brother Jun is truly a devoted husband. Look at how well you treat your wife. He then smacked De Zhuang on the head. You blind fool, couldn't you have helped brother Jun dig? Letting him work alone. De Zhuang was about to respond when Jun Moi smiled and spoke. Eldest brother, please don't blame De Zhuang and the others. They've already worked hard accompanying us on this journey. The second master chuckled. Brother Jun truly has a magnanimous heart. Once we complete that raid in a few days, why not invite you to serve as our third master? Jun Moi's face lit up with joy. Really? Second brother, don't joke with me. I mean it sincerely. He then turned to Chiu Kaishan for confirmation. Eldest brother, do you agree with what second brother said? Chiu Kaishan observed Jun Moi's delighted expression and thought to himself, still a young man at heart, easily pleased by the slightest reward. Naturally, I agree. In our mountain stronghold, brothers are like family. As long as you have the ability to improve our brothers' lives, not only will the position of third master be yours, but even my place as eldest brother could be yours. Jun Moi quickly replied, I dare not, I dare not. I'm already deeply honored to become third master. How could I ever entertain thoughts of taking eldest brother's position? Jiang Shizhou interjected from the side. Brother Jun, it's getting late. You'll stay in the side rooms of my courtyard for now. Once you become third master, we'll build you a proper residence. By the way, we've saved food for you and your wife. Eat and rest early. Rest well these next 2 days so we can see your true strength in the coming days. Jun Moi bowed again. Very well. Thank you both eldest and second brothers for your kindness. Soon someone brought food, and Chiu Kaishan and Jiang Shizhou began to take their leave. We won't disturb brother Jun and his wife's meal. We'll return to rest as well. Su Honshu hurriedly rose with a flattering smile. Won't eldest and second brothers stay and eat? Jiang Shizhou smiled. We've already eaten. You and brother Jun take your time. Seeing that they truly meant to leave, Su Honshu hurriedly spoke again. Eldest brother, second brother, your sister-in-law has an unreasonable request. Jiang Shizhou replied gently. Sister-in-law, please speak. We're all family here. Just say what's on your mind. Su Honshu looked at him with a pleading expression. After we finish eating, I'd like to visit my family in the prison. Would eldest and second brothers be so kind as to grant this request? Jiang Shizhou was momentarily struck by Su Honshu's large bright eyes before smiling. Of course it can be done. He immediately gave orders. De Zhuang, after this, take brother Jun and his wife to the prison. Su Honshu's voice was sweet as she said, Thank you, second brother. Jiang Shizhou was captivated by her smile and the clear, sweet quality of her voice, frozen for a moment until Chiu Kaishan tugged at him from the side. Let's go. Don't disturb brother Jun and his wife while they're eating. Jiang Shizhou finally snapped out of it. Brother Jun's sister-in-law will head back to our rooms now. His gaze then settled on Su Honshu. Sister-in-law, if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to come to second brother. I'll make sure to treat you like my own sister from now on. Only then did he leave with Chiu Kaishan. Junmoi closed the door and looked at Su Honshu with a slightly troubled expression. You're not allowed to smile at other men like that anymore. Su Honshu was taken aback. Huh, I didn't do anything. Junmoi sat beside her. From now on, don't smile when you speak to that second master. And don't use such a gentle voice. Actually, you shouldn't speak to him at all. Su Honshu's lips curved into a smile. Are you jealous? Junmoi reached over and placed some food in her bowl. Just eat quickly. Su Honshu said nothing more and picked up her chopsticks. Throughout the exile, they'd had only congee or noodles and buns since steamed rice was inconvenient to prepare. She'd grown tired of the monotonous diet, so now that she could finally enjoy properly steamed rice, she intended to eat her fill. Once they'd finished eating, they followed De Zhuang to the prison to visit the Jun and Su families. As soon as Wei Furong saw Su Honshu and her husband, she grasped the iron bars of the cell and asked with concern, Chu, how are you and Moi? Are you both unharmed? Su Honshu rushed over and took Wei Furong's hand. Mother, we're both fine. Nothing happened. We even went down the mountain to properly bury concubine Qian Suier and Mother Chui. She pressed a small bottle of medicine into Wei Furong's palm as she spoke. Mother, how are things here now? Have your injuries improved? Have you had anything to eat? Wei Furong quietly stowed the bottle away. The golden moon medicine was running low from tending to so many injured people. We managed to get a bowl of rice today. Don't worry about us, Chu. Su Honshu nodded gently and then retrieved another water skin for Wei Furong. This water is for everyone to drink when they're thirsty. She then made her way over to the Jun family. Jun Mahua sat quietly beside Concubine Li. Concubine Li looked at Su Honshu and Junmoi, her eyes already shining with hope. Young master, young mistress. The others hurriedly greeted them as well. Young master, young madam. Su Honshu looked at how Concubine Li was half holding Jun Mahua and thought that Concubine Li seemed to be a decent person. How is everyone? Are your injuries any better? Concubine Li asked hurriedly. We are somewhat better. Don't worry, young madam. The children are also fine. You must take care of yourselves. I will take good care of Mahua. Su Honshu nodded slightly upon hearing this and beckoned to Mahua. Mahua came over quietly. Seeing the dullness in her eyes, Su Honshu pressed a handful of rock candy into her hand. In a moment, could you help sister-in-law distribute these to the children? Mahua nodded in response. The Jun family had left sufficient medicine when they departed earlier today, so there was no need to give more. Su Honshu left 2 water skins filled with water, took away the previous empty ones, and gave Concubine Li some extra instructions. Concubine Li, all of you stay here with peace of mind. Take good care of yourselves and the children. Soon everyone will be able to come out. Concubine Li nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Seeing that everyone was still wearing the thick cotton-padded clothes prepared earlier, Su Honshu felt somewhat relieved. Junmoi took her hand and led her away. Let's go. We'll come see everyone tomorrow. The two returned to the side room in the second-in-command's courtyard. After fetching a bucket of hot water from the kitchen and washing up, they realized it was already very late. The quilt on the bed was relatively clean. Junmoi took off his cloak, spread it on the bed, and then said, It's late. Come rest. Su Honshu also removed her cloak, sat on the bed, and let down her hair. Junmoi suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure flashing past the window. So someone was peeping. Thinking of the look Jiang Shizhou had given Su Honshu, Junmoi felt distinctly displeased. He abruptly grasped Su Honshu by the shoulders and made her lie down. Su Honshu was startled. What are you doing? Although the two had previously slept in each other's arms, it had been out in the wild or in broken temples, and even at inns there had been other people around. They were merely holding each other for warmth. Now suddenly the two of them were alone in a quiet room, which made Su Honshu involuntarily a little nervous. Junmoi leaned down, half lying on top of her, and whispered, Someone is outside. Su Honshu stared blankly toward the window. So these bandits also had a penchant for eavesdropping. The two were very close, each able to smell the fresh scent of the other's simple bath. In the stillness of the room, they could even hear each other's heartbeats. Junmoi sent out a palm wind, extinguishing the candle. The room fell into darkness, but indeed a vague dark shadow remained by the window. Junmoi lowered his head and whispered softly in Su Honshu's ear. Chu, it seems we need to put on a performance. Hearing this, Su Honshu instinctively looked up to see his face, but because the room was pitch dark, she could see nothing, and she could only feel his warm breath brushing against her face. What? Junmoi spoke softly again. We are a devoted couple. If someone deliberately comes to listen at our wall and nothing happens between us, the authenticity of our relationship would easily be called into question. Su Honshu felt her mind go blank. This? How do we act it? Junmoi slowly moved one hand to her waist and gave it a gentle pinch. At the same time, his lips pressed against Su Honshu's ear. The sudden intimacy and the pressure on her waist made Su Honshu cry out involuntarily. Ah! Hearing her voice, Junmoi whispered softly by her ear, his lips brushing against her ear now and then. Very good. Continue, Chu. Su Honshu felt utterly wronged. So this was the kind of act she had to put on. Seeing that she did not continue, Junmoi pressed his lips to Su Honshu's cheek and spoke with a hint of threat. Chu, I don't want to make this real under these circumstances. Naturally, Su Honshu did not want that either. Being in someone else's room was bad enough, and in such an environment, moreover, so much had happened these days. How could she have the mood for romance? Yet she found that she could not utter a sound. Junmoi seemed to detect the embarrassment in her voice. The hand around her waist tightened. It seems Chu needs my help. Then he pinched hard. Su Honshu couldn't help opening her mouth. Listening to her voice, Junmoi suddenly regretted putting on this act. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. The sound, had barely left her mouth before the rest was pressed back, making it sound even more like a couple genuinely engaged in something that made one's heart race and face flush. Junmoi felt the softness of her lips and couldn't resist taking her lips into his mouth. He had disliked the way the second-in-command had looked at her today, a look of a man sizing up a woman. And now that man even dared to come eavesdrop tonight. Chu was as if she could only be his. Su Honshu noticed his hand slowly moving upward. Startled, she hastily reached out to push against his chest. Junmoi. Hearing her muffled voice, Junmoi felt something inside his heart collapse. With instinctive mastery, he deepened the kiss, kissing her lips with possessiveness. Su Honshu was genuinely anxious now. He wouldn't lose control, would he? Her body was still a bit young, and they were in the middle of a bandit's den. She pushed both hands against Junmoi's face, her voice nearly sobbing. Junmoi, no. Junmoi gently stroked her face. Chu. He softly planted a kiss on her forehead. Be good, don't be nervous. I can't bear to consummate our marriage with you here. Hearing this, Su Honshu finally felt at ease. Though intimacy between husband and wife was normal under these circumstances, with bandits eavesdropping outside, she truly found it hard to accept. Junmoi placed his hand on her waist again. He leaned close to her ear. Be good, make a little sound. Then he kissed Su Honshu's neck. Su Honshu felt a strange sensation she had never experienced before wash over her, and then she cooperated with Junmoi to play out the scene. Zhang Shizhou stood outside the window for a long time. Faint, intermittent sounds kept coming from the room. Having known women before, he naturally understood what was happening inside. Finally, with a darkened face, he left, but not toward his own room. Instead, he headed for Chiu Kaishan's courtyard. It was rare to encounter such an intriguing woman. He was determined to have her. Back in the room, Junmoi felt that Su Honshu's scent was simply intoxicating. What had started as acting made him wish to turn illusion into reality. Just kissing her lips was far from enough. Men were instinctively adept at such things. Unable to resist, he touched her teeth, and amid her soft murmurs, he took the chance to part them. What began as a tender kiss gradually transformed into an intertwining of lips and tongues. Under his continuous tender onslaught, Su Honshu couldn't help but feel her body grow weak until she struggled to catch her breath, and Junmoi's lips settled at the corner of hers. She hastily opened her mouth, gasping for air in great lungfuls. Listening to her rapid breathing, Junmoi's kiss found its way to her neck again, suctioning against her skin. Su Honshu couldn't suppress a soft cry. Then followed with a panicked warning. Junmoi. Junmoi lifted his head to kiss her lips once more, but this time he didn't deepen the embrace. He pulled away with the lightness of a dragonfly skimming water. Then he covered her entirely with his body, breathing somewhat hurriedly as he rested his head against her shoulder. Be good, rest easy. Something pressed against her thigh, and Su-Han-chu wasn't the naive woman from this world. She came from the 21st century. Even without direct experience, she'd seen enough to understand what it was. Junmoyu. His arms tightened around her, as if trying to merge her into himself, and he spoke softly. Be good, let me hold you for a while. After holding her for a long time, Junmoy finally rose and took several drinks of cool water from the flask. Chu-chu, would you like some? Su-Han-chu sat up and took the flask, drinking 2 mouthfuls. After kissing for so long, her own mouth felt dry and parched. Junmoy slowly walked to the window, waited until he sensed no one was around, then opened the door. After confirming the area was clear, he went to the nearby latrine before returning. Sleep now, you can rest. He pulled Su-Han-chu into his arms. After a day of killing and digging, she was exhausted and quickly fell asleep in his embrace. Junmoy gently stroked her hair and pressed a kiss to her forehead before holding her to sleep. Meanwhile, in Chiu Kaishan's room, Chiu Kaishan wore an unhappy expression. Jiang Shizhou, it's so late, and you're not sleeping. What are you doing here? Hearing this, Jiang Shizhou gave a formal bow. Big brother. Chiu Kaishan suddenly lost all sleepiness. What are you doing? Just speak plainly, stop with these formalities. Jiang Shizhou spoke with a serious expression. Big brother, since we became sworn brothers, I've never asked you for anything. Today, as your brother, I have a request. Chiu Kaishan looked at him in astonishment. What is it? Something that makes you so solemn? Jiang Shizhou pursed his lips before speaking. I want Su-Han-chu, and she must be mine alone. I want her to be my wife. Chiu Kaishan's eyes widened in shock as he recalled Jiang Shizhou's gaze towards Su-Han-chu earlier that day. The man had been utterly transfixed. Even with his coarse nature, he could see his brother had fallen for another man's wife. Second brother, are you serious? Not just for fun. Jiang Shizhou nodded. Yes, completely serious. I want to spend my life with her. I beg you to grant this wish. Chiu Kaishan could hardly believe what he was hearing. You've only known her for a couple of days. Let me warn you, second brother. This woman isn't as simple as she appears. During the ambush, you were watching from the shadows, so you should have seen how capable she is with her skills. Hearing this, Jiang Shizhou's eyes held a determined resolve. That's precisely why I want her. She's fascinating. She doesn't hesitate when wielding a blade to kill, making her a worthy mountain fortress lady. And the way she smiled at me today, I've never seen such genuine warmth. Chiu Kaishan regarded him thoughtfully. Very well, it's rare for you to ask for anything. Once we seize the salt smugglers and eliminate Junmoy, that woman will be yours. Since she'll be your wife, no one in the bandit stronghold will lay a hand on her. But think carefully. Her husband was killed by our hands. Will she truly want to stay with you? Jiang Shizhou smiled as he spoke, though his eyes revealed a calculating sharpness beneath. It wasn't us who killed her husband. The salt merchant guards did. I was wounded trying to save him. Her husband died loyal to our mountain. He was a good brother to us all, and I'll naturally ensure he's cared for going forward. Chiu Kaishan observed the calculation in Jiang Shizhou's eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully you're my brother. If you were my enemy, I'd never know you'd sold me out. Fine, go rest. In a few more days she'll be yours. Jiang Shizhou bowed respectfully. Thank you, big brother. Then he left Chiu Kaishan's room. Chiu Kaishan watched his brother close the door and shook his head slightly. His second brother had actually fallen in love. He wondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. Jiang Shizhou returned to the courtyard, lingering to stare toward the side room for a long time before retreating to his own quarters. The night passed. Su-Han-chu awoke in Junmoy's arms. It was the first time they'd slept until natural dawn, free from any disturbance. Junmoy watched her groggy eyes flutter open and found her utterly adorable, reaching out to stroke her cheek. Awake. Did you sleep well, Chu-chu? His voice carried a husky quality from just waking, and Su-Han-chu felt her heart quicken at the sound. Time to get up. Junmoy was about to say something when knocking sounded from outside. Knock. Knock. Brother Jun's sister-in-law, are you awake? Come to the main hall for breakfast. Junmoy's expression darkened immediately. Su-Han-chu nudged his arm. Hurry and answer them. This is their territory. Rising from bed, Junmoy loosened his robe, slightly cracking the door open just enough to reveal himself. Second brother, we rarely get a peaceful night's sleep and overslept. Please eat first. I'll join you once I've attended to my wife. Jiang Shizhou tried to peek inside, but Junmoi blocked his view entirely. Resigned, he smiled. No problem, I'll wait. We're brothers now, so we'll share meals together often. He turned and left, his expression darkening the moment he was out of sight. Su Hongqiu and Junmoi dressed quickly, freshened up, and headed to the main hall. When Jiang Shizhou saw them arrive hand in hand, his smile faltered briefly before returning to its usual warmth. Brother Jun's sister-in-law, come sit. Su Hongqiu was surprised to see several dishes laid out. So many dishes for breakfast today. Jiang Shizhou served a bowl of soup before her. Sister-in-law, please try it. I haven't cooked in a long time. I wonder if it suits your taste. Su Hongqiu was genuinely surprised. The second leader knew how to cook. Why did second brother make this himself? You're amazing knowing how to cook. Flattered by her praise, Jiang Shizhou's smile deepened as he spoke slowly. Sister-in-law, if you like it, second brother can cook for you often. But his gaze suddenly caught the red mark on Su Han's neck. Her tone paused for a moment before quickly recovering. When I was young, I was required to cook at home, so it comes fairly naturally to me now. Someone like you, Brother Jun, must have never set foot in a kitchen before. Although Jiang Shizhou's gaze shifted quickly, Junmoi still caught the displeasure in it. Smiling, he tucked a stray strand of hair behind Su Hongqiu's ear, his fingers deliberately tracing the red mark on her neck, a faintly self-satisfied smile on his face. As expected of second brother, you guessed it exactly right. I really have never set foot in a kitchen before. But seeing second brother cook today has inspired me a little. Once we settle down in the future, I'll definitely learn to cook, and I'll personally make dishes for my wife. The gazes of the two men seemed to strike sparks in the air. An invisible battle had already begun. Su Hongqiu, in contrast, remained rather calm. She serenely picked up food with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Second brother Jun, Moi, hurry up and eat. The weather is cold. If you wait too long, the food won't taste good. Hearing her call Junmoi by his full name, Jiang Shizhou's mood seemed to improve at once. Right, eat some more, sister-in-law, before it gets cold. The breakfast passed in an odd atmosphere. Su Hongqiu paid no attention to the outward and inward rivalry between the two men, as she simply filled her stomach. As for Jiang Shizhou's unabashed stare, she did not pay it much mind. After all, she planned to destroy this stronghold in the next 2 days, and the time limit for her exile was also restricted. If she delayed any longer, she might end up spending the new year on the road. Seeing how much she had eaten, Jiang Shizhou felt even happier. It seems the food still agrees with sister-in-law's appetite. That is my honor. Since this is your and Brother Jun's first visit to the stronghold, why don't I show you around? Junmoi stood up and took Su Hongqiu's hand. Then we'll leave it to you, second brother. Since we have nothing to do, a walk would be nice. Jiang Shizhou made a gesture of invitation upon hearing this. Sister-in-law, let's go then. They stepped out of the courtyard and began wandering around. Jiang Shizhou occasionally pointed at one place or another and introduced it. Sister-in-law, this patch is our vegetable garden. Over there is the warehouse, and further this way is the cave dungeon. Su Hongqiu and Junmoi silently committed every location to memory. Su Hongqiu smiled and picked up Jiang Shizhou's words. I didn't expect the stronghold to grow its own vegetables. Jiang Shizhou smiled and walked over to another area. Sister-in-law, come with me. We not only grow vegetables here, but we also raise poultry and livestock, chickens and pigs. On holidays and festivals, all the brothers can have meat. Although everyone was forced to become bandits, life is still passable. In the future, if you stay here, sister-in-law, you don't have to worry about suffering. Second brother won't let you live a hard life. These words were a blatant provocation to Junmoi. A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. I never imagined second brother's stronghold would be so abundant in goods. I'm afraid many common people would envy this kind of life. In the future, my wife and I will also plant a vegetable garden, raise some poultry and livestock, and have a child. Our days will certainly be good too. Hearing the jealousy hidden in Junmoi's tone, Su Hongqiu felt happy for some reason instead. Jiang Shizhou suddenly turned to Su Hongqiu and spoke. Sister-in-law, my name is Jiang Shizhou. What is your name? Come to think of it, we've known each other for so many days now, and second brother still doesn't know your name. Su Hongqiu smiled and replied. So second brother is named Jiang Shizhou. I am Su Hongqiu. Jiang Shizhou looked at her with an almost unbearably gentle gaze after hearing this. Hongqiu, like the sun rising at dawn. Chu-chu, a wonderful name. Come Chu-Chu, let second brother take you both for a stroll. Hearing Jiang Shizhou call Su Hanchu's name so intimately, Jun Moi's expression finally turned uncontrollably dark and anger blazed in his eyes. Su Hanchu sensed his anger immediately. She reached out, gently scratched his palm, and looked at him, signaling that he should endure for now. After the tour of the stronghold, Jiang Shizhou warmly invited Su Hanchu to have dinner together, and he would cook in person. Su Hanchu naturally did not refuse. She even took the initiative to follow Jiang Shizhou, helping him pick greens and lending a hand in preparing the meal. Jun Moi's face darkened, and Jiang Shizhou, seeing it, only grew more complacent. Chu-Chu, second brother will take you to draw water. After this you'll know where the stronghold's well is. If second brother is around, leave things like drawing water to him. If second brother is away, you can draw it yourself, half a bucket at a time. Su Hanchu walked beside him with a smile. Second brother, you're so good to me. Jiang Shizhou's eyes seemed to hold only her as he heard this. Chu-Chu is so pretty and cute, of course second brother must be good to Chu-Chu. Su Hanchu did not take up that remark, but asked instead, second brother, does this stronghold have only this one well? With so many brothers, is this one well enough for drinking water? Jiang Shizhou smiled as he drew water and said, it's naturally enough. Although our stronghold has many people, this well is deep enough to serve us well. Of course, if Chu-Chu thinks coming all the way here to draw water is troublesome, second brother will dig a well in our courtyard in the future, which will be more convenient. Jun Moi felt that he truly could not suppress the urge to kill Jiang Shizhou. This was simply an out-and-out provocation. Su Hanchu reached out and squeezed his hand, signaling him to calm down. Second brother, you're so kind. But sharing the same well with everyone is also fine. There's no need to go to that trouble. As she spoke, she walked over to the well and leaned over the edge with a curious expression. This well really is deep. Seeing this, Jiang Shizhou grabbed her arm to caution her. Chu-Chu, be careful. Falling in would be no laughing matter. Su Hanchu turned around, leaned back against the well, tilted her body slightly backward, and wore a charmingly bewitching smile. Isn't second brother here? What would I be afraid of? Jiang Shizhou could not help but be dazed by the way she looked directly into his eyes. For some reason, every time he saw her, he could not stop watching her. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Hanchu scanned the surroundings and saw no one. Her left hand, which was behind her back, produced a small bottle, and it quickly slipped away. Then all of a sudden a startled cry rang out. Ah! Her body fell backward. A flash of panic appeared in Jiang Shizhou's eyes, and he hurriedly reached out to pull her. Chu-Chu. However, he was abruptly shoved aside by Jun Moi, and even fell to the ground. When he came to his senses, Jun Moi had already wrapped his arm around Su Hanchu's waist and pulled her into his embrace. Then came Jun Moi's voice, carrying both concern and reproach. Su Hanchu, are you trying to scare me to death? You're a grown woman. Why are you acting like a careless child? Su Hanchu giggled playfully. Oh, what are you panicking about? Aren't you and second brother both here? Then she walked toward Jiang Shizhou. Second brother, are you all right? Seeing this, Jun Moi stepped forward and helped Jiang Shizhou to his feet. Second brother, I'm sorry. I was too anxious just now. Chu-Chu is the person I treasure most in my heart. She almost fell just now. I was so desperate that I bumped into second brother. Jiang Shizhou stood up. It's nothing. As long as Chu-Chu is all right. Su Hanchu then said, second brother, let's go cook first. I'm hungry. Hearing this, Jiang Shizhou picked up the bucket of water from the ground. Let's go. In a moment, second brother will make you a specialty dish. Su Hanchu and Jun Moi exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. A very faint smile tugged at the corner of Su Hanchu's mouth. It had worked. Jun Moi's eyes revealed a hint of approval as he looked at her. Su Hanchu glanced at Jiang Shizhou ahead, who was carrying water, then slightly raised her chin, signaling Jun Moi to step forward and help. Jun Moi's face showed utter reluctance. Su Hanchu shot him another meaningful look. Left with no choice, Jun Moi stepped forward and took a bucket of water. Second brother, let me carry one. Back at Jiang Shizhou's courtyard, they began preparing dinner. Jiang Shizhou chopped vegetables, while Su Hanchu and Jun Moi picked and washed the greens. Su Hanchu spoke as she worked. Second brother, do you usually eat with everyone else? Jiang Shizhou glanced at her briefly before continuing to chop. Before this, the main kitchen would prepare meals and send them over. Big brother and I would eat together. But from now on I'll be eating with Chu-Chu. The main kitchen's cooking always lacks a bit of flavor, so, in the future, second brother will make you something delicious. Su Honshu felt Junmoi's aura suddenly turn icy. She raised an eyebrow slightly. This Jiang Shizhou truly had no fear of death. Then Chu-Chu thanks second brother in advance. By the way, when does the main kitchen usually prepare meals? We're cooking quite early today, aren't we? Jiang Shizhou continued chopping vegetables as he responded. The main kitchen has probably started cooking by now too. But with so many people in the mountain stronghold, by the time all the food is ready the sky is already dark. We're having dinner early now, so if you get hungry later just tell second brother and I'll make you a midnight snack. Hearing this, Su Honshu looked at Jiang Shizhou and smiled. Alright, my second brother is truly a wonderful man. The vegetable leaf in Junmoi's hand was crushed to pieces as he fixed his gaze on Su Honshu, his eyes full of warning. Su Honshu's smile only grew wider. Seeing him jealous always brought her inexplicable delight. Soon dinner was ready. As they ate together, Jiang Shizhou placed food into Su Honshu's bowl, engaging in yet another invisible contest with Junmoi across the table. Since the water for cooking had already been drawn out, Su Honshu had placed the poison into the well, so the dishes on the table were all safe. She ate heartily, savoring the stir-fried dishes. It had been far too long since she'd tasted proper stir-fry, and it was truly fragrant. Junmoi looked at her carefree demeanor, his heart sinking involuntarily. Then he too began to eat ravenously. There was much to do tonight, and he'd need his strength. After the meal, Su Honshu took the initiative to help clear the dishes. Jiang Shizhou hastily reached out to stop her. Chu-Chu, you shouldn't be doing such things. Go play somewhere, or perhaps visit your parents in the cave. I specially instructed the kitchen to prepare a bowl of hot soup for them today. Su Honshu set down the dishes in her hands. Then I'll have to trouble second brother. I ate a bit too much today, so I'll take a stroll to aid my digestion. Junmoi promptly stepped forward and took Su Honshu's hand. Su Honshu put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands. Then I'll leave it to second brother. Since I ate too much today, I'll take a walk around to help digest. Seeing this, Junmoi stepped forward and took Su Honshu's hand. Second brother, I'll accompany Chu-Chu for a walk. I'll take care of the dishes next time, or perhaps you could teach me how to cook someday. Hearing this, Jiang Shizhou felt a sudden pang of regret. He should have let Junmoi clean up and gone for a walk with Su Honshu himself. But backing out now would seem awkward, so he suppressed the thought. Fine, next time second brother won't stand on ceremony. You'll wash the dishes. Junmoi smiled and pulled Su Honshu away. She had originally planned to look around mainly to see whether the main kitchen was only now having its meal. If so, the timing would line up. But the moment they left the main hall, Junmoi pulled her into a room in the side chamber. What are you? Before Su Honshu could finish speaking, Junmoi sealed her lips with a kiss. Junmoi's lean, well-defined hands pinned both of her wrists against the door, and without a word, he captured her lips, fierce and domineering like a raging storm. Su Honshu struggled restlessly. Junmoi gripped the nape of her neck, while his other arm wrapped around her waist, locking her body against his. His scorching tongue surged into her mouth, swallowing every whimper and struggle, pouring all his surging jealousy and resentment into that kiss. Su Honshu could only feel the overwhelming, heart-stopping intensity of their intertwined lips and tongues, as if it would drown her entirely. As the air in her lungs grew thin, her entire body went weak. Junmoi's burning palms steadied her slender waist, so she wouldn't fall. Feeling her discomfort, he finally released her lips, then pulled her flush against him with an arm around her waist. Desire blazed in his eyes, and his voice was low and husky. Su Honshu, I told you not to talk to him. Su Honshu's hands still rested limply on his waist, her face flushed crimson. She didn't dare meet his eyes, acutely aware of the possessive fury simmering in him, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Junmoi, it's just acting. I did it all for. He lowered his head and kissed her again, biting her lips with a hint of punishment. I know all of it. But I'm not happy. Chu-Chu, you call him second brother, one after another, yet for me you use the cold, distant Junmoi by full name. Su Honshu hadn't expected his jealousy to be so ridiculous, all over a mere form of address. It's just a title, there's no need to. If it bothers you, then what if I change how I address you? She looked up at his deep dark eyes and tentatively asked, Aye. Junmoy reached out, gently stroking her lips, then slowly combed his fingers through her hair. Chu-chu, you said it yourself. You are my home. But I always feel you'll leave me. Chu-chu, I have nothing left. You can't leave me. And I won't allow. Sensing that he was spiraling further, Su Honshu lifted her head to look at him. What are you imagining all this for? But then she saw the desolation in his eyes, not a trace of light, and his tightly furrowed brows carried a pallid, gloomy melancholy. Su Honshu's heart trembled involuntarily. She thought of how he had plummeted into the abyss overnight, his parents taken from him in rapid succession, and he was only 18 years old. She raised her hand to smooth the furrow between his brows, then looped her arms around his neck, rose onto her tiptoes, and leaned close to his ear to whisper softly, "My lord, I will never leave you. As long as you do not wrong me, I promise to stay by your side forever." Junmoy pulled her into his embrace, listening to her vows, and a faint light slowly bloomed in his eyes. "Chu-chu, call me that one more time, please." Su Honshu spoke with a tender, almost pleading tone. Who cared? This was her own husband after all. If he enjoyed hearing it, what harm was there in saying it a few more times? "My lord, my lord, my lord." Junmoy held her tightly, bowing his head to her shoulder as he breathed in the fragrance of her hair. Chu-chu, remember this. You are mine. Though something about those words felt off. After all, in her mind, she ought to be an independent soul belonging to no one. She said nothing and merely patted his back. "Very well, I have remembered. My lord, have you hugged your fill? If so, we should go for a walk." Junmoy had no intention of letting her go, yet he knew this was hardly the moment for sweet words. He nuzzled against her hair beside her ear. "All right." He took her hand and led her outside. As they stepped out, they happened upon Jiang Shurjiu, whose face was lit with a broad smile. "Chu-chu, weren't you saying you wanted to take a walk? Not going out yet?" His gaze fell upon Su Honshu's slightly swollen lips, and a dark cloud settled over his heart. Jealousy crept in, and his smile stiffened for a moment. Junmoy observed his expression and felt inexplicably satisfied. "Second brother, we were just discussing something. We are about to head out now." Hearing this, Jiang Shurjiu hurried to say, "In that case, let us go together. I was also in the mood for a stroll." Junmoy and Su Honshu exchanged a glance, and it was Su Honshu who spoke calmly. "Then let us go. A casual walk will do. I have yet to see what life is like among the brothers. With second brother accompanying us, perhaps you can show me around." The group wandered about for a while and eventually made their way to the main kitchen. Many had already finished their evening meal and were sitting by the tables resting, while a smaller group drank and played drinking games. Upon seeing Su Honshu and the others arrive, they called out greetings. "Second master." Jiang Shurjiu introduced them with a smile. "This is Lord Jun, who will from now on be one of our brothers. And this is Miss Su. You are all to show her respect." His expression grew solemn, and his tone hardened accordingly. "Anyone who shows disrespect toward Miss Su answers to me, Jiang Shurjiu." Hearing this, the bandits rose to their feet and bowed with the traditional gestures of the martial world. "Greetings, Miss Su." Seeing this, Su Honshu hurriedly offered a smile, though awkwardness seized her, and she could think of nothing to say but a simple greeting. "Hello, everyone." Jiang Shurjiu, noticing her discomfort, spoke gently. "Chu-chu, let us continue our walk." Su Honshu nodded slightly, and the group turned to leave. The bandits began whispering among themselves. That Miss Su and Lord Jun are no ordinary folk. Second Master has been keeping them company all day. I think Second Master cares only for Miss Su. Look at the way he looks at her. It is far too tender. That cannot be. Is not that Miss Su the wife of Lord Jun? So what? As long as Second Master has set his eyes on her, she will be our second mistress in time. True enough. It is rare for our Second Master to take a fancy to any woman. As a martial artist, Junmoy naturally overheard the murmurs behind him. His face darkened and a flash of killing intent gleamed in his eyes as he glanced at Jiang Shurjiu walking beside him, only to vanish as quickly as it had appeared. Later, the group wandered back to the main kitchen. Su Honshu had already confirmed that well water had been used for the evening meal. "Second brother, it is getting late. I would like to return and rest." Jiang Shurjiu, though reluctant, found there was little else to see, and he could only say, "Chu-chu, you must be tired from walking. Return and rest first. In a few days, second brother will find time to take you down the mountain for a trip." Su Honshu smiled and agreed. "Very well. Thank you, second brother." As they walked back, Jiang Shurjiu spoke again. Choo-choo, there is no need to thank second brother in the future. Since you call me second brother, it is only natural that I care for you and make you happy. Your thanks only create distance between us. Su Honshu nodded obediently. You are right, second brother. I will not say it then. Soon they returned to the courtyard. Su Honshu and Junmoi patiently bid farewell to Jiang Shurjiu before retreating to their room. The moment they entered the room, Junmoi slammed the door shut, seized Su Honshu's hand, sat upon the bed, and pulled her into his arms. Cupping her chin, he pressed his lips to hers. When the long, passionate kiss finally ended, Su Honshu leaned against Junmoi's chest, breathless. Are you really this petty? You knew it was just acting, and yet you still grew jealous. Junmoi wrapped his arms around her waist and growled through gritted teeth. I know it was an act, but the way he looked at you was far from innocent. Every word he spoke was a provocation aimed at me. Choo-choo, you have no idea how much restraint it took for me not to kill him on the spot. Su Honshu was no naive girl. She had clearly understood Jiang Shurjiu's obvious feelings for her. Yet far from feeling pleased, she found his behavior absurd. If a man had any sense at all, he would not covet another man's wife. There, do not be angry. Once everyone falls asleep tonight, we will rescue Officer Yu and leave. Hearing this, Junmoi's mood eased somewhat, though he still refused to let her go. Su Honshu rose and said, let us wash up first. These people will not fall into deep sleep until the middle of the night. We can steal 2 hours of rest now to restore our strength. Speaking while she drew spiritual spring water into a basin, they washed up simply and then prepared to rest. Afraid of missing the timing, Su Honshu took out a small alarm clock and set it carefully. Junmoi had long grown accustomed to the strange items she produced. Holding her close, he rested, knowing that when they awoke, it would be time to deal with Jiang Shurjiu. Late at night, everyone in the mountain stronghold slept deeply. Su Honshu's alarm clock went off. She quickly silenced it and tucked it away before rising alongside Junmoi. They first located the belongings of both the Jun and Su families, then proceeded to plunder the entire stronghold. Every grain of stored grain, every livestock animal, and all of the headmaster's valuables were secretly transferred into Su Honshu's spatial realm. During the search, they discovered a hidden basement beneath the headmaster's quarters filled with gold, silver, jewels, and bundles of banknotes. 2 full crates of treasure, which Su Honshu appropriated without hesitation. Watching her collect the loot with a gleaming smile, Junmoi's lips curved into a faint, affectionate smile. He searched for more valuable items for her to store away. Choo-choo, with all this commotion, are you certain no one will wake? Su Honshu asked while continuing to pack. Do not worry. This is the dream-returning powder. Without the antidote, they will sleep until their organs fail and they die. Only after confirming the stronghold had been thoroughly emptied did they produce a bucket, fill it with spiritual spring water, and mix in lingji powder and pearl powder to prepare the antidote for the dream-returning powder. They then poured gasoline around the doors and windows of the headmaster's courtyard, set it ablaze, and carried the antidote toward the cave prison. But upon arriving at the cave, they found Jiang Shurjiu standing at the entrance administering something to the guards. Jiang Shurjiu, taking in the sight of the two, realized at once that the stronghold had kicked against a steel plate this time. At first he had merely gotten up to relieve himself. Seeing that they were not in their room, he reasoned that if they meant to escape, they would certainly try to rescue the prisoners first. That was why he had come to the cave to lie in wait. Yet the moment he arrived, he found the guards of the cave prison already unconscious. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. He had not expected the two to show up so soon. Choo-choo, I truly never imagined that Jiang Shurjiu might have a day when, after years of hunting eagles, my eyes would be pecked out by one. How could you poison the bandits under my very nose? Junmoi gave a cold snort, a trace of disdain on his face. Jiang Shurjiu, with your self-conceit, you can only end up a defeated foe. The bandits on the ground slowly regained consciousness, staring blankly at the scene. Second Chief, what is going on? What happened? Jiang Shurjiu suddenly spotted flames rising in the distance. It was the big brother's courtyard. Fear instantly clutched his heart, and he rushed toward Chiu Kaishin's courtyard. Quick, save the big brother. Junmoi's sword slid from its sheath at his waist. Jiang Shurjiu, you can't even save yourself, yet you still worry about others. Su Honshu took out an antidote pill and pressed it into his mouth. Be careful. I'll leave this place to you and go rescue people. Then she picked up the wooden bucket from the ground and walked toward the prison cave. Jiang Shizhou could no longer care about what was happening there. The priority now was to save people. He cursed his own foolishness. Why had he not thought of checking the big brother's courtyard first? The bandits guarding the entrance raised their broadswords and hacked at Junmoi, giving Jiang Shizhou the chance to sprint toward Qiu Kaishan's courtyard. But how could ordinary bandits be a match for Junmoi? Within a few exchanges, Junmoi had already disposed of those bandits. With several leaps of lightness skill, he flew across the air and blocked the path of Jiang Shizhou, who had already run far ahead. His tone turned icy. Jiang Shizhou, it's time to settle our score. Meanwhile, Su Honshu took out a steel wire and swiftly opened the prison gate on the Su family's side. Taking out a bowl, she ladled out half a bowl of antidote. She first poured a mouthful into Wei Furong's mouth, then another into Su Lichuan's. She then rose and went to open the gate on the Jun family's side, administering the antidote to concubine Li and Lu Shan. Wei Furong and Su Lichuan groggily came to and saw Su Honshu feeding something to those on the Jun family's side. Chuchu, what are you doing? Su Honshu glanced at Wei Furong, who had woken in the adjacent cell. Mother, this bucket holds the antidote. There are a few bowls on the floor. If you and father give each of the Su family members a mouthful, they will all wake up. Wei Furong immediately understood. No wonder she had slept so soundly tonight. They had been drugged. She and Su Lichuan began feeding the antidote to the Su family while speaking. Chuchu, what drug were we given and who slipped it to us? Before her own parents, Su Honshu made no attempt to hide the truth. I put dream return powder into the well. Once the bandits fell asleep, I came to rescue you. When the members of the Su and Jun families are awake, have a few people feed the others. Concubine Li and Lu Shan woke up as well, followed by Jiang Like. Su Honshu then added a few more instructions. The bucket contains the antidote. Give everyone a mouthful. Just one mouthful so it won't run out. First wake everyone here by feeding them the antidote. I'm going to find Constable Yu and the others. Jiang Shizhou tossed a packet of medicinal powder at Junmoi. Junmoi swept his cape up to shield himself, then leapt high to dodge the hidden weapons Jiang Shizhou shot at him. Jiang Shizhou's expression hardened with a trace of panic he could not conceal. This Junmoi had actually been able to detect his hidden weapons. One after another, he sent the projectiles flying at Junmoi. Junmoi performed a flourish with his sword and twirled through the air to evade them. Only after Jiang Shizhou had used up all his hidden weapons did he stagger back in terror. Junmoi advanced on him step by step, slipping his sword back into its sheath with a cold sneer, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. A foul rat that hides from the light, after all. You only know such despicable tricks. Unfortunately, these little hidden weapons are nothing in my eyes. Then he clenched his fist and threw a punch at Jiang Shizhou's face. Before Jiang Shizhou could draw a breath, Junmoi grabbed him by the front of his clothes, drove a knee hard into his stomach, and then smashed an elbow down on his back. At the dull impact, blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Shizhou's mouth, and he could almost hear the grinding crack of his own bones breaking. Ugh! The suppressed pain-filled cry was cut off as Junmoi kicked him in the chest, smothering the moan with a gush of blood from his mouth. Junmoi looked down at his bedraggled form, set his foot on Jiang Shizhou's chest, and spoke slowly from above with utter contempt. Jiang Shizhou, how dare you covet my wife? What do you take yourself for? He then kicked out. Jiang Shizhou was sent flying several steps. For the first time, he truly felt the terror of death. Junmoi wanted to beat him to death where he stood. Scrambling desperately, he tried to get up and run. But Junmoi kicked him in the back again. Jiang Shizhou, coveting another man's wife. Do you know your sin? Jiang Shizhou's mouth was full of blood. He wanted to say something, but the savage pain all over his body left him unable to utter a single word. Junmoi kicked him over again. Jiang Shizhou, answer me. To covet another man's wife. Do you know your crime? Jiang Shizhou coughed out another large mouthful of blood, his eyes beginning to roll back as he lay sprawled on the ground in a sorry heap. Seeing him like this, Junmoi finally felt some satisfaction. Everyone in this world who harbored designs on Chuchu deserved to die. Jiang Shizhou, since you don't know your crime, let me tell you plainly, those who covet another man's wife deserve to die, without even a place to be buried. Then he walked over slowly and kicked Jiang Shizhou in the chest. He did not stop even when the man was at his last gasp. He kicked him again and again, looking for all the world as if he meant to beat him to death. When Su Honshu came looking for him, she saw Jun Moi kicking Jiang Shurjiu again and again. She stepped forward and said, "Moi, we should go find Constable Yu and the others. Dawn is about to break." Only then did Jun Moi stop. His eyes bloodshot, he drew his dagger with a hint of madness, crouched down, and pressed the blade against Jiang Shurjiu's neck. "Jiang Shurjiu, when you reach Yama's hall, remember your crime: coveting another man's wife." Then he slit Jiang Shurjiu's throat and drove the dagger into his chest. "This heart of yours is too filthy to be worthy of pining for my Chu-Chu." Watching Jiang Shurjiu's ghastly state, Su Honshu could not help frowning. Even when Jun Moi had killed Qin Sighting, he had done it with a single sword stroke, yet now. Still she stepped forward and asked with concern, "Jun Moi, are you all right?" Jun Moi, however, kept staring at Jiang Shurjiu, the fury in his eyes, as if it would burn the man to ashes. He yanked the dagger out viciously, and a sinister smile crept onto his face. Seeing his smile, Su Honshu could not help feeling a trace of worry. Could it be that something had gone wrong with his mind? "Husband." Hearing her voice, the crimson gradually faded from Jun Moi's eyes, and his expression slowly returned to normal. "Chu-Chu." Su Honshu answered immediately. I'm here." Jun Moi reached out and drew her into his arms. "It feels wonderful. Chu-Chu belongs to me alone." He held her so tightly that she could hardly breathe, and she could not help frowning. Jun Moi really was acting strangely. She would have to find a chance to have a proper talk with him. If something went wrong with his mind in the future, it would be trouble. "Husband, you're hurting me." Only then did Jun Moi hurriedly let go. "Are you all right?" "Aye." Su Honshu reached out and held his hand. "I'm fine. You just held me for too long. Husband, let's go find Constable Yu and the others. We should be setting out soon." Hearing this, Jun Moi composed himself. He glanced at Jiang Shurjiu, who could not have been more miserable, and only then spoke gently to Su Honshu. "All right." Inside a hidden cave, Constable Yu and the others were so cold that their faces had turned blue, while Constable Feng lay on the ground, his face pale. Constable Wan complained softly, "I never imagined this escort mission would end with us falling into the hands of mountain bandits." His low, hoarse voice sounded weak and unnatural. Constable Yu sat on the ground and spoke in an equally unnatural tone. "These people have locked us in here, drugged us, and left no one to guard us. They won't even give us a drop of water. They must intend to starve us to death." Constable Ning also spoke in a low voice. "Not necessarily. Maybe they'll starve us for a few days and then negotiate terms. By then, with our vision dimmed by hunger and our lives hanging by a thread, how could we still care about our status as constables?" Hearing this, Constable Yu slowly laid down beside Constable Feng. "Let's all lie down and sleep. For now, we can only wait and see. When they come for us, perhaps we can find some way." Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Constable Yu hurriedly tried to stand, but he rose too quickly. His body went limp and he fell. Barely steadying himself into a seated position, he simply stayed on the ground and moved toward the cell door. To his surprise, the arrivals were Jun Moi and Su Honshu. Astonishment flickered in his eyes. "Young Madam Jun." Watching Constable Yu's actions and how Constables Wan and Ning leaned against the cave wall, Su Honshu understood that these men had probably been dosed with bone-softening powder. "I'll open the door for you first." After fiddling with the lock for a while, she opened the cell door. Su Honshu took out a bottle of medicinal wine and handed it to Jun Moi. "Constable Yu, this was stolen from the bandits. I looked at it, and it should be tiger bone wine. Drink some and see." Jun Moi stepped forward, opened the bottle, and held it to Constable Yu's lips. "Constable Yu." Constable Yu steadied the bottle with his hand and drank 2 mouthfuls. Strength soon returned to his body. Jun Moi handed the bottle to him. The meaning was clear. As Constable Yu passed the wine to Constable Wan to drink, he said, "Young Master Jun, young madam, how did you get here? Didn't the bandits lock you up as well?" "We were locked up at first," Su Honshu said. "We pretended to pledge our loyalty. In the middle of the night, for some reason, the stronghold suddenly caught fire, so we took advantage of the chaos to rescue you." Constable Yu continued feeding the medicinal wine to Constable Ning, though he felt puzzled. Had the bandits not noticed the two of them rescuing people? Soon after drinking the wine, the men all regained their strength. Only Constable Feng's condition was poor, and his breathing was very weak. Constable Yu looked at Su Honshu and spoke. "Young Madam, Constable Feng was injured that day. All our medicine is gone. We only bandaged his wounds simply. Now his condition is very serious. Does young madam have any way to help? Su Hanchu spoke with an air of helplessness. Constable, you flatter me. I am just an ordinary woman. What way could I have? Dawn is almost here anyway. Let's go down the mountain first and see if we can find a physician to look at Constable Foam. In the end, Constable Yu and Constable Wan carried Constable Foam out of the cave prison. The people of the Su and Jun families had already retrieved their luggage. Those who woke later looked at the flames spreading across the stronghold. Some braved the risk of picking out rooms the fire had not yet reached and carried off anything usable. The lucky ones even grabbed pots, bowls, and basins from the main kitchen and Jiang Shurjio's courtyard. The horses in the stable had scattered in every direction. When Constable Yu and the others came out, they saw a chaotic scene. The exiled prisoners were all grabbing things. Some held vegetables in their arms, leafy greens, radishes, and the like, clearly pulled straight from the vegetable garden. Looking at the flames within the stronghold and the bandits who failed to appear, they understood this couple had likely wiped the stronghold out completely. However, no one said it aloud. After all, if this couple could annihilate an entire bandit stronghold, then had they truly intended to eliminate the constables, none of these escort officers would have had a chance to live. Su Hanchu motioned for Jun Moi to round up the horses. Then she addressed the constables. Constables, it has been our honor to assist you in saving everyone this time. In view of our contribution, could you spare us 2 of the horses in the stronghold? After all, even if each of you escort constables takes 1, there will still be more than you can use. The constables exchanged glances upon hearing this. What did she mean? Was she handing the credit for wiping out the bandits to the escorts? If this were reported up the chain, exiles wiping out a bandit stronghold would be a great achievement. Constable Ning spoke up. You helped us save everyone.